Hey guys, and welcome to the entire Speedrun Cup. I've decided after the first video I put out, which didn't perform too well, rather than uploading 8 separate episodes, I'd upload it all into one video. Just because of the nature of the YouTube algorithm, if I do 8 videos in a row that don't perform very well, then none of my videos will ever perform very well again. So I've decided to chuck the whole thing in one video. It's something you guys can just add to your watch later list and just watch it while you're escaping. It's a big video, obviously. You can see it's 20 hours long. So you can just chuck it in your watch later, watch it while you're escaping, have it in the background. You don't have to actively watch it all the time, just a bit of commentary, something to have in the background. I want to say a massive thank you to everyone that watched the event live. We ended up having around 3,500 viewers for the grand final, which was absolutely nuts. Way outside my expectations. I thought we were going to get 1,000 people max. Massive shout out to everyone that participated. Much appreciated to all the contestants. A massive shout out to Hootie Tootie that did all of the graphics. I think they look insane. The editing in this video, which was done by me, is not crazy over the top. I basically just took the whole stream and then just cut out most of the boring bits where I'm going to the toilet or not talking or anything like that. I also cut out the part in the middle where I accidentally spoiled the winning of the semifinals live on stream, so I cut that out so you won't be able to find out if you're watching the video. And last but not least, a big shout out to the sponsor of the video. Not technically the sponsor of the Speedrun Cup per se, but did get a sponsorship for us throughout the running of the cup, which really helped out with the prize pool. Prize pool ended up being $2,000, paid over $1,000 for the graphics, so having a sponsor really helped out. Didn't cover the whole thing, but really helped out with running this cup. And lastly, before we jump into the sponsored segment, if you guys want to see more stuff like this, we run this whole tournament. It took us 3 weeks, and we had absolutely no support whatsoever from Jagex. In fact, they gave us negative support. They put things in place which stopped us from being able to run this tournament, and we did it anyway. So if you guys want to see awesome events like this in the future, you really need to let Jagex know that they need to get involved in creator-run events like this. Otherwise, they can't happen. Because like I said, they're putting things in place to stop events like this from happening. So let them know you want to see it. That being said, let's jump into the sponsored segment, and I hope you guys enjoy the video. Now, I think it's no secret that especially in this day and age, you can't put a price on internet safety. That being said, from the low price of $6.67 a month, you can get ExpressVPN. I've personally been using ExpressVPN for over 3 months now, and not only does it enhance your internet security, it also helps you do other things. For instance, you can use ExpressVPN to change your location and access other countries' Netflix to get better movies. But my favorite thing to do with ExpressVPN is get out of going to dinner with my mother-in-law. All I have to do is go into ExpressVPN, change my location to England, and my girlfriend is none the wiser. Hey, sweetie, how you going?
Honey, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, listen, I'm actually calling with some pretty bad news. I'm not going to be able to make it to your mum's birthday dinner tomorrow night. There was an emergency meeting called. I'm actually in England right now.
You're in England?
Yeah. If you check my location at the moment, you'll be able to see that it's actually in England, you know?
Don't need to check that map. I can literally see the background of your apartment in the video.
What? Oh, no. See? I'm in England.
Jake, I know you're not in England. I know you're in your apartment. I'm not falling for your stupid VPN shit again. Make sure you're at dinner tomorrow night.
Listen, the connection's really bad. I can't. Bye. Find out how to get ExpressVPN for 3 months for free by clicking on the link in the description, expressvpn.com/evscape. Thanks again to ExpressVPN for sponsoring today's video. Oh my god, look at her! Does she want to be in the ad? Oh, sweetheart. Do you use ExpressVPN, Cleo? Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Man, my face is... Alright, we're good. Welcome to the old school RuneScape Speedrun Cup. I'll tell you what, boys, I don't think I've ever been more nervous for a cast. This is the first time I'm ever going to be casting something on my own. And that means I'm going to have to sit here and talk to myself for 8 hours. Good to see everyone in the chat. Unlike the Battle Royale, I'm going to have the chat up for this one, so I'll be able to talk to you guys If you guys don't know what the Speedrun Cup is all about, !Cup in the chat, but I will give you guys a quick rundown. Basically, we have taken 8 teams of the best speedrunners in old school RuneScape. Sorry, 7 teams of the best speedrunners in old school RuneScape, and Skidler made a team as well. So 7 speedrunners, and Skidler sorted one out just to help me out there. We've taken 8 teams of some of the best speedrunners in old school RuneScape to take each other on in 1v1 battles. I'll show you guys the bracket we've got here. I'll just double check that I've got everything right. I'm not going to spoil anything before I put it up. Beautiful. So let's get the bracket up here. We can see we've got 8 different teams. The Veric Inters, the Shadow Raid Legends. I'm going to say that wrong so many times throughout this stream. I'm going to tell you right now. Team Schleem, Any Glances, ToB, Step Brothers. What are you doing, Step Bro? The Nerds with Attitude, and the Cthulu Box Theory. Those are the teams that we have. So, the premise of the tournament is, in the round of 8, the quarterfinals, each team will pick one boss that they want to ban from the other team and one boss that they want to run. Both teams will do those bosses, and whoever has the fastest time at the boss will win a point. If it goes to a 1-1, there'll be a tiebreaker, and the teams will run a Theater of Blood for the tiebreaker. So, that is the quarterfinals. We're going to be watching those today. Once we get into the semifinals, it's going to be a best of 5. So each team will select 2 bosses they want to do. And then for the grand final, it is a best of 7. So pretty much every single boss gets run. So where am I going with this? The videos will be available on YouTube afterwards if you guys want to watch them as well. We're going to be just taking the VODs off the stream. So if you want to watch them back, that is fine as well. Today we've got 4 matches for you, as I said, for the quarterfinals. It's going down below me. Veric Inters versus Shadow Raid Legends will be the first match. There's a $2,000 prize pool. $2,000 prize pool. $1,200 for first, $600 for second, and $200 for third. As well, guys, all of the sub revenue from these streams, there's going to be 3 different streams, all of the sub revenue, I'm just going to be chopping it up evenly and giving it to the teams just as a thank you for competing. Before we get in, guys, I just want to say, what an amazing job Hootie Tootie has done on the graphics once again. Look at it, man. The guy's a wizard, you know? Can we get some Pog Champs in the chat for Hootie Tootie? Not only that, but he's actually been helping me a lot behind the scenes as well, setting everything up, watching some runs as well. So big up to Hootie Tootie on the graphics here. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I think it is time for us to go ahead and jump on into the first round. So once again, if we just take a quick look at the bracket here, we can see it is Veric Inters up against Shadow Raid Legends. Veric Inters being captained by Rills and Shadow Raid Legends being captained by Solo Mission. Let's go ahead and have a look at the boss draft. Once again, the teams will select one boss that they want to ban and one boss that they want to pick. And if it goes to a tiebreaker, it is going to be a Theater of Blood. There's Big Rills in the chat. There we go. So, for the boss draft, we can see that the Veric Inters have opted to ban the Gauntlet. I'm not too sure what the thought process behind banning the Gauntlet was here. Maybe they think someone from the other team is quite well versed in the Gauntlet. Quite a few good PVMers over on the Shadow Raid Legends team. We've got Rice Cup, a Cold One, guys like that. And they decided to go with the Chambers of Xeric. That is a boss that the Veric Inters are very well versed at. Don't let the Veric Inters name fool you. They are good at all types of raids. Several members in the Veric Inters known for their Cox speedrun. So a very, very interesting pick from them there. And then over onto the Shadow Raid Legends, they've decided to ban the Inferno. And a quote from Solo Mission when banning the Inferno, he said, we're banning the Inferno because fuck Shawnee. Shawnee on Veric Inters, a very proficient Inferno speedrunner. So a specific pick from the Shadow Raid Legends to ban the Inferno there to stop Shawnee being able to do a run. And for the pick, they've chosen the Nightmare. Once again, another quote from Solo Mission. He said, "We're not the best speedrunners, and the Nightmare is 100% RNG. That's why we picked it." So it sounds as though the Shadow Raid Legends are kind of just hoping that they're going to get lucky on this one. We'll see what happens. And of course, if it does go to a one point all, they will go for the Theater of Blood tiebreaker. I finally got the words out there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get up. I've got so many folders of videos that I need to find the right one. Okay. Shadow Raid Legends, Chambers is Xeric. Okay, let's go ahead and get that on the other screen, and we should be good to go. Let me just double check. Yes, we are good to go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are for the first match in the Speedrun Cup. We have the Veric Inters versus the Shadow Raid Legends. We are currently watching the perspective of the Shadow Raid Legends. As you can see, we've got Rice Cup on the main screen there. We also have Solo Mission. However, it's not Solo Mission here. We have UIM Verf playing on Solo Mission's account. Not sure what the thought process was there. Maybe Verf didn't have some ferocious gloves or something, but don't let the name confuse you. It is Verf playing on Solo's account. And we also have a cold one here with the most ridiculous screen ratio I have ever seen on a man that is playing RuneScape. What on earth is this screen ratio? Coming into Vasa here, you'll see the players hit the Venge. All of them get hit for an 80 there, which is going to deal 60 damage each back to the Vasa. That is 240 damage that they get for free. And they don't get the first down before the Crystal. 66 health left on the boss. Not the luckiest in the world. Although the Crystal is going down pretty quick here. See, in in Rice Cup's inventory here, he does have the Inquisitor's set. Using that Inquisitor's set for the Dragon Warhammers coming into Tecton will be very, very good for him. Getting that extra accuracy bonus on his Dragon Warhammer specs. Verf here getting the drop at Vassar, picking up the potions. Rice Cup is actually playing on his Iron Man here, so he's not going to be able to pick up any of the drops unless he is the one that gets the drops. So fingers crossed for the boys here that they can get Rice Cup to get the drop at Tecton. Otherwise, he's going to be overloadless for the rest of the raid. Rope skip here, dropping it over, and it looks as though Verf is going to be hitting the telekinetic grab to pick up that crystal, saving a little bit of time coming back over the rope. As you can see, Rice will be the second person hitting that door so they can get through a little bit quicker. It's a stacked iron. You are not wrong, Mr. Loki. As they walk on into Tecton here, let's have a look at the hammer specs. Hopefully we can see some big numbers from the boys. I don't think... Let's have a look. Doesn't seem to be... Yeah, no BGS from the Shadow Raid Legends here. So it is all Dragon Warhammers. Interesting not to see them bringing in the BGS. That's one hammer. Two hammers. 3, 4, 5. They hit 5 hammers on Tecton. The defense level is very low. But once again, interesting not to see a BGS from the team. You would expect to see a BGS just to get that defense level all the way down to 0. But it looks as though that's not going to matter, and they are going to get the Tecton down before even the first anvil. And Rice Cup gets the overload drop. Brilliant. So he is going to be able to have an overload for Ulm now, which is huge. Very, very lucky that he managed to get the drop there. Saved, very much saved there, boys. Next up, it looks as though they're going to be coming into the vestibular room. Now, for those that aren't aware, the tactic in the vestibular room is to just kill the portal rather than just killing the boss. Because if you take the portal down, the boss dies. So you're going to see these guys running between the portal and the safe spot with their redemption up. Vestibular can only hit them for 8 when you're underneath the boss. So 8 damage at maximum, which means your redemption is guaranteed to proc. So they don't even need to use Bruise in this room. Just going to be using their redemption flicks. Pretty decent hits coming in here, and a pretty decent start to the raid, apart from the Vassar at the start there and the fact they don't have a BGS. Ultimate Iron Man Verf looks like he's struggling a bit to keep his prayers on here. This might even just be his first Vestibular. Once again, these guys not very well versed in the art of the speed run of the Chambers of Xeric, so it'd be interesting to see how they manage to, if they can manage to hold their own here. These team names are tragic. You know what? When Solo Mission told me his team name, I lost it. I couldn't stop laughing. I thought it was hilarious. Coming into crabs here, and it looks as though Verf is Verf is sitting on the outside of the crab room there. I've got a funny feeling they maybe just said to him, listen, Verf, you know, you might be very good at finding items on Karamja, but maybe not the best at finding where to place the crabs in the crab room in a Chambers of Xeric run. They missed their first crab there. It looked as though they did not hit the ranged crab with a ranged weapon in time, but it looks as though they're going to bring it back here. Not getting the perfect crab room, but not getting the worst crab room either. And now Verf comes in to take that crab over. Will they move up to the black crystal? No, they're not going to move up to the black crystal. They're going to go ahead and just leave it down here. Play it safe. Once again, a little bit of time lost here. This is, you would normally see a team run up towards the black crystal to save extra time on the orb, having to fly through the air. But unfortunately, they decided against that. I believe that is the last room in the raid, and they're going to be coming into Ulm. Just got to run through the scavs room here. It looks as though they might get like a 5:45 down to the Ulm room around that time, which is relative. It's decent. It's certainly not world record pace, but it's nothing to be scoffed at. And you can expect that in these runs, sometimes RNG is not going to be in your favor. And sometimes you just make no mistakes and get a shit time. But you definitely can't argue the fact there's been a couple of mistakes in this raid. Once again, interesting not to see a BGS being brought in by the Shadow Raid Legends and just going with the Dragon Warhammers. Let's see the Hammer RNG on the first hand here in Ulm. The Hammer RNG on Ulm is very important in these runs. Rice Cup hits, a cold one hits, and Verf hits. That's 3 hammers on the first hand at Ulm. These guys, the hammers from these boys are absolutely insane. I don't know where they bought their Dragon Warhammers from, but I tell you what, I need to get one. And I will never, in my life, ever see 3 people running the mage hand at Ulm at the same time and not be mesmerized. How insane is this? Look at this. 3 people doing the solo mage method at Ulm, and I tell you what, you know, once you do this a million times, it becomes second nature, but seeing it for the first time, whew, this is gaming at its finest. Interesting choices from the boys here as well. We see that Rice Cup's gone with the Zami Max Cape. We see that Verf has also gone with the Zami Max Cape, but a cold one takes the Sara Doman. Interesting choices. I wonder what the choices were there. As we all know, the capes definitely change how your RNG goes. So coming off the mage hand here and straight into the melee. Verf a little bit lagged behind. Maybe the switches weren't exactly as good as he'd hoped them to be. But straight onto the melee hand here, and this is a very low defense melee hand. They hit the 3 hammers, so we should see them melt this pretty fast. Team Zami, yeah, that's the thing. What do you guys in the chat think is the best max cape of the mage variety? You want the Zami max cape, you want the Sara max cape, or the Guthix max cape? Personally, I'm going with the Sara max cape, to be honest with you. You can't beat the Sara Doman max cape. And anybody that says Guthix, I fear for you, man. I fear for you. Who picks the Guthix max cape? You know what I mean? Yeah, Sara all day for me, guys. A lot of Zamis in the chat, though. Interesting to see that. I fear for you, mate. I fear for me too, Kendra. Don't worry, mate. Don't worry. All right, that is another 3 hammers on the second phase of Ulm. Ladies and gentlemen, these hammers are going nuclear. Like I said, the hammers are huge on the second. It's 2 hammers? Okay, it's 2 hammers, guys. Did they even hit a third? Has someone not got a spec? I swear I saw a third one there. Okay, well, someone missed the hammer there. Either way, 2 hammers is still massive. The defense level, it was a 0. Okay. I told you guys, I'm nervous, all right? It's my first time casting by myself. You know, I'm going to miss a few things here and there. Make sure, though, when I do miss a few things here and there, flame me out in the chat. Make sure you just flame me as hard as you can, all right? I need it. I need it. Once again, going for the solo mage method here. The reason they're doing this, guys, if you're not aware, is to save... Oh, no. Look at how much time they've lost here. Rice Cup is having a nightmare. Oh, this is not the Ashihama Rice Cup. He's maged the melee hand coming off the mage hand. Oh, no. That is an absolute disaster there for Rice Cup. And it looked as though Verf missed quite a few hits as well. Let's see if, well, you know, after a few mistakes, RNG can help them out here. But, whew, come on, man. I agree. Come on, Rice Cup. Once again, guys, you know, I think it's pretty fair to say that these people participating in this cup are probably infinitely times better than any of us in the chat at PVM. But that's not going to stop us from roasting them when they make a mistake, you know? We've got to let them know when they make a mistake, all right? All right, coming into the third phase here, we're going to see the players stick on the melee hand most likely. Let's have a look at the supplies. Yeah, so we got 1.5 brews for Rice Cup. We've got 1 3/4 for Verf, and it looks as though we've got 4 brews for a cold one. 1 hammer, 2 hammer, 3 hammers, and there were massive hammers as well. That is huge damage. Huge damage from the boys on the specs there. Hammer time indeed. MC Hammer would be proud, and it looks as though they're going to melt this melee hand down. You mean solo mission, not Verf? No, Verf is playing on solo mission's account for this one. I think Verf might have been missing a few quest items on his main or something like that, or potentially doesn't even have a main, but Verf is playing on solo mission's account for this raid. They happen to cop the burn as well, and they spread it too. This is a bit unfortunate for them, because I don't think they would have wanted to spread that burn ideally, but it seems as though they've managed to save it. Is this in time? Yeah, Rice Cup going to take a hit here. And Verf, not realizing that Rice Cup was going to take a hit. Rice Cup just got chanced. He just got chanced by a mage hit from Olm after he got hit by the crystals. And Verf, once again, is having a nightmare. He cops the acid run as well. It's all gone tits up for the boys in the last phase of Olm. The melee hand was looking good, but now Verf can't seem to get it together. Playing on solo mission's account, looks like he's got the solo mission shakes as well. And every time he messes up the mage run, he's messing it up for his team. And that's the last thing you want. You don't want to mess it up for the team. That's where the nerves are going to be coming from. He doesn't want to look like an idiot in front of his boys. But it looks as though they've got it together. He's picked up that raid brew, and he is going to survive here. Wow. What a crumble from Verf there. But once again, maybe not the skills to get the numbers that shows how good they are at the runs, but maybe when they make a mistake, being able to bring it back, and he's managed to bring it back here. Going into the head phase at 11:50 here, pretty decent time. Let's have a look at the bow RNG. Yeah, decent hits from Rice Cup here. Let's have a look at a cold one. Reasonable hits from him as well. Back to Ultimate Iron Man Verf, 250. He's hitting some big numbers here, boys, on the head phase at home. He's copped the burn again. Still got 1 brew in the inventory. Doesn't look like he's going to die. His twisted bow is going fucking nuclear. Look at this thing. Has he hit below an 80 yet? Holy shit. Look at the RNG on this head phase. They have absolutely melted it. And they're going to finish with a 12:34. Oh my god, the RNG on that head phase was absolutely insane. And the Shadow Raid Legends finishing up with a 12:34. That is a pretty quick time, I'm not going to lie about it. And it'll be interesting to see if the Veric Inters can bring that one back. 1, 2, 3, 4. What a POG champion number, you know? What a POG number that is. Is that good? I believe the world record for a trio Chambers of Xeric is a 10:57. Don't quote me on that. I think it's around there. So definitely not the fastest time. 10:58. Okay, there we go. So definitely not the fastest time in the world, but decent nonetheless. Yo, Eve Mister, thank you very much for the bits, my friend. Much appreciated, guys. Once again, anything we make from the streams is going to be going straight back to the participants. So if you guys want to support them, that's a great way to do it. I'm just going to split up all of the revenue from the stream and give it back to the people participating in the tournament as a thank you for participating. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and get up the Veric Inters perspective of the Chambers of Xeric. Let's not get that started just yet. I've got all the perspectives on my television over here, and I need to make sure that I've got everything in place. I had to. Oh my word! Okay, Dinger Slinger coming in with the Prime, and Peterson gifting a tier 1 sub to Torvesta, aka Norman. Thank you very much for the Prime, guys. Much appreciated. All right, I think we are set and ready. If I just press that. We are set and ready to go over to the perspective of the Veric Inters for their Chambers of Xeric run. Ladies and gentlemen, let's jump on into it. All right, is that good on the screen here? Beautiful. So we've got Reels 2 running the Chambers for the Veric Inters, as well as, if I press the right button here, beautiful. We have Fenra and Kandarin, I believe, running the Chambers of Xeric for Veric Inters. Is Sync competing in this? No. So this was a sign-up tournament. Anybody that wanted to sign up to the tournament could sign up to the tournament, and he didn't sign up to the tournament. So, all right, going in here with the Veric Inters. As a 12:34 for the Shadow Raid Legends. Can they beat that time? And already we can see they've picked a Tecton Vasa Guardians for their rotation, not the VTV Crope that we were expecting. I see a lot of people in the chat saying some things about a certain participant in this tournament. So I will say right now, we did everything we could to make sure that people in the tournament were following by the rules of the tournament, okay? And all the perspectives were watched back, and we can confirm it was fine. Decent hammers here on Tecton, but they did bring in a BGS, which the other team did not do, and they've absolutely fucking destroyed that. How quick did that Tecton go down? It went down quicker than a slut on a Saturday night. My word. Coming into Vasa here. Let's go ahead and move on over to Kandarin's perspective. Let's watch him come in here. Keep an eye on the inventory here, boys. We talk about the solo mission shakes. This is next level. Look at the man's mouse. Where is it going? Oh, no. Oh, no. Kandarin taking a massive 77 to the dome. Not even get the vengeance off before he dies. And as we can see, Vasa still on 477 hit points going into that first crystal. Not good at all. It's going to be a while before he manages to get back to that Vasa room as well, because he's got to run all the way through Tecton. Yep, there he goes. He's coming on in. Full hit points this time. Fingers crossed that he can manage to stay alive. And it looks like they're going to a second crystal as well. Things are not going well for the Inters already coming into Vasa. Second room in the raid, and it's already looking like it's doomed. Can they get it down before the next crystal here with 300 hit points? You'd hope so. Twisted Bow's going in. Vengeance is popping off. And it's already been clipped. The Shaky Boy versus Vasa has already been clipped. I feel bad for Kandarin here. He's an absolutely lovely bloke. And that is just awkward. The poor man. The poor man. How can someone shake like that? Isn't that a sign before a stroke? Well, I mean, here's the thing. Maybe he just had 4,000 DPI, like solo mission plays on. That could definitely be a thing that happened. Maybe he plays on a massive DPI and just couldn't control himself there. But once again, guys, you know, there's money on the line in a PVM tournament, which has never happened before in old school RuneScape. My Discord has 20 notifications. Yep, there it is. So, there's money on the line in an old school RuneScape tournament, which has never happened. Sorry, a PVM tournament, which has never happened before. So, you can imagine that the players would be a little bit nervous going into this. Does anyone have telekinetic grab here? No, it looks like they're not going to grab across the rope. They're just sending it. No telekinetic grab, a death on Vasa, and they're doing a Tecton Vasa Guardians. I'm so confused by the strategy going in here by Veric Inters, but maybe they know something that I don't. What's DPI? It's dots per inch, my friend. It's how fast your mouse moves across the screen. Buying VTV 5 mil. Yeah, potentially they just couldn't find themselves a VTV scout. There was a deadline for getting these runs done, so potentially they couldn't find a good enough scout before they jumped on in. Coming into the Guardians here, once again, I don't think this is something that you're going to see from any other team in the Speedrun Cup. The Guardian room. Most of the time, you're going to want a Vasa Tecton Vespula with the crabs and the rope, that being the fastest rotation, but they get the Guardians down pretty quick. Coming into the crab room here, let's see if they do better than the Shadow Raid Legends. Okay, and they take the tank on the orb. That is so that the orb comes out a little bit quicker and they can manage to get the crabs done a little bit quicker. So saving a little bit of time there, actually managing to get it done. And we can see here that the crabs are not being smashed. So I can imagine that if Kandarin gets back in time here, running across, not shaking as much as he was before, maybe still shaking a little bit. Yep, and they are going to run up to get the Black Crystal done there. They are going to run it in to get the Black Crystal done. Boom. And there it is, a quick crab room. There it is. You love to see it from the boys, and they're going to be going into Ulm. What is the time? 5:35, so a little bit slower than the Shadow Raid Legends. Let's see if they can manage to save some time on the other side. 4-second time save. You got to save every single second you can in these speed runs, guys. It could come down to a point where there's only 1 second in it. And that 1 second, 4 seconds that you save the crabs might have been the difference. Exclamation mark cup in the chat, guys, if you're not sure what the Speed Run Cup is all about. 0% chance of those ToB hits on run 1. Yeah, that's the thing. Absolutely went in on the head phase on round 1. So let's see if the Veric Inters can pull it back. Let's watch the Hammer RNG coming in on phase 1. Shockers and YTVs. Timo, thank you very much for the prime there, mate. Let's have a look. That's 2 hammers. Okay, a good start. We see the hand crimp. We're going to see Fenrir come in with a BGS after this and see if he can manage to hit a decent number. Get that defense down to 0. Mason, how you doing, mate? Thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Welcome back to the team, my friend. I'm just going to double check if you've actually sent me a message. Yep, okay. Yep, beautiful. All right, thank you for that, Mason. Much appreciated. The boot takeoff, boys. We did see it, the boot takeoff. If you take off your primordial boots when you're maging, I believe it's a +5 to your magic bonus. That's going to help you not splash as much. And the hand doesn't go down. They're lucky not to have crimped that melee hand. Reels gets caught by the electricity. Oh my god. That is a disaster. Maybe not as much of a disaster as the Shadow Raid Legends had coming out of their mage hand, but still not good nonetheless. He finally gets his prayer on after being chanced by the Ulm as well. It's a big monk ass here. He is copping so much damage here, and I don't think it's through any fault of his own. Ulm is just hitting them with the absolute jad here. It takes another 28. Supply is still looking decent, though, coming into P2, so don't think there's too much stress for the Veric Inters here. Is Sync in it? No, Sync didn't sign up, mate. It was a sign-up tournament, so if anybody wanted to compete, they could sign up. Unfortunately, not only did Sync not sign up, he also sent me a DM telling me that he had sex with my mum. So, I mean, take from that what you will, but I wasn't too happy about it. P2 here, hammers, 1 hammer. So only 1 hammer on P2. Sorry, boys. Sync is a lovely man. He did not say that he was going to have sex with my mum. That was a lie. He's a great bloke, okay? I can't spit on this man's name anymore. But no, Sync did not sign up for the tournament. Was that a 30 BGS there? I missed it again. You can tell that this is my first time casting by myself because I have absolutely no idea what's going on the screen. Once again, running the mage hand with the solo method so they don't take any damage, especially nowadays with the Sanguinesti staff. You can see these runs go in with a lot less food because the Sang staff does tend to carry. Coming off the mage hand, let's see if they get straight on the melee. Yep, they do. It looks as though they're all turning around. Interesting. They probably could have jumped off a little bit earlier there with only 3 hit points on the mage hand. Saved a little bit of time, but decent to jump back on the melee as quickly as they could. Is Kandarin shaking? Let's have a look. Let's have a look at his switch coming out of this mage hand here. Melee hand, and let's see if he is in fact shaking. It looks like he might have calmed down, boys. I think he might have calmed down. Okay, that's what we like to see. Kandarin back in the spotlight. All right, coming into P3 here, boys. Let's see the RNG on the hammer specs for P3. Will the defense go all the way down to 0? That is the question. And here we go. 2 hammer specs, a 65 and a 64 on the BGS, coming in for a 14. Unfortunately, that is not good enough from the 14. The defense not going to be all the way down to 0, I believe, with those 2 hammers and the 14 from the BGS, but decent nonetheless. Melee hand going down quickly. Fenrir gets chanced here by an Olm hit twice! Oh my word. Oh my word. That is 2 times he's been chanced. In a speed run on Olm, that is not what you want to see. Mason, thank you very much for the 100 bits, mate. And here we go. Onto the mage hand. What is the time? They're currently 11 minutes in. They've got 1 minute 45 seconds to finish this off. Decent enough time. It looks as though they might come into the head phase a little bit later than the Shadow Raid Legends, but potentially they could get some better RNG. I don't know about that because the RNG from the Shadow Raid Legends was absolutely nuclear, but we'll see what the boys can pull off here in the head phase. Nice overload. Yeah, looks as though Reels is actually out of his overload here. It's worn off and there is no doses left for the team. So he's going to be going into this head phase with no overload as well. So the RNG is really going to have to be in their favor if they're going to pull this off here. 11 minutes and 45 seconds going into the head phase. They need a 1 minute head phase unpotted here to take this one away from the Shadow Raid Legends. Chambers and Xeric was in fact their pick as well. So if they lose this one here, they're losing the boss that they picked. And it's not looking good for the Inters. Big Rakesy in the chat. How you doing, Rakesy? Good to see you, mate. And the RNG not looking good on this head phase. 12, 20. They need to get... They've got 14 seconds to destroy half of Olm's health. It is not looking good for the Veric Inters. And it seems as though the Shadow Raid Legends are going to take down the Chambers of Xeric. They're going to get the first point in the Speedrun Cup. The Shadow Raid Legends, captained by Solo Mission. Very, very interesting. Let's see what time they end up on here. Let's see how much they lose by. Are they going to die here? The supplies are not looking good. Reels is going to hit the redemption flick here. And the aspect ratio goes to shit I don't know if you guys can see that. I believe that is a 1307 from the Veric Inters in round 1. So that means Shadow Raid Legends are going to take the point. Okay, moving on to the Nightmare, guys. Let's go ahead and get this one up on the screen. We have the Shadow Raid Legends versus the Veric Inters, and the Shadow Raid Legends are 1 up on the Veric Inters. Let's go ahead and move on into round 2, the Nightmare. We're going to be watching the perspective of Veric Inters first. We're going to be watching Rills' perspective here. It's being run with Humble and Candorin. Let's have a look. Did we see any hammers from the boys there at the start? Does anyone have the hammers on? I can't see anyone's inventory right now, so we don't actually know who had the hammer. We can assume that someone did hit a hammer, though. Yeah, it looks as though, I believe that is, yeah, Humble there has the Dragon Ball hammer in his inventory. Who's got the D2H? Oh, no. I'm watching the wrong perspectives, guys. I'm such a noob at this. The D2H wasn't the best. The Husk, there's still got 2 Husks left alive on P1 here. It was Rills? Wait, Rills, did you hit the hammer? Man, this is an absolute disaster from me. As you can tell, guys, I'm very, very nervous on my first cast here. You'll have to bear with me. We will get this done, but it looks as though the P1 pretty fast from the Veric Inters here. It was Humble? Yeah, I thought so. I thought so. We hit hammer? There we go. Okay, okay. So Rills with the D2H. The D2H didn't pop off too well. And coming into the pillar phase here, I will have to mention, guys, actually, that there was a gentleman's agreement between the Shadow Raid Legends and the Veric Inters not to use harmonized staffs, because the Shadow Raid Legends didn't own any, and they didn't want to have to borrow some off their friends. So there was a gentleman's agreement, very kind of the Veric Inters, to opt out of using the harmonized orbs for their runs. That's why you're seeing Sanguinesti staffs here, not harmonized staffs for the Nightmare. So big up to the Veric Inters there for that gentleman's agreement. Very kind of them. Hello, AQ. How are you, mates? Coming into P2 here, who are we watching? I forgot. Is this the hammer? It is. Will we see a hammer spec go in? We do see a hammer spec go in there from Humble. So the defense is going to be reduced on Nightmare. You'll only see 1 hammer spec per phase for the first 2 phases, and then you'll see a hammer spec on the last phase at about 1,000 hit points, I believe. All right. 1,000 hit points left. Seems as though they're not taking too much damage here. You'll see in their inventory, I believe they have Guthix Restores. The reason they're using Guthix Restores is because, much like a brew, you can sip it and then attack the boss again straight away. Unlike with the brew, though, the Guthix Restore does not reduce your stats. So 20 hit points in a glass, the Guthix Restore, and there are 4 doses of 5 hit points. Does Venge not work with this? Rexy, I think most of the time, mate, you'll see people go into the Nightmare with the, what's the word I'm looking for? The regular spellbook. Venge doesn't work on the Nightmare. I thought the reason people didn't use it is because they were using Fire Surge. But there you go. It turns out it just doesn't work at all. Well, maybe I'm the stupid one and Rexy isn't. Who would have thought? Okay, coming into the pillars on P2 here. Let's have a look how quickly they can get these down. You'll see that they pull up actually to the pillar. There's another thing that we can talk about, is that they pull up to the pillar as close as they can, because there's a delay between you actually hitting with your mage attack and the number actually hitting what you're attacking. The closer you are, the quicker it's going to hit. So you'll see the boys pull up to whatever they're hitting, so that the damage hits quicker. Pull up to the pillar, I'm with the gang. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Claw spec here from Rills, pretty decent, 276 XP drop. Oh my god, Rills, what are you doing? That is a 54 to the dome from the melee attack. Very, very interesting not to get the melee prayer on there. And that is a lot of hit points that he did not want to waste. And rather than being able to drink his Guthix Restores, he is in fact going to have to eat an anglerfish. And that anglerfish is going to slow him down with his hits. Avoiding the spores here, you do not want to get hit by those spores. They're going to slow down your attacks by 1 tick. Any avoiders here? Yep, everyone avoids the, I don't know what you call that. The skirt attack from the Nightmare. He really pulls up on him. So, coming out of the last phase, we're going to see how quickly they can get these pillars down. Is that... No, not another melee. Thankfully, Rills gets his prayer on in time. The skirt? Yeah, exactly. I don't know what to call that phase from the Nightmare. Come on. And a very quick hit from Reels coming out of the P3 straight into his Sang Staff. Didn't even bother getting his full mage gear on so he could get that hit off quickly. Very smart moves here. Got to avoid these spores, guys. Once again, like I said, if you don't avoid the spores, you're going to lose a bit of time on your run because your attacks are going to be 1 tick slower. So let's see if they can manage to avoid the... And the Nightmare goes down. Let's have a look at the time. 5:33 and a new PB for Rills. There we go. No drops for the boys, unfortunately, there, but a 5:33 Nightmare for the Veric Inters. New PB. There we go. That is what you want to see. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get up the perspective of the Shadow Raid Legends. I'm going to say the wrong fucking name at some point throughout this, alright? I'm going to say it in the wrong order, and people are going to think this is a sponsored stream, alright? It's not. The stream is not sponsored. Okay, looks as though we are ready to rumble over here with the perspective of the Shadow Raid Legends. Let's have a look, boys. Wait with the next one. I gotta pee. Just piss yourself at the desk, mate. It'll be fine. Okay, so we have UIM Verf here playing on his friend's account. Obviously, the man, I don't think he has a main, so you'll see a few different names from Verf here. But trust me, I was in Discord with him. I can verify it was him killing this boss here. We've also got Solo Mission actually playing on his own account this time. And we have Rice Cup. Now, I see Nashi in the chat saying Divine Super Attack. What? Now, I'm going to explain why these guys are bringing in super attacks and super strengths instead of super combats. The reason is the Nightmare will actually choose who it's going to attack based on defense levels and defense bonuses. So you'll see that Rice Cup in his inventory has a super combat and everyone else has just a super attack and a super strength. Let's have a look at this. Oh, that's a decent dragon two-hander spec there. 3 husks down, and the last one goes down quickly. So, most of the other teams, as we can see in the chat, will use a Zamorak Brew to lower their defense. Once again, Shadow Raid Legends, not known as the best speedrunners in the world. They're really in here giving it a good hot crack, and decent strategic from the boys. They figured out about the defense bonuses, but maybe not the best implementation of how to get that working. This first phase is going down very, very slowly. I believe the other team had already finished P1 by now. Potentially a missed hammer or maybe even 2 on the first phase here if they decided to go for 2. Not looking good on the P1 for the Shadow Raid Legends. Any solo ToB category? Unfortunately not, mate. Only a few people in the world can manage to do that. And, I mean, a cold one being one, but we couldn't really make it one of the categories, unfortunately. 7-minute kill, pause, champ. It's not really looking good. Husk coming out for a second time here while they're on the pillar phase. Luckily enough, they're all still stood on the same tile, so all the husks come out in one spot, and Rice Cup can pull out that dragon two-hander there. Almost goes in for a D2H on the pillar as well. That would have been an interesting one to see. And the pillars, decently fast. No one seems to be taking too much damage. Supplies are looking good for everyone here. Yep, stacked out on supplies, and it looks as though P1's going to go down in a reasonable time in the end. Arcane, hey, you need all of the mage bonus you can get, you know what I mean, alright? All the mage bonus you can get. Flexing Arcane. To be honest with you guys, if I had an Iron Man as stacked out as Rice Cup, I would be flexing my Arcane as well. Okay? All right, coming into P2 here. Once again, not watching the screen and watching the chat. I've missed if they hit a hammer. Maybe they've not even got a hammer. It looks as though Solo Mission is going to be coming up to his 50% spec here. We might see him spec halfway through the phase. It'll be interesting to see if they decide to stand under the boss for the parasites and spawn it underneath there to stop it from healing the boss. Let's have a look. 19 from Solo Mission. Lucky not to take one there. They don't spawn it under the boss. And wow, 2 scythe swings and they managed to kill both parasites. That's actually quite lucky from the lads here. Pre-recorded tourney runs. Come on, bro. Unfortunately, Tactical Papaya, we were provided absolutely zero. And when I say zero, I mean literally negative support from Jagex on this tournament. So we couldn't organize everyone to do all of these runs live. So not zero, negative support on this tournament. So we had to record all of the runs prior to this running. So everything you're seeing today was done a couple of weeks ago, but doesn't mean we can't enjoy it. Did you request support or did they tell you to fuck off? I did request support. I can't go too much into it, guys, because I don't know what I am and am not allowed to say. But yeah, negative support from Jagex on this tournament. Moving into the pillars on P2 here. Charging up those totems. Once again, not using the harmonized staffs. Definitely comes into play here. You will see some faster times from other teams in the tournament that are able to use those harmonized staffs, but the gentleman's agreement was reached. Shasso gifting a tier 1 sub to Jagex Rogue. Thank you very much, Taylor. Much appreciated. You're a fucking idiot. Oh my god. Okay, moving forward into P3. Let's see if they can manage to get this one down quickly enough to take down that 533 of the Veric Inters. I've lost it, boys. I'm sorry. Taylor, you... All right, pull it back together, Jake. All right, we're trying to watch a nightmare run here. Let's have a look at the supplies from the participants. Solo Mission, 4 Anglers, 4 Guthix Restores. That is a lot of food. 2 Guthix Restores and 1 Angler here for Verf. Looks as though they're going to survive this one just fine. Interesting to see how much food they have left at the end here. I'm not sure if they could have brought a few extra switches in, maybe a bludgeon or something like that for the husks, but there's a lot of food left over for Solo Mission here. Interesting decisions from the boys. Moving forward. Guys, let's move forward in the chat, okay? Let's not talk about that one anymore. Is this all going into a YouTube video? We'll be going into a YouTube video, guys. Absolutely. After this first round is done, we'll be uploading the video to YouTube immediately. So you guys will be able to enjoy that one. Totems coming down here. I wonder what time they're looking at. As you can imagine, reading the chat a little bit too much. I haven't really been paying attention to how fast this one is going down. But 5:33 is the time to beat for the Shadow Raid Legends here to get the 2-0 sweep on the Veric Inters. And the Nightmare goes down. Let's have a look at the time. That's a 5:55. Oh, I'm not sure what happened to the perspective there, but a 5:55 on the Nightmare, which means, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a tiebreaker. It is going to be a ToB tiebreaker. I don't know what to do with my camera. Look at this. Do you think I should just show the top of my head the entire time? We're going to a tiebreaker, guys, in the first match. A first match of the Speedrun Cup, we're going to a tiebreaker. Some might say that maybe potentially someone might have known the results before the stream started and made it so we'd go to a tiebreaker in the first one. That's crazy. It's absolutely mental. Scripted, that's what I'm saying, guys. It's completely rigged. Is this pre-recorded? Yes. So, guys, it was everyone had to record their perspectives and send them over to me before this live stream. Number one, to make sure that everyone was in fact following the rules of the tournament. And number two, so that we could get everything prepared in time. Easy paycheck. There's Mr. Uncle. How are you, brother? Good to see you. Humble will die at bloat. Well, there's only one way to find out, guys. We've actually got another screen that we want to go to here. Let me quickly get up the studio mode. I believe this is the one we want to cut to. Yes, yes. Once again, Hootie Tootie just making some of the best graphics you'll see in old school RuneScape, boys. Claps in the chat for Hootie Tootie. Have a look at this graphic. We can see here that the Shadow Raid Legends are going to take down the Chambers of Xeric with a 1234 up against the Veric Inters 1307. And the Inters are going to take down that 533 at the Nightmare up against the 555. And considering the RNG on the Nightmare, maybe RNG is going to come into play here in the Theater of Blood. Once again, guys, we're getting a few questions about client plugins. You know what I'm going to do? I did pre-record a video prior to this because I figured there might be a few questions in the chat about it. I'm going to make a plugin, an exclamation mark plugin command for the chat. So if anyone asks about it, you can exclamation mark that and send them over to the video. 1 second here, boys. Guys, you're probably watching this. Pause this. Okay. So we'll add the command. Actually, let me go into my Nightbot here. Apologies, guys. We'll go ahead and get back into the action as soon as we possibly can. I just need to get this up so the chat chills out a little bit. Okay, Nightbot. Commands, custom. Here we go. Message. Believe that's the video. Okay, that should be good there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and jump on into the tiebreaker for the first round of the Speedrun Cup. Veric Inters versus the Shadow Raid Legends. We're going to a ToB tiebreaker in the first round. Who would have thought? I don't believe it. Someone scout me a ToB layout. Hey, don't worry, mate. I got a good ToB raid for you here. Let's get that in full screen. Okay. Once again, guys, anybody that was here for the explanation, if you see someone in the chat asking about certain perspectives, just exclamation mark, plug in them, and they should be able to figure that one out for themselves. All right, let's get the studio mode up here. Should be good. Yep, we're ready to go. Let's jump on in, boys. ToB, Veric Inters. Let's have a look going in here to Maiden. Tebow hits coming in very quick. Oh, bit of a disaster here for Reels. Doesn't even get his Bandos on for the Dragon Warhammer spec. Not too deep. I don't believe Bandos actually gives any accuracy bonuses. So with the Dragon Warhammer, it's not that big of a deal. Although he will miss out on a little bit of damage here. Score is 1-1. You are correct, Hootie Tootie. Let's go ahead and change that score over. Thank you very much, mate. It is overall time for the Theater of Blood, guys. Overall time. I know a lot of the world records are calculated by wave time. The reason we went for overall time in the cup is just so that we can... it's a little bit more exciting for the viewer, not seeing everyone pause in between rooms, trade each other items, make sure everyone's potted, venge up. We don't really want to wait in between rooms here. It's the Speedrun Cup. We've got to go fast. And that is not good for Reels there. He misses the freeze on the first crab because he decided to freeze a blood spawn instead. That is going to be 150 health, I believe, straight back into the boss. Not only that, she's also going to get a lot more powerful. And I believe her defense bonus also goes back up after that crab goes back in. See, Real Stand at the back of the room here. His job is to freeze the crabs. The other two, it's their job to stay on the boss and make sure that the boss gets damaged as much as possible. They're going to freeze the crabs here. Will they go for a crab skip? No, they're not going to go for a crab skip. We can see Humble already launching some chin chompers at the crabs. And the reason he's doing that is so that they die quickly. Chins can attack more than one monster at a time. And he just hurls them at the crabs that are piled up. You might see, I think very likely we'll see some crab skips from a few teams in the cup here, which means they just freeze the last crabs that come out at the 30% mark, and they go ahead and just kill the boss before the crabs get there. You also saw that they would hit their divine potion before the stats come back up at the end of the room. The reason they do that is so that they get all of their health back when it procs, plus the divine. So they get an extra 10 hit points there. Pretty pog, not going to lie. Not too bad from the boys there. A 158 maiden in a trio. A cold one. Not too happy with the performance by the looks of things. A little bit of trash talk in the chat from a cold one. We'll have to see how he performs in his ToB run coming up here. No blowpipe and 2 divine super combats. Hey, that's the thing, boys. Everyone has a different strategy for these speedrun cups. Some might not be the best strategy in the world. Some might be the best strategy in the world. But at the end of the day, it comes down to who has the best time, not who has the best strategy. And that is the nature of the RNG in old school RuneScape. I can't actually see. I need to get rid of this scoreboard for a second here. But I'm too scared that something else is going to pop up. I don't know what the health of bloat is because we can't see it here, and I don't want to accidentally spoil another round. So we'll just pretend like we know it's about 40% here. Wait, I can see it on my TV. It's fine. They're on 39.9% health, so under 40 on the first down, which is actually a pretty decent time for bloat. Under 40% on the first down in bloat is pretty reasonable. Can't see the health of any bosses with that there. Yeah, listen, boys. You know, maybe not the best decision to put the scoreboard there, but it seemed like a pretty reasonable place to put a scoreboard. Do we have a different POV? Once again, Hoodie, we discussed this before, mate. Millionaires donating to other millionaires? I'm so confused as to what's going on in the chat right now. As we come into the crab room, Reels is going to be on the mage perspective here. We're going to see a few barrages getting thrown out. I believe he's going to switch between the mage and the melee in the crab room. Now, I don't exactly know the strategies going into this crab room. There are some strategies that, are run in this cup that people don't really want to pass out because they don't want to lose their world record times, which makes sense. But in the crab room, I believe the quicker you kill the crabs, the quicker more come out. What is going on in the chat here? I'm so confused. Why is everyone cappering? What have I done? Can't wait to see the Soat Maze. The Soat Mazes in this are absolutely incredible. Here comes the barrages from Reels here. Manages to catch both of them. Do they die straight away? No. Doesn't catch the full barrages there, but decent enough to grab them both. And the Scythe is going to kill off that first crab here. I don't know about you guys, but I think that the crab room in ToB is probably my least favorite. Until it gets to the boss, I feel as though they could just cut this crab room in like half or like take 75% off. You know what I mean? Crab room's everyone's least favorite. I'm glad we're all in agreement here. You know what I mean? It's not the best room. It's just, why does it take so long? Why does it take so long? Nilo boss is fun. I do agree with you there. It's weird that the Nilo room is probably the worst, but the Nilo boss is probably the most fun. So, there it is. I just see a 1K dono. I don't think we saw anything because I don't have my donations up, but let's have a look here. I'll go to my Streamlabs. Yeah, it doesn't look like we've got anything in there, so thanks for getting me excited for nothing, Mason. Damn it, mate. No, I don't actually have my Streamlabs hooked up to my OBS for today's stream. Debated, yep, he fucking got me. Yeah, there it is. Oh, look at that. Everyone's donating $1,000 in the chat here. Brilliant. Thank you, guys. So lovely. So lovely of you all to donate. Oh, and we've got $1 billion coming in from VB Longneck as well. PogChamps in the chat, boys. It's all happening. You guys are fucking idiots. You guys are idiots. All right, we're coming towards the end of the crab room here. 50% left on the pillars. Is this the last phase? I don't think this is... No, the last wave, sorry. I don't think this is the last wave, no. We should have the last wave coming in pretty soon here, though. All right, thank you all for your $1,000 donations. Dano, thanks for the 100 bits, mate. Much appreciated. Man, the crab room. Why does it take so long? I'm pretty sure the crab room took even longer on release, did it not? I feel like the crab room took even longer on release, but I mean, it is what it is. Here we go. Finally, we're finishing up with the crab room. Let's have a look, boys. Crab boss. Is that a... Wow. That is a disaster from Rills there. Not only did he scythe the last range crab, he also just copped a 17 from it. Oh, Rills. You poor man. Having an absolute nightmare here at the ToB. Wrong boss to be having a nightmare at. Okay. The best rotation you can ask for here on the Nilo boss is a melee range constantly. Every time it's a melee, you're able to get the scythes off and even a Chelly if you so choose. And every time it's a range, you can hit the blowpipes and then a twisted bow. So really good DPS if it goes from melee to range, but it looks as though we're going to get a few mage rotations here. Unfortunate RNG there. There's so many different RNG factors that can come into a run, and that is just another one that piles on top of it. This inventory, man, I feel this. Does anyone else in the chat just feel this? You're at the Nilo boss, you do one switch, and all of a sudden, you literally don't know where anything is in your inventory. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? This is why people use inventory tags, guys, you know? This is why people use them. Personally, that's why I've got every single item in my inventory colored and tagged some sort of way, just so I know where everything is. So, all right, coming into Sodaseg here. Sodaseg is a room where hammers are super important. We need to see a few hammers from the team here. Shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up, Matt. That looked as though we hit one hammer on Sodaseg there. That's a decent one. Two players often go for a hammer on Sodaseg. So seeing two hammers there and only one hitting, not the best, but decent enough. I use inventory tags and still suck. Nice. Oh, there it is. You know, it is what it is, man. Let's have a look at the boss health here. Looks as though 75%. Very quick first phase. Maybe they did, in fact, hit two hammers on that first phase, because this thing is going down quick. Not to repeat myself, but quicker than a slut on a Saturday. And let's have a look how quickly they do the maze here. Okay, decent amount of time stopped at the start of the maze. You will see other teams in this competition that don't even wait a tick. They just jump straight into the maze. You can hear them in their voice comms just say East 5, and they go to East 5 straight away and just pace through the maze. So a little bit of time lost on the maze here for the Veric Inters. It's Wingy. It's Wingy here. Big Wingy. Any maze plugins? No maze plugins, believe it or not. We did tell everyone they can use whatever they want, but it's you know, it's on them if they get banned. But we didn't see a single maze plugin. I couldn't believe it. I was expecting to see it at least once. Here we go. Any time lost on this maze? Yeah, already losing about 2 or 3 seconds there. And 2 or 3 seconds might not seem like a lot, but in a speed run, every second matters. Save 3 seconds here, save 3 seconds there. By the end of the raid, you've saved 6 seconds, and 6 seconds is a lot. It might have been, MNK. It might have been, mate. It might have been. Looks like they hit one hammer on the second phase of Sot here. Could be wrong again. Might get a correction in the chat. Uncles, for fuck's sake. Last phase of Sot. This isn't even P2. I am all over the shop here, man. I am all over the shop here, and they're on the last phase of SOT. You're going to see a Chelly come out soon, I think, from all of the players. We're going to see a Chelly. Don't prove me wrong here, Rails. Get that Chelly out. Hits the one with Avenge. No Chellies. There's a clause there, but no Chellies. Interesting, interesting. A lot of the time you'll see teams actually hit the Chelly right at the end of SOT. Let's see how quick they are buying potions from this first chest, guys. Looking for about 3 restores and the rest in brews. And yeah, very quick time from Rails. Bang! Chelly's bad. DPS on no spec. There you go. See, I can sit here all I want and say that people did the wrong things in these rooms, but end of the day, they're the one doing the Speedrun Cup, not me, and there's a reason for that. They are much better at PVM, and the explanation coming in from Reels. There you go. There you go. 5 bros, the man is absolutely pack-yakking. Chances of death, slim to none. You love to see that in these speed runs, especially considering the fact that they only get one opportunity. You get one run for this ToB. If the team wipes, if the entire team dies, it doesn't matter what time the other team gets, they win automatically. So survival is the most important part of this speed run. If you die, well, your time's not going to matter. So I love to see the extra brews here. Now, will we see the Veric Inters hit the 5-tick scythe at Zarpus? Or will we see a 4-tick scythe from them? Or potentially even just blowpipes? Let's have a look at the hammers here. That's 1. And that's 2. And it looked like a pretty decent sized BGS on the other side as well. So Zarpus' defense probably non-existent at this point. And it looks as though we are seeing a 5-tick scythe here from Big Rills. Respectable moves from a respectable gamer. We love to see it. Hammer after BGS? Yes. That is not the order you want to be looking to get that done here, especially considering the hammer will reduce the opponent's defense by 30%, and the BGS will reduce it by a set amount depending on what you can hit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that are highlighting messages in the chat. We have already spoken to that matter, okay? Let's go ahead and move on. 5.33 tick. You guys are going to have to explain that what that means in the chat. I beg you explain what that means to me in the chat. As we say, we're going to be coming into the Screech phase here. I was 5 ticking off me. Yep, there's Big Humble. 5.3 is 4 tick. I'm so confused. I'm so confused, guys. All right. Apparently, the chat is not going to let it go, so we'll just let it happen, boys. Exclamation mark plugins, guys, if you want an explanation on that one. But Screech phase, are we going to see any swipers from the Veric Inters? Anybody going to swipe the boss and cop a big 80 to the dome? Chelly's coming out, and they finish the boss off with the Chellies. You're as confused about 5.3 as I am confused. Oh, okay, right. I'm not going to finish reading that sentence. No, Sea Engineer. No, he is not. What is going on here? That's going to be a screamer. I'm not clicking on it. I refuse. I refuse. All right, guys. I'm getting too distracted by the chat. I'm minimizing it while I cast this perspective, all right? I'll come back to you guys later. I'm too distracted. Coming into P1 Veric here, you're going to see everyone use 1 spec, drop the staff at the boss so that everyone can get their 1 spec off and get perfectly in time. So you can get 2 scythes, 1 staff hit straight behind the pillar, and then straight back to the boss without losing any ticks there. Specs have come in. There should be 1 spec coming back here for Rills, so we can throw that in with the staff. Looks as though around 25% left on P1. And I think what we'll see here is we'll see the players pull up to Veric and just stay there after the last spec, tanking a few hits because they've got 5 brews in their inventory, and guess what? You don't need 5 brews for full Verzik. And as you see, they're just going to stay here, tank a hit if they have to, and they don't have to. Thankfully enough, they don't have to tank a hit. And we're going to be moving into P2. Seeing a lot of high hit points from the players, which is good. Once again, you don't want to die. Dying here would be an absolutely unmitigated disaster. Not only is one person dying going to slow your team down, but it potentially could stop you from getting the kill altogether. And if it's a full wipe, guess what? Your time doesn't matter. The other team automatically wins. Now, in a lot of regular ToB runs, you might see people freezing the crabs as they come out on P2 Verzik. You are not going to see that once in the Speedrun Cup. Players opting to just let the crabs explode and run away from them on the perfect tick to take no damage. Some players do it a little bit better than others. And some players, you know, just get launched by the boss. Take a 24 and a 16. That's 40 damage that Reels didn't need to take there. Not only that, he's going to lose a little bit of DPS, but as you can see, safing up back to 115 hit points and potting back up, not taking any chances on this ToB run. It is 1-1 in the first round of the Speedrun Cup. There is $1,200 up top for first in this tournament. Reels does not want to be taking any risks here, and he wants to make sure he survives. He unfortunately hits the boss during the healing phase, but he hits a 0-0-0. Very lucky not to heal the boss for a decent amount there. And it looks as though they've got a pretty decent first crabs. 24% Verzik. Yep, I can confirm it is 20% there. Coming into the second red crabs. Now, a very fast time on P2 would be just seeing 2 red crabs. 3 red crabs is a pretty reasonable time as well, but a little bit slow. Let's see if they can get this down with the 2 red crabs. The 2 down, as they call it in the speedrunning community. Let's have a look. Venge coming in. Venge actually doing nothing on P2 Verzik. I learnt that the other day. Vengeance does nothing to P1 or P2, so they don't actually get the 2 down. So it's going to be a 3 down here. You don't see them attack the crabs at all because they want to get straight back on the boss. Reels! He gets launched again! Goes for the T-bow attack, misses it, puts the scythe back on, and then tries to put the scythe back on, but he re-equips the T-bow, hits with the T-bow right next to the boss, and gets launched again. Oh my god, Reels! He's having a nightmare, boys! Big gamer moves from Reels here on Verzik, and they're going into P3. Humble with the tank here. My word. Aeroplanes now boarding, absolutely. And now is when the Vengeances come into play. P3 Verzik Vengeance does have an effect. No longer immune to the Vengeance. You can get those little hits off. You might see the boys with the extra brews in their inventory tank a few hits off prayer just to get higher Vengeances. Coming into the web phases here, everyone is going to be stood on that highlighted square here, and they're going to run around the boss, taking no damage, doing maximum DPS. Looks as though Humble and Reels caught behind here. They're going to catch up and miss a hit. Interesting that the 2 people behind decided to miss a hit instead of the 1 person in front, missing a little bit of DPS there. These are just small things that come into play when mistakes happen, and things that you probably don't think about in the moment, but 2 people missing a hit versus 1 there, probably not the best choice. All right, purples are out. We're going to see anyone tank a purple. Hopefully not. They're looking about 10%. There's 1 more hit until yellows come out. Are they going to get this 10% done before the yellows come out? The Chellies come through and they're not going to get it down. Yellows come out. Will we see the boys tank the balls here? Or are they going to call out which squares they're going to? Okay, 2 tanks and Reels manages to save himself. So Fenrir and Humble go for the hits straight away. Rather than standing on their platforms, they decide to just hit the boss. And it turns out pretty decent for them. Let's have a look at the time. The time is 20:57. So the time to beat for the Shadow Raid Legends is 20:57 in the tiebreaker. No drops. Sad game. RNG not on the side at the end there. 20:57. Not the best time in the world. I'm just getting a message from a cold one here. 1 second. Yes, that is acceptable, mate. Absolutely. Not a problem at all. So overall time for the ToB, I will explain once again. We explained it before, but I'll explain once again. The reason we are doing overall time for the ToB is because I thought it would just be a little bit boring for the stream if people were just sat in between rooms for 10 minutes at a time, trading each other items, venging up, making sure everyone's potted. It's a speedrun cup. We got to go fast. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get up the Shadow Raid Legends perspective of ToB 1-1. They've got a 2057 to beat. Where are they? There they are. I got it, boys. I got it. Don't worry. That's the ToB. Beautiful. Okay, is that in full screen? Everything is sorted over on that end, and we are ready to rumble. Let's get the studio mode going so I can see what's going on the screen first. Doesn't look like the right one. Oh, I accidentally started playing their fucking Chambers of Xeric again. What am I doing? Boys, I'm having an absolute ashy hammer over here. One moment. Bear with me. Anyone would have thought I'd go and practice this before we started, but here we are. Here we are. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to rumble. We're going to jump into the Shadow Raid Legends run of the Theater of Blood. A 2057 to beat. It's currently 1-1, and they need to take this round out to move on to the semifinals. And here we go. So, we have, I believe, if we can press the right buttons here, I believe this is solo mission. We've got Rice Cup, the Iron Man, and a Cold One running this ToB. Already I can see something which is a little bit questionable here. Solo mission taking in full Inquisitor minus the Helm. I'm not sure why he's got the top and the bottom but no Helm. I'm sure he had the space. He's brought the... Hang on a minute. Okay, hang on. We need to talk about this. He's got Void Melee and Full Inquisitor without the Helm. Is in solo mission and Iron Man? He's playing on his main account. I wish we had solo mission here to just tell me what the fuck he was thinking. I'm so confused by this already. But hey, like I said, guys, maybe solo mission knows something we don't, okay? He's a very strategic man. You see through his videos that he makes on Dead Man mode and the leagues that he knows what he's doing, okay? Maybe he knows what he's doing here and he knows something we don't. I'm assuming Void for the Nilo boss. I'd imagine it's so that he doesn't fuck up his switches there, which is fair enough. Now, you'll see on Maiden here that they switch between their Scythe and their T-bows and Anguishes in between hits. The reason they do that is because Maiden will actually reduce the stats of whatever attack style you're using. Oh my god, why is there a poll going on? Oh shit, okay, we got a poll going on. Come on, fellas, get it in there. Who do you think's going to win this match? Now, wow, they actually crab skipped. Did they crab skip? I was too busy looking at the poll. Oh my god. I think they just skipped crabs on 30s. Real's just not happy. It looks as though the chat has the Shadow Raid Legends winning this round. Yeah, we skipped one freezer. There you go. Bigger cold one coming in. Letting us know. They did get the skip there on Maiden. Let's have a look if we've got the time. Yeah, 158 Maiden from the Shadow Raid Legends. So already 8 seconds quicker on the wave times than the Veric Inters. So they've already got an advantage coming into bloat here. And let's have a look. A cold one. Once again, a very, very proficient Theater of Blood runner. One of, if not was the first, I don't know if he was the first, he can correct me in the chat, one of the first people in the game to solo the Theater of Blood. Very, very proficient at the ToB. Coming in here, no Chelly, decides to go with the Scythe there. I think there's some sort of strategy behind. Wooks won. Okay, there you go. Well, fourth, there you go. Can you show us a cold one's pump? We're watching it right now, Optimax. We are watching it right now. You'll be able to tell when we're watching a Cold One's point of view because he has the strangest, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, the strangest aspect ratio I have ever seen on a RuneScape client. This thing is stretched north so far, I swear it's just like the skinniest width I've ever seen of any client. It works. I don't doubt that it works, Coleman. I don't doubt that it works, mate. One of the best PVMers in the game. You can't argue when the man says it works. Are they going to get the 2 down here on Bloat? Chelly's coming in. Wait, will the Chelly's come in? Yep, Chelly's coming in. 9.4%. They don't even get the 2 down. Oh my god, it's on 1.1%. No 2 down. This is going to cost them a bit of time here on Bloat. Oh no, they're going to have to wait for the 3rd down here. No, they won't. A Cold One says, fuck it. I am going in for it. Just decides to launch the 1.1%. Risks it. He risks it in a run where they only get 1 chance. Okay, what is going on here? Okay, there is no reason to buy items from that first chest. They have just lost 20 to 30 seconds buying items from that first chest. Just get someone to bring a stamina in, pot share, and you don't need to buy anything from the first chest. They've lost a lot of time buying things from that first chest there. Interesting decision from the boys. Maybe they forgot that it was total time, not wave times there, but a little bit of time lost. Rookie moves? I agree. All right, let's have a look. What's the most exciting point of view here, boys? Do you want to see the Major, the Meleeer, or the Ranger? Ranger? Okay, Ranger it is. I want to see Veric. Me too. Face cam. All right, get out of it, guys. Get out of it. Now, once again, the Nilo room at the ToB, not the most entertaining thing to watch until we get to the boss, but it's something that, you know, we have to endure. Something that everyone has to endure when they run the boss. So, hand cam. Cold One, yeah, once again, one of the best PVMers in the game. Rice Cup, very, very well versed in PVM. A pretty stacked Iron Man account you can see here. Pretty much everything you could want in the game on his account. Not really known for the most epic speed running is Rice Cup, but certainly knows what he's doing when it comes to a PVM boss. Soda Seg point of view, getting ravaged by Jake. Did you like that tweet, did you, more? $7,000, Wandock. I'll sort you out, mate, for $7,000. Rice Cup using a Trident at Vorkarth. He's the best. Hey, I mean, if it works, it works. Just ask the Cold One with his aspect ratio. I can't get over it. It's like you got to climb a ladder if you want to see what's on top of his fucking screen. Oh, man. It's great. It's great. Rice Cup has an insane iron. He definitely does have a crazy Iron Man account. Mia Malkova. Hey, Evie. Thanks for putting on this tournament. I sent you a little something on Twitter. Check it when you can, winky face. Shut up, Hootie Tootie. You are an idiot, my friend. Whew. I wish Mia Malkova was watching this, but I don't think she is. I could be wrong. Maybe she is watching the tournament. Mia, if you're watching, I'm a big fan of your artwork, the movies that you've made. They're really great. They're really, really great. I think you're an amazing artist and actress. And I think you have a very long career in Hollywood. I agree, Uncle. Okay, here we go. Finally, at the end of the Nilo waves, Now, I promise you guys, I'm going to get some insight on the Nilo waves before the semifinals so I can figure out all of the little intricacies that go into running the Nilo waves so that I can ask people why they're doing what they're doing and how it makes the room quicker, okay? I promise. I'll ask someone that knows what they're talking about. Unfortunately, I don't know what I'm talking about because I'm an idiot. Shut up, Chaz. I'm not laughing at that. I'm not allowed to laugh at that, okay? Didn't happen. Hit crab, don't lose ticks. I think there's a little bit more to it than that, Mankey. I think there's a little bit more to it than that. Go to a cold one's view. Let's see this man switching. He's dropped that mage cape. The reason he brought the mage cape in, guys, is because he was on the ancient spellbook, but now he's no longer necessary for him to freeze anything. He's just going to go ahead and switch on over to the Luna so he can pop his own vengeances. Decent rotations from the Nilo boss here as well. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, I will, Kaplunk. Don't worry about that, mate. I definitely will. That was who I was planning on talking to anyway. Okay, coming into Sodaseg here once again, guys. So, what the fuck is Rice Cup doing? Rice, why are you so far back? A cold one's at the door. Let's see how long he has to wait to get through. That's like 10 seconds! Rice, what are you doing, bro? Oh my god. I think he went back to pick up his stamina potion. The Iron Man life. He says, you know what? I don't care if there's $1,200 for first place. I need that 2-dose stamina because I'm not running any more fucking laps of the rooftop agility. My word, Rice. Oh. The man that wasted time running between rooms. And just because I went on that tangent, once again, I have no idea how many hammers they hit. Okay, let's see who's on the maze here. It looks as though we've got a cold one in the maze. He goes to the far east and he waits. He has to wait. Oh, that was almost a big ball to the dome. He has to wait here because, well, everyone needs to get to the end and he doesn't want anyone to die. Playing it a little safe on the maze there, but a reasonable time. Not the worst. Let's have a look at the hammer from Rice. Yeah, he does hit the hammer. No BGS again, I think. Oh, there is a BGS from Cold One, but he doesn't actually have any spec at the moment. Solo Mission has 100% spec. Solo Mission has 100% spec here, guys. It's not worth BGSing Sot. That makes sense. That makes sense. Interesting not to see Solo Mission go for at least one hammer spec here. But, I mean, I suppose it doesn't make that much of a difference. If you miss your hammers, it might not be worth challenging. I'm not too sure the thought process. Is that... Okay, I forgot about this, but can we just talk about the fact that Solo Mission brought an occult necklace in, and now he's dropping it before Xeric for extra space so he can get another brew. He's dropping the occult necklace for a brew. Look at this man. How rich do you have to be? Spare change? Well, I guess so. I guess so. Respect to the man. He's going to take that extra brew in. And they are taking quite a bit of time at this chest here. Decides to eat a shark and everything. Doesn't even... Oh, man. The time in between the rooms here is really going to cost him on this ToB run. Now, I have to preface this, Zarpus. Okay? We're going to watch Solo Mission's perspective here. Before they went into the Zarpus, it came to my attention that Solo Mission had never, I repeat, never meleeed Zarpus. Okay? They'd done 2 practice runs before this, and he had never meleeed Zarpus. So we're going to watch and see how well he does here. I mean, we can automatically assume that Rice Cup and a Cold One are going to absolutely nail 5-ticking Zarpus, okay? Very, very good PVMers. We know they're going to nail it. My question is, how well is Solo Mission going to do? This is going to be fun to watch, boys. Once again, what's no Inquisitor Helm? I really got to question this decision from Solo Mission here, not to bring the Inquisitor's Helm, and instead bring in the Void Melee Helm, because the Inquisitor's Helm is going to give that extra 2.5% boost to accuracy on your Warhammers. Very confusing. A little bit slow on the hammer here as well, and he misses the first one, hits the second one, so pretty decent. Switches over to the Bandos. Okay, let's have a look. Let's see how many tiles he rags here. You can tell that he's got absolutely no idea what he's doing. Okay, it's too mean to laugh at him because it is his first time, all right? And to be honest, he's not doing too bad. He's missing a few hits here and there, but apart from that, he's doing pretty well for his first time. Yes, I'm commentating, not playing theaters. Yep, that is exactly right, my friend. Smashing the timing. It's incredible scenes from an incredible gamer. I mean, is he even missing that many ticks? Don't say yes, okay? Don't say yes. Give the man some credit. He's doing well. But of course, if we go over to a Cold One or Rice Cup's perspective, we can see both of them smashing the 5-tick scythe, missing absolutely no ticks here. One tick, 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 tick. Yeah, all right, guys, come on, all right? You can't be good at everything, okay? Not only is Solo Mission handsome and good at PKing, all right? He can't be good at everything. You can't have everything in life. Tick, 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 yep. And here's the Screech phase. I am so interested to see if we're going to see at any point throughout the Speedrun Cup someone decide that they want to look Zarpus in the eye when they scythe him and get one hit. I really, really hope it happens. Tick, tick, yep, okay, all right. Solo Mission lost a lot of ticks, guys. You're right, you're right. I'll tell you what, I didn't budget for talking this much, and the voices are already starting to struggle. Humble cosplay, exactly, Humble, exactly, man. Exactly. All right, moving out of Zarpus. Let's see if there's times in the chat for any of these boys. They're going into Xeric at a 13:34, which I believe was quicker than the Veric Inters. So it was a 20:07 they need to beat. They've got 6.5 minutes in Xeric. I think they've got quite a bit of time. They could be on here, boys. They could be on. They've had a pretty disastrous raid, you know? But a 20:07 from a 13:34 is entirely possible. We could be on here. With all those buys, they're still ahead. That's what I'm saying. I don't believe it. 13:34 is wave time, not overall. So I think these guys have a chance. Time to beat is 20:57. Yeah, you're right. Not 20:07. It's 20:57. You're not wrong there, Hootie. I think I need to get back up my notepad with all the times on it. Not going to lie. Oh, no. Their room in between time was slow. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. So that's going to definitely add some time on there. Are they going to get this down on the first pillar? Are they even going to get it down on the first pillar? Okay, luckily enough, they will be getting it down on the first pillar. Unpotted, yep, unpotted as well. I'm not sure these guys did too much preparation for this Speedrun Cup. They're pulling up and they're just going to tank the hits as well. This is a pretty disastrous P1. This is a pretty disastrous P1. Copping 50 damage there. They probably didn't need to take if they didn't miss any hits in P1. But coming into P2, let's see if they can make a little bit of time up. Solo Mission, luckily, didn't get bounced there. He probably should have been. Let's see how he does with the crabs. I think that's a cold one. Yep. Rice Cup, perfect. 14 damage. You'd love to see that. Barely took any damage from the crabs there. Selling bounces. Yep, Reels, you've got enough of them. Let's have a look at a cold one's perspective here. I want to watch the man at work, okay? This man is an absolute weapon at Xeric. He has God knows how many solo kills at the ToB. Let's watch the man work. Perfect scythe walk here. Obviously at Xeric, because if you're next to the boss when it attacks, you're going to get bounced. Okay, so you do have to miss a tick every now and then with the scythe walk, but he is going in here. About 50% on the boss. When we get to 35%, we're going to see the red crabs come up. And that's when things start to get fast. And there he goes again, blowing it up. 23 damage from the ranged crab there. He's sitting on 53 health. Now, a cold one, a very good PVMer, but sitting on that low health on Versic P2, he is scaring me. There's 3 brews in the inventory. Just drink one. I just spat all over my arm. Luckily, you guys didn't see that. I sit on 1 hit point most of the time in this room. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. All right. No. No. No! A cold one, bro. He's on 48 hit points. There's 3 brews in his inventory. And now he's in the cage. A cold one, bro. Man. The time was looking decent for the Shadow Raid Legends, but I gotta say, missing 1 teammate, I don't think there's any chance. I think we can write this one off. We're going to watch them to the end to see the time regardless, but man, oh man, a cold one. Running into Rice Cup's ranged hit there, copping a 48 to the dome when he had 180 hit points sat in his inventory. Oh, cold. And that's the thing in these runs, guys. A death is going to cost you a lot. A lot of times when people are speed running, it doesn't matter if they die. They risk it. The reason they risk it is because they can go straight back in. Not in the speedrun cup. You get 1 shot. You get 1 chance. So risking hit points in the speedrun cup might not be the best way to go about it. And a cold one here. Proven that in the first round. He's used to sitting at 1 hit point, not 46. You are not wrong. You are not wrong, my friend. And things are not looking good for the Shadow Raid Legends. A 20:57 to beat. Don't exactly know the time at the moment, but they're coming into webs here. Let's see how they run it. I want to watch Solo Mission run these webs, actually. Yep, gets caught at the start, misses the first hit. Has he caught up? He has caught up. Thankfully, he has caught up. Is that Rice Cup on the outside? Oh, boys, they're making an absolute mess of this. Oh, man. Murphy's Law here, boys. Anything that could go wrong has gone wrong in this run for the Shadow Raid Legends. And I hate to say it, but it looks as though it is pretty doomed for them. Very, very likely in 57% of Verzic's hit points that we are going to be announcing that Veric Inters have won round 1. Let's keep an eye out, though. Stranger things have happened, you know? The Scythes could go nuclear. That's Cole's Law. Guys, just because John and I, Perp and I have the same accent doesn't mean I'm as dumb as him, okay? Come on, all right? Just because we're both Australian doesn't mean I'm as stupid as him. Okay? Come on! I don't have the IQ of a 4-year-old. Wait. Rice Cup's got no brews left in his inventory and he's got 34 hit points. Solo Mission, how many brews? That's a melee attack. 31 hit points. The purples are out. That's another melee. He's on 3 hit points. He pulls off the redemption. Solo Mission's got 1 brew. Okay, no, it looks like they're fine. 15% left on Versic. 5 hit points. 1 hit point. Webs are up. They should be good here. Solo Mission. You're running anti-clockwise at webs, bro. Solo Mission. Okay, here we go. Rice Cup actually managed to get his claw spec off. He's got 2 hit points left. It looks as though he's going to die with 3.8% left on the boss. Back to solo mission. 0.2%. Let's see him finish it off. I don't believe my fucking eyes. I don't believe my fucking eyes. Rakesy is on that team. He was on holidays when they ran their first round, and he's not even going to get to play. A 0.2% wipe from the Shadow Raid Legends. Oh my word. Everyone's in the cage, and that is not good. For the Shadow Raid Legends, they are going to lose round 1. If we go ahead and have a look at the bracket here, the Veric Inters winning in a 2-1. They're going to move on to the semi-finals. They'll face the winner of Team Schleem versus Any Glancers. And on the bottom side of the bracket there, ToB versus Step Brothers and Nerds with Attitude versus Cthulhu Box Theory. I don't even know what to say. You know what I mean? I don't even know what to say. Lads, I really need to use the bathroom. So before we jump on into the next round, what I'm going to do, I'm going to chuck on a song for you guys, and I'm going to quickly run to the loo. All right, we don't need to listen to that song anymore, and I don't need this water anymore. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next match in the round. Let me get the studio mode up. Let's have a look. Oh, you know what I didn't do for the first round? I didn't play the B-roll. Oh, you guys missed out on some sick B-roll. I'm going to have to play that for this one. So, let's have a look at the bracket. Yeah, let's move over to the bracket here. The next match we're going to be watching is the ToB versus the Step Brothers. 2 Australian teams. Why is everyone typing !claim? You've been gifted a Pepsi Max. Okay, right. Okay. Hootie has also just reminded me I didn't show the final scores. Okay, that is something that we need to do. So, once again, boys, if you like these graphics, can we please see some claps in the chat for Hootie Tootie on the graphics? Look how incredible these things look. Look at that, man. Look at that. And there we go. Veric Inters taking out match number 1. 1307 Chambers. They lost the point at Chambers to the Shadow Raid Legends of a 1234. They won the Nightmare of a 533 up against a 555. And then, as we all saw, the Shadow Raid Legends did not finish at the Theater of Blood. You hate to see it. All right, boys. That is the end of match 1. We're going to be moving on to match 2. And the first thing that we need to have a look at is the draft. We need to get the draft up for ToB versus Step Brothers. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. ToB being captained by Demon Butler. ToB, obviously, as you can tell by the name, very proficient at the Theater of Blood. Other speedruns, maybe not so much, but definitely, if it comes down to a tiebreaker, you can imagine at ToB, they are going to shine. ToB currently the world record holders for a 5-man Theater of Blood. Absolutely incredible scenes. On the other side of this match, we have the Step Brothers, captained by Nashi, a very, very good friend of mine. And these boys, listen, how do I put this? Maybe not the best speedrunners, but they can drink a lot of beers, and if RNG permits, we could see a pretty sick matchup here. The two Australian teams coming up against each other in the first round. I promise, okay? You're not going to believe me. I didn't rig it. It was just a random generator that put the two Aussie teams together. So, I mean, this one, regardless of the way the results go, is going to be a tough one for me because OzTob, back when ToB came out, I did a lot of raids with some of these guys. A lot of good friends of mine on the OzTob team, and Step Brothers, once again, a lot of good friends of mine on the Step Brothers. So regardless of who wins this match, it's going to be bittersweet for me. Moving into the boss draft here, guys, we can see Vorkarth ban from OzTob. I don't believe they have anyone on their team that is used to speedrunning Vorkarth, so that makes sense. I don't think there was any specific picks on the other side where they said, oh, he's really good at Vorkarth, we're going to ban it. I don't think that was the reason they chose it. They just don't really run Vorkarth that much. Same here with the Step Brothers. I don't think that they run the Chambers of Xeric very much, and I just think they didn't want to do it. I don't think there was any strategic picks on either side of this first match. Picking Nightmare was OzTob. Obviously, they can't pick Theater of Blood, which would be their obvious pick if they had to choose, but the Theater of Blood is the tiebreaker, so they had to pick another boss. They went with the Nightmare here. Once again, as Solo Mission said, a pretty RNG boss, but if RNG permits, either side could take it out, and another relatively RNG boss is Zulrah, which is the pick for the Step Brothers. Now, Zulrah is practically figured out in terms of speedrunning. It's figured out to the tick exactly what you're supposed to do in every exact moment. So if both teams manage to do everything perfectly on each tick, it should just come down to the RNG in the end, and anybody can win. We're going to watch OzTob's perspective of, let's go with the Nightmare for this one. Okay, the Nightmare. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy this B-roll. Wait, I didn't press it properly. Now enjoy this B-roll. Next up, we'll be seeing the Nightmare of Ashihama. Each team will select 3 players to take on the Nightmare, and whichever team has the fastest kill will take home the point. Deaths at the Nightmare are particularly bad for the team, as if you die and completely wipe as a team, the other team automatically wins. If all players from both teams die, both teams will repeat the kill. Alright, how fucking sick was that? I worked it out last night. Did you guys like that? We are here on the Nightmare. I've got the wrong... Damn it, man. Okay, 1 second, boys. 1 second. I'm going to fix this. I've got the wrong scoreboard on the screen. Alright, give me a second. Give me a second. Can anybody tell this is my first time? Okay. This is exactly what I said to the missus when I was, never mind. Okay, let's change this. The score is a 0-0. Virgin. All right, John. Listen, mate. Shut your mouth. All right. I think we're good to go, ladies and gentlemen. Everything's on. Let's go. We are in. Here is play the voice for the Step Brothers. I can't play any of the voices for any of the teams, unfortunately. I've been working non-stop on this tournament for the past 3 weeks. And I really didn't have time to go through everyone's perspectives and make sure no one dropped any racial or homophobic slurs before I put them on the live stream. So because I couldn't check, I can't put them on the stream. So it's completely muted. No one's going to be hearing anything. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are watching OzTob at the Nightmare. We're going to be seeing this one run by Divine. And if we change this button, we can see, I believe this is Jinami. I could be wrong. I can't see his chat here. And Demon Butler, who started recording halfway through. The fucking idiot. Thanks, Demon. All right. So, hammer hit on the first phase here. We'll take it. We'll take it. That's right. Okay, it is Jinami. Awesome, awesome. Husk's not coming out first here at the Nightmare, which is pretty decent. Husks coming second is nice because you'll only get 1 set of Husks for the phase with reasonably good RNG. One set of husks means less time lost hitting the boss or the pillars. That's what we want to see. So good RNG to start off here. Let's see if they move around. Yeah, so if Demon Butler's sitting on that square there, tanking the boss. Ooh, a little bit of damage there taken from Jinami. Down to 64 hit points. No, I don't see any T in the inventory, boys. No Guthix restores for ToB here. Interesting not to see that done, because anytime they need to eat, they're going to be taking a little bit of time off the boss. That was a really, really good Dragon two-hander there. That was a one hit of the husks. That is insane RNG on the Nightmare boss from the ToB there. Still don't have Demon Butler's perspective up yet. It should only be a little bit, and then we can jump it on. Inventory tag. Now, see, no inventory tags are acceptable, but the one inventory tag I will accept is differentiating between your volatile and your harmonized staff, okay? Those things look exactly the same. How are you supposed to know? Okay, eating up in between phases here, that is a pretty decent tactic. Don't miss any time on the boss if you eat up in between phases. Pretty slow there on the Sleepwalkers, though. Didn't get them down as quickly as they possibly could. Going to lose a little bit of time. And as you can see, as discussed in the last round, they are going to Zamorak Brew up, so the Demon Butler takes the tank here. Is there any hammers coming in from the boys? I didn't see any hammers. Maybe the chat managed to catch it, whether or not they hit a hammer there. But if they haven't hit a hammer, going to be a slow phase. Yep, there it is. The socket's in the chat. Yep. Didn't see a hammer? Okay. Yes, hammer. A hammer appeared above their head somehow. Weird ass. That is strange. I wonder how that happened. Regardless, that is going to be one hammer. And, I mean, apart from, you know, the small little things that you can do to improve the time, Nightmare, pretty monotonous. Pretty much exactly the same all the way through. Click the boss and hope you hit high. Change your prayer and hope you don't get hit off it. Parasites here. Now, will we see ToB step underneath the boss for the parasite spawn? You step underneath the boss for the parasite spawn to stop it from spawning and healing the boss. It looks like they're going to get it down before the parasites even come out. They do. This is a quick Nightmare kill from the ToB boys. Wow. P2 down before parasites even come out. This is pacey. Pulling up to the pillars. Like I said in the last round, you pull up to the pillars so that there's no delay, well, a minimal delay between your mage hit and the hit splat actually showing up on the monster that you're hitting. Pacing, they are going very fast. A scythe swing for a Sleepwalker. I think most of the time you'll see other teams bringing in the blowpipe just for that extra long range. So they can get it done as quick as possible. But if you're right next to the Sleepwalker, I mean, you're going to take it out pretty quick, aren't you? Into the last phase here. Once again, Jake, you really need to figure out when they're hitting their hammers. You need to keep an eye out for this because the hammers are so goddamn important. And here we go, boys. You're not going to believe it. Why is that paused? Is someone's perspective frozen? I'm so confused now. We have Demon Butler's perspective. Here it is. We've got him. We've got him on the screen, finally. Oh my god. This is so scuffed. Here come the spores. Are we going to see any yawners from the ToB? Once again, stepping next to those spores is going to slow down your attacks by 1 tick. So it's definitely not something you want to do when you're going for a speed run. Any yawners? Here we go. This last phase looking pretty slow here, actually. And that is something we can definitely talk about. This God Book. They bring the God Book in so that they can lower their special attack by 5 before they go, or 5 or 15. I'm not too sure the exact number, but they lower their special attack by that much so they can time when they go in, just so that they can get an extra 5% special attack for another volatile spec on the Nightmare phase. The small little thing, and there it is. There's that volatile spec they wouldn't have had if they didn't use the God Book before they went in. And that is just a little extra time save that they wouldn't have had otherwise. Very, very smart tactics from the boys here. And no yawners. You love to see it. Let's have a look at the time in the chat. The Nightmare for OzTob coming in at a 526. And not only that, we have Skrillex because they dropped the base. Let's go. A 526 from OzTob in round 1. Next up, we're going to be watching over the Step Brothers perspective. Let's go ahead and get that one up. Get ready to rumble. Step Brothers have got a time to beat, you know. I don't want to say they've got a time to beat. They've got a time to beat. I think I might have fucked up the rendering on this one. Let's just double check over here. Swear I heard volume just then. Interesting. I have fucked up the rendering, guys. I'm not going to lie to you about this. You know what? I'm just going to show you. Let's go ahead and jump on into it, and I'll show you what I've done. Boom. Everything's showing. Beautiful. Okay. So when I rendered these out, I put all 3 perspectives on one screen so that we could switch between them easily. Now, this one was clearly rendered in 1080p, as you can see. And the other 2, maybe not so much. So I think likely what we'll do is we'll just watch Koala's perspective here, and we'll try and deduce what's going on from the other players. Oh no. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Round 1 in the Speedrun Cup. We have OzTob versus Step Brothers, and we are about to see the Step Brothers go in for their nightmare kill. Tao, thank you very much for the 53 viewer host, mate. Much appreciated. Tao's viewers, welcome to the Speedrun Cup. We are currently watching the Step Brothers with that questionable logo right there. We're currently watching them take on OzTob in the first round at the Nightmare. They have a 526 to beat. What are you doing, Step Brother? I'm stuck in the washing machine. Help me, I'm stuck. 40-second wait time before the Nightmare wakes up. We've got Inquisitor over there. I believe that is Nash in the Inquisitor. The man has stacks. Decent looking Iron Man for Koala as well. As you see, playing on his Iron Man account, not going to be able to trade any items over. And he's just going to have to go with what he's got. And that, I've just seen, there's a regular Trident in the inventory. What are you doing, Step Bros? Regular Trident obviously hasn't managed to pick up the Sanguinesti staff on his Iron Man just yet. And I suppose he didn't have time to get a hold of a main account for the runs. But hey, here's the thing. You might have one less max hit with your staff, but it doesn't matter the size of the staff. It matters how you use it. That's what I try and, you know, that's how I try and justify things to my missus, okay? It's not the size of the staff, it's how you use it, okay? This is a pretty quick P1 from them, considering the fact that, you know, the gear isn't in absolute maximum. Oh, man, they didn't even Step Brothers. They didn't even stand next to each other. No. Oh, it's fixed. Okay, it's fixed. The aspect ratio is fixed. I thought we were going to have to watch a tiny perspective. Oh, for the entire run. Koala, man. Oh. That Koala just turned into a drop bear the way he fell out of that nightmare room. Holy shit. On P1. Takes a 44 to the dome. Koala, Step Brothers, what are you doing? Oh, my word. And as I was saying, this P1 looking pretty fast. Well, you know what? I'm going to have to change my mind there. It is not looking great at all. And let me tell you, if these two manage to beat the time from OzTob, I will literally eat my hat. The kill's in the bin, boys. The kill is in the bin. Anywhere to directly support you, not during this tournament, mate. Anything we make on Twitch, I'm giving directly back to the participants, just as a thank you for participating. And all of the sponsors are going towards the prize pool. So not during the tournament. There's no way to directly support me, mate. But just by watching, you support me, dude. So I appreciate you being here nonetheless. Imagine if he ate his hat. I think I'm pretty safe. Why is the cunt in Arams? Listen. It's not the size of the skirt. It's how you use it. Okay? All right? Lockie, once again, another Iron Man. And I think he would want people to know. I think he would want people to know that he has all 3 twisted kits, but no ancestral bottoms on his Iron Man. So, lucky and unlucky there. But yeah, that is an Aram skirt. Nash being the only man on a main account. He too has an Iron Man, but I guess he decided that he'd be better off putting on full Inquisitor for the Nightmare kill. I don't think it's going to matter too much what they're wearing at this point, especially with Koala dying 3 seconds into the kill. I don't believe it. I genuinely don't believe it. Koala, man. Oh, unlucky. Man. He's clawed the boss. Did they both just claw the boss? No. Only Nash clawed the boss. I guess you could call that Cole's Law, boys. Anything that could go wrong has gone wrong. Bad RNG. I agree, Unlockers. I agree. Move on. It's over. Ginson, I'm sorry, mate. I'm not going to move on. These people have taken the time out of their day to participate in my tournament, and I'm going to give them the time on screen that they deserve, regardless of the fact that they probably don't want it shown. Oh, man. Oh, man. Plus, we also need to know what time they get. You know what I mean? At this point, you're humiliating them. Hey, listen. All right, I asked the boys beforehand if they would like to see it on stream, and they said they would. So, permission. We got it. Should have shown this one first. Hey, I'm not the man that comes up with the order. All right? I'm just the man that comes up with the order. They could still win this nightmare. Don't rule them out. Yeah, absolutely. Absolute nightmare run. You're not wrong there, Nash. This is a nightmare run. Yep. What are you doing, Step Bros? Not looking good for them. Hey, I mean, it would be some pretty good content if they managed to finish this kill off with like an orb or something. That would be sick. Their pacing, honestly, I agree, Cold. I agree, mate. I think they might actually beat that 5-minute 26 time. I think regardless of the fact that they are in fact a man down, I think that even if they weren't a man down, would have been a tough ask to beat that 5:26. So let's have a look. Wait. Let's have a look at the inventory of Nash again. They're still on P2. There's no Sandfuse. There's 1 dose of Sandfuse. Man. What's a Sandfuse do here? Actually, I'm glad you asked, mate. When the parasite comes out, if you don't drink, and here it comes. Here comes the parasite. If you don't drink a Sandfuse serum, you're going to take a lot of damage. Let's have a look at Lockie's perspective here. Let's see how much damage he takes from this parasite. Yep, that's a 50. Straight to the dome. And not only that, the parasite that comes out, you can see just by the size and girth of that thing. It's so much bigger than a parasite that doesn't get Sandfused. That does get Sandfused, sorry. And it ends up with twice as many hit points. So it's going to take a little bit longer to kill. The boss is in fact going to heal up a bit more. And now, Nashi out of Sandfused serums. That's a lot of girth. Step bro, that's girthy. I gotta stop doing that. I gotta stop doing that. We're not doing it anymore. Oh, they're moving on to pillars. Okay. Decent. They've probably hit pillars at like maybe 12 minutes into the kill here. So, I mean, RNG permitted, they might end up with like a 13-minute kill. Stop, I'm getting aroused. Oh, man. Sam, bro, that parasite's so big. Yep, no sand fuse from Nashi here. He eats up. And what's going to happen? A 50? A 54 to the dome. You hate to see it. The pillars aren't going to go down here. Wait. Nashi, you've got bruise in your inventory. So as I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Speedrun Cup, we are showcasing some of the finest PVM talent in old school RuneScape. Some of the finest PVMers from across the globe. And you just saw potentially Australia's finest take on the nightmare. Oh, Step Brothers, what are you doing? They lose that round. Honestly, even if they didn't die there, I don't think they would have gotten the time. But anything can happen. RNG permitting, anything can happen. But unfortunately, there, dying at the start was Koala, and that is not going to be ideal for the Step Brothers. Now, next up, we have Zulrah. Let me go ahead and show you guys the Zulrah B-roll. Coming up next, the teams will be battling it out at Zulrah. For Zulrah, each team will select one player to do 10 consecutive kills, and whichever team has the best average of those 10 kills takes home the point. Here at Zulrah, the deaths aren't as damaging because if you die, you can redo the kill. However, it will add 1 minute onto your kill time for the reap. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We have ToB taking one down against the Step Brothers there in the Nightmare. Did I cut it off? Oh no. I thought it had finished. Did I cut it off? The worst part about that B-roll is I can't hear it happening. I have to just guess when it finishes. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have Zulrah. And as you just saw from that B-roll there, 10 kills of Zulrah. The players are more than welcome to venge each other before they go into the kill, because they're going to be sitting here on the regular spellbook, so they can't venge inside 10 kills. And we take the average of those 10 kills. 1 second, I'm just going to quickly go back to the webcam here, boys, because I don't want to accidentally open anything on the stream that I shouldn't, but I actually need to get up my notepad here that's going to give me some information about this run. Okay, there we go. We are good to go. I'm going to put that down there. We can jump back on into the main screen, and here we go. Is it going to play? It is going to play, and we're ready to go. So, it's going to be Divine running the Zulrah for ToB here. Not too sure how much experience he has running Zulrah speed runs, but as you can see, pretty stacked out inventory. It was a volatile spec to start the kill, a 49 to kick off the kill here. World record at Zulrah is a 31 second. It is a dual held record, held by two people. First was acquired by Scotty, and then Grasp managed to get a 31 second as well. Not breaking the world record, just tying it. Okay, first rotation here, pretty decent. You're going to see a pillar stall here, which means that Zulrah is going to dip every time it does 4 hits, and you can sit behind this pillar and get a little bit of extra time on the mage phase here, which is the best DPS phase. The Dark Bow coming in at 389. That is a big hit. Oh my god, that's me. There it is. This is looking like a pretty fast kill. If he gets it down here, we're probably looking at around just over a minute. I would say, on this first rotation. Coming up on... And he goes with the T-bow hit rather than the blowpipe. Risks it for the biscuit and acquires the biscuit. First kill, going to be a 107. 107 from Divine for the first kill. And no drop. Sad game. Sad game. That was sick. Maybe next run I can try that. Hey, there it is, Nashi. All right, beautiful. Coming into kill number 2 here. We've got a 107 for the first kill. Just do T-bow only. Exactly, man. Exactly. Gonna say where those times are recorded. What do you mean, man? I'm so confused. Leaves 100k on the floor. Listen, boys. You're watching some of the best PVMers in the game do their thing, so you can imagine they do quite a bit of PVM. And let me tell you, you know, they go to do a raid, let's say at Chambers of Xeric, they see an arcane, they get 4 mil. You know what they do? They fucking throw it in the bin. They don't care about penny change. 100k on the ground, that's nothing. You're going to see a man drop an occult necklace. It's 1 mil. Arcane prayer scrolls are 1 mil. They're 1 mil? Right, back to the kill. Exactly the same rotation as last kill here. If he kills it again on this hit, which it looks like he's going to, risks it with a T-bow again, this should be another 107. And it is. That's a 107 back-to-back. Another 100k going to be left on the ground. Yep, doesn't pick up anything. Just teleports out. Respect. Yo, Skidler, thank you very much for the host, my friend. Much appreciated. We're currently watching ToB v the Step Brothers in their round 1 match. It's currently 1-0. We are watching Divine do Zulrah. He's currently had a 107 and a 107 at Zulrah. Consistency? Say what you will about Divine. He is a consistent man. The volatile spec at the start hitting a 0. That is something you don't want to see. Obviously, all damage on Zulrah is capped out at 50. So you can't hit more than a 50 with that volatile spec. But a 0, let me tell you, that is not very close to a 50 at all. Divine soloed ToB? Did he? Did he? That's news to me. Respect to the man. I knew he was a gamer, but I didn't know he was that much of a gamer. And here we go. Once again, another pillar stall. Looking like the same rotation again. Is he going to get the same rotation 3 times in a row? I.e. I'm so confused as to what's going on here, but yep. It's not the same rotation. He's got a different rotation this time. It's going to be the Ranger on the south, which means the next phase is going to be a melee phase. Not the most ideal rotation. The melee phase being the worst Zulrah rotation you can get. Highest defense, and you're not going to hit too much on it. And it looks like he's going to need to hit some numbers on it at this point. Let's have a look what he hits. Pretty decent first hit. That's a 33 and a 31. He'll take that. I think he'll take that. That's a 116. So a 107, a 107, and a 116 from Divine here. Getting that vengeance before he goes in. Reminds me of the 5,000 Zulrah kills you never did. You mean the 5,000 Zulrah kills that I'm currently doing, C-Player? What the fuck are you talking about? All right, let's have a look at the vol spec here. That's a 73 XP drop. I don't believe it. I'm actually crying laughing. Melee phase again. So there's a 50% chance when you start a Zulrah kill, you're going to get the range melee mage rotation where he can pillar stall. It's a decent rotation. I don't think it's the worst one. The worst one would be when you go range melee. So not the worst rotation coming in here, but definitely not the best. You want to see the range come out second for the best possible rotation. He's going to take a hit here. Only takes a 1. How did he heal so much health so quickly? What the fuck just happened? This man's magic. Missed it. What happened? He had a 73 XP drop, Mason. I don't believe it. It was incredible. 73. Hang on a minute. There's a third rotation. He hits the boss again. It goes down. Is this going to be... Okay, that's another 107. This man's times are 107, 107, 116, and 107. The man is quick. I'm going to have to be inclined to agree with you there, Hootie Tootie. Coming into the 4/5 Zulrah kill. Once again, an average of 10. He tried to pick up the Zulrah tally. Respect. Any 107ers in the chat? Yep, where's the 107ers? Once again, ranged melee rotation. Not the best, not the worst. I think he'll be okay with getting this rotation so many times in a row because it's not the worst one that he can get. Going to see a pillar stall here. He's going to tank the hit for the vengeance. Let's have a look at the venge. It's a 19, decent. About half as high as Zulrah can hit, so you'll take that. Pretty average venge there, you would say. And we're going to see a below pipe into a dark bow here. How big's the dark bow? 85. That might be a minimum hit there. Is it an 8-8? It is an 8-8. Absolute minimum he can hit with the dark bow there. Not good. Not good at all. Can you guys hear my voice already disappearing? You see him right-clicking his harmonized staff there. He's not happy with the performance. No, stop. There's no way. There's no way! Yo, can we get a 107 in the chat? What the fuck? This man's gone 107, 107, 116, 107, 107. You know what's sad about that is he doesn't even have a 107 average currently. His average is higher than a 107. You hate to see it. Oh my word. Just replaying the same kill? I agree, man. That must have been what happened. Anyone care to guess the last kill time? Oh no. This is a disaster. This is what I was talking about. This is the slowest rotation. He's going to see a ranged rotation here, which is decent DPS. Not as good as the ranged rotation, but then he's going to see a melee after this, which is disastrous. Pardon me. I'm going to mute up for a second here. I got a cough. Okay, much better. Now the voice doesn't sound so bad. This is a strange looking CM. I'm so confused as to what you mean, mate. I want to hear. Rona. I know, boys. I think a Monka S in the chat. And yeah, as you can see, the melee rotation not doing too well for Divine here. It looks as though it is going to be slower than a 107, boys. But I could be proven wrong. If this comes up as a 107, something might be wrong here. Oh no, and he misses the T-bow hit for the last hit on the mage phase as well. Small mistake there, but I don't think it's going to cost him too much in the long run, considering how slow this kill has been. Yeah, it's a 119. No 107 anymore. 207. Yeah, there it is. He refuses to venge. Scrapdog, believe it or not, mate. And I know this is going to be shocking to a PVMer of your caliber, okay? And I know you're probably not going to believe me, Scrapdog, okay? But it's actually impossible to venge yourself when you're on the regular spellbook. I know, you're not going to believe it, but trust me, okay? I've done my research, and it's not possible. Oh, that felt good, boys. Have you run the numbers on that fact? I have, Mr. Nakamichi. I have run the numbers. And I can confirm that is correct. That's another minimum Debo spec. That's an 8-8. Divine is not going to be happy with his dark bow after this. And I wouldn't be surprised if he goes down the footy oval and just launches it straight through the sticks after this. Because I don't think he'll be holding on to it for much longer. Hootie Tootie added a permitted term. Dumb cunt. Thank you, Nick. I appreciate that, mate. And now if anybody wants to call anyone else a dumb cunt in the chat, feel free. And there they are. There's all the dumb cunts. Once again, another pretty slow kill here for Mr. Divine. I don't think we're going to be seeing a 107. I got a funny feeling this time it's not going to be a 107. That's a big Tebow hit at the end, though. Should be around a 47? 45. I was close. I'm going to hit right at the end there. What time are we looking at? A 142. That is not good. That's going to bring his average right up. That is an extra right there. 14 seconds to the average at the end. Not ideal there for Mr. Divine. All right, let's see if he can manage to get himself a good rotation here. You reckon Smokestaff would be better for the last hitting with Mage? Why? Didn't spec? Yeah, he didn't spec. He used a regular hit there with the Volatile Staff. And same rotation again. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the Dark Bow here, guys. Is he going to hit higher than an 8-8? That is a big hit. There we go. He'll be happy to see that he did not, in fact, miss with his Dark Bow there and hit an 8-8. Don't do it to me. Don't do it to me. I swear to God. Don't. 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 Oh, it's a 106, ladies and gentlemen. Just a little bit quicker, which is interesting to me because I'm pretty sure he killed it on the same tick on all of those kills. And the last one was a 106. As we see, a right click there on the rest of the OzTob boys E-dating at the Zulrah docks. No Tebow hit? That makes sense. That makes sense. Yep. I'm picking up what you're putting down, guys. All right, let's have a look. No spec at the start again. He's using his Arcane, not his... Oh, no, Divine. He had his Arcane equipped for the first 2 hits there, which is going to lower his max hit on his Surge. Why does the chat say 105? Why does the chat say 105? I might have missed a kill here, guys. Because I'll be honest with you, before this kill goes down, I have it written down that his next kill is 105. So maybe I've accidentally missed a kill and we've skipped that one. I think that's what's happened here. Oh no. Dumb cunt. Yep, there it is. Okay, yep. I'll cop that. I'll cop that. This is a really fast kill for the rotation that he has. Did you see those hits on that melee phase? 0, 0, 0. What the fuck is that? That was some of the worst RNG I've ever seen. And this one is a 105 as well. Listen, boys. I'm going to assume that was my fuck up. Okay? I think I missed a kill there. I'm watching the screen and it doesn't look like another one is about to play. So 105 and 105 for the last kills there. We don't have the last kill for the OzTob, but I can tell you it was a 105. And that means their average for those Zulrah kills were a 112. So a 112.1 average on Zulrah for OzTob. Now we're going to get to see the Step Brothers step up to the plate at the Zulrah, the big Zolandra. 112.1 for OzTob, and that is the time to beat for the Step Brothers. We are good to go over there. Let me just quickly pause that. Man, my TV's all the way over here, and that's where I've got all of the screens on, and I can't move my neck, you know? All right, let me quickly get this up. The Step Brothers, here we go. All right, let's do that. I believe we do that. Perfect. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to rumble. It is going to be Nashi running the Zulrah for the Step Brothers. Let's go ahead and jump on into the footage. Nashi has killed quite a few Zulrahs in his time. You see the hashtag Step Brothers in the chat there. He does actually have the harmonized orb here. No volatile though, so you won't be seeing any volatile orb specs coming out from Nashi. I don't see a twisted bow in his inventory either. This man is not in the maximum gear, and yeah, I don't see any pillar stalling going on here. I think it's pretty safe to say that, in fact, the ToB boys have definitely run a few more Zulrahs in their time, know a little bit more about the intricacies of Zulrah. But that being said, at the end of the day, it's the end of the day, and if it's not the end of the day, then it's not the end of the day. But the end of the day says, doesn't matter how good you are at a boss, if you hit hard enough, you could get some good times. And that is a very, very good time from Nashi, coming in with a 58-second first kill. That is almost 10 seconds quicker than Divine's best kill. 58 seconds for Nashi on the first kill. And like I said, sometimes you just hit hard. Panic Cell TiBo, get rid of them, boys. They're useless. Big Nashi coming in here on the sticks. Let's see the second rotation here. Sell the TiBo, buy RNG. I agree, Addy. I agree. Now, in an ideal world, ladies and gentlemen, we'd be able to take the RNG out of speedrunning, and every time you hit, you just hit what you're supposed to hit every time. But number one, I don't think that would be very fun. And number two, that's part of the game. That is RuneScape for you. You have to take the RNG as it comes. Left click, boss. Hope you hit. Simples. Here comes the Dark Bow on accurate. That's a big hit. Nashi's RNG is going nuclear with this Dark Bow. That is a... Did he just hit a 41-45 with his Dark Bow? Oh my god. This man must have been at the gym working out, and he is pulling back the string of that Dark Bow as hard as he possibly can and hitting some big, big numbers. Harmonized Staff is one tick faster than a Volatile. You are correct, but the Volatile does actually have a bigger max hit, my friend. Why are none of these on task? Just to save everyone in the Speedrun Cup time having to hunt for tasks, we decided that no tasks would be used. And you see here, Nashi is going to be picking up all the drops as well. Okay, he's not as rich as the ToB boys, all right? He needs to pick up those Zulrah scales, and he takes a 119 for the second kill. So for the Speedrun Cup, we said that nothing is going to be on task, just to save everyone the time of having to go find and get tasks for every boss, and also to save my time, because obviously someone had to authenticate all these runs, and I've slept about 14 hours in the past week getting around, and if I had to wait for people to get tasks, whew, we would have had some problems. Flame off, okay, I got to save for the TiVo, there it is. I did some authenticating, that is true. Hootie Tootie did help me out on the back end. It's not the only time he's helped me out with my back end. Did you just... Okay, Nashi, listen, mate. There's no need to flex on us, mate, and launch a fucking fire surge at a snakeling. What on earth is that, my friend? Thank you, Billy. I appreciate that, mate. Appreciate that, brother. Hashtag fuck snakelings. What are you doing, Step Bro? Looking at the time here, I can't really tell from his imbued heart, because he's also not going in between kills to reset his imbued heart at the chambers or ToB. And he hits the Dark Bow here, a 232 XP drop. And that's going to be dead. That is going to be dead. Let's have a look. That is a 112. So a 58 second, a 119, and a 112 coming in here from Nashi. No 107s just yet. The streets. He is going hard. He's copping the venge from his ult there. Now I must say, guys, a little backstory with Nashi here. His recording cut out halfway through. He had to get it back up because his laptop that he took overseas with him, currently over in Canada, he took his laptop over with him, it overheated and he had to go sit outside in the cold winter of Canada and wait for his laptop to cool down. Yep. Yep. You can't make shit like this up. Commitment, absolutely incredible. He's done it again. Fuck the snakelings, he says, as I say fuck the higher level community. I don't believe it. He is ruining these poor little snakes. The cold winter of Canada. I know it's not winter in Canada. Come on, guys. And here we go. The melee rotation after the mage start. Not ideal what he's looking for. He really is just launching snakelings here. Is he just trying to save recoil charges or something? And here we go. We've got a 106 coming in from Nashi. A 106. 58 second, 119, a 112, and a 106. He's looking for that 112 average. He's saving Venge, you dumb cunt. Ah, yes. The vengeance that he lost immediately after walking into the kill, he's saving. I see. Look out, boys. We've got a very smart gamer in the chat. He's disputing what to drop for the magic seed. He really is. I don't believe it, man. Dashi picking up the drops, saving his vengeance by killing the snakelings, not bringing the twisted bow. This man is gaming. And look at this. A 58, a 119, a 112, and a 106. He's getting some really good times. And there's the vengeance. Let's see if he kills a snakeling here, just to prove the point. Hopefully he does. I'm expecting to see one get launched. Let's have a look. And there it is. See you later, snakeling. Fuck you. Nashi is cracking me up. Oh, my word. Now, Nashi does, from time to time, stream himself here on Twitch, guys. So, twitch.tv/Nashi if you want to check him out. A good friend of mine. We were actually a couple of teams short for the Speedrun Cup. Didn't quite get enough sign-ups, and I asked Nashi if he would make a team. And he graciously went out of his way to organize a team and take time out of his day to compete, even though he was pretty sure he wasn't going to win. So, big ups to Nashi. Let's get some claps in the chat for Nash and the rest of the boys from Step Brothers. I appreciate them all. Is that... It's a... Don't look at the time in the chat. Don't look at the time in the chat. Don't look at it. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist, guys. It's a 107! And the spec bar's still full. Oh my word. Oh my word, Nashi. You'll never cease to amaze me, my friend. A 107. I mean, currently, guys, we've got a 58, a 119, a 112, and a 106. Currently, his average is lower than Divine's. Currently, he is actually in the lead. Without a twisted bow, without a volatile staff, without thrown axes, without knives, Nashi is currently in the lead. A 112 dark bow here. What kind of numbers are we looking at there? 16, 12. Decent, decent. Gear can't buy you heart. Exactly, exactly. Knives, don't ask questions, XBay. You'll understand soon, mate. You'll understand. I think the pillar stalling didn't work too. Yeah, I mean, we saw you trying to do that very hard, but there it is. Finally remembered his Twitch password. What's up, Lost Boy? How are you, mate? I'm primarily using Twitch for events like the Speedrun Cup, the Battle Royale. I've got a few more ideas for tournaments coming up in the future that I'm going to be running. I'm only going to use my Twitch for those, and then for my regular live streams, I'm over on YouTube at the moment. So if you want to catch me live, just streaming some Rooney, check me out over on YouTube as well. Gear can buy you e-girls, though. Yeah, that's questionable. Nice music. Thank you, Thick Snake. Much appreciated. Let's have a look at the time here from Nashi. This one looks pretty slow. Yeah, that's a 1:37. I don't think that he's going to be too happy with that one. A 1:37, not a 1:07. What's going on here? Nashi, what's going on here? My viewing experience. 4.5 bill, anyone says XBay? Come on, XBay, man. Too soon. Even though it was yourself. Too soon, man. Too soon. Too soon. All right, Nashi, listen, mate. Are you going to get into this kill or what? All right, here we go. There we go. He's getting started. 1:37 for the last kill. He's had a 1:07, a 1:06, a 1:12, a 1:19, and a 58 second. Nervous shakes. That is true. That is true. Must have been waiting for heart. That makes a lot of sense, actually. A lot of sense. Once again, guys, I'm going to sit here and criticize these players for things that they do in their runs. But what you have to remember, regardless of what me, the caster, says, these guys are 20 times better at the game than I am. So I might notice little things that they don't do that don't matter. I might notice little things that they do that do matter. And they didn't do. And they do. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you guys know what I'm saying. You guys know what I'm saying. All right, good. I'm glad we're all on the same page there. Glad we're all together. This is a quick kill from Nashi here. We could be looking at a sub 1 minute potentially. 1:37 for the last kill, and he's going to smash a 1:03 here. Bringing that average back down. Things are looking pretty good for the Step Brothers at the moment. And who needs max gear when you've got muscles as big as this man? It's all happening for the Step Bros. I'm going to punch into their next kill. And, of course, there is EV Skate with some terrible editing. Why'd you not cut this out, Jake? Not very smart from you. Hashtag, what are you doing, Step Bro? Exactly. Not like this Divine. I know. I don't think Divine was too happy with his time going in. The 1:12. Not exactly what he was looking for. But Nashi could potentially be taking that time down. A picture of one of the Step Brothers stuck in the washing machine, bruh. Is it? The logo for Step Brothers, is that a stepsister stuck in the washing machine? No shit. I had no idea. That's crazy. Whoa. Yo, Big Billy coming in with 20 gifted subs as Nashi hits a 42-16. This is quick, boys. This is really fucking quick. Let's see if the harm will go off here before I thank Billy for these specs. These subs. Is the harm going to go off? It's not. Oh, man. That could have been really, really pacey from Nashi there. 36. The boss goes down. Looking at a pretty reasonable time here. And a 57-second coming in the chat. That is a quick boy. Yo, Billy, thank you so much, mate. Much appreciated for those 20 gifted subs. You're an absolute beast. Was a pleasure meeting you at RuneFest last year, even though it took me 45 minutes to realize who you were. You're a beast, mate. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Billy gifted another sub to XBay. Much appreciated. Once again, guys, any sub revenue, bit revenue, donation revenue we make from the live stream over this weekend, just going to be taking all that money, splitting it up between all of the teams that participated and giving them a little bit something for participating apart from the prize pools, just as a thanks for taking part in the event. So remember, any support you give to the stream goes directly towards the participants. So I appreciate that, Billy. Thanks, mate. That picture is one of the Step Brothers, not a stepsister. Are you the bloke that made the logo? No shit. There you go. Same time tomorrow, is it? It is the same time tomorrow. We're going to be watching the semifinals tomorrow. Why did I just say semi? Semifinals tomorrow. We're watching the quarterfinals today. And then on the last stream, we're going to be watching the grand final. The way you did that full loop at Rooney had me in tears. Those were the days, mate. Those are the days. I've got a semi. Yep, there it is. Now, this kill looking pretty decent again. The last one was 57 seconds. We're around the same pace on this one coming into the mage phase. Let's have a look what we finish on. Mr. Steph, thank you very much for the prime. Much appreciated. Coming into another phase here, the melee phase. Maybe we've got a different rotation. Yeah, I think we have a different rotation to last time. Let's have a look. It's a 115. Guys, I think I've done it again. I think I'm missing a kill. Nope, we're not missing a kill. It's still there. I just put them in the wrong order. It's fine, guys. It's fine. I put them in the wrong order. We do have one more kill. That's 9 kills. The last kill was a 115. Nashi looking for a 112 average here. Let's have a look. Billy gifting a sub to Rec as well. Billy, much appreciated, dude. You're an absolute beast. Thank you, mate. All right, last kill here. Decent damage on the first phase. Coming into the mage phase here. Let's see if he can hit himself some pretty big numbers. Not only with the blowpipe, but with the dark bow here. Definitely no point pillar stalling when you don't have that twisted bow in the inventory, which he does not. Currently saving up for. That's why you see him pick up those drops. I feel like he lost a little bit of time there with the dark bow spec as well. I'm not too sure, but he is going off! What the fuck? Who did this man sleep with at Jagex to get RNG like this? Is this going to be a 107? It's a 1 minute. That is a quick time, ladies and gentlemen. My word. A 1 minute time from Nashi. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to wrap up the Zulrah. A 112 average from Divine. He had a 107, a 107, a 107, a 107, a 116, a 119, a 142, a 106, a 105, and a 105. Nashi coming in with a 58, a 119, a 112, a 106, a 107, a 137, a 103, a 57, a 1 minute, and a 115 for an average of 109. The Step Brothers are actually going to take down the point at Zulrah, and we are going to a tiebreaker in our second match. My word, ladies and gentlemen. The Step Bros actually taking it down. If we go ahead and jump on over to the scorecard here, we can see Nightmare. Unfortunately, the Step Bros did not finish. They did not manage to complete their Nightmare, and it was a 526 for the OzTob boys. And at Zulrah, a 112.1 for OzTob and a 109.4 for the Step Bros. That's a 1-1 going into the final, which is going to be a theater of blood. Man, oh man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we need to get the ToB run for the Step Bros. Let's get that one up. I think, yeah, I'll just double check here. I'm pretty sure someone forgot to start recording. Yep, that is true. Looks like Koala forgot to start recording until mid-maiden. That's fine. We'll work around it. Not a problem at all. That is something we can definitely figure out, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Let me just update the scoreboard. So this one? Yep. So it is currently a 1-1. It's all happening, boys. It is all happening. Okay. Wait. Did I not write anything there? I didn't write anything there. Okay. We are good to go on the ToB run. It's currently a 1-1 Step Brothers versus OzTob. Let's get that playing. And let's get the transition going. Oh, wait. Hang on. Before we do that, let's get some ToB B-roll going, shall we? Up next, we'll be watching some Theater of Blood runs. each team will select 3 players to do 1 kill, and the fastest time between the 2 teams will take home the point for this boss. Dying in the Theater of Blood is especially scary because if the entire team wipes, the other team wins automatically. Okay, and this time I did it too late. Yo, Mr. Quadryu gifting 5 subs to the channel. My guy. Thank you very much, dude. Much appreciated. As we move on into the ToB for the Step Brothers, it is currently 1-1. This is going to be run by Big Nashi, also run by the Case Ace, a man that I've done quite a few ToBs with in my time. And then once it finally pops up, Mr. Koala, who forgot to record for the beginning of Maiden. You're going to see that quite a bit throughout this tourney, guys. People's perspectives not being there. Some for different reasons to others. Most of the time because they forgot recording. Sometimes because I don't want to show them on live stream. You know what I mean? And we're going to go back in. Whose gloves are not on? Who's got void gloves on? Oh my god. Nash. Nash. He still hasn't noticed. How long do you think it's going to be before they notice? Still not. We're at 50% Maiden. He still hasn't noticed that his void gloves aren't on. Oh, man. Really goes to show, as Rexy said here, you don't need great skill to become a maxed player, you know? You just need a lot of time. Come on, Nash. I beg. Come on, Nash. Oh my god, he's never going to notice, is he? He's going to go in for the melee after 30s. He's blowpipe in 4s now, which is interesting to see. Definitely wasting a little bit of time there. Hits the Vengeance. Now he hits the chins. Still hasn't noticed. Nashi. 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 Oh, man. Oh, man. Here we go. He's going to put his melee on, surely. And he's going to go hit the boss with his scythe. And now he's going to notice. He put the void gloves back on. And now he noticed. Okay. Okay. And now he's wearing his accumulator instead of his infernal cape. Oh, Nashi. I love you, mate, but my word, that was not good. Let's see what he's saying to the man here. Doing a speed run for ToB. I hate to tell you, Nashi, you are not doing a speed run, my friend. This is not fast. Whew, Nashi, you poor, poor man. All right, coming into bloat here. That poor Maiden aside, does he have the chat up? Yeah, it was a 2:23 Maiden, so probably about 20 seconds, 30 seconds slower than you would have liked to see from a Maiden in a speed run of ToB. Are we on Case Ace's perspective here? We are. Case Ace, probably the most experienced ToB runner out of all these boys. Done quite a few runs in his time. That being said, as good as you can be, you can't carry the whole team. And he's going to do his best to save as much time as he can. See what the other boys are up to. Koala, once again, not in max gear. Did he get... Yeah, he got hit by a hand there. Luckily enough, not dying. Koala on his Iron Man, not having max gear here is definitely going to help them out. Once again, guys, I'd just like to say we came up a couple teams short to get the Speedrun Cup underway. And the Step Brothers were kind enough to step up and say, hey, we might not be the best PVMers, but we'll give it a red hot crack. And they ran in here. So let's see if I can get the 2 down. Why did that go up and down? There we go. Let's see if I can get the 2 down on bloat here. 2 down would be a reasonably quick time considering how poorly it's gone to start with. And no 2 down. Case is going back in though. Let's get his perspective up. Where is he? He didn't kill it. He went in for the hit and he didn't kill it. What's it on? It's on 1.8%. Nashi now going in for the hit. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Thank the good Lord. Case finishes it off. Nashi, bro. I'm surprised we didn't see him up there in the cage with his bloody void gloves on. My word. And things are not going well. Here they are as well, using the first chest. Once again, no real reason to use that first chest. The only reason they have is because Koala here is an Iron Man. He's not going to be able to get that pot share. But if he was to bring in the stamina potion and pot share everyone else, that would work. So still, no real reason to be using that chest at the start there. And they're going to lose a little bit of time. The uncharged scythe. You know what? Obviously, someone had to authenticate these runs. So I've seen this run happen before, and I knew about that, and I forgot. He's come into the raid with an uncharged scythe. Nashi is having an absolute nightmare. Oh my word. Now, as he said, it was 7 a.m. It was 7 a.m. in Canada at the time of doing this. Not only is he, staying up late, he's actually doing this on Australian ping as well from the other side of the world. So, got to respect the man for coming out here and gaming, even under extenuating circumstances. I think that is the word I'm looking for. We'll take it. Extenuating, that'll do. Guess he wants to go to bed fast. Hey, he's doing the bed speed run. I can respect it. Sometimes you just got to get a little sleep in. Oh, man. Poor Nashi. Poor Nashi. At least you did your best step, bro. Extenuating? There we go. I got it. I got it. We finally got there. There's one thing you can rely on. It's Twitch chat to be able to tell you the word you're looking for. You can always rely on Twitch chat to do a lot of other things as well, actually. If you wanted to go to bed, why isn't he doing good DPS? Well, it's actually quicker to die than to complete the raid, mate. So, I mean, makes sense, right? Believe the word you're looking for is burger? Yep, there it is. Please don't make dumb cunt a thing, guys. I beg. I don't want it to become the meme in the channel. Cum dunt? Right, this is ridiculous. Let's focus on the Nihilocast room here. I don't think we're going to see these boys using any sort of interesting tactic. Yeah, okay, there's the dumb cunts. Okay. Telling Twitch chat not to do something, I guess I'm the dumb cunt. Brilliant. Oh, for fuck's sake. Things are looking okay here in the crab room. I don't think we're going to see anybody wipe at the crab room. But there's a lot of crabs on the field. A lot more than you'd be expecting to seeing in a speed run. There's EVscape logging out on Nashi's screen. Decided I would go to bed at this point, apparently. Rune darts? Oh my word. Who's... It's got to be Koala, doesn't it? It has to be. It has to be. And I mean, ladies and gentlemen, if you're Oz ToB at this point, you've got to be sitting there going, how on earth did these guys even win a boss? It should have been a swift 2-0, and it's turned into a 1-1 with a tiebreaker and a chance, an actual chance to move on to the semifinals. Speed running without the speed. These guys are just running. You're not wrong there, my friend. 26 hit points for Nashi. Hopefully doesn't die here on the Nilo boss. Nashi uncharged the scythe to buy Wrath runes. And that's where the RNG came from. Just running? Yep, exactly. I don't believe it. This is not looking good. He's not even wearing his void top. Nash, what is it with you and not putting things on that you need to wear? Someone get this man some inventory tags. He's got no idea what's going on. Oh, brilliant. I love it. Yep, still no Void top. He's hitting with Void Melee and an Ancestral top. He's got no clue where his inventory is. Oh, man. Brain off? Yep. Exactly. And they take down the Nilo boss. Nashi manages to survive there. Did get chanced by that hit. Luckily enough, didn't die for a second time. Is this world record pace at the moment? Yes, 9:23 total time. They are on world record pace. How this team in semifinals? The fuck? This is actually the quarterfinals, mate. The first round. We had 8 teams sign up for the Speedrun Cup, so we're starting in the quarterfinals. So they haven't made the semifinals just yet. This is the qualifying run. If they win here against OzTob, they will be moving on to the semis. The inventory setup is creasing me. Let's have a look here. Was any hammers hit? That is the real question. Do we see a BGS from any of the boys? Everyone's on their prayer tab. Well, there is a BGS there from Case, so we might see... Why did that go away? Yeah, we might see a BGS at some point. Yo, Billy, gifting a sub to Giggsy again. Thank you, mate. Here comes the maze. Let's see how much time Nashi waits here for the boys. None at all. None at all. I mean, a couple of... I mean... I'll be honest with you guys. That maze, I mean, obviously he did it pretty slow. He did it pretty slow, but that maze was a fucking snake. My word. Yo, Billy gets in another sub to D-Shrets. D-Shrets, welcome, my friend. We skip those mazes. Yep. You just run straight down the guts and pray for the best. Not good at all. Big ball coming out here. The gamers get together and tank. That's a 40 melee to Nash's dome. He's going to have to be careful here now. He is within 1 hit range if he gets hit by anything, and we do not want to see him die again. No, it's not, Jorsey. Sorry, mate. No, we can go between all of their perspectives, but we can't show them side by side. It'd be a little too small, man, and you wouldn't be able to see what's going on. Nash for the maze again. You can see the ping in his clicks, though. Look at the ping. Like, he clicks, and 4 seconds later, his character moves. So, you can't blame the man for taking the maze this slow. It is not good. Yo, Billy, another one. Hid, welcome to the team, mate. Much appreciated, much appreciated. Coming into the last phase here. Anybody got a spec? Looks like nobody has a spec. Oh, that is a disaster that nobody has a spec. Koala's going to take a big 48 to the dome there. Is he going to die? Nope. Gets the prayer on in time. Looks as though the specs are going to be coming back. I don't think we will see a hammer. Nashi hits a hammer. Anybody else going for one? We might see some claws from the other boys. Both of them on 50% spec. Is there going to be any specs? There's got to be some specs. Come on, Koala. Launch those claws. Let's see the number. That's a 252. Not too bad. Case. Going to launch the claws here as well. Let's have a look. 496, pretty decent, pretty decent. And the Step Brothers are going to be moving on to Zarpus. They've survived, boys. They've survived. It's going on, Toasty Bits. Thank you, mate. And Billy coming in with his 50th gift sub. Thank you very much, Billy. Crazy support, mate. You're a beast. And once again, all of that money going to be split up between the teams that are participating today. Thank you, Fattos. Much appreciated, bro. A lot of time spent at the chest here. The time in between the rooms is going to count. I wonder if we're going to see any scythe walks from the boys here, the Step Brothers. Are they going to be scythe walking Zarpus? 5-tick or 4-tick? We're about to find out. Still doing better than Shadow Raid Legends? That is true. 400 ping 5 tick. Well, we're going to find out. The uncharged Scythe Walk. I feel as though at this point with an uncharged Scythe, Nashi might be better off just punching Zarpus. If we see him punch Zarpus, I'll be a happy man. I'll be a happy man. Just Dragon Warhammer spec? Yeah, I wonder what's better DPS at that point. Oh, man. Hey, as a wise man once said, ladies and gentlemen, you don't need a charged Scythe when you're a human T-Bow, and Nashi is a human T-Bow. The man is a weapon on the sticks. Let's find out if he can do the 400 ping 5-tick Scythe. Oh, man. That ping is so bad. Look at it. Oh, my God. How's he even playing? He's actually pulling off the 4-tick, though. This is decent. And now it's gone. He had the 4-tick going, but he decides against it. 4-tick, 5.3. Same shit, innit? Years of 416 practice. Exactly, mate. Exactly. Why not just blowpipe? He has rune darts inside his blowpipe, mate. And he didn't actually notice until after the raid that his Scythe was uncharged. Yo, Billy, gifted another sub. Thank you, mate. The wise man once told me you're never out of position if you can hit Verzik with 2 clean specs. I'm confused. I'm very confused. Nash has D darts. I know. I'm taking the piss, guys. Come on. Zarpus is on 46% health, and they've ragged every possible square they can. I think we're gonna see. I think we're gonna see the blowpipe come out here. I don't think we're going to see the blowpipe come out here. I think we're going to see Nashi say, can't be bothered. I'm just going to T-bow this bad boy from the back of the room. Oh, no. This is a disastrous run for the Step Brothers. They have ragged almost every square they possibly can next to Zarpus. Almost every single square. I won't be able to show it on stream, Nashi, the way that things are set up, mate. I apologize. Won't be able to show it, bro. But thank you. Thank you for sending it over to me. I'll definitely have a good laugh at it later. Is the world record run? I wouldn't be surprised. These guys are getting some pretty good RNG here on Zarpus. And not only that, they are quite good at what they do. So definitely won't be surprised if this is a world record run. How did he get to 115 stats? I don't think he has a divine. I don't think he has a divine potion. So that would explain it. It'll end you on Twitter? I'm so confused, Nash. I'm so confused, man. Ice Kelp solo to ToB fast in the Zarp room. Oh, end up. I was like, you're going to end me on Twitter, Nash? What do you know that I don't know? My word. Coming into Verzik here, boys. Can we see a very, very quick Verzik? A 16:05 going into Verzik. We're going to need to see, you know, somewhere between a 3 and 4 minute Verzik run if we're going to have any sort of decent time. So we need a world record Verzik. A world record Verzik, ladies and gentlemen. See the specs here. Decent specs from Nashi. Not using the crazy strategy of dropping the staff at the boss. Just deciding to drop the staff at the pillar instead. Playing it safe. Just getting the kill. Because believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, even though this time is super, super slow in terms of a speed run, the rules of the Speedrun Cup say that if you wipe, the time doesn't matter. So even if they do this run in an hour and ToB wipes, they still win. There's always a chance in the Speedrun Cup. Always a chance. ToB wipes, good one. I would go as far as to say that ToB have probably gone into raids and not made it past Maiden more times than any other team in the game. I would go as far as to say that. Oztop could go for a piss break during Verzik and still win. That is very true. Very true. P-neck bloat rushes? Exactly, exactly. I don't think we're going to see too much of that during the Speedrun Cup. I think most of the time they're just going to play it safe. They don't want to die. If you die, well, you wipe. It's over. The other team wins. No prayer. No prayer from the boys here. There's 2 restores in his inventory. There's 2 restores in his inventory. Why are they trying to save prayer here? I suppose they probably expect the Verzik to go for about 8 or 9 minutes, so they might need that extra prayer in their inventory. Saving 20k, that is true. At this point, it's kind of just a money raid. They're just trying to save as much money as they can and hopefully get a drop. Oh, man. A disaster for the Step Bros. Still waiting to my Void Gloves on in Maiden. Nash, I know that you moved overseas, mate, but you didn't, like, unlearn how to speak English, did you? Jesus Christ. Nash, he's cooked. It sounds like he's had a few Oprah tin-frees, you know what I mean, boys? Right, coming into the 35s here, the red crabs actually looking pretty decent. That I felt like that went very quickly. Went in Whistler. Exactly, mate. Exactly. What's the percentage on the boss right now? 25%, 22% going into the second red crab. So not the ideal second red crabs they're looking for there. The bags aren't only under my eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, the captain of the Step Brothers there, Nashi. The bags aren't only under my eyes. What a man. I can't believe it. Oh, moving on. Third down with the crabs. Currently sat on 13% on the boss. And they are going to be doing damage to the crabs, so they're not confident they can get this last 13% before the next crab spawn. Can we put on some subtle background music for this? We probably can do that, mate. Yeah. Let me just quickly put on some subtle background music for you guys. Oh my god. Sorry. Okay. Okay, subtle music. Apologies about that, guys. My bad. Is that better? A little bit better for you guys there. Be honest, did you do that on purpose? I'll let you leave that one to your imagination. Moving forward. They do manage to get 4 down at Verzik. Definitely not what they would have been looking for. And Nashi, a little bit behind on the webs here, but they are going to catch up. Case still running behind. I think he's going to get caught here. No, Case does manage to catch up. Let's have a look over on his perspective here. The big ace. They are all on the same tick. Oh, no, he's not. No way. No way. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how to get caught on the webs. All 3 of them getting stuck on the webs there. Absolute disaster. You absolutely hate to see it. Pot share coming in there from Nashi, launching over the stamina potion to Case. Yellows come out. It looks as though the green ball's going to come out before they even hit purples. Definitely not the fastest Verzik in the world. But, as I said, just getting the kill in the Speedrun Cup could be enough. Let's have a look here. Yep, pretty decent. Swipe, swipe, swipe. There we go. Let's have a look at the time in the chats. Why did that zoom in so hard? Oh no, boys. I fucked it. The time was... Oh god, where have I got it written down? There's no purple, boys. There wasn't a purple drop, unfortunately. Okay, here we go. I've got it. I've got it. It is a 24:51. 24:51. Well, at least they got the completion, guys. That is the important part. What we're going to do now is go ahead and get ToB's perspective up. They've got a 24:51 to beat, and they are currently the world record holders for the 5-man ToB. They don't often run 3-man ToBs, mostly the 5-man going for the absolute fastest time, but they know their way around a theater of blood room. That is for damn sure. We are ready to go here. Let me just quickly check everything is set. Beautiful, and we are good to go. We're going to transition over into the match, and we have ToB running their ToB run for the victory in round 1. Let's see if they can take it out. A 24:51 to beat. We've got Unluckers running with Divine and Jinemy all running their ToB here. System update, Monka S. Are they going to be able to get the job done before the system update comes in? If they hit the system update, they're in for a bad time, because 24 minutes 51 seconds was the time for ToB. As we see here, all of them getting hit. Pretty decent spawn here for, I believe, Unluckers on the freeze. Manages to catch the first one on the south side and manages to catch the first one on the north side. And Divine chinning them down, just smashing those crabs as quickly as he possibly can. And he's going to get straight back on the boss. And it looks as though 50s are about to spawn just after 70s are dead. So pretty quick maiden time so far. They are punching it down. Maybe not as quick as they'd like. They might have wanted to see the 50 spawn there as the 70s were still up. That might be more of a 5-man strategy, and didn't manage to catch 2 in the clump there either. I don't think you catch 2 in the clump in the speed runs, because you don't have time to catch 3s and 4s, and you only want 1 freezer. 30s coming in here as well. A little bit of time wasted hitting the boss here for Unluckers. Maybe could have got 1 more hit off on the boss, but he is going to freeze all the crabs. And looking pretty good to go for the crab skip here. Let's see if they can get it. Unluckers coming in with the scythe. Sitting on 17%. Let's have a look. Takes the vengeance. 10%. First crab coming in. The Challies. No, that's 122 heal. Challies. No. That's a failed crab skip for ToB. And that is going to be a little bit of a time waste. Obviously, if you can't get the skip, you would be better off killing the crabs, but sometimes you just got to risk it for the biscuit. The biscuit was not obtained here, and this is the difference between a regular speed run and the speed run cup. Here at this point, you would just see these boys resign, leave, come back to another run. It's not worth it. That 207 maiden, not quick enough, but here in the Speedrun Cup, you get 1 chance, 1 shot. RNG has to be permitting, as well as the skill level. And unfortunately, this time it was not there for them. Jinemy walking in as soon as he possibly can in the boss room. Don't see any Phoenix necklaces in his inventory, so I don't think we're going to see a P-neck blow from anyone. If ToB is not going to attempt it, who will? These guys are the masters of the ToB. We'll see Bloat come down. We'll see how quickly Divine and Unluckers get in the room. I think they're going to start off with a Chally spec here, depending on where the boss goes down. Decent spot by the looks of it. Not the best for them coming into the room, unfortunately. They're going to miss quite a bit of time coming into the room there. Clients? Never heard of him. I've never heard of Clients either, guys. Never. It's not Client, he just has low RAM. Exactly, guys, exactly. And that is going to be a 40% on the dot first down for Bloat for the ToB boys. 40% decent, relatively good chance they're going to get a 2 down here with RNG permitting. And honestly, knowing these guys, if they don't get a 2 down, I wouldn't be surprised to see them just suicide and give up. Because, I mean, who wants to waste the time, you know? All right, let's see if they manage to get the 2 down here. We've got claws coming in from Unlockers. Any Challies? No Challies, so they're relying fully on the sides here, and the sights are going in. Oh my word. And that boss just disappears immediately. Immediately disappears. Looks like the game's glitching out, boys. I mean, wow. Charged sights. Yep, we see charged sights from all the boys now. Guys, this is the room that you want to be watching in here. We're going to watch Jinnamy's perspective. This man is an absolute beast on the sticks. We're going to see what he does in this room that none of us will understand to figure out how they're going to get this crab room done quick. Like I said, I'm going to message my friend Nakamichi after the stream and ask him all of the ins and outs of this room. Ask him what he can share for me, and I can get you guys some knowledge in the next stream. But let's watch Jinnamy here work his magic. Running around the room like no tomorrow. He's got the ham joint and full Inquisitor. So I'm assuming that the ham joint with full Inquisitor is actually better than the Swift Blade without full Inquisitor. Interesting. Click white shit. I mean, that sounds like the way to go. Okay. And that is a lot of water down the drain. I'm going to need to pee again very, very soon. That system update looks like it's not going to be a problem for the OzToB boys. They are absolutely pacing through here. Absolutely gaming, as they say in the biz. Big Adwam in the chat. Jinnamy is so dreamy. What a man. What a mighty, mighty good man. Sniff break. I did have to have a little sniff there, yeah. It is currently 1:30 in the morning in Australia, as you can imagine. Cocaine is used to keep people... Pepsi Max is used to keep people awake at this time. Jealous you can drink tap water? Why can't you drink tap water, Wanda? Gaming. I don't have a system update in game. This is pre-recorded. Yes. Show the Ranger POV. Do you really want to see the Ranger POV that bad, ladies and gentlemen? We'll get it on. Big Divine here. The man that lost Zulrah for his team. I can't believe it. Let's have a look. Divine so dreamy. I tell you what, he is a great man. I enjoyed hanging out with the OzToB boys in their Discord while I was watching their runs. Very funny men. I enjoyed their company a lot. High RAM, yeah, interesting. It's I believe only one of the players on the team has low RAM, so it is what it is. He is in fact clicking the green. That is correct. The man that is in charge of killing the Rangers is in fact killing the green things. I don't believe it. Oh my word. Yo, Billy gifted another sub. Billy, thank you so much, mate. Honestly, support's been crazy. Once again, guys, all of the proceeds from the Twitch stream will be going straight back to the players that participated. All of the sponsor money going into the prize pool, and to pay the man that did the graphics, Hootie Tootie, the big man. So I appreciate all the support, guys. Thank you. The speed, that was easily the fastest crabs we've seen. Easily. Wait, I'm getting paid, he says? No, you're not. I changed my mind. Yo, Billy, gifting a sub to Snell. Big Gav in the house. Thank you, mate. Thank you. All right. Jumping back. Who has the best aspect ratio here? Jinnamy's inventory takes up 95% of his screen. I just... How does he even know what's going on? Like, what color is the boss? I don't know. All I can see is my void range. Like, what? Popping Venge's off here, and Divine gonna take a 36 with the Venge. Billy gifting a sub to Big Uncle, my man. The man that only types in caps. What a guy. Looks as though the boss is going to go down pretty quickly here. Scythe swings. Last swing. Whoo, that could have been a disaster. Almost missed a few hits there. Now, coming into Sodazeg. we're going to need to see some pretty decent hammer specs here. Once again, Xeric, probably the biggest RNG boss of all. You really need to hit those hammers. The music ended on the boss death. That was Pog. Some might say it was planned, others might say it was fate. I would say I can't even hear the music, so I don't know what happened. Looked as though there was just one Dragon Warhammer spec there. One minute and 30 seconds ahead of Step Bros, apparently, coming into Xeric. That is quite the time difference. Any maze speedrunners? Let's have a look. Who cops the maze here? Yep, there we go. It was Divine. And look at the boys. No time lost on the maze whatsoever. A little bit of damage taken there from Unluckers, but they are going to absolutely power through that maze. Look at the difference between ToB and the Step Brothers on the maze there. You can see the specs on the client. 3 hammer specs. I don't think that Unluckers has hit 3 hammers on So here, mate. We can run mazes without the client comes in with Nakamichi. And there it is, boys. What gamers? Don't even need a client to run the mazes. Let's watch number 2. The maze coming up in just a second. About to hit that 33%. We'll find out who hits the maze. And then we'll watch the other perspectives. Okay, here we go. Let's have a look at the maze here. The Unluckers. Not the best call out there. Didn't really call the west side, but basically no time lost. Ragged the square there. Not good from the maze runner. Big Jinami. Not good at all. And that is 2 hammers for the final phase. That is good news. 2 hammers on the final phase. Very happy. Jinami footwork. There it is. He probably skipped the row. Ah, that's smart. I never thought about that. What a man. These guys are here gaming. I don't even remember that. Hey, there it is. And Xeric absolutely deleted there. Killed so quickly, he just disappeared. I don't believe it. See how much time they wasted the chest here. I don't think they're going to waste much time at all. These boys know what they're doing. 2 restores and the rest in brewers. And Bob is your uncle there. Very quick work from the ToB boys. I have no water left in my bowl, guys, and my voice is struggling. I'm definitely going to have to go get another glass after this. Exactly, Mr. J Initial. Exactly, mate. Right-click so fast you didn't even see it. Drinking like a fucking fish. I'm talking so much, Benjamin. Talking so much, I need to absolutely smash the water down. Exactly, Mankey. Exactly. That's what I'm saying here. Now, ToB boys, you are not going to see these boys miss a... What the fuck is on the ground? Alright, Unlucker's deciding that he wants to draw a picture on the floor in the Zarpus room. Fair enough. And like I said, you're not going to see these boys miss a single hit. It's a 51 BGS from Divine, 60 from Unluckers. I can imagine defense would be close to 0. The 5-tick sights coming in. Currently on 50% on the boss. The music has stopped, and I was trying to figure that out. This is super awkward now. Let's put that on. Yep, Bob's your uncle. We're all good now, boys. Any box enthusiasts? The big CBT. I do believe we're actually going to be watching their perspective last today. I know the boys have been around since the start, so apologies that you're going to have to wait around for a little bit longer. I think we are, in fact, watching your perspective last. Can you please play WAP? That's a wet-ass pussy. There's the Screech. 25% left on the boss. Any swipers? No swipers by the look of it. And it's gone pretty well for them so far. Claws coming in from Jinami. Managed to save that spec on the first phase because he didn't have to launch the BGS. Enough damage from the rest of the boys not to have to do it. So an extra claw. I'd love to see it. Struggling to find these features they're using. You're not looking hard enough, mate. That's the problem. Oh, unlockers! Oh, and there he goes. It doesn't count because it was the last hit, but he's getting absolutely planked there. Unlockers, unlucky, my friend. That is a 49, 49, 49 to the dome. Coming into Xeric. Anybody got a time in their chat? A 12:52 coming into Xeric. They've got a 24 minute and 51 second to beat. We'll find out if they can take it down. Where the Guidebook P1's at? Yeah. Don't know where the Guidebook P1s are at, man. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know what that means. It's just 3 chances to do the fastest ToB? No, it is 1 chance to do the fastest ToB, my friend. Exclamation mark plugins, guys. If you've got questions about anything they're using, that will explain what is going on here. And they're just going to tank this last one. Unlocker's not going to tank it. Decides to go behind the pillar. Wait, did I not add that command in? I swear I added it in. Maybe I... Hang on. Let me just double check while we watch these guys do their work. 1 sec, boys. I swear I added it in. There's no plural. It's just exclamation mark plug-in. Yeah, he's not wrong. Exclamation mark plug-in. There we go. If you want an explanation as to what you're seeing on the screen there, fellas? Yep, pretty much, Adam. Not going to lie about that one, mate. We're going to have a sniff at how they go on the red crab phase. I'm going to change perspective. It looks as though this one isn't the best quality. Unlockers might have been recording his perspective on a toaster. I'm not 100% sure on that. Divine looking a little bit better. Damn, that was a quick 35% there. Still got the purple crab up, and that's going to get taken down. Red crab's down. First phase. Currently sitting on 24.5% after the first red crabs. Let's have a look. 15% after the second down. They're not even going to bother hitting the crabs here. Oh, that is a heal from Divine. That's 27 damage he did not want to deal to the boss. 15% and they're going for it. They're going for the 2 down. And I think Divine has swapped out his scythe for a ramen noodle on a stick. They're back at 15% on the boss, and I think, yep, now they've decided, listen, maybe we'll hit the crabs a couple of times going into this 3 down. They tried for the 2 down. It did not go to plan, and I think they're just going to take the 3 now. 10% left. Goes for the claw, 6.7. One more hit here. One more hit, 4.2%, 2.5. No, they're going to... Oh, man, that's not good. They're going to have to go for the 3 down now. 4 down. 4 down. 5% left on the boss. They'll get the 4 down here, but that's an extra 30, 40 seconds they did not need to add to their time. That's what they get for not blowpiping the red crabs. Oh, couldn't agree with you more, Mr. Umofo7. Could not agree with you more. Scythe of Noodle, exactly, ladies and gentlemen. Who we got the tank on here? Let's see. We got the tank on Unlockers. This man, well versed in the art of tanking, believe it or not, doesn't even have anything on the screen telling him when to move. He's just that good. Chance? I didn't even see them get chanced just then. What happened? Web phase. Missing a hit does unlock us here at the start. Let's see the rest of the boys all in time there. Who got chanced? Melee chanced? Oh, no. Oh, no. That is not good. Could have been a wipe for OzToB. Could have been a wipe. Obviously, you can see the time, boys. Very likely to win here against the Step Brothers unless they die. So, obviously, before they went into their run, they didn't know the time of the Step Brothers, so they don't know whether they need to go fast. They don't know whether they need to go slow, and they're just trying to get it done as fast as possible. That's the point. Is that a 0.2% before yellows? That is sad, man. That is sad. 0.2%, and there it is. OzToB coming in with a 1951. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it for the OzToB versus Step Brothers match. And that is going to be a W for OzToB. Moving on to the semifinals. Let's go ahead and have a look at the final scores here. Make sure it's the right one. There it is. Transition across. OzToB taking out the Nightmare with a 526 against a wipe from the Step Brothers. Yes, that is a wipe from the Step Brothers. And then it looks as though it was a 112 Zulrah versus a 109.4 from the Step Brothers. So a 1-1 going into the Theater of Blood. And they actually won the Theater of Blood by 5 minutes. 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely insane scenes. Once again, guys, Hootie Tootie on the graphics. Give him a big Pog champion in the chat. We'll go back to the webcam scene here. Gonna go ahead and get the updated bracket on the screen for you guys. Just gotta double check I don't accidentally leak the next round. Beautiful. That's exactly what we're looking for here. And the bracket. OzToB moving on to the semi-final number 2. They will face the winner of Nerds with Attitude and Cthulhu Box Theory. And the semi-final 1 will be Veric Inters versus the winner of Schleem versus Glances. Now, let me just go back to the webcam for a second, double check who we're going to be spectating next, because I don't actually know. That's not what we're looking for. I think that's what we're looking for. Yeah, okay, so we are going to be spectating the Any Glances versus Team Schleem will be the next one that we're spectating. Any Glances captained by Puggin and Team Schleem captained by Jamplex. So let's go ahead and find out the bracket. No, the drafts. We're going to have a look at the drafts for this next round. Beautiful, transitioning in. So we have Team Schleem versus Any Glances here in a best of 3. Team Schleem banning the Inferno here. I think this was just basically because they don't run it very much. They're not well versed in the Inferno, like people like Shawnee and Gino that will be running some later potentially. They're not that great in the Inferno, so they said, you know what? We're going to get rid of this, and we're not going to do it. Vorkath ban from the Glances. Once again, I don't think it was a strategic choice based on who's on the other team to ban Vorkath. I think it was more a, well, can't be bothered doing Vorkath. We're just going to get rid of it here. A Chambers of Xeric pick for Team Schleem and a Nightmare pick for the Glances. So once again, we're going to see a Cox Nightmare run for this round of 8 battle. It is the quarterfinals, Team Schleem versus Any Glances. Pardon me. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to once again get up, go get myself some more water. My voice is absolutely struggling. I'm going to turn the music back up for you guys, and I'll be back in 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're back with Glances versus Schleem right after this. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. What do I need to show before the match? Hootie's going to kill me if I forget to show something. I don't think I've forgotten to show anything here. We are about to watch the... Any glances come up against Team Schleem. Let me just go ahead and get that over there. First thing we're going to watch is the Chambers of Xeric. We're going to watch the perspective of the Schleem team. Now, I have to warn you here. One of the members from Schleem sent me their file, and when I say this man recorded on a toaster, that would be an understatement. I think he sent me a 240p file. So, one of the perspectives is not the best quality. We'll try and avoid it for the time being, but we may swap to it at some point. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to jump into a Chambers of Xeric. I'm going to show you guys the COX B-roll just to explain what's going on here, and I'll see you guys in 10 seconds. This is the Great Olm. You'll find him inside the Chambers of Xeric, which is our next boss. For the Chambers of Xeric, each team will select 3 players. They can find any rotation they desire, and the team with the fastest time at the end of the raid is the team that takes home the point. Since the Chambers has no penalty for death apart from losing points, there will be no penalty for death inside the Chambers. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, let me turn that music back on, and I fucked it up again. I have not changed the scorecard here. Give me 1 second. It is currently a 0-0 Team Schleem versus Glances. 0-0, and we are about to run into the raid. This one is going to be run by Mr. Baseneat, aka Jamplex. It is also going to be run by, if we get the party started here, Pangolins and Swint Sama, the man with the not the greatest, toaster, guys. I mean, what can you do? It's a toaster. It's just... So I think we'll spend most of the time watching Mr. Swint Sama here. A very good perspective, you know? The FPS, you love to see it. Coming into Vasa here, we're going to see some vengeances popping off. And the question is, how high are they going to hit? I'm going to tell you right now, they're going to hit 80 on every single player. That's going to do 240 damage back to the boss. Bang, look at that, instantly. Can we get a 1 down before the crystal? ToB absolutely noodling here for Mr. Swint Sama, and that looks like, yeah, 100, maybe a little bit less than 100. Yeah, 100 hit points for Vasa coming up to the first crystal. I don't understand what has been typed in the chat right now, but I will tell you that I do want to get involved in the copy-paste, so I'm going to join. There it is. Okay. I think I seen it. What'd you see? Coming into Tecton here, it looks as though Swint is going to be taking on Tecton by himself. The other two boys a little bit lagging behind here. And it aggroes Pangolins. It didn't aggro Swint, who woke it up. Pangolin's a little bit too far into the room and messed up the lure here. I'll be very surprised if they get a 1 anvil. Very, very surprised if they get a 1 anvil hill after that. Yep, straight back to the anvil, and that is a disaster. 178 hit points. Damage that they definitely could have done while Tecton was walking back from the... Oh, no. Oh, no. We have to watch the potato recording. We gotta watch it. Oh, no, Swint. That is a disaster for Mr. Swint Sama. He's died on Tecton to one of the falling rocks. Not what you want to see. And he's going to have to run all the way back from the start of the raid to get back to the room. It's all over. I mean, it's not looking good. This is the first boss they're going to do. So it's not looking great for the big Schleem here. Swint Sama taking a seat. And here we go. He's back, boys. He's running back into the room. But we finally got some decent looking screen. And they're going to take down Tecton after 2 anvils. 2 anvils. Yep. Not the best performance to start with. Like I said, guys, this is the first old school RuneScape PVM tournament with money on the line. Not only is there money on the line, $1,200 for first, there's also pride on the line. A lot of these people spend a lot of time running these speed runs, and they want to prove that they're the best. And nerves can definitely get to you, and not stepping two tiles at Tecton can actually... Did you guys hear that? That was fucking loud. Bad crabs? Yeah, they got bad crabs as well. They might have the VTV crop, but this crab room is going to take a little bit longer than expected. Is Pangolins going to hit this? Oh, no. Oh, no, boys. This is their pick as well. This is their pick. Schleem have picked Cox. They've got themselves some bad crabs, and they've missed the first rotation on bad crabs. Not what you want to see. Not what you want to see. Hopefully they can make up a little bit of time later in the raid. But just remember, guys, for every bad piece of RNG they have, the glances could get worse. Oblivion crabs. Hey, listen, I'm not saying anything. They've missed another one! Oh my word. Jam running down, tanking 2 orbs. They finally get the mage off. Little bit of nerves coming in from the boys. A little bit of nerves coming in from Schleem, and it's costing them a fair bit here on their Chambers run. Here we go. Swint gonna sip that overload after Tecton. Not gonna have enough room in his inventory to equip his twisted bow. Is he gonna realize in time? Gonna have to drop that bro over there, get the T-bow on. Misses a couple of hits here. Learn a speedrun. Guys, leave them alone, okay? Alright? I didn't see any one of you laughing at them in chat signing up for the Speedrun Cup. Apart from the people in the chat that did sign up for the Speedrun Cup. So if you didn't sign up and you're laughing at them, you're a coward. Having a sweet here at Vespula because he's run out of stamina. Not good. Not good. Laughing at people doing things I can't is one of my favorite activities. That is true. It is one surefire way to make yourself feel better. Is to laugh at people doing things that you can't badly. So that's all right. And I'll be completely honest with you guys. I mean, even with all of these little mistakes they're making, they are still running a reasonable time. Not the worst, definitely better than I can do, so I definitely can't argue with that. Is he going to die here again? Okay, I think he's good. Rope crosser dies, guaranteed. Let's have a look on the 240p monitor. Looks as though he's going to survive. Okay. I can't actually see how many hit points he has, but it looks as though he's going to survive here. Thank the Lord. He lived! Could have killed Rope by now. Leave him alone, guys. Right. Tightrope was the last room. They're going to be coming into Ulm. 7 minutes on the clock before they even hit the bottom floor. Not the best time in the world. Did he record on a potato? I'm not too sure what he recorded on. But I do know that even with how small the file was, considering how good the quality was, where he's from, the internet is so bad it had to be sent overnight. So I felt for the man. If he had recorded in 1080p, it probably would have taken him 4 weeks to transfer it to me. So, you know, not much you can do about it. All right. That was decent. 2 hammers and a 16 BGS, I believe. So Not too bad on the first hand here. They've got a lot of time to make up, so they need all of the specs they can get. And one of them waiting in the middle here. It looks as though Jam's waiting in the middle. They turn the head finally, and they're going to be getting into that 4-0, I think they call it, for the mage hand in solos. Doesn't matter how many times I see it, guys. Watching 3 people do the mage hand at Ulm in the solo method at the same time is always fucking majestic, man. So fucking majestic. Makes me wish I had friends and I could do this with them, but, you know, when you sit inside all day playing video games, it's hard to find people. Is that an Infernal? Hang on a minute. There's no mage cape in the inventory. Interesting. He's too scared to go to the wildy. I mean, with PKers like you out there, Giggsy. Fucking hell, mate. Can you blame him? I still remember that time you went out fucking PKing at Black Chins and you died to a chin jumper. What do you fucking mean? Leave him alone. All right, coming into P2 here. Let's have a look at the hammers. I actually want to watch the BGS here. 0-0 and a 5. Oh, God. I had to clench my bum hole for that one. You hate to see that. And Jamplex here running a little bit too early. The head not turning. Oh, no. That is a disaster for the defense reduction for Team Schleem there. Another dose of overload coming in from Mr. Swintsama. Ferocious gloves for Mage, best in slot. Don't see anyone wearing any ferocious gloves there, mate. You might be a little bit blind. I know it's not the easiest thing to see. You can't really tell who has what on, but no one is in fact wearing their ferocious gloves. Alright, here we go. Coming into the melee hand. Decent switches. Pretty quick on the sticks. Supply's looking good for everyone, at least. That is important. Well, maybe not great. That is 2 doses of brew left for Jam. And 3 brews left and a tea for Pangolins over here. So they're running pretty decent on supplies. Torture. Oh, man. See, this is it. This is it. From this day forward, I will never, ever laugh at a person that uses inventory tags. Ever. Clearly they're needed. You need inventory tags, guys. How am I supposed to know that I've got my fucking occult necklace on while I'm attacking the melee hand at all? Inventory tags, guys. You need them. Don't you dare say that. There's Shawnee coming in. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Alright, coming into the last phase of Ulm here. Already 11 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. I don't think Schleem's going to be too happy with their time here. Coming into the P3 of Ulm. I can imagine they'll be pretty disappointed. Few mistakes made throughout the raid that cost them quite a bit of time. Get out of it, uncle. So we're not going to have any loser bracket rounds, Shaz. We're not going to have any loser bracket rounds, but from the teams that did go out in the first round, 2 of the teams have graciously said they'll do a show match for us before the grand final on Sunday. There's a couple of bombs right there next to them. Wow, that was close. They almost just took some bombs to the dome, and that would have been disastrous because they're all on very low hit points coming into this mage hand. Let's see if we can get any heals in here. No HLC bracket. Struggling to stay in time here while they're turning the head at Ulm. Interesting to see. Now they're back in it. They should be good now. Run across the room from Mr. Jam over there. Picks up the brew. Can they get back in time is the question. Pangolin's running back into the middle. Head should turn. Yep, let me have a look, Shawnee. Okay, that's 4 hit points here for Swint. Is he going to go down? No, he manages to get his hit points back up in time. They got portals here just as the mage hand is dying. And acid! Oh my god. Disastrous. 1 hit point. Any chances in the chat? Mage hand goes down. Let's see how quick this head phase is. They're going to need to kill this head phase in about -2 minutes to have any decent time here. See if the RNG permits. And the RNG does not permit. Brewed down 50 range levels. He is actually at 120 Giggsy. And this might be it for Mr. Swinsama. We're surprised if he survives. Oh no! Was that? Yep, Jamplex goes down in the middle of Ulm. That's a chance right there. He's eating his sweets. No, don't eat the sweets. You're better off just dying, man. Oh, no. 15 hit points to Mr. Swinsama here. Let's have a look over at Pangolin's. He's got a brew in his inventory. His teammates are dying and he has a brew. What? He's pulled the perp and said, hey, that's my fucking brew. You know what I mean? Oh no, and there it goes. Let's have a look. A 15-12 at the Chambers of Xeric for Team Schleem there. And that was their pick. I don't think they'll be too happy with their efforts there. Now, we're going to go ahead and get up the perspective of any glances. I'm sure everybody in the chat will know the glances. Puggin, Lake, and X-Bay. Very, very well-versed PVMers. These guys know what they're doing everywhere in the game. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. There's a lot of hashtag glances in the chat. There we go. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let me just make sure I'm going to show you the right screen. Beautiful. It's my first time running a tournament by myself, guys. It's I'm scared that I'm accidentally going to spoil something, but looking pretty good here, and we are ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. Jumping on in to the Any Glances Chambers of the Xeric run. Alright, so this one is obviously run by Puggin, playing on the account Mr. Phased, and then we have Lake playing on Not Lake. Don't let the name fool you, this is in fact Lake. Cheeky man, I wasn't too sure if it actually was him when he started, but turns out he was just tricking us. And then we have Mr. X-Bay over here, who decided that he was going to record this perspective with his stream graphics still up, so shout out to Milcopia for the sub over on the X-Bay channel. Appreciate that, Milcopia. What a legend. Let's have a look at the BGS here. Oh, Lake swipes with the BGS. He's not going to be too happy with that one, but a massive hit for the second one, and a 58 for the... They've just killed Tecton as Lake hit his second BGS. What? They hadn't even finished specking the defense down, and Tecton is dead. Oh my god, coming into Krabs here. Lake gonna come in first with the other two boys behind. He's gonna hit the range crab here. Decided not to hit the orb and save a little bit of time there. Decides to let it just go through, and then he's going to send the melee down. Let's have a look here. Oh, he missed the melee hit, but I imagine Puggin over here. Yep, going to manage to get it there. But you see, they're not going to be smashing the crabs down here. They're going to be launching the crab straight up to the black crystal straight after this to save a little bit of extra time. The crab does move, and there they go. Are they going to get it in time? Oh, God. They don't get it in time. Puggin tanks a hit, losing a little bit of time there, but no way. Oh, no way. Puggin. I think he might have fallen asleep there for that one. I think he might have fallen asleep for that crab right at the end there. Bit unfortunate to lose a little bit of time, but they've got a 15-12 to beat, and they beat Tecton in about 13 seconds, so I'm not too worried about their run at the moment. Tecton, dumb cunt. Yep, there it is. Hello, Mr. Sink. How are you? I was just telling the chat before how you didn't sign up for the Speedrun Cup, and you also DM'd me saying you had sex with my mum. I couldn't believe it, mate, but it is what it is. I still like you, even though you shagged my mum. Good to see you here, Beast. Alright, coming into Vasa here. Doesn't look like they're going to get hit 80s. Is everyone venged? I don't know if Puggin's venged here. He cops it right at the end. Let's see the damage. 69, 69, 69. Nice. And that's going to be 153 damage back to the boss. 16% coming into the first crystal. Do they kill it? 3.3% coming into the first crystal. So close. So close to getting that down without the first crystal. These guys are having a god tier run here at the Chambers of Xeric. Turn the music down. Is it too loud, is it, mate? My apologies. I will turn it down a little bit for you. There we go. Perfect. Okay, Vasa goes down. Did they even bother picking up the potions there? I think they might have just picked up one pot. Oh, they got them both. Okay. Lake managed to get the drop there. Picks up both potions. Oh, they're coming into Guardians as well. They also decided to go for the Tecton Vasa Guardians. I do believe these guys just were of the thought process that, hey, we don't need a VTV crop because we are so fucking sick at the game, we're going to smash it anyway. And that is a quote. You can write that down. Puggin was the guy that said that. He even said so fucking sick as well. I didn't believe it because the guy doesn't swear, but hey, it's a quote. I'm just passing on information. Turn the music off, you dumb cunt. Oh, so I did. Apologies. Alright, and here we go. Guardians going down, and going down quickly. And that is the last rope. Wait, they got tightrope left, I believe, after this. Does any of them have the rotation still on the screen? No, they don't. So no one knows the rotation anymore, especially me. Louder? It's not going louder. Definitely not. Right, coming into tightrope here, I believe Puggin has the telekinetic grab in the inventory. Wait. Oh, I thought he was crossing the rope, man. I was like, he's the one with the grab. Right, okay. Scott just told you? Wait, what? Oh, right. Yep, sorry. I'm reading that wrong. I was like, what did Scott tell me? Right, coming into Ohm. Looks like they're going to have a 530 down? 535 maybe? That's a pretty quick time. That is a pretty quick time. Is it the same layout as the last team? It's not. Last time I had a VTV Croak. This is a Tecton Vasa Guardians. Hello, Callum. How are you, mate? That's 2 hammers and a 3 BGS. Not the best BGS, but 2 hammers. You'll take that. You'll take that. As you can see, the boots and the helm coming off there for Mr. Puggin. Everyone taking off their helm. No boots coming off the lake. His feet are cold, and I can respect that. It is getting cold these days, and no one has enough money to run a heater. Should have done CMs to keep this consistent. CMs was a bit of an oversight from me. I completely forgot they existed when I organized the tournament. So next time when we run a speedrun cup, CMs will definitely be part of the rotation. But we also want to have non-CMs as a choice. We'd rather have a regular raid as a choice as well for the teams to pick. Should have done CM so I could have saved 50 mil on scouts. Yep, there it is. This hand is melting. You might as well call it cheese. My word. Did you see that one tick pick up the overload, sip it and drop it from Puggin? This man amazes me. Just everything he does is so swift and clean. Incredible moves from the man. Puggin breathes in ticks. I wouldn't doubt it. One of my favorite ever clips is Puggin hitting a 7-way switch, taking off the boots and the defender whilst he's doing 4-0 on Ulm. Insane moves from the man. This man tick eats his breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Exactly. A 0 BGS on the second phase there. Didn't quite catch what the hammers were. It looks like actually Puggin didn't even hammer the second phase. 70 specs for the last phase apparently. Puggin is a tick. I agree. Let's have a look at the supplies here. We've got 2 brews for Puggin. Moving over to Lake, he's got 1.5 brews, and Mr. X-Bay over here with 1 and 3 doses. Also, he's got about, I'd say, 350,000 hit points worth of purple sweets in his inventory, so I don't think he's going to be running out of HP at any point throughout this run. 330,000 hit points, probably enough to do an Ulm run. Everyone's a god with a bit of Uncle Light. I mean, listen, you know. No sponsors on this stream. Funny story, actually, guys, while we're talking about Puggin here, the live stream of Puggin. I posted on Reddit last night that we're doing this tournament, and this dude in the comments section flamed the fuck out of me. He was like, how dare you invite him? He's such a shit YouTuber and fakes all these clips. I'm never ever watching one of your videos ever again. I can't believe you would do that. And I was like, my G, it's Puggin, not Sir Pugger. Chill. Like, and even if it was, what's your problem? Like, fucking hell. So, that's Reddit for you, ladies and gentlemen. I thoroughly enjoyed seeing that one. I had a good giggle at it, and we'll take it. We'll take it. My word. My word. Right, coming into the last phase here. Wait, where'd the spec go? Oh, man. I really got to start paying attention to this. Was anybody paying attention to how many specs got hit on the last phase there? What did Sir Pugger do though? I have no idea, bro. That's what I said to him. I was like, even if I did invite him, what's the issue? I'm so confused. 73 hammers? Yep, that makes sense. That makes sense, guys. So 73 hammers were hit on the last phase here. The defense bonuses of the last hand should be pretty minuscule. These boys are in the zone. Puggin going to take a hit here. He's going to translate that to his team, and they're going to stay in the middle. Almost copping the crystals. Playing with fire is Puggin here. Are they going to avoid the bombs? They are. Very juicy. Can I go to bed? Absolutely, mate. Tuck yourself in. What am I missing in the chat here? Tell us a joke? I don't have a joke, mate. I don't have a joke. I'm not a funny man. Mage hand going down. 10:58 on the clock. Looks like they're going to be coming into the head phase. Maybe at around 11:10. Is it just me, or did the Shadow Raid Legends have the fastest time going into the head phase so far? I don't actually remember. But I think they might have. The Kings. Team solo mission. Couple of pulls to start off the head phase. Not the ideal. He just one-ticked the pulls, man. I love watching this man work, honestly. It's insane. He's absolutely gaming, Plugin here. Absolutely gaming. He's walking around, avoiding the crystals. 35% left. There's a 12:34 for the Shadow Raid Legends, the fastest Cox time so far. Will they beat it is the question. Wow, that last 30% went down quick, and that is a 12:13 and a new PB for Puggin. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. 12:13 for the glances there. And that is going to beat the 15-12 from Team Schleem. We're going to move on to the next boss here, and that is going to be the Nightmare of Ashihama. Let's go ahead and get this one up. The Nightmare of Ashihama. Where are we looking? We're looking for Team Schleem. And we're looking for their Nightmare run. Perfect. Okay, okay, okay. We do have the Nightmare run of Team Schleem. Easy 2-0 for the glances. Well, we're about to find out because we are going to jump into the Nightmare of Ashihama. How good was that transition into the B-roll? Next up, we'll be seeing the Nightmare of Ashihama. Each team will select 3 players to take on the Nightmare, and whichever team has the fastest kill will take home the point. Deaths at the Nightmare are particularly bad for the team, as if you die and completely wipe as a team, the other team automatically wins. If all players from both teams die, both teams will repeat the kill. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have Team Schleem. Let's get this party started. Team Schleem doing their Nightmare run up against the Glances. We're going to have to go ahead and change that score there because the Glances did take... Why is it not popping up? Glances did take out the first round at the Chambers of Xeric, so it is currently a 1-0. We have Jamplex running with Mr. Pangolins, the toaster again, and Mr. Swint Sama. So, we're going to see if they can get themselves a decent time here on the Nightmare. We see the Volatile Staff in the inventory. There's a Sanguinesti Staff for Mr. Pangolins, and a Sanguinesti for Swint as well. So, don't have the best possible gear they can get here. Maybe couldn't get a loan in time, unfortunately, but at least one harmonized for the boys, and I believe that was a hit hammer spec to start the round. And didn't know Microsoft Paint developed a client. I mean, yeah. Yeah. All right. Where's the D2H coming from? Not the best D2H there, unfortunately. Looks as though they had two husks still alive. A cold one questioning the Venge. X-Bay questioning the Venge. They're the only 2 people in the chat that are allowed to question the Venge, because if you didn't sign up for the cup and you're taking the mickey, like I said, you're a coward. No husks, husks were first, which means they've got a slow rotation here, unfortunately. Didn't manage to dodge. Down to 65 hit points. Pangolins looks like he's on about, we're going to find out here, 46 hit points there. 65, 69. Nice. Music. Oh, that's right. Let me turn that back on. Apologies, guys. Husks coming out on the pillars as well, which isn't great because they're split up there. Not good. See, Pangolins cops a few, and also Jam copping a few. Interesting. Interesting. I don't understand how this boss works. It doesn't, mate. It's unemployed. I mean, that was bad even for my standards. I'm going to have to go ahead and apologize for that one, guys. That was shocking. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to keep that one to myself from now on. Oh no. Oh no. Right, coming into P2 here. I don't know if anyone managed to hit a spec. I'm going to assume that they did. Based on the current hit points of the boss. Maybe not. No idea. Get out of it, Shawnee. Leave him alone. Yeah, I'm going to say they probably didn't hit a hammer spec here, considering how long it's taken for this phase of the boss. I'll be completely honest with you guys. I didn't know that Vengeance didn't work at the Nightmare until today. And I'm now pretty upset that I may have done like 60 Nightmare solos with Vengeance. No, I didn't. I definitely didn't do that. I'm going to pretend that I didn't, at least. Yep, I mean, I just assumed that Vengeance would work at a boss. Clearly, I was wrong. And sometimes, you just gotta take the L, okay? And listen, if you're gonna be a dumb cunt, the best thing you can do is admit that you're a dumb cunt, because then everyone's just gonna expect that you be a dumb cunt. Simple as that, isn't it, boys? It's not difficult at all. It's not difficult at all. Right, coming into P3 here, we've got two parasites still alive, unfortunately. Pretty bad timing for the lads here. They managed to get the sleepwalkers down. And the parasites go down as well. Nope, they're going to miss a hit at the start here. Yeah, Swint missing a hit at the start because he was too busy killing a parasite. Pretty bad RNG not to take that one out before the Nightmare came back up. Did anyone hit a hammer spec? There's not enough spec. Not enough spec here for Jamplex. He does not have enough spec for his Dragon Warhammer. We should see him go for it straight after this. As soon as he gets the spec back, we might see a Dragon Warhammer. We've got 70% spec over here for Swint as well. Should see some claws coming in, and 448, pretty decent. What about Pangolins? Yep, I can't tell how much spec he has left. We'll move on. Yes. Sink, yes. Here come the spores. Once again, guys, you want to avoid these spores unless you're super tired and you're ready to go to bed, because they are going to make you yawn. And when you yawn, you miss a tick. You don't want to miss a tick when you're going for a speed run. It's very important you don't miss a tick. The harm goes on. The full mage gear goes on. See how quickly the pillars go down here. See if they pull up to the pillars. Oh, Northeast not going to go down. Pangolins is going to stay on it. Let's see where Jam gets around to. Final totem in the southwest. Northwest still not dead. Southeast not dead. This is a pretty slow pillars. Not looking good for the last phase. Let's have a look. The Nightmare time for Team Schleem. 6-12. Once again, I don't think they'll be too happy with their time there. Not having the best gear, it can definitely affect you in your runs. But It's the Nightmare. RNG permitting, these boys might still manage to pull out victory up against the Glancers. Speaking of the Glancers and their Nightmare run, let's go ahead and get that one up on the stream right now. And we'll pause that. We are ready to rumble. Who is ready to see the Glancers take on the Nightmare? Can I get a clap in the chat? Let's have a look, boys. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have the Nightmare for any Glancers up against Team Schleem. They've got a 6-12 to beat. Once again, we've got Lake running on Not Lake. We've got Huggin on Mr. Phased. And we have X-Bay on Me Disabled. Once again, shout out Milcopia for that sub. And Royster, 123 for the $10. Absolute weapons there. 20 seconds till the Nightmare awakens. 6-12 they're looking to beat. 6-12. Big Royster. A big fan. Let's have a look at the hammer specs. Who is hammering? Was that a 0? I think that was a 0. I caught it right at the end. I'm pretty sure I didn't see an XP drop there. So a 0 hammer to start out the Nightmare. Was there another hammer? Anybody else? Okay. I can see here that Lake has his plugin on. It says he's hit 1 hammer spec, which means Lake did get the backup. There we go. Good start as well. Not getting the Husks as their first Nightmare special. Getting the flowers instead, which is good. It means the Husks are most likely going to pop up just before the pillar phase and not affect them during the pillar phase. Wait, that's not Lake? Oh, shit, man. He is Clap, absolutely. If it's not Lake, who is it? Let's have a look at the D2H spec here. Was that a 1 hit? No, it wasn't. There's still 1 Husk left, unfortunately. 1 Husk left. Didn't get the 1 hit. But still a pretty pacey time just after Husks going into the pillars. Fast P1 for the boys. Mage Gear comes on. Harmonized Orbs come on. Augury comes on. See how quickly they can get these pillars down. They're still standing in the same position. I don't know if they're expecting the Husks to come out, but I think they're going to get this done quick enough that they don't have to worry about it. Let's have a look. Ooh, who took the damage there? Oh my god, it is X-Bays on 15 hit points. Drink the tea! Alright, getting these hit points back up in between phases. That scared me and scared me a lot. Let's have a look at the hammer here from X-Bay. Is he going to hit it on the second phase? He does. That's a big hammer, so they don't need to use their specs in other ways. They can save their claws, or save their specs for claws when the parasites come out. Cape, mythical cape, my friend. He had the mythical cape on for the extra crush bonus on that spec to be guaranteed to, well, not guaranteed, but more likely to hit the spec on that phase. Once again, Nightmare getting absolutely melted here. And as you see, Lake luring the Nightmare boss over towards the exit. The reason they do this, as you can see the outline of the Nightmare boss. That is its hitbox, and you can see how it's kind of trapped in the door there. That means whoever gets the parasite, the one person that doesn't get the parasite, will get their defense higher so that everyone else can step underneath the boss and the boss stays trapped at the top. Very unlikely for the parasite to actually hit the boss. They lured it in there and didn't go for that strategy. I'm super confused as to what's going on there, but that's the reason they did it in the first place. Is the boss killing live? It is not live, my friend. And after they finish with it, it's going to be dead. Coming into the pillar phase. Once again, very quick coming into the pillar phase. And Lake, he decides to go for the bash. Does anyone else find the animation for hitting with the harmonized staff so funny? It's like a big floppy knob just whacking the pillar. Brilliant. I believe that was because he was brewed down when he chucked on his staff. Unfortunately, the autocast not staying there. Coming into the last phase, once again, let's have a look at the hammer spec, the mythical max cape. In my opinion, the worst looking max cape, the mythical max. No hit there. Lake going to come in with the backup. Does he hit? He hits the backup hammer. So decent there. Doesn't matter what number you hit with the Warhammer. As long as you hit something, you are going to be having a good time. 30% defense reduction. Man's never seen Gothics. No, here's the thing. Here's my reasoning behind why the mythical max cape is the worst max cape in the game. Because the mythical cape looks so good, right? One of my favorite capes in the game for sure. And then you put it on the max cape and it just looks like shit. And I'm a big fan of the Gothics max cape. You know what I mean, guys? You know what I mean? All right, spores coming out here. We're going to hope that we don't see them hit any spores. We don't want them going to sleep. No yawning for the boys. 95 hit points left. Taking a while to get that last couple hundred. And here come the harms. Volatile spec. Boom. It's a big 90 XP drop. A 54 on the pillar. Probably not what Puggin was looking for here. I'm going to take the pillar out. Northeast is done. Pulling up on the northwest pillars. Anybody pulling up in the chat? That's on the gang. Last pillar about to go down. We're going to have a look at the time in the chat. Let's have a look. $6.12 to beat, and they get a 5.24, ladies and gentlemen. A 5.24, and that is going to be a swift 2-0 for the Glancers, taking out Team Schleem. I think Team Schleem might be a bit disappointed with their efforts there, but one run, sometimes things don't go your way, and mistakes happen. They might not be happy with it, but they have to take it. And we're going to go ahead and jump on over to the match card here. And there it is. Any Glance is taking it out with a 12-13. Chambers of Xeric up against a 15-12 from Team Schleem. And the Nightmare 5.24 up against a 6.12. So a quick 2-0 from the Glancers. And the Theatre of Blood did not come into play. It was a quick 2-0. They didn't have to play the Theatre of Blood. Now, here is the question for the stream, okay, guys? Because they were all pre-recorded, all the matches were pre-recorded, we didn't know if the Theatre of Blood was going to be necessary. We didn't know if they were going to have to run it. We didn't know if it was going to be a 2-0. So we got every team to record their Theatre of Blood anyway. All right, we are ready to rumble. Let me just make sure I'm not going to accidentally leak anything. Okay, looking good. Let's go ahead and change that to a 2-0. Good to rumble. All right, let's get in there, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. Nah, we can skip the B-roll this time. Right, let's do this. Can we get a fuck the high-level community? I think you just do this, man. There we go. All right, we have Mr. Lake, we have Mr. Puggin, also known as Mr. Phased, and we have me Disabled, also known as X-Bay. All right, coming in here, I didn't watch what they had on their hammer specs, but the boss is going down fucking quick. We're going to take down 2 crab here with blowpipes. Who is on the freeze here? Yeah, looks as though X-Bay is on the freeze. Who's on the chins? Puggin's on the chins. And that stack going down like a slot on a Saturday. Easily and quickly. Is this the 3rd tiebreaker? Yeah, it's supposed to be the 3rd tiebreaker, but it was a 2-0. So technically this ToB run doesn't count, but I figure we got it here anyway. We're here to showcase some of the best PVMers in the game, and I'd love to show off the skills of these boys. High detail, you love to see it. All right, let's have a look at X-Bay over here. Gonna catch the freeze. A little bit of time lost waiting for the crab to come out. Not the best spawn. Oh, no, actually pretty decent if he's going for the skip here. They just let the crab go in. Don't even bother trying to hit it. Benj comes in. They are going to go for the crab skip. They've got 17% left on the boss. 15, 10, 8. Claws go in. The Chelly goes in. Not big enough by the looks of it. The crabs go in. No, they're not going to get the crab skip. Unfortunate here. Yep, they got it down to about 2.7% before the crabs started coming in. And now they're back up to 10. Should still get the kill. I don't think there's any problems with that. But unfortunate not to get the crab skip at the start there. Alright, running into bloat. Once again, I don't see any P-necks in the inventory. I don't think we're going to see much of that throughout this tournament. P-necking bloat, quite a dangerous strategy when it comes down to it. But Claw's already equipped for leg. He is ready to slash that motherfucker up. Let's see it happen. Puggin first in the room. He's got the T-bow on. I mean, come on. He's fucking getting T-bow hits on bloat around the fucking corner. And bloat goes down. Let's see the BGS. That is a 60 BGS from Puggin there. He's going to be very happy with that. Done 0 damage though. Hey, it's not about the damage that you did. It's about the damage that you're expected to do. And over the long run, he's probably expected to do about 0.1 damage there. And that is worth it. That's a 37% first down from the glances. That is fast. 37%. These boys are absolutely gaming. And the tiebreaker, that was not necessary. Taking down Schleem 2-0. But now we just get to watch them do their thing. Any glances? Yep. Yep, definitely going to get the 2 down here. A 37% first down. Guaranteed to get the 2. Absolutely no problems there. Unfortunate that the bloat went down at the back of the room. Don't get to save any time there, but they are going to buy from the first chest as well. This is something that you won't see from the super fast ToB runners. You won't see them buy at the first chest there. No reason to buy at the first chest. Just bring a stamina potion in with you. It's one inventory spot, and you get to pot share right before you go into the Nihilocast room. And speaking of the Nihilocast room, the most boring room in the Theatre of Blood. You're doing completion time, not challenge time? Yes, Matt. I understand that anybody that does speed running for ToB goes off wave time. We're not doing that for the cup because, to be honest with you, it would be very boring to watch people sit outside a room, trade each other items, make sure everyone's venged, pot up, get ready for 5 minutes before every room. So, we're doing the speedrun cup. We're going as fast as we can. We're going off that completion time. Come on, bruh. Nilo is fun. Toy, there's no way you like it. There's no way you like the Nilo room. The boss, 100%. The Nilo room, nah. The Nilo boss is 100% the best. The Nilo room, so slow. They could just cut half of it out. You know what I mean? Listen, all right, boys. Listen. I see a lot of people in the chat that don't agree with my opinion. So here's what we're going to do. All right. Here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. And that's all I've got to say on the matter. Turns out I've got a cold one over at my house, boys. Yes, uncles, let's go. I haven't seen Corey in time, bro. Invite guest speaker to tell you why Nilo room is good. I would invite the guest speaker to jump on and tell me why the Nilo room is good. Unfortunately, the guy that I'm asking about the Nilo room, number one, he is participating in the next round of the cup, so I don't want him to spoil anything. And number two, I've spent quite a bit of time in a Discord chat with the man, and let me tell ya, he is not the kind of bloke that, number one, you'd bring home to mum, or number two, you would have on a live stream. You know what I mean? Some might say he's like Perp when he's not streaming. Nakamichi, yes. Look at that. No Cape knows exactly who I'm talking about just from the description. Ridiculous. He leaked already? Shit, man. Is this your first time watching, or have you watched and made notes? So I had to watch everyone do their runs for this round and the semi-final. So I know the results from this round and the semi-final round. However, I was graced by the presence of Hootie Tootie, who kindly took time out of his day to watch the grand final runs for me. So it will be a surprise for me as much as it is for the chat for the grand final run. I specifically didn't want to watch the grand final run because I wanted to be surprised on the day. I want to enjoy it with everyone else. Grand final runs will be played on Sunday. We're going to finish up this live stream in the next round with Cthulu versus NWA. And then we have the semi-finals tomorrow. Semi-finals tomorrow probably end up being, I would say, around a maybe 3 or 4 hour stream, and then the grand final on Sunday plus the third place match. The poll for who is going to win this match, somehow Team Schleem got 11 votes even though they've already lost, so I mean, it is what it is. And that is a Nilacast duration of 420. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what you do at 420. Blaze it, homie. Right, let's have a look at the hammers coming into Soat. That is a hammer from Puggin. Let's see if we hit a hammer anywhere else. Lake hit a hammer as well. So 2 hammers on P1 Soat. Love to see it. I want you guys to watch how fucking quick these guys do the maze. It's insane. Weed is so cool. I agree. I agree. Alright, 71% on the boss. Let's find out who gets the maze. He's spellbook swapping, that is correct. I believe it was Lake with the spellbook swap. Let's have a look. Puggin on the maze. Not even wasting a second. They immediately go straight into the maze. Don't take any damage. It's just incredible. Like, these guys almost come out of the maze before Puggin does, and he's the one that's showing them where to stand. These guys are fucking quick. If only I could convince my girlfriend that going fucking quick is sick, I would have a much better time, but I can't. She doesn't believe me. And ethical clients, well, they do say the best gamers don't need any help from the clients. I'd let these guys fuck my mum? Me too. I'd fuck your mum. 33%. Let's see who gets the maze this time. I want you to see how quickly they do the maze. Watch this. Huggin. Okay, maybe he wastes a little bit of time. Maybe a little bit of time. Fuck your mum right in the rune pouch. Interesting. 2 ticks wasted. SMH, my head. Couldn't agree more, Mr. Artisan Beats. 2 ticks wasted is 1.2 seconds. Could be the difference between a win and a loss. Could be the difference between a win and a loss. Quick maths? Hey, listen. It's not just Puggin who lives his life in ticks, mate. It's me as well. Matt done with EVscape. Exactly, mate. Exactly. Imagine losing ticks and still calling yourself a gamer. I know, man. These guys. Right, let's see how quick they buy from the chest here. Let's see how quick they buy. Tick on the nutsack? What are you talking about, Addy? Okay, a little slow on the buying from the chest there, but 3 brews, 3 restores, 4 brews, 3 restores, and 2 brews, 2 restores, plus a couple of manta rays. X-Bay is a gamer, ladies and gentlemen. I hope someone tick eats their ham joint this tourney. Would be epic. Alright, can we get a poll in the chat to ban Hootie Tootie? Tick eats their ham joint. Jesus Christ. Some men just can't be helped. That's a lot of ones, Hootie. Got anything to say for yourself? I agree, Taint. I agree, mate. It is a shame. It is a shame that we couldn't get any resources from the company that makes the game. But it is what it is. I don't know about you guys, but I think it's a pretty decent tournament regardless of whether we got any help from said company. I'm enjoying myself, and I hope you guys are enjoying yourself as well. Let's have a look at the BGSs. That's a 62 and a 26. Pretty good BGSs. Can't wait for the grand finals. Me too, mate. Like I said, I don't even know who wins the grand final, so it's going to be exciting to see. Nero. Was this all done on Oz ping? No. Everyone competing in this got to do it on their own ping. They got to pick their own worlds. I didn't force everyone to play on Australian worlds for this. Thank you, Goose. Appreciate it, mate. When are all the streams? So this one's, we're going to watch one more match after this. It's going to be Cthulhu Box Theory versus the Nerds with Attitude. And then tomorrow's stream is going to be the semi-finals, and then the Sunday stream is going to be the grand final. And yes, it will all be uploaded to YouTube. I completely forgot to record this match and the last one, so I'm going to have to rip them off the Twitch stream. I'm going to have to go back and... Oh, no, Lake. No, Lake. Yo, Lake, any swipers in the chat? Oh my god. Oh my god. Not that this ToB matters, but imagine they wiped here. You know, clearly the better gamers than Team Schleem. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But imagine they wiped here and it mattered. Nah. Nah. Again. Oh my god. Imagine this was the tiebreaker, guys. Imagine it was the tiebreaker. I don't believe it. That's 2 swipes on Zarpus. Wow. And a big Monka here. The Monka S from Puggin. First in the room. He's a bit scared for his team. That's an average Zarpus. I mean, yeah, 2 deaths is pretty decent. Saving supplies, I agree. It's a good way to go. A little bit slow on the Dawnbringer here. They're not going to get the 3 specs off at the start, just the 2, and Puggin's just going to go ahead and double spec. Should drop still at the boss. Who was it that missed their spec there? It was Lake, unfortunately. A little bit slow on the sticks was X-Bait, the gamer. I think he might have been a little bit too busy thanking Milkopia for that sub. And and missed the drop of the stuff. Alright, any specs left? We do have a spec from Puggin. He's got one spec left. He's got the staff. Let's see how high he hits. We can't see. No idea how high he hit. Yeah, gotta go. There it is. Alright, 3% left. They should just pull up here. Yeah, they're gonna take it down. No pillars. We didn't have a fuse. That's good. Love to see it. Got money's worth of advertising for that sub? Exactly, exactly. I will say, guys, obviously Puggin, Lake, and XBay, all streamers here on Twitch. I don't have their links handy, but I'll make sure I've got them tomorrow because they will be in the semi-finals. If you guys want to check them out, someone want to get their links in the chat. We're having a fuse. The man lost his hardcore to a pillar. No prayer from the boys here. Now, see, listen. These guys are obviously very good gamers, okay? There is no doubt about it, okay? Very good gamers, but you just have to question the decision making. Why do they not have their range prayer on? You know? Why not? They've got enough restores in the inventory. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's cowardly. That is true. Huge balls. They do have massive nuts. Don't need it. That's the thing. You don't need it, but there's no point not having it on. 25 hit points here for XBay. Please don't do in a cold one. 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 There's a yellow potion in your inventory that gives you hit points, bro. It's right there. It's bright yellow. That's not a strength potion, XBay. That's a Sara brew. Just drink it. You've got 5 doses of super combat. You don't need them all. Just drink the potion. Oh, thank God he finally eats up. This man's going to give me a fucking heart attack. This match doesn't even matter. And he's going to give me a fucking heart attack. My word. Finally eats up. He's safe. And we're coming into P3 Verzik. Who's going to get the tank here? It is going to be Puggin on the tank. Let's see how good this man is at counting ticks. Yep, I've just checked. Very good. Tanks a 32 for the Vengeance as well. Gets the Augury flick on for the Mage hit. This guy can game, man. I don't believe it. Honestly, I watched this guy game and I can't fucking believe it. Oh, man. What an incredible gamer. They're all standing, ready to go. A Chally right before Webs. If everyone Chally's right before Webs, they'll all hit at the same time. Looks as though it was just Puggin that hit the Chally. And even though he looks like he's behind, believe it or not, XBay is actually on tick here. They're all on the same square as far as the game is concerned. They're all stood on the same square. But it does look like he's a little bit behind. These guys are video gaming. I agree, Mr. Swang KBK. Good to have you here today. Twitch's best green screen actor in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Alright, 7.7%. Who's nearly dead over there? Lake, 20 hit points. Also has 3 Sourdough and Brews in his inventory. Is he just going to tick eat this? He's super far away from that yellow square. Tick eat! They all tick ate! Okay, XBay didn't tick eat. Oh my god, I thought they all tick ate at the same time, and Lake on the floor again. And I missed the time. What is the time? It's a 20:58. 20:58. Now, guys, I know I said I wasn't going to show the other team's ToB, but you'll have to trust me when I say it won't take long. Okay? We're going to watch them. Oh, no, 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 no. Right, looks as though they're just about ready to go in on the recording. Let me see if I can just get a 30-second skip going here. Yeah, perfect. All right, let's jump on in, boys. We are watching Team Schleem take on the Theatre of Blood. There he is, Mr. Potato Computer Pangolins himself. Jamplex with the T-Bow. Looks like he's going to be on the freezers. And Mr. Swint Sama up front with the Scythe. Okay, pretty decent going into 70s here. Is Jam going to catch all the freezers? Pretty decent spawn, not too bad for them there. Gonna get the blowpipe on. Is wearing his void gloves, not pulling a Nashi. I'm thinking Maiden or Bloat wipe. I thought that I must have written it down wrong. I thought they all accidentally died before they even walked into the room, but I must have written it down. Maybe they don't wipe at all. One spawn on the south side. Doesn't look like there is. Yeah, he definitely could have caught that too in the clump there as well, because there was no threes on either side. Just could have delayed that barrage a little bit. This guy looks shaky. Hey, like I said, guys, you know, it's the first old school RuneScape tournament, PVM tournament, with money on the line. These guys, you know, we had quite a few nerves going into a few of these runs. And I tell you what, boys, that was probably the coolest part of running this tournament for me. When I would jump into a Discord call to watch people do their runs, and they would say, "I'm nervous," and I just sit there thinking, "Holy shit!" You know, like, I've made a tournament and someone is actually nervous to compete in it. It sounds stupid, but that was one of the coolest things of running this tournament. And they get the crab skip. That's a quick maiden. No, it's not. It's a 207. But they got the crab skip. Who would ever say that? I definitely didn't. Yeah. .207 with skip. The crab skip. I believe that is the first team to pull off an actual full crab skip in the ToB. I see them going to bloat here. I don't believe. Yep. There are no P-necks in the inventory, so we're not going to see a P-neck bloat here. Alright, let's have a look at the Bandos Godsword going in. 2 players here with BGSs out. Interesting. That's a 68 and a 56. They are some big BGSs. My word. Let's have a look at the bloat here. Decent damage on the first down. Chelly specs. What the fuck were they? There's 2 people dead in the room currently, but they just went from like 57 to 37 with the Chelly specs. I forgot that that's where they died. I was supposed to go over to their perspective, man. Alright, 37%. 1 player remains. Now, obviously, at this point, they had no idea that the Glancers had, in fact, completed their Theatre of Blood. So, at this point, there's still a chance. They've still got a chance to win their round and a ticket from Mr. Swint-Sama. This man's gaming. At this point, they still thought they had a chance, you know? If Glancers wipe, they still got a chance to win the ToB. Oh no, that's going to be a fly. Only a 12, manages to survive. Is out of brews, does have an angler. imagine he's probably going to save that angler for a ticket at some point. 13 run energy. Does he have a stamina in his inventory? He doesn't. 12 run energy, no stamina. That is a 9.1%, 6.2%. It's going to be a 5 down bloat here. Not good at all. Crab skip. 37% first down bloat. And not good. Unfortunate. Jesus Christ, I thought he was going to get hit by that hand there. 2% run energy, 1% run energy. He's dead. He's got it. Yep, he's dead. Yep. Unfortunate there for Team Schleem. Now, guys, when they signed up to the Cup, okay, they mentioned in their sign-up, they're not the best speedrunners, but they wanted to give it a crack. And I tell you what, giving it a crack is what they did. Please, ladies and gentlemen, not only for the Glancers taking out that win, can we also get some claps in the chat for Team Schleem just for participating in the first place. Did more than a lot of people did for the Cup. So, big up to the homies. Respectable. And we are going to move on to the final round. We're going to have a quick look at the bracket over here. After that match in the bracket, we see that Veric Inters are going to be coming up against any Glancers in the semi-final best of 5. ToB is going to be on the bottom side of that bracket in the semi-final, and we're going to find out who is going to take the victory between Nerds with Attitude and Cthulhu Box Theory. Now, oh wait, did I show that? I did show the final screen. Let me just quickly jump back to the webcam here. I've got so many graphics, man. I've got so many graphics that Hootie has sorted out for me. I got to make sure that I show them all because I don't want to miss one because they're so fucking good. Okay, we're gonna go to the drafts now. We're gonna have a look at the draft for the 4th match in the round of 8. Let's have a look. Nerds with Attitude versus Cthulhu Box Theory. Team CBT being a stacked team full of some of the best PVMers in the game. World records out their ass. They've got so many world records between them over the course of their lifetime. It's not even funny. And Nerds with Attitude being Skidler's team. I mean, you know. Now, going into the bans, CBT have banned Gauntlet. I don't think they looked at their opponents and thought, we better ban Gauntlet. You know what I mean? I don't think they did that. I think they might have just thought, well, can't be fucked doing the Gauntlet and hit the ban button. And then this is where things get interesting. Nerds with Attitude banning Inferno because they just assumed that someone on the other team would be really good at it. And here's where I had to kind of look and go, are you sure? When they told me. Nerds with Attitude deciding to pick Zulrah when on Cthulhu Box Theory is Scotty, the current world record holder for Zulrah. I mean, you gotta question the thought process behind the pick there. And the Chambers of Xeric pick for CBT Cthulhu Box Theory. So it's going to be a Zulrah, Chambers of Xeric, and a Theater of Blood. We're going to go ahead and jump on into it. I feel like I was supposed to do something else before we jump into it. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong. I don't think I need to do anything before we jump on into this. Alright, we're going to kick it off with the Zulrah kill. Wait, Zulrah? Let's go with the Chambers of Xeric. Fix the scoreboard. Oh, dude, I don't know what I'd do without you, Hootie. Honestly, man. Let's go ahead and fix the scoreboard before we jump in. First of all, we're going to start out with a 0-0. Toy owner. Absolutely not, my friend. Should we start with Cox or should we start with the Zulrah? I think we're going to start with the Zulrah. Everything looks good over there. We're going to start out with Nerds with Attitude. Zulrah. There we go. And this one is going to be run by Mr. Shrimp the Gimp. Let's go ahead and jump on into the action, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to make sure that I record this one as well, because I want to put it on YouTube. Let's go. Start recording. Nice. Not Petty Shrimp. No, not Petty Shrimp. Now, did I edit this down? I don't think I edited it down. So you're going to see me skip a lot of this action here. Why is he taking so long to go into the room? Now... I didn't even realize he's got Barrow's gloves. I didn't even realize he's got B gloves, man. Please tell me he has a tormented bracelet. Please tell me he's got a Torm on and he's brought Barrow's gloves to avoid. Please. He does! Oh my god. I don't believe it. I don't fucking believe it. I'm crying. I'm actually crying. I didn't even notice this. I didn't even notice while he was doing this. Oh my god. What? He's got 1 minute 6. That's actually a decent time. I'm crying. I'm actually crying. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna. Barrow's gloves with Floyd. He's gonna do all 10 kills, isn't he? He's not even gonna notice. He's not. Okay. Okay. I'm actually crying so hard. Okay. He noticed? Oh, he did notice. Okay. Alright. We're good. We're good. Now, I will say, before he went into these kills, I did say, listen, Shrimp, I know you staked your bank at the Duel Arena recently. If you would like, I'd be more than happy to lend you max gear. And he said, no, we're up against the world record holder for Zulrah. I think I'm just going to turn this into a podcast. And as much as I wish I could play you guys the podcast that he did, unfortunately, I didn't have time to go over it and make sure I could put it on stream. So we're not going to be able to listen to it. So I think he realized, yep, see, I don't care. Look at him. Oh, man. I think actually Skidler was saying something to him at this point. And he was just saying in the chat that he doesn't care. Should we actually play the audio? Should we risk it? I've got a funny feeling that Shrimp didn't say anything that I can't put on stream. Should we just play the audio? Okay, alright, we'll play the audio. Here we go.
By writing, directing, and starring as the protagonist in a Broadway show.
Okay. Perfect, thank you.
How's the volume?
I've just hit a 2-minute Zulrah kill. I'm going to quickly go to Castle Wars and take out some void gloves.
D-gear and fly on for a Valorant.
Ali, I know you were, just taking the piss and having... 1 second. I must have been telling them something.
You've escaped to shut
Okay,
the fuck up.
we're back.
And we can continue with our kills.
If anyone was wondering what I said
Wait,
to them,
am
I
am
said,
I streaming to you?
I know you guys were taking the piss here, but after the first
Live on the
kill,
television.
you unironically might have
watching
been
through
able
the
to win
telescope,
this.
mate.
But now you can't. You fucked it.
Anyway, next question.
Okay.
Probably shouldn't ask what is my full address.
I believe they're doing a friendship
number?
test at the moment, guys.
Do you reckon this guy will attack me?
Shrimp is asking
sorry,
Skidler
I
some
can't watch the
questions
Last Man Standing stream, so I'm too busy
and
trying to win this
seeing
fucking tournament for us.
if he knows the answer.
I'm not doing last
if they're
man
good
standing,
enough
I'm
friends.
at 44s.
Okay.
Go on. Obviously not full address, but go on. Ask me one.
If I could be any animal, what would I be?
Oh my god. Ali?
Yeah?
How the fuck am I supposed to know the answer to that?
You know what? I don't fucking know, because I don't know the answer either.
Yeah, I didn't
Okay,
think
how
so.
about this?
What's this? Go on.
Fuck the best friend tag. We'll make up our own questions. We go out to breakfast. What's one thing that we can enjoy together? One breakfast dish in its full
It's got to be
entirety.
the Eggs Benedict.
In its full entirety.
Eggs Benedict, extra egg, extra Benedict. I'm just going to attack this cunt. Smashed avocado on the side with red chilies as well.
Yeah. And what to drink?
Oh, it's got to be an espresso martini, isn't it?
Yeah. And how many of them?
3
Yes.
each.
What about the secret ingredient?
The secret ingredient of an espresso martini?
No, just the secret ingredient in general.
Love.
And a little bit of lemon, baby.
Oh, so
Okay, how about
3
this?
kills
This is
down
quite
for
good. If I
Shrimp
could go
here. He's had a
anywhere, where would I
106, a
go?
2 minute, and a 138.
Ooh. Anywhere in the world. Is it mine for Nonna's breakfast?
Shut up. Country, you idiot. I know yours, I think, if you're thinking of one.
Like, right? Is it right now, or is it somewhere you haven't been?
Somewhere you haven't been.
Somewhere you haven't been.
Now, guys, I know he's taking the piss, but unironically, look at this man's
Fiji?
switches. He's
You're
insane.
my fucking best friend, Driller.
Australia.
No, that was going to be my answer for you. Is that right?
No, mine's Fiji.
What the fuck? What's mine
I'm
then?
joking. Yours. I don't know. Fuck. Vietnam.
Oh man, come on. You're really thinking outside the box when you don't need to.
Oh, for God, I don't know. France, cunt.
Mate! I've been to Disneyland. I've been there already.
Well, I don't know. A country you've never been to that is your most desirable location to visit.
How many kills is that?
I don't know. You're the one doing them.
4.
4. How do you know?
Would it
There's me coming in.
Sorry,
4.
go on.
So that was a 115.
would it be? Fuck. Give me a clue. Give me a hint. Come on.
It's in Asia.
Japan.
Oh my god, he's done it.
Yep.
He's
there we
done
go.
it. Now give me a clue to you.
Any country. Okay, I'll give you a clue.
Yeah.
I'm not here to put boots on caterpillars, cunt.
New Zealand.
Okay.
What?
What? You're telling me that's not right?
Yes, I'm telling you that's not right.
You need to learn to enunciate, because you've done a New Zealandish accent there.
I'm not here to put boots on caterpillars, mate.
What is going on?
Yeah.
New Zealand is like every vowel they replace with an I. It's like, I don't know, like, my dick.
Right.
My dick.
Okay, you might be
Fashion
right.
chaps.
Okay, here's a good one. What's my shoe size?
You didn't answer my question. You didn't get it right.
It's Australia because you can't enunciate words.
Right.
Is that the right word?
Your shoe size?
Yeah.
9.
Replacing the iron dick with another eye, genius.
Close.
Yep.
It's like. It's kind of like. It's not 9.
Is it 8? It's 8, isn't it?
No, it's not 8 either.
Okay, if it's 10, that's fine.
It's not 10. It's like a little. It's not quite 8. It's not quite 10. It's not quite 9.
Is it 8.5?
Are you fucking dumb? No.
If it's 7, I CBA.
I can't tell if you're taking the piss.
You said it's...
Right, it's not 9,
I was
it's
like-
not 10, it's not 8, it's not 8.5, and it's not 10.5.
9.5.
Thank you. And you wear size 4
As if
feet,
we're
you
going on
bastard.
half now.
Yeah, go halves and a quarter, 2 cigarettes and a bottle of water.
Okay.
Oh my
And your shoe
god.
size
Okay, what's my
is
shoe
11.
size? Oh shit, you got it right on the
He's
money.
just taking a
Fair
melee hit
Wait,
as
right
play. Right on
well.
the dick cock.
You wear your dad's brogues.
Oh, I don't, you paedophile.
Is that allowed? Okay. If I won the lottery, what is the first thing I would buy?
Knowing you, probably like an off-white t-shirt.
Right. Am I going to have to stop you after every fucking answer? Can you explain, please?
Well, you know, you're a fuckboy.
Okay.
If I'm going to be completely honest, I mean, it would just make sense that you would buy a large, desirable property.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. No, but the very
So
first
shrimp
thing I'd
currently
buy,
on a
I know exactly
106,
what
a
I'd
2
buy. It's
minute
a very
138,
specific
115,
item.
and a 106 here,
consumable.
guys. Looks like he might die.
Consumable.
What? I'm trying to give you
Okay.
hints here, cunt. You're giving me nothing.
Is it... Is it a ham joint? One tick, that shit.
Shut the fuck up.
A consumable. I don't know, like a fucking ball of
No, you're thinking way too hard here. What's a
Oh,
cons-
I don't fucking know. Some dim sum.
No.
A 149 coming in.
It's a consumable drink.
Oh, a beer.
Oh man, you can fuck off. I'm looking for a new best friend. Right, what's a celebratory drink?
Oh, it'd be a bottle of Dom Perignon.
Oh my god, he's done it. He's done it.
There we go.
Nice one. Do you have
Yes, it
something
is,
in mind,
Face.
or
It's
am I
10
just shooting
kills, man.
blanks here as to what your answer's gonna be?
With the first thing I'd buy if I won the lottery.
Yep.
Well, I've just bought a house.
Nice flex.
My answer would always be a house, but
Nice flex.
if I won the lottery after just buying a house, would I then buy
flex.
another house? I don't even know.
Nice flex.
It's Schrodinger's house.
That doesn't make sense, but you gotta laugh.
Do you have an answer except for house that I can guess? Is my question.
Honestly, no, I don't.
Right, in that case, I'll find a fucking
Pay off
another
the
one.
mortgage, cunt. Yep,
I
there
don't
it is.
actually buy lottery tickets because I think the lottery ticket is basically a tax on either the poor or the stupid. Do you buy lottery tickets?
At what age did I lose? Anyway, I do buy lottery tickets.
Do you buy
What
lottery
is-
tickets, Ali?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Well, in your case, it's a tax on both the poor and the stupid. Next question.
You can have 2 minutes on the timeout stamp.
Don't give a shit about Zulrah anymore. Just listening to the funny cunts. Yep. There it is.
Yeah, I'm back.
Nice. I heard the mic plug back in.
This is quite a wholesome one. When and where
Go on.
did we first meet?
You and I for IRL?
4, 5, 6, 7.
Is it IRL or in game?
Only 3 more to go.
Harrow and Wilston Central
Oh.
Station, Tube Station.
Oh, he knows
In
it.
between the station and Sainsbury's.
Yeah, but where did we
Is
first?
this couples
meet?
therapy or what? It might be. 2 more kills going to be
Mate,
coming in here
okay.
from Shrimp. I believe? No, 3 more kills.
I
He
met my
knows,
best
he
friend
does
in
know, isn't that
Counter-Strike
cute?
Global Offensive. Did I ever get... What does written up mean? Like, told off? Did I ever get written up in
Written
school?
up?
Written up. Did I ever get
I
written
don't know.
up in
I've
I'll
never
tell you
heard that
what,
phrase
after
in that
seeing the
context.
times from Shrimp here, I'm glad.
Okay, how about this?
I'm
What food
very
do I
glad
hate?
they decided to do this podcast.
Ooh.
This one's quite a hard one for me because in cases I will eat it, but at the same time I do hate it.
Jesus. Jake's just said that apparently written up is a fucking Yank saying. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking stupid.
Yeah, fuck off.
Do you know how to be funny?
Don't
to
know
an
about that
American?
one,
Go on,
Skid.
don't be.
Say anything that you would normally say, but a few decibels louder. They love it. That's literally all American humor is, just shouting.
Leave them alone, man. They didn't do anything.
Your least desired or most hated food? Fuck.
True, there it is.
And in some cases, you will eat it despite the fact that you hate it.
Very specific items that fall in that category.
Is it a certain type of cuisine?
No. It's very, very popular in Asian cuisine.
Very popular in Asian cuisine.
Very, very
Chicken balls.
salt and pepper chips. It's a very, very, very like not umbrella, but like a lot of things fall under it.
Oh, seafood.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right. I was typing it out. I was about to put seafood, you dumb cunt, but I didn't. Right, have you got one in mind?
Yes, I do.
It's fucking goat's cheese, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it? Is it actually?
Yeah, goat cheese is the one food that off the top of my head I can think of that I just cannot stomach. Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm actually your biggest fan. I can't believe I just got
Which is
that.
weird because
Just
there
had
are
a
so
look at his
many
run
other,
energy.
like,
He's
I
got
get
4
right around
run
blue
energy.
cheese and all that
What
kind of
is
stuff.
going on?
But I don't know what it is about goat's cheese. I just can't stand that shit. I think it's vile.
I can't remember the last time I had it. When is my birthday?
The 8th of August.
What year?
Every fucking year, you moron.
Yes, but specifically what year? Do you actually not?
1999.
You're a fucking idiot.
2000.
It is. Shut up.
Emily, have you just done a shit?
Ugh.
Is that a fart?
I've got to.
Jesus.
Bro, you're ruining my segment.
What do you mean it's not reached yet?
Is that 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh my god. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we got one more kill here. I'm gonna turn the podcast off because I just can't anymore. That is, oh my god. Whew, okay. Oh my god, right, let's mute that back up. Fucking hell, what ridiculous run from Shrimp here. He has hit, by the way, a 106, a 2 minute, a 138, a 115, a 106, a 149, a 131, a 130, a 128, and this is the last kill. We'll find out his average afterwards. My word. What year is my birthday? every year, you dumb cunt. That just sent me. For fuck's sake. Ah, brilliant, brilliant. Can't wait to upload that one to YouTube. Fucking hell. Hello, Soup. How are you, mate? Was he fastest the Barrow's gloves? Yes. Yes, it was. His fastest Zulrah kill was the one where he was wearing Barrow's gloves with Void. Is he going to die here? He's got 9 hit points and no food. Oh my god. And he was stood in the clouds as well. Hits a 113 for the final kill. My word. That was ridiculous. That is a 1 minute and 27 second average from the Nerds with Attitude there. 1 minute, 27 second average. Now, this is going to be a very big, what's the word I'm looking for? Difference? Big difference? Someone in the Twitch chat knows the word I'm looking for. Transition? Contrast. Look at this. I barely gave the man any information. He already knows the word I'm looking for. It's going to be a very big contrast. We're going from Shrimp the Gimp, who is just running his own podcast, to the man that literally holds the world record for Zulrah kills. We're about to see some very epic gameplay from a very epic gamer. Once again, guys, I will stress, we were a couple of teams short for the Speedrun Cup. I reached out to Skidlar. I asked him if he would make a team. He graciously said he would organize one for me. So there was a couple of rounds at the very start here that might have been a little a little not on the fair side. You know, an absolute stacked team like Cthulu coming up against Skidlar's team. Bit rough for him. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump on into, I believe we have, very good. All right, let's watch the man, the myth, the legend, Scotty, take on Zulrah for Cthulhu Box Theory. Let's jump in. Fuck off, guys. Can we get music? Yes, we can. My apologies. Let's pump that up. That's too loud. Too much. Let's turn that down a little bit. All right. So as you can see, finishing off the first rotation with 2 Twisted Bow hits on accurate. Like I said, the absolute meta, everything you should do at every tick is already figured out at Zulrah. It just comes down to how well you can remember them, how well you can do them. And let's just say that Scotty, the man, he knows exactly what he is doing. Going to be pillar stalling here on the mage phase. Blowpipe, T-bow, blowpipe, T-bow, blowpipe, T-bow. As you can see, no dark bow in the inventory. Something that you saw a lot from the other teams. No dark bow here, however, for Scotty. He does have the Dragon Throne Axis, however. I think he values the Volatile Nightmare spec over the dark bow, depending on the phase. Finishes it off with a volatile spec here. And he's going to get the first kill, a 58-seconder. That is under 1 minute. I've just double checked. 58 seconds. A stark contrast between Scotty here and Shrimp. 31 seconds. That is the world record, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you are watching the world record holder for Zulrah kills. Like I said, Cthulhu Box Theory, an absolutely stacked team full of incredible gamers. And look at that switch. My word. 2 T-bow hits to finish it off here. On accurate. Straight into the mage. He's got the range melee mage phase again. 58 seconds the first time. See if the RNG permits on this run. Let's have a look. Twisted bow, 0. Nope. 0 blowpipe. Not good. 46 with the T-bow though. He'll take that. And a 539 into a 0. And an accurate last hit there. Just the little things that make a difference here at Zulrah. Getting the accurate last hits for the extra accuracy rather than the extra speed, because the speed doesn't matter. Let's have a look. If you use RuneLite plugins, you're a pussy from Soup. And that's good, guys, because he loves the pussy. So if you use RuneLite plugins, he loves you. 106 from Scotty there for his second kill. That's a 58 into a 106. And let's see the RNG on this phase here. 39, pretty decent start. And the T-bow, oh, okay, here we go. So it's a blowpipe into a rapid T-bow into an accurate T-bow. And that's a 50 to finish it off there. The max hit you can hit on Zulrah. Dragon Throne Axes being thrown in. Decent specs as well. Can't really see the boss at the moment. Focusing more on the character. Is that a freeze? Okay, that might have just been his recording freezing up for a little bit there. It is hard to have clicks this fast and your computer register them as well as record your perspective. You need a pretty good PC to click this fast and record at the same time. Spliced, yep, there it is. And this is a pretty quick Zulrah kill again from Scotty here. And comes into the mage phase, taking it down immediately as it comes up. That is a 57-second Zulrah kill. This man's gone 58, 106, 57. And if my math is correct, he's currently sat on a 101 average for his 3 Zulrah kills. This is actually disgusting. Some of the best gaming you'll ever see, mate. Alright, we got the range phase coming in second here. Volatile spec coming in. That's a 50. That is the max hit with the volatile spec. He'll be happy with that. Gets the blowpipe off. Doesn't get the full switches in for the blowpipe. Probably not worth getting the full switches in. Not easy to do a 1-tick 8-way unless you're talking to 1013 the god. And I don't think you would catch him down at Zulrah anytime for a few tips. Okay. Right. I see. And once again, another quick Zulrah kill here from Scotty. He's going to take that with a 103. Oh my god. Once again, if my math is correct, he's looking at about a 104 average currently. And that is quick. A cold one, for fuck's sake. Right, coming into another kill here. We're moving on, alright? We're moving on. Right, we're moving on, guys. Alright, come on. Good phase here. We've got the right rotation. Scotty's going to be happy with this one. And it looks like the blowpipe is going nuclear as well. We'll certainly be happy with the RNG. I think he might have missed the T-bow hit there. I could be wrong, but I think he might have missed the T-bow hit there. Once again, we've spliced these kills together, obviously. Is this going to go down here? Did he get the hits? He did. It's going to go down. Let's have a look. That's a 57 seconds. Wow, oh wow. There's no question this guy is quick. My question, is he on the gang? Let me tell you something, guys. This man is here to fuck bitches and kill Zulrah quickly. And let me tell you, he is out of bitches to fuck. That is on the gang. Scotty putting in work at Zulrah. He's got a 58 second, a 106, a 57, a 103, and another 57. Missed an accurate TiVo hit, trash, and that's it. The run is doomed. Not getting the best RNG coming in here from that twisted bow. Sometimes it just doesn't hit. Yeah, there it is, a 0 from the T-bow. Looking like it's about, I want to say, 313 health coming into the next phase. Don't know where I got that information from. Don't know why it's so perfectly accurate, but I still believe in shrimp. Me too, bro. Me too. Scotty might have some fast clicks and some very fast Zulrah times, but does Scotty's best friend remember where they met? Ooh, he had a volatile hit there instead of the harm. You see him right-clicking it, not happy. And that's a 119. So far, Scotty's slowest time pretty similar to Shrimp's fastest. The 119. That's a 10 for the last T-bow. Hit a 12 here. Decent rotation. Once again, he's going to be able to pillar stall this one as the mage comes up. Scotty doesn't know, and there it is. We've found the funniest comedian in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Now the hits are going nuclear. Let's see if the mage hits can back this up here. Mage hits not going in. He was on pace for a really quick Zulrah, probably sub 1 minute, and the oh, he hits a 0 with the volatile spec as well. I bet he's regretting not bringing the dark bow now. T-bow hits a 48 and another freeze. Let's have a look. Don't know what happened there. He says oops, but that's a 112. Very, very unfortunate. Alright, coming into, I believe this is the 7th kill here from Scotty. Currently sitting on a 58, a 106, a 57, a 103, a 57, a 119, and a 112. We're into this kill. Good rotation as well. Here comes the Dragon Throne Axes, and 3 of them hit. He'd be happy with that. Let's see the blowpipe hits can back it up. Archer String is going to come back on after that Snakeling dies. Decent hits. And the T-bow, that is a 49, I believe. Maybe a 48 with the T-bow to finish that off. Yep, there it is, a 48. 42 straight up with the Harm Staff as soon as he comes out into the next phase. The Harm Staff is going in here. It's going to be a very, very quick kill. It is. That is a very quick kill. 48 seconds. Zoomin is not wrong. Might have been some bad RNG for that 119, but he certainly made up for it here with that 48 second. That's my PB. Yeah, that's a lot of people's PB, mate. Alright, coming into kill number 8 here. Let's see if we can back up that 48 second kill. Sweaty ballsack coming in. Trust me, mate. Anybody that sits at a computer desk as much time as I do per day and has balls that smell better than mine, I would question who they are as a human being. That's just something you have to think is going to come with the job. Time not looking as good as the last one. Coming into this phase last time, he was on about 100 hit points, and now he's on about 250. World record in the chat box. That is true. It is the world record. Team CBT has a lot of speedrunners and Hi-Yo. Oh man, come on. Can't believe you're going to do my boy like that. Here we go. What is the kill time? A 117. 48 second into a 117. Who-Yo? Yep, there it is. There it is. All right, coming into the last kill here, guys. 9 kills down. Looking to beat an average of 127, and spoiler alert, he hasn't had a single kill that went longer than 119. So I got a funny feeling he might have the victory in the bag here, but we'll have to see. Maybe this kill goes for 12 minutes and then he still wins by a second on average. We'll see. Picked up the mage rotation for the last one as well, which is good news. So remember, guys, a death at Zulrah will add a minute to your time as well. So there is still hope for Shrimp again. Low pipe. Gets the job done. A 49-15 for the kill. And that is going to be a 57-second kill to finish it off. Scotty coming in with 58 seconds, 106, 57, 103, 57, 119, 112, 48, 117, and a 57 for an average of 103.4. He had an average Zulrah kill time of 1 minute and 3 seconds. This guy is insane. So that is going to be a 1-0 currently for Cthulhu Box Theory. Coming into the second round, we have the Chambers of Xeric. We're going to go ahead and watch Nerds with Attitude's perspective of the Chambers of Xeric. Let's get that up there. Pause that real quick. Once again, guys, I need to stress that we didn't have enough teams to fill out the bracket for the Speedrun Cup, so I asked the boys if they would sign up as a team, and Skidler was kind enough to organize one. So big fan. Oh my god, he's in the chat. I mean, I fucking hate that guy. They suck, and they certainly weren't doing me a favor by signing up to this tournament, and I hope they lose. Right, let's go ahead and change the score. Beautiful. So CBT at the 1-0 mark currently. Let's go ahead and transition into the Chambers of Xeric run by Nerds with Attitude. So this is going to be run by Shrimp once again. Also going to be run by Mr. Skidler on his Iron Man nonetheless. Yes, that is an Aram's robe skirt you do see in the inventory, and a Trident of the Swamp. And also Quinny, very experienced gamer, maxed cape nerd. Let's have a look what they can pull out here. They've got a VTV Croak, believe it or not. They're actually going for the fastest rotation. They get a boulder to start off with as well. Gonna be happy with that one. Podcast time, no podcast this time. Shrimp the Gimp was decided that he would borrow the gear this time. Yes, that is my twisted bow you see in his inventory, and luckily enough, he didn't go to the duel arena to stake it afterwards, and I managed to get it back. So, you know, gotta thank Shrimp for not staking my bank there. What were those vengeances? Shrimp put his mage prayer on going into Vasa. Okay, interesting tactic for the man. I guess he wants to keep his health high. Nobody wants to die. And we see a Dragon Hunter Lance on the Vasa crystals as well. Obviously, these boys not having the best gear. Skidler playing over here on his Iron Man. Launching blowpipes at Vasa. I mean, there's not much you can do about it. The man is about 1,000 rage dry of a twisted bow. 1,000 rage dry of an ancestral road bottom as well. What can you do? T-bow inaccurate? Well, that's just the thing, guys. You want to have accurate hits on your T-bow. So if you put it on accurate, you're more likely to actually hit with it. Is he still on accurate? That is the question. We will never find out. Vasa goes down, and the pot's a drop for Quinny. He's not even going to pick them up. He's just going to leave them on the ground. These guys are going fast. What is Shrimp doing? Why is he so far back? Is there any reason for this man to be at the start of the raid when the rest of his team is about to go into Ulm? That is the question. Okay, we're going to see a rope. We're actually going to see a rope skip here as well. Across goes Quinny. He's been attacked by both mages. Doesn't have his arcane on. Interesting tactics. Going to pick up the keystone. Do we have anybody with the telekinetic grab? We do. Shrimp actually going to hit the telekinetic grab here. What has he done? He doesn't have enough inventory space to hold the item. You can't make this shit up. They come through after the tightrope. Skidler behind it. Did you see that fucking saucy little six-way there? I think he smashed that out in one tick. Whew. Alright, we're going to be coming into, I believe, Tecton next. Yep, there it is. Thank you, Elliot. It's over for us. I agree, Addy. I agree, mate. And coming into Tecton here, let's have a look at the hammer specs. Who's going to wake it up? Quinny is going to get the wake up there. Let's get his perspective over. Hammer comes on. Vengeance pops. When he stops Tecton, that's a hit. That's 2 hits. Okay, that's a lot of hammers, boys. No BGS is coming in. A couple of big vengeances as well. Let's see how quick this Tecton goes down. Wouldn't be surprised if they actually get the 1 anvil here. And I think these boys would be very, very happy with themselves if they get the 1 anvil. He's going back to it. Are they going to get the RNG to get him down before he gets there? They are. That is a no anvil Tecton. Overload being picked up by Skidler. Did in fact get the drop on his Iron Man as well, so he's going to be happy with that. And he is about to go into a Vespula, believe it or not, with a Trident of the Swamp. And they're both stuck behind the tendrils. I don't believe it. Both stuck behind the tendrils. Oh no. Right, let's have a look at Quinny, the big gamer. His prayers just run out. His prayer just... Okay, the big gamer Quinny has run out of prayer points on Vespula. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Wait. Skidler just brewed up to 100 hit points. Why? He stole my fucking enhance? Oh, he doesn't have a prayer enhance. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. He had to brew up all the way because he's going to run out of resource if he doesn't. He's on the Iron Man. Wait. Things not going well for the Nerds of Latitude. They pick up a second boulder as well. Skidler's just going to punch it out here. Get that done as quick as possible. Coming into crabs. Let's see how the gamers do coming into the crab room. All 3 of them on the same tile. Wonder if we see someone hit the orb. Nope, they're going to play it safe here. That looks like Skidler aggroing every single crab in the room. Not the first time he's had this many crabs. This time, probably not as big as a problem as the first time. Let's have a look over here. Quinny hitting the ranged. Doesn't look like they're going for the melee next, which is a bit interesting. I guess they're going to do that last. Fair enough. The crabs are, in fact, stunned, so they're not going to pull up onto the black crystal. Let's have a look. Black crystal going down. Quinny basically soloing this room. There's not another crab over there. There isn't another crab. And he smashed it in the wrong spot. I guess the crab timers can't help you put the crabs in the right spot. Interesting moves from the gamer. As you see, Shrimp in the chat. Jake, don't put this part in, please. What is going on? Oh no, a disastrous crab room for the nerds with attitude. Oblivion crabs indeed. Oblivion Quinny over here. This man. Well, I mean, they're going into Ulm at 7 minutes 15 seconds, so not naming any names, but not the worst downtime we've actually seen in the raid so far. They're all hitting the stamina pool. They have, every single one of them has purple sweets in their inventory, and they all hit the stamina pool. I mean, sometimes you just gotta save those sweets, you know what I mean? You just gotta save those sweets. I didn't, surely? You did. Oh no. Disastrous. They're all caught inside the fire. Anyone got? Yeah, okay, they have it open. I had a funny feeling they might have all just fucking got stuck in there and planked, but whew, that was a close one. I was drunk? Yeah, well, I mean, I didn't say you weren't, you know what I mean? And here we go, boys, here we go. Regardless of how the rest of the raid is going, you can't say this isn't glorious from 3 gamers pulling off the solo mage method on Ulm. Come on, come on. Who doesn't think this is glorious? You know what I mean? Beautiful scenes from a couple of beautiful boys. Did Ali borrow those 60 purple sweets as well? Yep. Shut up, Hootie Tootie. And that is a 3-player burn on the melee hand. They're not going to be happy with that. That is, I don't know how much damage. I think it's 50 damage over time. They did not need to take. Not good. I will burn with you. Shrimp's crying. I would be crying too. And another burn. That just did not need to happen there. And another burn. Skidler picks up another burn. They're really just passing it around. It's like the clap in wherever Ron lives. Everyone just passing it back and forth to each other. Alright, coming into P2 here. Let's have a look at the hammer specs. It looks as though they're going to start off with the mage rotation and then move into a hammer spec. This will actually lose them some ticks on average, I believe. I could be wrong. Is that Shrimp almost on the floor? It is! He's almost on the deck! 14 hit points. 0 hammers either. Both of them missed their hammers. And Quinny's going to pick up the acid pool here. Some reason needs to tag where the acid is on the ground because it's very hard to see. Fair enough, each to their own. And Quinny's been launched. And that is another death for the Nerds with Attitude. Quinny's going to come back in here. I don't know how he managed to die there, but it is what it is. Alright. Let's see if they can manage to get the rest of the Ulm done with no deaths. Shaking, yeah. I bet you guys are shaking in your boots, Addy. Bet Skidler was fuming, telling him to stay outside. I can confirm there may have been some words that came out of his mouth. They're going to hit the 4-1 as well. Look at these gamers. In sync 4-1. Let's go. No scythes here. Only Dragon Hunter Lancers. Look at this. It's beautiful. Obviously the meta here at the melee handed Ulm. Just to tank it and hit it with a scythe. But, you know, when you don't have the fastest times, maybe the best thing to do is show off. This came out of nowhere, didn't it ever, Addy? Didn't it ever? The gamers. Yeah, these guys were actually unaware. I had to let them know after the raid that they're not supposed to Dragon Hunter Lance the hand. They're supposed to scythe it, and they were very surprised to find out. So, spec coming in. That's 3 hammers. The boys will be very happy with that. I think they were trying to do 4-0 here, and it didn't work very well. Skidler wasting his sweets on this raid. Well, funnily enough, Mr. Love M, I got a funny feeling that he's probably not going to use them for anything else. This has to be a death. Someone's going to die here. Oh my god. Wow, oh wow. I was sure someone was hitting the deck. Alright, they're doing 4-1. Sorry, 4-0. With the scythe as well, yeah. Quinny doesn't actually have a Dragon Hunter Lance. He's only got a 5-tick weapon and they're trying to do 4-0. Oh no. Disastrous from the boys. But, somehow pulling it off. I don't believe my eyes. Look at this. How clean can you get? What does NWA stand for? It stands for Nerds with Attitude, my friend. You had to say something, didn't you, Jake? No, they didn't mess it up, Cold. They've almost killed the melee hand, mate, so they had to jump off. Alright, let's have a look here. Finishing off the melee hand. Skidler's going to finish it off. The other two boys going to jump on the mage side. Skidler doesn't finish it off. Decides to jump off early. Hits a very strange looking 5-way. He's panicking, boys. Alright, let's see the hits coming in. Not overloaded, you're right. Skidler currently unoverloaded. Would love to see his stats page because I believe he's hit a few brews. No, he doesn't have the hit points nor the brews in his inventory to hit an overload. That's why he's not overloaded. And that is another death. Who is it? Where is it? A shrimp. Shrimp the Gimp. On the floor. Oh my word. The plugins. Yes. 15:06 currently on the Ulm head. Is this going to be the slowest time we've seen at Cox so far? I can't actually remember. Without a doubt, surely. You would hope so, right, Elliot? You would hope so. Yes, it will, Abdulion. It absolutely will be on YouTube, mate. And that's another death for Shrimp the Gimp. And that's a death for Skidler RuneScape as well. Now, I believe at this point, the words that came out of Skidler's mouth was, just kill the fucking boss. Can't be arsed. And there it is. A new PB for Skidler, coming in with a 16:04. Not the best looking time for the nerds with attitude there. And we're going to go ahead and jump on into the perspective of Cthulhu Box Theory doing their Chambers of Xeric run. Boys, you are about to see some serious gaming. Let's not mess around. Let's go ahead and jump straight on into it. Boom. Oh, didn't go full screen. There we go. Accidentally leaked some of my programs, guys. Uh-oh. Right, so for Team CBT, we have Addy, we have Hi Yo, and we have... I wrote this down. I can't see the man's name. Toy Owner. There we go. We got it. We got it. Now, coming into Vasa, they're all full health. You're going to see 380s being hit on the players here. And that's going to bounce back to Vasa for 60 damage each. As you can see from Addy's inventory here, there is a pretty slim chance he runs out of hit points in this raid. He does have around 3 million hit points worth of food in his inventory. So if he does happen to run out of food, they might have a problem. Coming into the first crystal here, Vasa sitting on around 200 hit points, so not the best RNG in the world to start it off. But look at that 9-way switch. Oh, this man has got the clicks. And there it goes. Vasa going down pretty quickly. Who got the drop? Are they going to be picking up the potions, not picking up the Vasa pots? These guys are just running straight in. We're going to see Addy lure Tecton in here. Wakes it up, and let's see these hammer specs. That's one hammer spec, and he's under the boss. He's under the boss. Addy, there is nothing under here for you, my friend. And he's not going to be able to hit the boss this entire time. No. No, surely not. Surely not. Surely not. Okay, my word. I thought they were still going to get the no anvil tech, even with one player stuck underneath the boss there. That is absolutely insane. They definitely would have got the the no anvil tech if he didn't get stuck there. But hey, in these speed runs, these things happen. To be honest with you, pretty fucking stupid that you can even get caught under the boss in the first place. But that's what you got to deal with when you play RuneScape, guys. There's not much you can do about it. Alright, moving on here. It looks as though the recording software's messed up here for Hi-Yo, and it looks like he's clicking on nothing in his inventory, but he is in fact clicking on those purple sweets. Sometimes when you record with OBS, the mouse is in the wrong spot, I assure you. Real gamers do the Tecton, the no Tecton anvil? What? He's hacking? I agree, boys. I agree. Right, taking a look at the rope skip here. Addy's going to be going across. 2 rangers aggroed, 1 mage. He's going to be picking that up. I believe Toy Owner's going to be hitting the telekinetic grab from way downtown. He's having a little bit of time here on the run back. And they're going to open up that door straight into Vespula. Not wasting any time. Addy's going to come from behind. Obviously, the man on the rope going to be the last person in the room. Hitting that overload. I'll be surprised if we see a death here, guys. This is not the nerds with attitude. These are the real gamers. This is the real deal right here. Cthulhu Box Theory. And they are running a tyrannical Rex on this portal. Chompy Chick following behind. Decided to bring the pet along for good luck. I can respect it. At EVscape, he has 5 bill worth of sweets. Looks like we've got the one AFK doing the quick math in the chat there. Yes, he does in fact have 5 bill worth of purple sweets. A little bit less considering he got PK'd in a PvP world for about fucking 150 mil worth of them on his alt account. But hey, sometimes these things happen. Sometimes you forget what world you're in. Oh, brilliant. Addy, while you're in the chat, mate, the 1 million purple sweets, my question to you is, how many sweets do you think you've used lifetime? Like, it would have to be a lot, right? It'd have to be in the 100,000 at least. 120k? Yeah, I thought so. Any boulders here on the second go round? No boulders. That is a rock, so a little bit of time wasted here through no fault of their own. Bit of RNG not helping them, but looks as though they're going to be coming into Ulm at around a 5:15, 5:20. I don't know exactly what the distance is in tiles, and even if I did, I wouldn't be able to tell you the time because turns out I am not the smartest, potentially even a little bit retarded. Yeah, so it looks like a 5:17 down. Have I called it? It's a 5:17. Damn it, 5:16. God. Right, coming into Ulm. Let's have a look at the hammer specs here. We should see, yeah, so high yo with the BGS. We're going to see a couple of hammers and then a BGS. Let's have a look. One hammer and a 45 BGS. So decent, not exactly what they would have been hoping for. Obviously hoping to get those 2 hammers and a max BGS, but you take what you can get with the RNG. It is pretty reasonable. Once again, the gamers just doing that 4-0 mage method or 3-0, I don't know what you call it, on the mage hand here at Ulm. You never ever get tired of seeing this. What I can get tired of seeing is a man that has an inventory smaller than an icon for someone else. This guy's entire inventory is smaller than one inventory icon. Why is the screen so big? How do you, like, he's got to go from one monitor to another to click on his inventory before he clicks on the boss. This man's mouse has to run a marathon to click on his scythe before he clicks on the melee hand at Ulm, but clearly it's working for him. One of the best PVMers in the game, guys, so regardless of how big his screen is, you know that it is working for him. And maybe that's where I'm going wrong. Maybe I need to make my screen that big. Playing RS on the big TV, my man's aspect ratio is 3840 by 2160. Let me tell you, he is playing in 4K full HD. Let's have a look at the hammers. 2 hammers again. And a BGS coming in for a 16. So, decent. Not 2 hammers again. 2 hammers for the first time. Was it 2 hammers? But I feel like it was 1. I think it might have only been 1 hammer. It doesn't look like Toy Owner actually has any spec here. So, 1 hammer and a small BGS again. Once again, probably not what they were hoping for, but decent nonetheless. P23 is 1 Dragon War hammer into 1 backup or 2 BGS ideally. I see. That makes a lot more sense. Well, it doesn't make any sense to me because I know you know why you do it, but I've got no fucking clue the thought process there. I'll take your word for it, Addy. Alright, coming over to the melee hand here. Let's see how quickly it goes down. Ancestral bottoms on here for Addy. I wonder why he doesn't have his Inquisitor bottoms on. I don't know if he forgot or it just doesn't matter at all. Toy Owner, looking like he might go down here. What's he on? Very low amount of hit points. Gets caught by the electricity as well. They miss a few ticks there. No max hit, that makes sense. Fair enough. I knew there was a reason behind it. Coming into the third hand here, guys. The third phase on Ulm. Let's have a look at these special attacks. It's like High is going to be coming in with no spec. Who's specking here? Toy Owner I believe he did hit a hammer there. 2 BGSs, 48 and a 66, I think that was. 114 damage. That's quick math right there. And that's 114 defense levels that are going to get launched off that melee hand. This thing's got to be close to 0 defense at this point. 2 bombs right on the melee hand. Oh, you can't make this shit up. They're going to have to tank 45 damage there if they want to get the hits off. Oh, no. And that is a burn. All 3 of them copping the burn here. Let's have a look at the supplies for the team. No brews left for Addy. We've got 1 brew left for High, and we have 1 brew left for Toy. It looks as though Addy managed to pick up a 2-dose raid brew there. 34 hit points plus those extra 40 or so from the raid brew. Fingers crossed he can manage to survive here. And that, oh, there it is. A nice little 22 heal from the Sang staff coming in with the carry. You love to see those heals coming in. 64 health now after he drinks that brew. Obviously waiting until the overload is about to tick before he drinks the brew so he doesn't lose any stats. Mage Hand going down quickly. You're going to see the Primordials come on here, the Berserker Ring come on here, and one of them is going to turn around and destroy that melee hand. There it is. Straight onto the head phase. Misses a couple of switches, but it's worth it to get the extra hit. 1037 going into head phase here. Let's see the RNG come through for the head. Thank you very much, Elliot. I appreciate that, mate. Hope you guys are enjoying the show currently. Toy Owner getting caught in the middle there, getting himself out. The man on the regular spellbook. It looks like he's just tanking in the middle. Taking the tank because he's the person that has the most brews, and he can eat out of it. Pools coming in. Everyone jumps on the pools. With 9% left on Ulm. 11-15. 0.8% left. Looks as though it's going to be about 11-20 there, guys. An 11-20 raid. Keeping in mind, the world record for a trio is a 10:58. Imagine the scenes we could have seen if Addy didn't get stuck under Tecton. My word. My word, an 11-20. Insane. And ladies and gentlemen, as much as it pains me to say, that is going to be the round. If we have a look at the final scores over here, we can see that Cthulhu Box Theory takes out the Nerds with Attitude. An 11-20 Cox up against a 16-04 and a 103.4 Zulrah against a 127. By far the fastest times we've seen for each of those bosses so far in the tournament. An 11-20 Cox and a 103 average at Zulrah. Absolutely insane. So that is the round. I'm going to quickly go ahead and jump on over to the bracket and show you guys. We have the semifinals sorted. It's going to be the Veric Inters up against any Glances in the first semifinal in a best of 5. And we have ToB coming up against Cthulhu Box Theory in semifinal number 2 in a best of 5 as well. So the bracket is sorted for tomorrow. But, ladies and gentlemen, it would seem that it would be, you know, it would be a waste of great content not to show you guys the ToB runs from both of these teams. So we're going to do a little bit of bonus here. If you are just here to see the results, now would be the time to click out of the stream. But I'm going to show you guys the ToB runs from both of these teams. We're going to start it off with the Cthulhu Box Theory. The winners of this round, we're going to show you how well they did at their ToB run. Let's go ahead and jump on into it right now. Turn the studio mode off. Let's change the text. That is going to be a 2-0 for the CBTs. All right. So we have, again, Toy Owner. How do I know it's Toy Owner, guys? Well, you can tell by the aspect ratio of the client. This thing goes from the bottom of his apartment floor all the way to the roof. His monitor must be huge. So we got Toy Owner, Hi Yo, and Mr. Kirby over here running the ToB. We're going to go ahead and watch Toy's perspective over here. I like to watch the perspective of the person freezing the crabs. Some might say they have the most important job. It is up to them to make sure the crabs don't go through. $1920 1080. This man plays in full 1080p. I can respect that. He's going to miss ones here. He definitely could have caught the first crab. Definitely had time. But obviously you're looking for the first crab on the south side. Not always easy to catch the top one. The crabs grouped up quite nicely here. It looks like they might even hit 30s just after they finish off the crabs for... Yeah, they do. 30s come out pretty much straight after 50s. Only the one crab going through. Are they going to go for the skip here? Looks like they are going to go for the skip here. Let's see if they can manage to get it. Let's try and change to someone else's perspective that might have the... Nope, they don't. I'll tell you what it is. It's about 8% on Maiden. Are the crabs going to go through? They don't. They managed to pull off the crab skip here at Maiden, and they are going to be very happy with that one. That's a 142 Maiden in a trio. They are going to be very happy with that performance there with the crab skip. Absolutely gaming from Cthulhu Box Theory here. Coming into Bloat, we see full Inquisitor and a Bandos Godsword for Hi Yo here. Everyone popping a Vengeance before they go through. Salves on. Let's get the salve check going. Don't see any salves in any inventories. That means everyone's wearing them, and that's what we want to see. Alright, who's first in? It looks as though, yep, Toy's first in, and he's going to pull out the Puggin strats here and hit with a Twisted Bow around the corner. Hits 2 zeros, unfortunately. No damage done. And a third zero to finish it off. And it looks like it's going to go down just around the corner. Oh, what a great down this is going to be for them. If he goes, where? Okay, he goes down right next to the door, which means everyone's going to be able to come in straight away. 2 BGSs on Bloat. Interesting strategy from the boys there. The double BGS, not sure about that one. Gonna have to ask the Oz ToB boys what they think about that later, because they're gonna be up against them in the next round. Let's see the Chally here. 289 Chally, not the best. Health points looking okay for the whole team. No Salve EI. You don't need a Salve EI. Oh, for the T-Bow. Oh, Elliot. Alright, they're on a 30... I honestly can't read what my TV says. It looks like a 38% first down here. Not too bad. Let's see if they get the 2 down. Chally spec's not great. They might have to tick eat here. No, luckily enough, Toy Owner comes in with that last sight to finish it off. So, what do we have in the inventories here? We've got a ham joint for Hi Yo, so it looks like he's going to be meleeing in the crab room. We have Ranger's going to be Kirby by the looks of things, and Toy is going to be maging. Yep, he is the person that caught all the freezes on crabs, so that does make sense. Alright, once again. Now, these boys are going to hate me for saying this, based on the reaction before, but the worst room in ToB, the Nihilocast room, for some reason, it just goes way longer than it really needs to. How the fuck do you see hands in low detail? Well, I mean, if you use your eyes, mate, believe it or not, they're actually in high detail, unless... like my good friend Skidler, you have to wear glasses. There's 2 types of people in this world. People who hate the Nilo room and serial killers. I've never agreed with something you said more than I do right now, a cold one. Ham joint. You love to see the ham joint and full Inquisitor here. The boss part is very fun. I agree, Elliot. I agree. Waves are boring, yes. Absolutely agree there. And we kind of just have to sit here and wait for them to get done. You should do this comp, but make it the vanilla client only. I tell you what, Tappers, here's the thing. Back on the client thing, right? Number one, I can't stop people from using clients because they can just use mirror mode. So I'll just say, fuck it, use whatever you want. And it's up to Jagex to figure out what they want to do about it, right? But to make it vanilla client only, honestly, mate, I think I would rather punch myself in the dick 400 times in a row than play RuneScape on the vanilla client. So there is absolutely no way I'm going to force people that want to play in my tournament to play on the vanilla client. So it is what it is. Until Jagex do something about third-party clients, just going to have to accept that it's part of the game, mate. Adam. Maybe a minimum RAM requirement. Yep, there it is. Not even 420 punches. Hey, whoa, man, I don't want to blaze it. I'm not out here trying to blaze it, bro. Chill. Alright, getting close to the last wave here. I think. Swang. Agreed, bro. Agreed. Speaking of Adwam, the cheeky devil, I said to him, hey, you know, I asked the man that wasn't in the tournament if he could do me a huge favor and get me some B-roll of Zuck. I said, hey, man, if you're doing any Zuck runs today, can you just get me some B-roll of Zuck? I need you to just 5 seconds of Zuck, get him shooting his ball. And you know what he said back to me? He said, is parsec quality good enough? Huh. Okay, okay. Oh, gee. What a man. What a mighty man. It is a valid question, and I appreciate that you asked. Charlie coming in here. Let's see the size. 483, not too bad. Mage phase, not going to be happy to see that. So 31 Venge, though, from High. Are we watching High Yo? No, we're watching Kirby here. Every time they don't have their name in the chat, I've got no idea what's going on. And they finish off the Nilo boss. What's the current time they've got? A 7:31. Believe it or not, the first two numbers of that are 7 and 3, and I don't believe it. I'm absolutely creasing. There is no way. Alright, coming into Soda's Egg here. Let's watch Hayo's perspective here. It's the man with the full Inquisitor, the most likely to hit his hammers. Let's have a look. Hammer hits. And I didn't actually see Kirby's perspective there. Does he have a plugin to tell me if he hit? He doesn't have a plugin to tell me if he hit or not, unfortunately. So 1, maybe 2 hammers here on Sot. See how quickly they can get him down. And let's see how quickly they pace through this maze. Guys, you're gonna want to see this. It is absolutely incredible. A couple of Avengers coming in here. Let's see who gets the maze. Hayo gets the maze. Let's see if he stops. Even for a second. Bang, 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 bang. He says, fuck this, we're going through. He's got a Zulrah maze here. Little snake. I thought Zulrah was the last round, but apparently it's this one, is the joke that he said when he was doing this maze, and I'm stealing it from him, so shout out to Hayo for that joke. Thank you, mate. And a very quick maze from the boys. Good joke, Hayo. I agree. I agree. My joke. There it is. Oh my god, who is that on 1 hit point? 7 hit points from IO here. He does have a brew in his inventory, and he does decide to drink it. You love to see that. Not going to risk the wipe here. Shark comes down. Let's have a look at this. Bang, bang, bang. Straight in. Not even... Wow, incredible. Incredible. Thanks, a cold one. Appreciate it, mate. The way these guys go through the maze is insane. When I do raids on 4.16, that's right, sometimes I do raids on 4.16. When I do raids on 4.16, I have to specifically say to my team, hey guys, can you please wait a couple of ticks on the maze every single square because I have 700 ping. You know what I mean? And these guys don't even think about it. Just zoom straight through. What's up with the mouse? It's off from where it clicks. Yeah, this can sometimes happen. Oh. Look at that time save right there, guys. He dies right at the end of the boss. So smart. Look how quickly he got to this chest. He's got extra time on the rest of his team. That is a big brain movement. And believe it or not, I actually spoke to Hi-Yo after this run. He told me he meant to do that. So, PogChamps in the chat, boys. That is a crazy, crazy play. Alright, coming into Zarpus here. I'm expecting to see the 5-tick side from these guys. I don't know about you guys, but it looks as though we are watching, yeah, Kirby's perspective. It looked like the clicks are a little bit shaky there. Might be a little bit nervous. Obviously, before this, they didn't know that the nerds with attitude were going to have a 127 Zulrah and a 16-minute Cox, so they thought this run might still matter. So the nerves, understandable. 1600 DPI? What the fuck? See the BGS here, clicks through the boss, and a 13 BGS. Probably not what he was looking for, but I imagine Zarpus's defense level probably quite low. Oh shit, hang on. Why have you just been timed out by Nightbot? Al, DM me that tweet, bro. I'm gonna have a look at it after the stream. I'm worried that I'm gonna have something pop up over the top of this, so I'm not opening any links at the moment, but I'll have a look at that one after the stream. It's been a while since I've been live on Twitch. Mousepad is the size of a fucking matchbox, for real. It was for the chat, not for you. Oh, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do then, mate. I'm gonna exclamation mark permit Skidler RS. How about that, mate? Thank you. Absolutely, mate. Don't even mention it. Just mod the man. He doesn't want to be modded in the chat, mate, and I respect his decision. Why would you want to go into a Twitch chat and have moderated duties? Much the same as me, Elliot is of the mindset that when you go into a Twitch chat, you just want to watch the stream. I don't want to have to fucking sit there and ban some guy that's saying shit that he's not supposed to say. That's what the stream is supposed to do. Come on. Alright, let's have a look at the time here going into Xeric. A 12:42, a decent time going into Xeric. Actually, a pretty fucking fast time. Not gonna lie about it. For real, Chaz. That's what I'm saying, bro. Show us the toy owner POV for Xeric. Let's have a look. For some reason, he's got every single tile on the floor marked. I'll tell you what, low detail is kind of dog shit, isn't it? I know there's reasons why people have it on. Obviously, it's very, very hard to render render the game in high detail when you've got it covering your entire screen and your screen's a television. But Beside the point. Oh, gee. Right, moving forward here, boys. They're pulling up on Veric here. They're not going to walk away. All three of them just going to tank the hit. There's the spec coming in from Hi-Yo, and they take it down. Extra couple of brews in the inventory for a reason, so they don't have to waste any time there. Divine Super Combat coming in from Hi-Yo into the Zamorak brew. I bet you're wondering, what the fuck's up with that Zami brew, Jake? Why is there a potion in the inventory that looks like that fruit that I eat sometimes? It's a 38 to the dome for Hi-Yo. Zami Brew will actually take your attack level up to 120, whereas a Super Combat will only take it to 118. So, even though it's a little difference, the 120 attack versus the 118, it's the little differences that matter in these speedruns. Venge from Hi-Yo. I don't think he meant to take damage there. Hi-Yo aeroplane. Did we miss it? Did he get launched, did he? Sitting on 42 hit points, taking the risk. He's doing a cold one risk here, even though he's got brews in the inventory. Deciding not to drink them, and instead, max DPS the boss. Remember, guys, in the ToB, if you wipe, the time does not matter for the other team. As long as they complete, they win. All right, coming into red crabs here. It looks as though about a 33% into the first crabs. Half health left on that last one. See how much damage they can do here. Looks as though the sights are hitting pretty average. Not the best looking hits. Yeah, it looks as though... Oh my god, Kirby! He's on 13 health. Don't do on a cold one, don't do on a cold one, don't do on a cold one. Please don't do on a cold one. You've got 13 hit points, Kirby. There's 2 brews in your inventory. There's 5 doses of brew in your inventory. You've got almost 100 hit points worth of food in your inventory, and you're sitting on 13 hit points. Oh my god. This man's gonna give me a fucking heart attack, I swear to god. Whew. Hi-Yo running out of scythe charges. Yep, only 9,800 charges remaining. Be a bit worried if he does actually run out during this raid, but we will see. And he's on the tank. Don't do a cold one. My word. Here come the crabs. Let's see who they're on. We've got 2 of them on Kirby over here. 1 on Toy Owner. Let's have a look at Kirby. Still sitting on such low hit points with 2 crabs walking towards him. This man is insane. He's now got no brews left. 55 hit points. And the boss is on half health. Vengeance is coming out. Here comes the web phase. A missed hit from Hi-Yo here, just so he can catch up with the team. Man, those tile markers would confuse the fuck out of me. Easy for Kirby. The man has balls the size of soccer balls. They are fucking huge. Oh my god, they've absolutely decimated on that last hit coming out of webs here. Let's see if they can finish off the boss before purples come out. As a vengeance coming in. Did someone get a purple there? No, there's still 3 purples on the field. No one caught one there. Chally, oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? That's another 0.2%. And that is also a tick eat there for Toy Owner. That's a purple for Hi-Yo. But they managed to get the boss down in 19 minutes and 28 seconds. If you want to talk about domination, guys, if you want to talk about domination, the fastest Cox time we saw was an 11:20, and that was by Cthulu Box Theory. The fastest Zulrah time we have seen is a 103.4, and that was by Cthulu Box Theory. And the fastest ToB time we've seen is a 19:28, and that was by Cthulhu Box Theory. Absolute domination from CBT in the round of 8. To finish this off, guys, we're going to show you the perspective of ToB for the nerds with attitude, the gamers, the boys. And when I say we're going to show you the perspective of the ToB for the Nerds with Attitude. I'm going to show you Skidler's POV for the ToB for Nerds with Attitude because after specifically asking everyone just before they recorded to only record in MKV, Quinny sent me an MP4. I asked everyone to stream it, record it in MP4. Quinny sent me an MKV file, so I couldn't use it, and Shrimp forgot to record. So we're only going to be seeing Skidler's POV for the Theater of Blood run, but let's go ahead and jump on into it. Skidler here once again on his Iron Man. The man that went, was it 500 raids only seeing a hilt and a rapier? He was not a happy gamer right before he got that scythe on 501. Alright, Skidler's POV here. Let's go ahead and have a look at Shrimp's POV. Yeah, looking really good over here from Shrimp's POV. And Quinny's perspective, yeah, once again, these guys are absolutely gaming. Absolutely gaming. Now, guys, I want you to pay attention to Skidler's clicks in this because they are fucking incredible. This man was on another fucking level during this ToB run. 50% coming in on Maiden. Guys, I do hope you have enjoyed the live stream today. We've got more action coming tomorrow. The semi-finals of the Speedrun Cup. You can also catch the recording of the first match in this round on YouTube this morning. That's gone live just before, so if you want to rewatch that one, that's up on YouTube. Couple of G&Ts, there it is. What do you think, guys? Have you enjoyed the Speedrun Cup so far? Let me tell you, a lot of time has gone into this, not only by myself, but remember, all of the people competing in this tournament had to take heaps of time out of their day to compete, practice, get their runs done. It's a lot of time investment from a lot of people, so I do hope you guys are enjoying it. Thanks, Shan. I'm glad. 19 hit points here for Skidler. Refusing to drink a restore. How lucky is this man? You know, if you step away from the boss, you don't tank it right, Elliot. I mean, come on. And there he goes. He goes down, but once again, just to save a little bit of time there. The only reason he did that was to save some time, and you'll see that he's going to be going into the bloat room first. Strategic death from Skidler RuneScape. Strategic death from the man. Everyone took a lot of time to practice, except Solo Mission. Solo Mission's team actually thoroughly impressed me. We had a few teams of content creators in this one that were sort of just in it for a bit of fun. And out of all of them, I think Solo Mission's team performed the best. And of course, Shrimp again being the funniest. He's not even first? Oh no. Oh no. I think the Olympics should be like this too, though. A group of dummies attempting to relay, to really show how good the Olympians are. That is true. That is true. You can obviously see the stark contrast between the regular raiders and how quick the good teams are in this. That's an 80 to the dome for Skidler, and he's going to have to eat here. Did he tick eat that fly? Or was it just lucky that it happened to be an exact same amount of hit points that he had? Refuses to eat a brew in Maiden and now has to smash down 3 brews in bloat. 3 doses of brew, sorry. Need an average cunt who spends 6 or 7 nights on the boozer competing against Usain Bolt for reference. Jesus. Are they going to get a 2 down here? I think they are. I think they're sticking it. The ticket coming in. And that's Quinny on the floor. Oh, the man does not know how to time when to eat the brew. But once again, a strategic deck. They don't really need the supplies here. So dying actually gets you out of the room quicker. Smart gaming from the boys. They're on the next level. Alright, let's take a look at this Nilo room. Once again, the most boring room in the raid. I'm going to sit here and talk to the chat while they run it. Has the music stopped? No, it's just a really quiet song. Let's skip to the next one. I've got the hiccups now. Oh no. Keep an eye out for the ruby bolts when the boss comes out. Yes, of course, Quinny being the man that lost his hardcore Iron Man to a ruby bolt proc on the Nilo boss. One of the funniest things I've ever seen in my entire life. I hope I put the Defender on too. Let's have a look. Can't see the inventory currently. Is the Defender on? Can't see from here, but it looks like it's not. No, that is a Swiftblade and Defenderless. Man, might as well just be punching the crabs. The funniest hardcore Iron Man death I've ever seen. Easily the funniest hardcore Iron Man death of RuneScape history. Skidler POV for Nilo boss, please. Actually, Ryan, alright, tell me, would you rather see Skidler's POV or Quinny's POV? This is Quinny's POV. Or would you like to see Shrimp's POV, mate? That's his POV right here. I think we will show Skidler's POV for the Nilo boss. And the Defender comes on for Skidler. Defender online. Shan, I'll tell you what, mate. We get it. We get that you're a big toy owner fan, okay? Alright? We've all owned some toys in our lifetimes. You don't have to keep telling everyone. You know what I mean? I'd have preferred if you showed the others POV for this part. Yeah, me too, mate, if I'm completely honest with you. Me too, Elliot. Me too. Alright. Nilo room coming to an end. I want you guys to pay attention to Skidler's clicks on this Nilo boss. When I say my man went nuclear, my man went fucking nuclear. I hope they're actually good. Trust me, they're good. This room is so boring to watch till the boss. I agree. But tomorrow I'm actually going to ask one of the ToB boys to give me a bit of insight into all of the little time saves that they do inside this room so that I can commentate it for you guys and make it a little bit more entertaining for tomorrow's live stream. Here we go, guys. We're about to see the God clicks coming in here. No script. I die on the first hit, by the way. Spoiler. Imagine. Right, here we go. Claws coming in. Into the side. Nope. Double claw. Respectable. Look at that. Straight into the range. No T-bow, unfortunately. They're going to get 4 low pipe hits there. And look at that. Before the boss has even changed, he hits a fucking massive switch. This man just... look at this. Look at this. This is probably the best rotation of a Nilo boss I've ever seen as well. Melee, range, melee, range. See this man miss a tick? No, I don't think you will. boots off as well. Man, what a gamer. Alright, coming into Soda's Egg here, guys. Once again, it was a 2-0, so this ToB is not going to matter in the long run, but got to showcase some good content while we've got it. Not even quick Keck W. I see that our friend over here, Petite DB, is basing what's quick on how long he lasts in bed and how his girlfriend makes him feel about it, and she says, don't worry baby, you weren't even that quick. So, understandable. Vengeance coming in here from Quinny. Oh, look at this maze. Let's see how quick he goes here, boys. Is that a straight line? Oh my god! He could have got halfway across the fucking map before he even had to move. Why is he taking so long? Why has he stopped? Not wrong, Jake. Hey, there it is, mate. There it is. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The room that I've seen Skidler RuneScape die the most in, the Soda Seg room. Is that shrimp on the floor? Is that a shrimp on the Barbie? It is! Yep, and that is a swift sit for the shrimp on the Barbie. I see why he forgot to record. I understand now, boys. I understand now. Soda Seg chooses Skidler again. See how quickly he runs through here. Fried shrimp on the menu. Exactly, Toy. Exactly, mate. Alright, let's have a look. The other two are in max, aren't they? Yes, the other two players in this raid are in max gear. Once again, Shrimp borrowing my gear for this run. Luckily enough, he didn't launch it at the arena. I managed to get it back, so very thankful for that, because believe it or not, he did in fact once borrow Skidler's gear, and he didn't get it back. So it was a risky move. He phoned me whilst I was on holiday. Brilliant. Chilling by the pool. Ring, ring. Here we go. Yo, wow. I have some bad news. I've been down the arena. I love Ellie, man. He's a crack up. He is a crack up. A lot of time spent at this chest. I think they might have been unaware that it wasn't the wave time. 4 restores for Skidler. He says, fuck this. I'm on my iron, man. I'm taking as many restores as I can get. I was unaware. Yes, there it is. Looks like a lot of window shopping. Hey, sometimes you just got to wonder. You got to ask yourself, what do I need to buy here? Anyone else buffering like hell? What do I look like, Mr. Miyagi? Same, Whippy. I agree with you, mate. Damn, not even a Keck W for that Mr. Miyagi gag. Too high IQ? That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. It might have been a little bit too high IQ for the chat. Oh no. Adwan banned Whippy OSRS. I'm gonna have to fix that one tomorrow, it seems. Whippy, a man that used to flame me out in LMS games. A reformed gamer now. Quite a nice guy. Do enjoy his company. But apparently, not reformed enough for Adwan, man. Look at this 4-tick scythe going in. Woo! Skidler's gaming. Whippy, more like Rippy. Addy, bro. I see that, you know, when you were being built, they had the 2 cups there. And it was like humor and PVM ability. And they had like a full pitcher of water. And they just fucking poured all of it in the PVM ability and left none of it in the humor. Hey, nice Abdulion. There we go. Oh, gee. I hope you know I'm joking, Addy. I hope you know I'm joking, man. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Once again, I'm crying. Shit, man. I've done it again. Alright, Hagrid. Shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that. Get out of it, Rails, you cheeky devil. First text on now, this. Oh, man. Shrimp down? Oh my god, he is too. For fuck's sake. There's a reason they call this man Shrimp the Gimp. Oh, wow, that was a close one from Skidler as well. Alright, boys, coming into the Veric room for the final. Shame about the Speedrun Cup, man. Totally believed you guys would take it out. CBT RNG totally screwed you guys. Couldn't agree more, man. I couldn't agree more. And it's crazy how good CBT's RNG was to make up that 4.5 minute time difference in the chambers of Xeric and that 24-second difference. Watch this staff drop. Did I already miss it? Wait. Oh, you dropped bruise. Someone picked up your bruise, didn't they? Wait. Okay, good. Don't worry. I was reading the wrong section on my notepad. I'm trolling. Look where I drop shit. Yeah, you drop it right at the pillar as well. Oh, man, for real. And not a first pillar down. P1. They're not even going to tank a hit here on 2.2%. Skidler says, fuck this. I'm an Iron Man. I'm saving my bruise. I don't want to have to go kill the giant mole ever again. And he bets on another shrimp death. We'll give you 2-1 on that one, mate. I think it's pretty fucking likely. Alright, let's see if they can make up a little bit of time on the Veric here. To be honest, I think more than likely the run's lost. Not that it matters anyway. And Skidler goes for a bit of a flight. Oh my god, I remember this. I remember this. He's scything... Look at this. He's scything the fucking purple crab. And I remember specifically hearing him go, why won't this fucking crab die? And then Shrimp goes, because you're wearing a face guard. And he goes, so? And he goes, I legit thought you didn't have to poison it. This man in the Speedrun Cup didn't realize you had to poison the purple crab. As you can see, boys, we've brought the best of the best out to show off their skills. He's just hit a 47-10-4 with a side to heal the boss. That's a 61 to heal the boss. Skidler, you okay? Nah, your mum isn't replying. For fuck's sake. It's absolutely shocking. Alright, 25% on the second red crabs. Wait. I swear they just healed it for like way more than they really needed to. Why is it on 28%? It wasn't 25%. 17% for the third crabs. Don't suspect that is going to be something you hear me saying very often during this cup. Have an updated bracket? I do, Scott. I'll show that just after this ToB run, which will likely be a world record. And he's off again. Air Hostess Skidler RuneScape. Speedruns? Psh, you should see this guy barrel roll a 747. Now that's a speedrun. I agree. I agree. $334 healed, by the way. Oh my god. I didn't even realize that was a plugin. Night Rails, mate. Take it easy. We'll see you tomorrow for the semi-finals, mate. Not bad on the tank, though. Pretty good on the sticks. He ain't the fastest to the Veric chest room, but he's the fastest up Fall Mountain, and that is on the gang, my driller. That's total? Yeah, I know. They all missed a hit here, by the way. All of them missed a hit at the exact same time. I swear it was lag, a look at it. It must have been. There's no way that could have been like an accident. It had to have been lag. Is he going to nail the portal here? He is. I think he is. He is. Last tick. Quinny tanks it there. In come the claws. 9.6% left. 6.8%. Claws come out and the boss is dead. Nerds with Attitude gonna pick up a 2302. So, all things considered, not the worst. And just in case anyone was wondering, no, they did not get a purple chest. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to wrap it up for the quarterfinals of the Speedrun Cup. Let's go ahead and have a look at the updated bracket. Tomorrow, we're going to be watching the semi-finals, so a recap of today's action. Veric Inters taking down Shadow Raid Legends. I did say that right, didn't I? I did. Shadow Raid Legends 2-1. We also had Glances taking down Team Schleem 2-0. ToB taking down Step Brothers in a 2-1. And Cthulu Box Theory taking out Nerds with Attitude in a 2-0. Tomorrow we're going to see, I've already been through that, what we're going to see tomorrow. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to wrap it up, I believe, for day one of the Speedrun Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have enjoyed the content today, please don't hesitate to click the follow button. We are going to be back tomorrow from 12 PM GMT for the semi-finals. I know some of the teams in today's runs weren't the fastest. Like I said, we didn't exactly fill out the bracket. We had to seek a few teams out, so couple of fill-ins, kind enough to run some bosses, even though they're not speed runners per se. And tomorrow is going to be when the real gamers come out to play, and we're going to see some sick best of fives. Really looking forward to it, guys. I've been Expected Value RuneScape. This has been the Speedrun Cup, and I will catch you guys tomorrow for the semi-finals. Now, I think it's no secret that especially in this day and age, you can't put a price on internet safety. That being said, from the low price of $6.67 a month, you can get ExpressVPN. I've personally been using ExpressVPN for over 3 months now, and not only does it enhance your internet security, it also helps you do other things. For instance, you can use ExpressVPN to change your location and access other countries' Netflix to get better movies. But my favorite thing to do with ExpressVPN is get out of going to dinner with my mother-in-law. All I have to do is go into ExpressVPN, change my location to England, and my girlfriend is none the wiser. Hey, sweetie, how you going?
Honey, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, listen, I'm actually calling with some pretty bad news. I'm not going to be able to make it to your mum's birthday dinner tomorrow night. There was an emergency meeting called. I'm actually in England right now.
You're in England?
Yeah. If you check my location at the moment, you'll be able to see that it's actually in England, you know?
Don't need to check that map. I can literally see the background of your apartment in the video.
What? Oh, no. See? I'm in England.
Jake, I know you're not in England. I know you're in your apartment. I'm not falling for your stupid VPN shit again. Make sure you're at dinner tomorrow night.
Listen, the connection's really bad. I can't. Bye. Find out how to get ExpressVPN for 3 months for free by clicking on the link in the description, expressvpn.com/evscape. Thanks again to ExpressVPN for sponsoring today's video. Oh my god, look at her! Does she want to be in the ad? Oh, sweetheart. Do you use ExpressVPN, Cleo? Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to day 2 of the Speedrun Cup. Today, we have the semi-finals. Before we get into it, boys, can we please get just one of these ones in the chat for Hootie Tootie on the graphics? How fucking good they look, man. I can't get over it. The man's a wizard. There's a reason I pay him $15,000 to do these fucking graphics for me, man. It's worth every single penny. It's worth the entire 15 billion GP I had to sell to pay him. You know? Not enough if you ask me. That's what I'm saying, dude. That's what I'm saying. Guys, we've got a lot of action for you today. We have 2 best of 5s. We're in the semi-finals of the Speedrun Cup. We have today Veric Inters versus Any Glances in a best of 5, and Cthulu Box Theory up against ToB in a best of 5 as well. Going to be seeing some different bosses than we saw yesterday. Yesterday was pretty Nightmare Cox Zulrah filled. But today, we're going to be seeing some different bosses. I'm looking forward to it. We're not going to mess around, boys. I think we're going to go ahead and jump straight on into the action. Let me get my studio mode up so I don't fuck anything up again. Let's quickly take a look at the bracket. There it is. Boom. Yesterday, we saw Veric Inters take on the Shadow Raid Legends, beat them in a 2-1, as well as Team Schleem going down to Any Glances 2-0. Then we had ToB taking on Step Brothers, and they managed to get up 2-1 to move on to the semi-final. And then Cthulu Box Theory taking on Nerds with Attitude in a 2-0. And not just a 2-0. It was absolute fucking decimation. Today, we are going to be seeing Veric Inters, Any Glances, and that is the first match that we are going to be watching. There won't be Optimax, absolutely not, mate. What we're going to do now is go ahead and jump straight into the boss draft for Veric Inters versus Any Glances. Let's take a look at it over here. So jumping straight in, we see that there is a gauntlet ban. Now, I don't know if the Inters sort of looked back and saw that when Gauntlet was first coming out, that Puggin was actually going for the record. There was a prize by Jagex. I think it was some cool massive prize for the tournament. It was like you win a mouse or something. I don't know. It was really fucking sick. But I don't know if they looked back and saw that's what they were going for back then and thought maybe Punkin is still smashing it out of the gauntlet, and that's why they decided to ban it. Either way, we see that Glances have banned the Inferno. Once again, I'm not too sure about the decision behind this because as far as I'm aware, nope, I know exactly why they did it. I forgot who was on the team. Big Shawnee. Shawnee, one of the better Inferno runners in the game. Definitely not the best, okay? Definitely not the best, but definitely one of the better Inferno runners in the game. So they've decided to drop that Inferno, which I don't think Shawnee's going to be too happy about. I don't think he's going to be too happy about it because, guess what? That's 2 rounds in a row. He's not going to get to compete. He's on the teams for one job only, and that is to complete the Inferno, and he's not going to be able to do it. Now, moving on to the picks, we see a Zulrah and a Vorkath pick for the Veric Inters. Once again, not too sure what the decision-making behind this one was. I can't remember exactly what the order of the picks was, but Zulrah and Vorkath, 2 bosses that are relatively figured out. Zulrah, 100% figured out. You know where to stand, what to attack with at every single moment. Vorkath, relatively figured out. I don't know if it's exactly tick perfectly figured out just yet, but close enough to the point where if you can manage to do everything tick perfectly, it's all just going to come down to the RNG at the end. And maybe the Inters have just looked at the other team, seen how stacked it is, and said, you know what? We need a little bit of RNG on our side. Maybe we go for the bosses that we might not have an edge at, but we might be able to get a decent bit of RNG and take out the dub. Moving on to the Glances picks, we see a Nightmare. We saw them smash the Nightmare in the last round. I can't remember what their time was. You know what? Let me just quickly get up my document right here. I'm going to tell you exactly what their time was from the last round. Glances with a 5:24 Nightmare, which was the fastest time for the Nightmare we saw in the last round. So they're going to take that momentum there in the last round with the Nightmare and try and bring it into this one. And of course, the Chambers of Xeric, once again, a pretty reasonable time for the last round for any Glances with the Chambers of Xeric. They had a 12:13, not the fastest time of the round, but definitely a decent time nonetheless. So they have picked the Chambers of Xeric and the Nightmare, Zulrah and Vorkath for the Veric Inters. And of course, if it does go to a tiebreaker, we will be seeing a Theatre of Blood run. And there it is, guys. That is the bracket. 5. Hello, a cold one. Thank you for the host, mate. Much appreciated. We are about to watch the first round match, which is going to be, once I get my program up here, let's get the music back on. We definitely want that. Alright, and we'll turn that down a little bit. Here we go. Okay, let me get the... Why did I not have this organized before I started the stream? Probably has something to do with the fact that I'm not the smartest cookie in the tool shed. Alright. Now, let's go ahead and have a look at the Veric Inters Nightmare POV. Let me just double check everything looks good over there. Everything's looking good over there. I think you're a bit quiet, maybe. It might just be me talking quietly, mate. I'm going to start yelling soon. Don't you worry about that. Let's check the main screen. Are we ready to jump on over into the action? Everything's looking good. Is everyone in the chat ready? Music's a bit too loud. Say no more. We'll turn it down a little bit. All right. Everybody in the chat ready? Need to get a drink? I came prepared. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and jump on into the action. This is a best of 5 Veric Inters, any Glances. We are currently watching the Veric Inters point of view here at the Nightmare. We're going to be seeing Rills, Kandarin, and Humble run this run. For some reason, my stream deck isn't working, so I'm just going to have to click on it. Kandarin, Reels, and Humble running this nightmare. As you can see, everybody in absolute maximum. There is no fucking around today. These boys are here to play. And here we go, the nightmare waking up. Let's have a look at this hammer spec here. 0. We're going to have to move to another perspective. Should be a hammer coming in here for Kandarin now. Is he going to hit the second hammer? That's a 0 for both. Are we going to see Reels? He won't have brought the hammer. We see another hammer coming in here from Humble, and he hits the hammer. That's 3 hammers on the first phase. That is not what you're looking for. Let's have a look at Reels' perspective over here. He should be the one with the Dragon 2-hander, and that is almost a 1-hit for the Husks. Almost a 1-hit for the Husks. One Husk remained on that first hit. Obviously not all you could hope for, but a decent hit nonetheless. And they got some pretty bad RNG with the first spawn here. Husks being the first spawn means that they are likely going to see a second spawn of Husks throughout this P1. And the Husks are basically just a time waste. Now, coming into the pillar phase, we're going to see how quickly they get on these pillars and whether they decide to stay together for this pillars phase so that the Husks can still be Dragon 2-hand spec'd. It looks like, is Reels even going to have, he's not even going to have a D2H spec left. And they're not stood in the same spot. This is a disaster for them. Look at the time waste there. The other 2 boys having to pull out their mace or, mace or rapier to kill off the Husks while Reels goes and hits those pillars. Like I said, they're losing about 10 seconds there every single time they have to kill those Husks. So unfortunate for the Husks to be the second spawn, and now they're going to get another flower. So it looks like even if they didn't get the Husk spawn, they would have had 2 Husk spawns regardless. Bit of a slow P1 from the Inters here. Alright, let's see these Sleepwalkers. Have they decided to go with the blowpipes? No, they haven't. They have decided to go with magic. And you see that Sleepwalker almost made it all the way to the boss, which is not what you want to see. That's a 2 or 3 second time save that you can get in there if you manage to kill them as soon as they spawn. Let's have a look at these hammers. Who's going for the hammer? Who is going for the hammer? Someone's got their hammer out. Why did no one have their hammer out? I'm so confused. I don't actually know if they hit a hammer there. Man's got the nightmare tagged in case he forgets what it's called. Hey, listen, sometimes you're not sure. They did hammer. They got a hammer. Okay, fantastic. That's what we like to see. P2 does seem to be going down a little quicker than P1. No claw spec for the second parasite, but look at that. Reels just turns around with his big fucking muscles and said, see ya later. That is a big 40 with the bludgeon. 1 hit on the parasite. You can't really ask for much more than that. Client says he hit. Where? I can't see it. It's gone now? Okay. I'll believe you guys. I'll trust you. Alright, coming into P2 pillars here. See, Reels not getting the full mage switch on before going for that first hit. You're going to see that a lot in these nightmare kills. Players just opting to get the staff straight on. I don't think anyone knows what the stats of these totems are. I actually went into a nightmare kill last night to check for myself, and it told me I couldn't monster examine these totems. So I don't think anyone knows what the stats are, but it looks as though their defense is pretty low, which means if you just hurl a quick harmonized fire surge at them, you're likely to hit regardless of what gear you have on. And let's hit. Is this Sleepwalker getting in? Oh my word, the Sleepwalker almost got in. They were too busy focusing on the parasites that came out, which at this point don't matter. They only matter when the boss is alive or the pillars are alive. Luckily enough, Reels manages to get. That's a spec from Humble. Let's have a look at his POV. He did hit one there. Thankfully, he's got the client up so we can see. It's a totem, not a monster in it? Ah, yes. I see we have Alicia the Genius in the chat. All right, coming into P3, we've seen one hammer hit. We're likely to see a second hammer come in from Kandarin here at about 1,000 HP, but it doesn't look like he... Yeah, he doesn't have any spec left. I think he opted to go for the claw spec on the Parasite rather than saving the hammer for the last phase of the Nightmare here. Interesting. What level to cast Totem Examine? That's what I'm saying, Hootie. All right, here come the spores, and Kandarin hits a spore immediately. Spawn right next to it, only moved 1 square instead of 2, and that is going to cost him around 6 ticks over the course of the next 6 hits, and he's not going to be able to run it anywhere. Those spores are going to slow down your attacks by 1 tick, so an absolute disaster for him to hit that there. Any yawners in the chat? I'm certainly feeling tired after that one. Nightmare Shield is about to go down. Let's see how quickly they can get the pillars done here. It's going to be important to see these hits come in because the rest of the kill has been relatively slow for them. Few mistakes, a little bit of bad RNG along the way. Those 3 hammer specs at the start really costing them. The pillars seem to be going down pretty quick. Northwest is getting absolutely melted by Humble over here. He's absolutely done bits on that totem there, and he's going to move on to the northeast. You'll see all the boys pull up to the last pillar here. Southeast not going down. Reels is absolutely noodling with his harmonized staff, and this has been a very slow last pillar phase. The southeast pillar, Reels' pillar, didn't go down until the rest of the pillars were done. Let's have a look at the time in the chat for the Nightmare. That's a 5:55. So not the fastest time there for the Veric Inters. Certainly not the worst time we've seen so far, but a 5:55 nonetheless for the Inters. Weapon supplier coming in with 5 gifted subs. Weapon, you're a weapon, mate. Thank you very much. A 5:55 for the Veric Inters there. And we're going to have to see if the Glancers are able to beat that time. Let's go ahead and get up their perspective. Where am I looking? Glancers, Nightmare, round of 4. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're not messing around. Let's go ahead and see if the Glancers can pull this one out of their ass. A 5:55 is the time to beat for any Glancers. Chat, what do you think? Are they going to get the job done? Or are they going to lose this first point? Let's go ahead and jump on into the action. Once again, any Glancers here, guys, going to be run by Puggin. I don't know why my stream deck isn't working. I'm going to have to sort that out in a minute. So we've got Lake here for any Glancers. We have Xbay. This time he's managed to take his stream layout off, so we can't thank Milkobia for the sub. And we have Puggin. We're going to see Xbay go in here for the hammer spec and a backup from Lake if he misses. Doesn't miss. 1 hammer straight away. You love to see that. You're going to see a lot of teas from these guys in their inventory. The reason they have the teas in their inventory is because they don't lose any ticks from eating a Guthix Restore dose, drinking a Guthix Restore dose. No tick loss on the boss. Here come the Husk first phase. So once again, bad RNG here to get Husk first phase, but similar RNG to the other team with the Husks almost getting 1 hit there. It looks as though this P1 is going a lot better for the Glancers than it did for the Inters. We're going to have to see how the RNG permits on those hammer specs throughout the rest of the run. Once again, having a look at the inventories here, we've got a ham joint in the inventory for Xbay. That is for the Husks. If he needs to get that 1 hit left over because Puggin didn't manage to 1-hit them, ham joint is a 3-tick weapon, so he's going to save 1 tick on the next hit. Anything extra in the inventory for Lake? Lake also has a Dragon 2-hander, so I wonder if they plan to do a double spec there with the D2H. Maybe not. Coming onto the pillars here, you see 3 harmonized staffs once again, absolutely launching at these pillars. Let's see how quickly they go down. Northeast here for Puggin. Looks like he's absolutely melting that. There should be 1 more hit here. Oh, unfortunately not to finish it off there. Gonna go to the... Who's nearly dead? Who's nearly dead? Oh, it's a Husk. It's a Husk that's nearly dead. Oh my god, I thought it was one of the players. This is a disaster here. Who's caught under the boss? It's Xbay. He's caught under the boss. If the boss decides to do its nightmare thing, he could be in a bit of trouble. They wait until the end of the phase to kill off the Husks as well. That is very, very scary. And that Sleepwalker almost got in. A few ticks lost there. They definitely could have got those Sleepwalkers down a lot quicker. Let's have a look at the hammer spec for the second phase. And he hits it again. No, he bopped. He bopped with the Dragon Warhammer. And he's almost dead. 13 hit points. X-Bay, eat up, bro. We're going to see him sip these Guthix Restores in between his hits. Doesn't really need to keep his health much higher than the max hit of the Nightmare, which is like between 1 and 5. So not too crazy, but definitely wants to keep his health high and not risk it. We're going to see the Parasites come out here for the Glancers, and both of them get one hit. That is no heals from the Parasites for the Glancers. That is the most important part of Phase 2. You want to make sure that those Parasites don't heal the boss at all. The best way to do that is by standing under the boss and hoping that the Parasites don't come back out. Similarly to the way that you can't hit the boss when you're stood underneath it, the Parasite can't heal the boss when it's underneath it. We see a tank change here, and Puggin tanks a 9 melee. Very, very lucky boy there not to cop a bigger hit, but the supplies in the inventory looking pretty good. I don't think it's going to matter too much. I see a Dragon Dart on the ground. Once again, these high-level PVMers don't care about money. They just light it on fire. I'll be there picking those Dragon Darts up like the no tomorrow. You know how much they're fucking worth? They're like 2k each on the GE or some shit. My word. These pillars are going down quicker than a slut on a Saturday night. Have a look at that. They were like 6-hit pillars. Alright, let's have a look at these Sleepwalkers here. We are seeing a blowpipe, I believe. Yep, there is a blowpipe from X-Bay. That's what I expect to see from the teams going forward. The blowpipe on the Sleepwalkers to get them done quicker. Let's have a look. Another hammer. That is 3 first hammers here for the Glancers. Very, very good hammer RNG on their Nightmare run. And that defense bonus, the defense level of the Nightmare, reduced by 30%. It's going to make their sights more accurate. Let them do a lot more damage. Puggin and Lake getting the hit in here on the Nightmare as it goes for its skirt phase. Let's have a look at the supplies for the team. 4 Guthix Restores here for Puggin. We've got 1 Angler and 33 hit points for X-Bay, and he's dead. He's dead! He's dead on Oh my god. Oh, this is, for lack of a better term, a nightmare for the Glancers. They've got a 555 to beat, and they've just had a team member die with 500 hit points to go on P3. Oh, this is going to cost them. Let's have a look at the supplies for the other guys. We've got 1 Guthix Restore left here for Puggin and 1 Angler, and over here at Lake, he has no food left in his inventory. All of those Guthix Restores are empty. Nothing but empty cups in his inventory. If he wants to eat something, it's going to be a Zami Brew, and he doesn't want to do that because that's going to lose him hit points. They're moving on to the pillars here. That was actually massively quick for down 1 player. Moving on to the pillars, it looks like they're going to get the kill. The question is the timing. They lost so much DPS. So much DPS there by X-Bag dying. Let's have a look how quickly these pillars go down. They're fucking melting them. I don't believe my fucking eyes. It's like they didn't even need X-Bay in the room. Look how quickly they're killing these pillars. Will they beat the 555 of the Inters to take down the first point? That's a 532. The Glancers had a team member die with 500 HP to go on P3, and they still win by 23 seconds. Wow. If they didn't have a death, that was going to be a very, very quick Nightmare kill. My word, what a performance here for the Glancers. Hootie tootie, I am going to check that Discord, mate. Wagwan. Oh, that's a great idea, Hootie tootie. Alright, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. And I'm going to do that. Okay, so they should be active in about 5 minutes, Hootie. They're all approved. So 5 minutes or so. Whew. My word, ladies and gentlemen. You have the quarterfinals thing in the bottom? Oh no, I do too. Oh, Hootie, do you have the updated one? I also need to figure out what's going on with my stream deck before we move on to the next battle here. Do you want the new video? I have it. I mean, yeah, that would be great if you have it, mate. Oh my word. Okay, let me just double check right here that my stream deck is now working. Thank the good Lord. We are gaming over there on the stream deck. We're going to get this updated, guys. All right, I apologize. Luckily, we've got Hootie Tootie in the chat. He can sort us out with that extra graphic. I can't believe I've still got the wrong one. Damn it. That's what I'm saying, Peterson. I hope the chat thing happens soon. What are the things? Let's see if we can do this one. Well, it didn't come in straight away, mate, so, I mean, let me hit a refresh on the chat. Maybe that'll help. We've got, there it is! Look at that! Alright, we now have emotes for each of the teams, so you guys can, get them in the chat. And you can support who you're going for. Look at that. Hootie's a genius, mate. Hootie, did you send me over that thing yet? Let's have a look. Rot. I can't believe that, ladies and gentlemen. I'm at 60%. Sweet, sweet. So the Nightmare is going to be a win there for the Glances. Taking down the first points. We're going to move on and have a look at Zulrah after this. Once we get everything fixed. Because believe it or not, I am shocking at my job. Alright. Change that. You're in studio mode. Has anyone voted to do Vorkath? We are going to see some Vorkath between the Glances and the Veric Inters here, mate. Absolutely. What are we watching next? Did someone say we transfer? Yes, I think they did. I don't have... It's still not here, Nick. Oh, I've got it now. I've got it. All right, give me 1 second, boys. The stream might look like shit for a second because I'm downloading something and I have Australian internet. But we should be good. All right. Let's... All right, why is that opened up over there? For fuck's sake. All right. Let's open up the downloads. Apologies about this, guys. Anyone would have thought I would just come prepared. But, as you can see, I haven't. I need to find some new songs. There we go. All right. Where's my downloads? Where's my downloads? Where did I put them? Okay, let's... No, not that. I want to take... this one. Speedrun Cup. Stream assets. Paste. Replace the file in the destination? No, I don't want to do that. Uh-oh. What have I done? Oh, what have I done? Did I break something? What if I put this here? Okay. Nick, I'm just going to make sure that you've given me the right one first. Okay, you have. We're good, we're good. Didn't want to spoil the results, you know? Alright. So now, if I chuck this in here, it should just work. Nice. And then we move this down to there. Look at that. I like that little magic trick, boys. Disappeared for a minute there. All right, all right. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to, you can support the teams by putting their logo in the chat. We figured it out. Is it this one? Any glances? Yep, there we go. Veric Inters. Look at that, boys. Awesome, 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 awesome. Right, let's go ahead and move on to the next boss, which is going to be Zulrah. We're going to go ahead and watch the perspective of the Veric Inters first. There we go. Who's running Zulrah for the Inters? It's Kandarin. Kandarin RS is going to be running Zulrah for the Inters. Studio. Just check this. Get that on. Everything's looking good. We need to get the Inters logo up. And we need to play some B-roll. Coming up next, the teams will be battling it out at Zulrah. For Zulrah, each team will select one player to do 10 consecutive kills, and whichever team has the best average of those 10 kills takes home the point. Here at Zulrah, the deaths aren't as damaging because if you die, you can redo the kill. However, it will add 1 minute onto your kill time for the repeat. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the Veric Inters take on Zulrah. This is Kandarin, and he's going to be running the Zulrah for the Inters. As you can see, harmonized staff in the inventory. We don't see a volatile staff that we saw from Scotty yesterday. We do, in fact, see dragon knives instead of the dragon thrown axes as well, and a dark bow in the inventory. So, no volatile specs here. We won't be seeing that. And he's misclicked the boss. Oh my god, he's lagging. Oh no. Oh, that lag. Look at that. I thought he misclicked the boss. Regardless of whether he misclicked the boss, he is absolutely going nuclear on it here. Let's see these dragon knife specs come in. And the dark bow. What's the dark bow going to pop as Zulrah comes back up? That's a 39.8. He'll be happy with that dark bow spec. And it looks as though he is going to get a very, very quick kill for the first kill. As you can see, Click's a little shaky, a little bit nervous going into the semi-finals. There's a lot on the line, and he certainly doesn't want to disappoint his team and come back with the bad news. So a 54-second kill coming in for Kandarin for the first Zulrah kill for the Inters. Currently, the Glances are up 1-0. Let's see if Kandarin can get some good times, get a good average, and make it very, very hard for his team to lose this one. He's got the 1500 pure essence in his inventory from the last kill. He's going to be very happy with that. He seems switching to the blowpipe for one hit instead of going for the extra harm. That way, he gets an extra hit in on the boss. Managed to get the 4-way off as well. Man might be nervous, but he certainly knows where he needs to click, and he's going to click there. Vengeance pops off. Not the biggest one. It looks as though he got about an 18. Definitely can't be upset with an 18 Vengeance on Zulrah, with its max hit being a 41. That is about half its max hit, which is what you'll expect. Any danger of a shaky mouse from the man tonight? A little bit shaky from Kandarin, but definitely not what we saw going into Vassal last night. That is for sure. All right, let's have a look here. Dragon knife specs coming off. Wow, those dragon knives actually went pretty fucking hard just then. He's gonna get the T-bow for a 0. Oh no. The last dragon knife hit a 0, the blowpipe hit a 0, and the T-bow hit a 0. He could have finished off the boss right there, but instead he's going to go into another phase and another phase. This is disastrous RNG here for Kandarin. And he's taken the boss down. Let's have a look at the time in the chat. That is a 1:26 Zulrah kill. Coming off that 54 second. That's going to take his average up to about 1 minute 10 seconds to start with here. After the first 2 kills. There's definitely a feels bad man in the chat. Alright. Coming into the 3rd kill here. Let's have a look at the rotation. See if he can get a little bit better RNG going around. 6-way for the blowpipe hit. Look at this man. He's not here to fuck spiders. He's here to fuck snakes. The 6-way for the blowpipe. He's popping off. The nerves have gone. What's the question marks in the chat? He's got the range rotation here, which is in fact the worst rotation you can get at Zulrah. It's the 2nd time he's got this rotation as well in a row. 2 really bad rotations. Most of the time you're going to have shit kills when you get this rotation. He's got the Sears ring back on. He did have to eat... Wait, he ate an angler. He's on 113 hit points. He ate an angler. I'm super confused as to why he did that. He might have even misclicked on the angler there. He's gone down to 36 hit points. He's going to have to tick 8 here with the angler. He's going to miss another hit. These anglers are not helping him. And he's put on the... What has he done? He's resized his fucking monitor. He's gone down to 3 hit points. Somehow managed to survive. Oh my, oh my. Talk about nerves, boys. That is a 1 minute 30 kill. He's misclicked the border of his client. I don't think that's going to be fixed. I think we're just going to have to deal with that. And you see him standing there. He's not too happy with the effort on that kill there. Alright. Did I edit this properly? Let's have a look. Clearly, I've not edited this properly. And there we go. Alright. Looks as though we're going to have to deal with looking at the sidebar of Runelight here. Let's have a look at this rotation. So a 54 second, a 126 and a 130. 3 kills in for the Inters here. A 4-way this time for the blowpipe. Not feeling confident anymore after that misclick in the last round. Once again getting the melee rotation. Oh, this is disastrous for the Inters. 3 of the worst rotation in a row. Couple that bad RNG with a few misclicks and they are not having a good time. Very, very unlucky rotations here for the Inters, but these things are going to happen. In 10 kills, you're going to expect to see this rotation 2.5 times. So if he doesn't see it for the rest of the 10 kills, I don't think he's going to be too upset. You'll take that. Why is the melee rotation bad? Because you go straight... You don't get a blue phase until later. And the blue phase is the best DPS at Zulrah. So the quicker you get a blue phase, the better. And the less melee rotations you get, the better. Melee is the worst phase you want to see with Zulrah. The highest defense. That was a pretty reasonable kill considering the rotation. A 118 coming in here for Kandarin. So a 54, a 126, a 130, and a 118 currently. Whew. The average not looking too great, but a few quick kills can bring that back for sure. We see a champion on the docks with a regular trident and mystics. You love to see it. Where's the 107? Yep, there it is. Wonder if we're going to see a few 107s tonight, boys. He's hit the 4-way again for the blowpipe. This man games. You can tell that this man games. What was the first point? The Glances won Nightmare at a 5:32 versus a 5:55. So 23 seconds in it. 23 seconds, a lot of time when you're going for speed runs. But in this speed run cup, when you only get one attempt, 23 seconds, not that crazy of a difference. So pretty close in the Nightmare round. You're going to see a pillar stall here. Every time he hits the boss twice, he's going to go behind the pillar, so the boss can only hit him once. That's going to stall the mage phase and have it stay up longer so you can get more hits off. Coming into the third phase for Zulrah here. Fourth phase for Zulrah. Pardon. And his harmonized orb, I was about to say, is going nuclear, and then he splashes twice in a row. My word. He's got his range prayer on for the start of the Zulrah kill. Tanks the hit with a 0, though. Very, very lucky boy. Pulling up for the last few hits on the mage phase. Let's see the time. That's a 116. Oh, no. Kandarin. Currently with a 54, 126, 130, 118, and a 116. Not looking too good. I don't think he's going to be too happy with these times. He's definitely not going to be happy with the rotations that he's been dealt. Let's see if he can bring back the RNG. Get some good rotations. Get some good hits. That's a 6-way for the blowpipe hit. He misses getting his tormented bracelet back on, but he gets it for the third hit. So you have to wonder if you hit that 6-way with the blowpipe, is it even worth it if you don't get your tormented bracelet back on? And guess what? I can tell you the answer is absolutely yes. He's not happy with his RNG here. You see by the shake of the screen, he's sitting there absolutely fuming at the fact that he's on the third phase of this Zulrah kill, and the boss is still on 400 hit points. He's going to have to try and hold back that rage, though, because the last thing he wants is to get upset with the RNG and have himself make mistakes. Can he keep himself composed here? 322 hit points coming into the range phase of the third rotation. Let's have a look at the harm hits here. Coming in with a 10. That's going to be another 10. It's a 6. This one's a big one. Okay, 27. Into a 13, maybe. It was a 13. Look at that. That's quick math right there from the expected value RuneScape. Coming into the melee phase, we're not going to expect to see too many hits here, but he will be happy if he does get a couple. He does get a couple hits in here. Mage phase, and this is the last one we're going to see. Surprised not to see him eat the angler coming through there. He's got 30% spec back after he used the dark bow spec on the first one. That takes up 55. He had 45. Where did the other knife go? That's the question. But we see a 137. Oh, God, it hurts my eyes. Oh, man. 137 meaning 37, and 37 being the backwards number of 73. 73 obviously being the funniest number in the world. He's not going to be happy with that 137. And you got to say, he's barely done anything wrong in these Zulrah kills, and he is really just getting dicked by that RNG. He manages to pull off the 6-way here. This is what I'm saying. The man is insane on the sticks, and he's not being rewarded. Alright, coming into the melee phase. He's hit twice. Okay, you can't be upset with that. 2 hits on the melee phase. You'll take it. That's 3. Okay, he's got to be happy with the results on that melee phase. Let's see if he can bring the RNG through to the mage phase. Blowpipe, 0. T-bow, 0. Blowpipe, 0. T-bow, 10. Knives, dark bow, decent dark bow there. Okay. The T-bow hits were not popping off, but I think he's going to be happy with that 25-36 dark bow. Let's see if his harm can pull it off here. He really wants to kill at this phase, but it looks like he's not going to be able to get that done. 187 hit points for the boss. I believe the max hit of the harmonized staff there is either a 40-something. Someone in the chat's going to tell me what the max hit of the harmonized staff is. It's a 40-something, high 40s. It's a 49. There it is. 49 max hit for the harmonized staff, so he definitely could have 4 hit Zulrah there. And it looks like he's going to take it down on the melee rotation. Let's have a look at the time. It's a 118. Man, it's so upsetting that that felt like a quick kill, and it was a 118, man. That's how bad his RNG has been. Even when he gets relatively bad RNG, we think that he's getting good RNG because it's been that bad. Just been informed here by the chat that the max hit of Fire Surge is in fact 73. I don't believe it. I'm absolutely creasing. That's a good start. That's a 46. See the blowpipe hit? Doesn't hit again. Hate to see it. My ToB only Zulrah kills are faster than this. Some of your ToB only Zulrah kills are faster than this. I imagine you've got quite a few 3-minute kills as well. Gonna need to see a few 35 seconds to pull it back. I agree with you there, my friend. Let's see what he can pull out of his ass with this Zulrah kill. The ToB actually hits this time. Let's have a look. Blowpipe, ToB. Okay, he's got to be happy with this RNG here. His weapons are actually hitting for a change. He paid over 1 billion GP for that Twisted Bow, and it's finally pulling some numbers, and the Venge pops off with a 35 as well. This is going to be a quick kill. This man is pulling out all the stops, turning off his prayer for the Vengeance, hitting the Dark Bow spec, which is a pretty decent. Splash, splash, 10. Oh my god. 2 splashes in a row. Oh. I can imagine this man was sat here thinking, I really want to punch my monitor right now, because I tell you what, I'm watching it back and I want to punch my monitor for him. Let's have a look at the time in the chat. That's a 1:13. That could have easily been early 1-minuters, a 1:05 if he got the kill on that range phase when he was supposed to. He is not a happy chappy. He did a 73-second kill, 1:13. That is a 73-second kill. I don't believe it, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, coming into kill number 8 here. Let's have a look what he can pull out of his behind. Decent hits to start it off. He's not going to be upset with that. And the mage rotation, the best rotation he could ask for. Let's see if the Dragon Knives pop off here. He's going to have to get that Ring of Suffering on. Quite a few Snakelings going to be about. As soon as those Snakelings go down, he's going to want to change back into his... Oh, he doesn't even have a range ring here. Never mind. Let's see if the knives come in. 144, 117. The Dark Bow did not pop off for that last hit there. Comes in with a 42 surge straight away. We might see him pull up to the boss here if he gets decent RNG on these surges. Not good enough to pull up, unfortunately. And the mage rotation coming in. Let's have a look at the blowpipe. 0, 0, 10. Come on, man. Oh, I want to throw my monitor out the window for him right now. Look at this RNG. Has to tick the last hit of Zulrah there. And let's have a look at the time. 1:06 when it could have easily been sub 1 minute. Oh, Kandarin, I really feel for you here, mate. I really, really feel for the man here. We are going to be coming into the last kill at Zulrah. It's 10, Timo. 10, man. Back to Kandarin. I have to say, a very, very cool in-game name here from the man, Kandarin. Only a 4-way for the blowpipe here. Misclicked the blowpipe to start with. Decided to take 2 switches out of the equation. Decent hits to start the kill. Zulrah currently sat on 340 hit points. Ate a burrito before the stream, and it is coming back up in burp form. Apologies, guys, if you can hear that. Alright, ToB, 0. Oh my god, man. 0. Oh no. Come on. Alright, let's have a look at the range phase coming in. Big surge to start it off. Another big surge coming in. A couple of big 40 surges coming in for Kandarin here on that last kill. Pulling up on the boss. He's about to die. 16 hit points. Don't die, Kandarin. Don't die. That will add a minute to his time, but he manages to survive, and the last kill is going to be a 115. A 115. So, his kills were a 54-second. What a great start, man. And that's where it went downhill. A 126, a 130, a 118, a 116, a 137, a 118, a 113, a 106, and a 115 for an average of 117.3. That's right, 117.3. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and watch the other perspective. I believe it is Puggin that is going to be running Zulrah for the Glancers. Let's not waste any time here. We're going to go ahead and get straight back into the action. Let's get their logo up. Let's do that and transition in. All right, and here is Puggin taking on Zulrah. As you can see, inventory very stacked. Dragon knives. No dark bow for this inventory setup. We'll see if that's going to make a difference. Also playing on fixed mode. We'll see if that's going to make a difference as well. Imbued Heart in the inventory. Desert Amulet. I believe this account doesn't actually have a spec pool in its house, so he needs to go to the desert to get his spec back. That's a 38 Venge. He's going to be happy with that. Dragon Knives into the Twisted Bow. Dragon Knives have hit twice. T-Bow's hit twice. Really, really good RNG here. For Puggin, that's going to be a big T-Bow hit. That's going in hard. He's pulling up on the boss. He didn't bring an anti-venom. He's just smashing down the T's to get rid of the venom. One more hit's going to do it here. That's a 0. One more hit's going to do it. 33 to finish off the kill. That's a fast kill. 58 seconds to start the kill off for Puggin there. 58 seconds. Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, the first kill for Kandarin was a 54 seconds, so we can just as easily see the RNG go downhill for Puggin here. Anything can happen in these kills. That's a 30 to kick it off, though. That's a 30 to kick it off. Blowpipe and a T-Bow to finish off the range phase for Puggin here. Whereas we saw a Blowpipe and a Surge to finish off the range phase for Kandarin. Let's have a look at these knife specs. A couple of 200 XP knife specs. He's going to be happy with that. 220 hit points going into the third phase of the rotation. This man is doing absolute numbers to the Snake Boss. Let's have a look at the Surges here. Are they going to be good enough to pull up? Doesn't look like they're going to be good enough to pull up quite yet. A couple of decent hits. That's a big one, but he's not going to pull up. It's about to go to the next phase. Should be on about 50 hit points coming in here. Blowpipe, blowpipe, blowpipe. Goes for... No, I thought he was going to go for the T-Bow to finish it off. Decides to play it safe, and that is a 103. My guy didn't have a Sears ring. Surely he has it equipped. Surely he has it equipped. Maybe he didn't have it in the last kill. I wasn't paying attention. So a 58 second and a 103. He has a Brimstone. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yo, Pika, gifting a sub to Corky. Thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. Once again, I will mention, guys, any of the sub revenue from this live stream, yesterday's live stream, and tomorrow's live stream, all of the sub revenue will be split up between all of the participants in the Speedrun Cup. As a thank you for participating, that will be on top of the prize pool. So all of the teams will get an equal portion of the sub revenue. These guys have taken a lot of time out of their day, a lot of time out of their weeks even, to participate in this tourney, and we want to make it worth their while, regardless of whether they win a prize or not. What's with the sandstorms? You're telling me they don't play RuneScape all day? I mean, you know, it is what it is. Let's have a look at the Dragon Knife specs here. 124 health. Knife spec's not going in. He's not going to be happy with those. He misses the spec on the last knife hit. Just hurls a knife at it. Doesn't hurl two. He's not going to be happy with that misclick there. 25% spec left still. Pulls up on the boss. That's going to be a 49 from Puggin. 32 hit points left on the boss, and it goes into the next rotation. He's going to get that spec off. And it's a 0. And it's a 0 again. Oh my god. Look at the screen shake. He is not happy with the RNG coming in here. Misses the knife spec twice. And 0 with the T-bow. Comes in with a 131. It's currently a 58 second, a 103 and a 131 here for Puggin. There's a very handsome gamer on the docks launching that Venge at him. I believe that was expected value RuneScape. What a guy, helping out the contestants on their runs. You can't ask much more from the man. Cheating? Shit. Blowpipe into the T-bow. That's a big T-bow. That's a 46 to finish off the phase. He's going to be happy with that. And a 173 XP drop for a 37, which is the backward 73 coming into the melee phase. He picks up the volatile orb here. 164 XP drop. That's going to be around a 35. Never mind, it's a 46. He's popping off. He's going absolutely fucking nuclear here. And the RNG is not coming through on the mage phase. No. What an incredible start, and he hits absolutely nothing on the mage phase, the phase that you're supposed to hit the most damage on. Zulrah currently on 145 hit points, can be 3 hit from this stage. 22 into another 21, into about a 10. That's a 4. I'm so confused with the XP drops here. I don't know how to do math anymore. That RNG has just got me absolutely twisted. Doesn't get the last hit off here for the phase either. 19 hit points remaining on the melee phase. Could have one-hit the boss, and it took 3 hits. That was looking like a sub 1 minute kill, and it ends up being a 120. Puggin is not going to be happy with that one there. We're moving on into kill number 5. $39 to start the kill. That's a 33. Okay. I'm sorry. Puggin, after this tournament, I'm buying your fucking harmonized stuff. Holy shit. Look at the RNG of this man. It's on 300 hit points after the first phase. It's going to be on less than 200 hit points going into... Oh my god, that's a massive volatile spec as well. Look at the hit points of the boss. It's on 100 hit points going into the range, the mage phase here. Twisted bow popping off. Dragon knives. Into another twisted bow. It's 24 hit points. He can finish it here. He can finish it here. That's it. It's got to be dead. It's got to be dead. What the fuck? What is that time? 46 seconds. 46 second kill from Puggin coming in here. Wow, oh wow. The RNG on that kill. You can't be upset seeing those numbers. I tell you who can be upset with seeing those numbers. That's the Veric Inters. They are not going to be happy with that. Alright, coming in here to kill number 5. A 46 second kill last time. Are there any glances in the chat, boys? That is the question. Certainly no glancing on that last kill. Full focus, absolute maximum DPS. Volatile spec, not the best. I think that's going to be around a 20. Could be wrong. 23, yep, there it is. T-bow going nuclear again! Alright, I think we're going to have to give Puggin a drug test after this. I think he might have been taking some performance-enhancing drugs, because look at the way his weapons are going in here. Not as fast a kill as the last one, but certainly nothing to be scoffed at. 130 hit points coming into the range phase of rotation number 2. Cold. Right, 40 hit points remain. He goes with the safe route, doesn't decide to go for the Hail Mary T-bow hit, and manages to kill the boss in a 108. So 46 second into a 108. I would have to be saying that if I was a betting man, things would be looking very, very good for the glances in the Zulrah. We did, in fact, do that, Peterson, yeah. And it was found that performance-enhancing drugs were being used. Alright, moving into the mage phase here. The best phase that you can get. See if the knives pop off. It's about a 10-0 into about a 20 and then a 17. Decent hits from the knives here. Wondering if the knives are worth it at this point. We know that Scotty, the world record holder, took in the Dragon Throne Axes for his kills as well as the Volatile Staff for the specs. So, interesting decision to take the knives. I wonder which one is actually better here at Zulrah. I tell you what, I'm not going to be able to tell you because all of my Zulrah kills happen in full armadillo with a twisted bow, and that is it. 57 hit points left on the boss in this, the 7th kill, I believe. Let's have a look at the time. 1:04. Okay. Okay. Scotty's world record is 3 knife specs into a Throne Axe. Well, I mean, Scotty's world record is on task with only ranged, mate. So, I mean, it doesn't really translate too much here into the speedrun consistent runs here at Zulrah. Very different when you're going for a world record run compared to what they're doing right now. So the last kill there was at the 1:04. What's his KC next kill? We're going to have a look at that. Third rotation here. Second or third rotation for the Zulrah boss. Going to be pillar stalling here. We're going to see some knives come in. Oh. Did you see that? Did you... Who watched that? He... Oh my god. I can't believe this. He switched into his robes. He switched into his robes to get a better hit from the boss for his Venge before switching back into his Armadillo for the T-bow hit. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. To say this man is gaming would be an understatement. Puggin is a god, I agree. Man is a wizard on the clicks, wizard on the sticks, and a very handsome boy. They say you can't have it all, but I would disagree. Pretty slow kill here, though, from the man himself. I believe this is the 5th or 6th phase in the rotation. Going to be taking down the boss for a 134. Yeah, not going to be happy with that one considering the last few kills. 46 second, 108, 104 coming into the 134 there. We're going to see 2 more kills from Puggin here. The world record for Zulrah is a 31 second. Like I said, that's done on task in full ranged gear. No mage switch whatsoever. And specifically hunted for the mage rotation. So you get the most range damage in possible. Missing a few switches here. Doesn't have his prayer on for the second hit either. Takes 10 damage he really didn't need to take. I don't think it's going to come too much. Not become too much of a factor. Coming into the melee here. 350 hit points coming into the 3rd phase of the rotation, which is the melee. We're not going to see much damage coming in here. The melee phase, high defense bonuses. Very rare that you're actually going to hit on it. Oh, no. Here comes the volatile spec. What do we see? A 160. Okay, that's a big hit. That's going to be a 40 plus. And now we're going to see a knife spec into the Throne Axe. 45 from the volatile and a 20 and a 5 from the dragon knives. Almost tanked a hit there. Would have had to tick the next hit if he took a hit from the ranged. But luckily enough, tanks it for a 0. Going to be standing behind the pillar here. I think this is a little stall. I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong. He might just be showing off here. And wow, he's actually going to see it go to the next rotation before it goes down. Didn't pull up on the boss. And this is what we were saying. A 128 there. This is what we were saying about pulling up on the boss. If he had gotten closer to Zulrah before he launched that last surge, the surge actually would have hit before the boss went down. You gonna pull up or keep talking shit? Exactly. Coming into the last kill here for Puggin. Will we see the RNG turnaround? Let's have a look. Any glances in the chat, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, and what a rotation it is for the last kill. He is going to be absolutely over the moon with that. 16 XP knife, 0 XP knife, 96, and a 208. I think he's going to be happy with the RNG on those knives there. Back into the blowpipe. Will it go nuclear? I'm seeing quite a few zeros. Not looking good for the RNG. Looking decent, but not looking the best is what I meant to say, or I should have said. Coming into the range rotation here, a big surge to start it off. 187 hit points. It's down to 150. Can be 3 hit here with the right RNG. If he takes his prayer off and tanks a hit, the suffering could come in for the 3 damage and the 349s, but he's certainly not going to do that because that is way too much effort. ToB for the last hit. He risks it with the ToB and he misses. It's a 42. It had 49 hit points left. Oh, he risked it for the last hit. And that is a 101 for Puggin for his last kill on Zulrah. Ladies and gentlemen, the results are in. Who is ready to see who won the Zulrah? I think this is the one that I'm supposed to click on. There it is. There it is. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The times are in, and I can confirm that any glances have, in fact, taken down the point for Zulrah. As we can see, the kill breakdowns here. 54 seconds for Kandarin into a 126, a 130, a 118, 116, 137, 118, 113, 106, and a 115 for a 117 average. And the RNG popping off for the 58 second, the 103, the 131, the 120, the 46, 108, 104, 134, 128, and the 101 for a 111.3 average there for the glances. And that's going to take it to a 2-0. Ladies and gents, a 2-0 for the glances. This is a best of 5, so they do need to win 3 matches to take down this match. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, so before we jump back in, guys, I need to quickly fix this up. We are still watching the glances, and the current score is 2-0. Beautiful. All right. We are about to get into the Chambers of Xeric for the Any Glances team. Are there any glances in the chat? That is the question. Let's go ahead and jump on into the action. All right. Once again, we have Puggin. We have... Why is this not changing? I pressed my button and nothing happened. We have Puggin, we have Lake, and we have X-Bay here. A VTV Crow. Wait, is it? Yeah, so they're going Vespula first in this VTV Crow. A lot of the times you'll see Vasa first in a VTV Crow. And the reason that is because you can go in at 121 with the Vengeances, guaranteed. Reverse VTV, exactly. Lake doing us a huge favor, putting the boss health bar in the bottom left there, so that we can actually see it while they're killing it. 227 XP, 227 health left on this portal. They're getting some pretty bad RNG on this portal. 71 left, 26. Lake stopped here. I think he thought he killed it. Okay, there we go. Now it is dead. We're going to see... I believe that was... Yep, Puggin went ahead and picked up the 2 brews. And we see that X-Bay has picked up the revitalization and the prayer enhance. Oh, okay. So that was supposed to be aggro to Lake there. And then Puggin went in early. Seems to be aggro to him. Not melting the Tecton like they did in the last round. Lake actually managing to get a Scythe off this time. So a slower Tecton than their first round. Once again, I don't think we're going to see these boys run out of food. as we can see that XBay here does have 300,000 hit points in his inventory. 24 hit point Tecton. I think it was around 3 hit points when it went into the anvil. That is disappointing. They're not going to be happy with that. Just a little extra swing on their size could have got it done. And that's a boulder. Lake is already there. Spam clicking the boulder. Gets through before any of the boys get there. So basically no time lost there for those that were picking up the pots. That is great news. Not going to see them hit the pool here. This isn't Skidler RuneScape. They've got sweets in their inventory for a reason, and that is to give themselves not only a little bit of extra health throughout the raid, but also to keep their run energy high. Looks as though we're going to see Lake aggro the Rangers here. I think we're going to see Puggin go and aggro the Major, and we're going to see XBay go across the rope. Interesting to see him have his scythe still on here and not have his arcane and staff equipped for that extra bonuses, but what is his pathing? Puggin, what are you doing? You're supposed to be telekinetic grabbing the Keystone Crystal, not running back to the start of the raid. Looked at his inventory, realized he's forgot an item, thought he could just leave and come back. Where was he running to? They're going into Vassal, not at full hit points here either. 98 hit points for Lake here, 106 for Puggin, and 55 for XBay. These Vengers are not going to be huge. A 53 for each of them. That's only 39 damage back each. That is not what they wanted. 39 damage back each. We're going to see 117 damage back on the boss when they could have hit 120. Not 117. Yeah, 117 damage back on the boss when they could have hit 240, I should say. So about half the damage they could have done with those Vengers there. And Vassar is about 50% going into the first crystal. So I don't think those Vengers would have mattered. Zero's popping off from everyone here. 6.7% left on the boss. 0 hit points. Who's going to get the drop here? See that it is XBay. He is going to go ahead and pick up all of the potions. He does have enough room. 6 hit points going into crabs. Let's see if they have a better crab room than they did last time. Quite a few ticks lost on their last crab room here. Okay, Puggin, is he going to get in position? Doesn't get there in time for the range crystal. Tanks a hit to get the orb back, and he's going to go ahead and get it for this one. He's going to tank another hit. Puggin, what are you doing? Oh, no. No! He's getting cock-blocked as well. That's taken 3 orbs, and they still haven't hit the range crystal. Oh, so much time lost in this crab room here. What are they doing? They're having a nightmare! What is going on? What is going on? See, Puggin is spamming his keyboard here. This is a disaster. They've missed it again. They've been in the crab room for a minute and they haven't hit a single crystal. What is going on? Puggin doesn't even have a crab. Oh my god! What is going on? This is the worst crab room I have ever seen in my entire life, by far. Holy shit. Finally, after a minute and a half in the crab room, they hit the first crystal. And I guarantee you, these boys are not pulling up on that black crystal. They are going to play this as safe as they possibly can. Holy shit. What on earth was that? This is a 2-minute crabs. A room that can easily be over in less than a minute. Wow. Some of the best PVMers in the game, but clearly puzzle solving is not their forte. My word. We're going to see the team come on into Ulm here. That could have been a really quick downtime. Low 5-minute down they could have got if they nailed that crab room, but it looks as though they're going to come in at around 6:50 now. 6:45 maybe. Oh. I don't believe it. I honestly don't believe my eyes. You just don't expect to see PVMers, the tier of these guys, Lake, Pug, and X-Bay, highest tier of gamers, have a disastrous crab room like that, especially in the semi-finals of the first old school RuneScape tournament with a cash money prize for PVM. Wow, oh wow. Alright, let's see this mage hand running. You're going to see that it looks like Lake is behind here. Yeah, no, it's actually X-Bay that's behind as he caught up. Yep, looks as though he might... Okay, it looks as though they're not going... He's on long range. He's on long range. As they say, guys, Cole's Law here. Anything that could go wrong will go wrong. And he double checks that his scythe is on slash. That is a mistake that you definitely don't want to make. You don't want to be on crush. I'm speechless, guys. I'm speechless. Alright, coming into the melee hand. No ticks lost for Pug, and straight onto that melee hand straight after the mage one. Okay. Crystals coming up. I didn't actually catch the hammers on the first one. Probably should have been paying attention to that. Acid walk here. I believe that was for X-Bay. Decent little acid walk there. Would have been saucy to watch if I was paying attention once again. Too busy reading the chat. This might be record, says Puggin. And he's not wrong, guys. This could be the world record trio raid. The world record for the most mistakes made in a speed run by one team. Alright, let's have a look at the hammers here. Going to be seeing X-Bay going with a hammer. Misses, and Lake with a 44 BGS. So, 175 defense levels for Olm's hand, and they're going to take that down by 44, down to 131. No hammers, unfortunately. And as you see, it looks like Lake is behind just from the way that he's running, but believe it or not, the game recognizes that he is on the same square as the other boys on the time that they are on it. You wouldn't believe it. .44 defense levels for the melee hand. The mage hand does not seem to be going down too quick either. Very interesting scenes. He do be kind of teleporting about. That he do be. Coming into the melee hand here. They get ported straight away. The mage hand's not dead. Luckily, didn't crimp the melee hand. That would have been a disaster. If you crimp the melee hand, obviously you can't do damage to it. And it crimps when you do a little too much damage to it while the mage hand is still up. See the X-Bay over here is in fact burning. Is he going to give anyone the clap? Doesn't look like he will. That is going to wear off. 36 hit points there. We might see him go for a brew dose when that overload timer gets down to 145. We don't see him go for it. Okay. He's going to sit there on 24 hit points. Fair enough. That is something you'll see a lot from these PVMers, guys. The overload timer, every 15 seconds, it will tick your stats back up to 120. So if you drink a brew dose right before that tick, your stats will always be at max. And Puggin manages to heal a bunch of hit points before just losing them all again. 2 hammers and a 6 BGS. Oh. You just absolutely hate to see scenes like that. 2 hammers going to take the Olm hand down from 175 to, let's do some quick math here, probably around, I want to say 80, and then that 6 coming in. Looking at around a 75 defense level on that Olm hand from the 175. And we see the ports coming in. More than 5 defense. I agree. I agree. Alright. Acid walk here. I believe that's... Is it Lake? Yeah, have a look at this acid walk here, guys. Barely taking any damage while he's still running mage. And that... Oh, no. Oh, no. Who was it? Oh, it was Puggin that managed to get the burn. He was the man that took the hit, and he managed to step on everyone at the same time. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Barely taking any damage right before he runs through a pool of acid. That is the curse of the commentator, my friend. Like I said, Cole's Law, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Now, it looks as though it's healing here, guys, but what happened was, after the healing phase, there is the crystal phase for the special attack, and if you skip the crystals, the healing thing will stay on top of the hand there, and it looks like it's healing, but it's not. Coming into head phase at a 12:30-ish. Not the best time from the glances here. That crab room was an absolute disaster. And I see we have a genius in the chat that says, it's not Cole's Law, it's Murphy's Law. Oh, really? Damn, man. Alright, 70% left on the Ulm head. Where is Puggin going? Did he just go pick up a brew? I think he might have just gone and picked up a brew. 50% left on the Ulm head. $30. Is T-Bows going in for anyone here? It doesn't look like the T-Bows are going hard either. This has been a very slow head phase. They went in at 12:30. Currently 13:30, and the boss still is not dead. And there we go. That is a 13:28 for the Glances. I don't think they're going to be too happy with their performance there. 13:28. Lost like a minute in the crab. That's a lot of time. That's a lot of time. Ron plays games in the chat. There he is. How are you, mate? What's going on? I see you spamming me messages. Are you drunk, Ron? Nah? Alright, well, if you're still around after this next match, I will sub you in. You can come on for some guest comm. But I need to speak to the chat before we go into this next match. It's very important. So I'll let you sub in for the next match, but I need to speak to the chat for a second. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, we need to speak on something that I didn't think we would have to speak on yesterday, but apparently it's still fresh in everyone's mind, and fair enough. I'm sure you guys all want an explanation. Okay. A certain member of the Veric Inters went through some things this week. Okay? Some things happened. He may have been exposed for certain things in the game that you're not supposed to do. I want to let everyone know, okay? We went through every possible thing we could to make sure that everybody participating in the Speedrun Cup played within the rules of the Speedrun Cup, okay? We can only make sure people play by the rules of the Cup, and everyone that competed played by the rules of the Cup. That being said, we told anyone before the tournament started, if they were to get banned during the tournament, they would be DQ'd. Now, we felt it unfair to DQ the entire team for one person's mistake. The person that did this was DQ'd for the tournament. However, this tournament was pre-recorded. So this round happened before that happened. So you will see this person in this round. He did play within the rules of the tournament, but unfortunately, because he was banned, we had to remove him. He is in this round because it was pre-recorded. I'm not going to be showing his POV at all. I refuse to put it on. Not part of the tournament anymore. Not eligible for any prize money if they should win it. Okay? I just want to make it clear before we go in. That's what's happened. Alright? I'm glad we're on. I'm glad we're on. Alright. Ron, would you like to sub in for some guest commentary, my friend? I'd love to have you on, mate. All right, let's get the game player in here for some guest comm, ladies and gentlemen. How exciting is this? All right, where is he? Ronaldo, the game player. All right, let's give him a call.
Jake, I'll be honest with you, bro.
Oh, you're drunk, aren't you? I knew it.
No, what? Just like I said, like 3 or 4 words, and you can smell it on my breath, can you?
Yes, I can. You're slurring them. What do you mean?
Bro, I know you've got a good mic, but it's not that good.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Ron.
Look, it's 1:26 a.m. on a Sunday morning, and you reckon I'm drunk?
You know what? I would be willing to put my left nut on it, mate. Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, my bro, you would keep your left nut. I'm fucking inebriated, cuz.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Ron.
Okay, now look, Jake, look, I'm gonna kick back in the corporate box here.
Okay, mate.
The Heinekens are frosty. The sausage rolls too? They've been cold for a while, and look, Nina hadn't come over and taken a pick of one of these. Am I alright to just help myself?
Oh my God, Ron, you are a menace, my friend. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to share my OBS screen with you in Discord so that you can watch what I'm watching.
Absolutely.
And you can sit back in the corporate box and have a look at this next matchup, which, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to jump on into. It is the Veric Inters running their Chambers of Xeric. They have a time of 13:28 to beat. Let's go ahead and jump on in and see if they can get the job done. Let's unpause that recording. And I believe I need to change the logo. All right, we should be good to jump in. Let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's do it. Turn that music back on. All right. Do I need to skip 30 seconds here? Yep, I do. All right, they're about to go in. Beautiful. Low detail mode. This makes my eyes hurt, ladies and gentlemen, coming into the chambers here. I want to make sure we've got the right buttons. I believe it's this button we're not going to be using. It is perfect. Perfect. What's with the blue? So if you use low detail mode on RuneLite, what happens is it just makes the Chambers of Xeric floor disappear. I found that out the other day. I put low detail mode on to get a thumbnail for one of my videos, and the floor disappeared at the chambers. I was like, what the fuck happened? You know what I mean? Boulder to start the raid here. They do have a VTV Crope. Vasa starting it off. 121 hit points for everyone here. We are going to be seeing 80 damage each for the players, which is going to hit a 60 back on the boss each. 240 damage. A lot more damage than the Glancers managed to get. Let's have a look at the health. Going to be going into the crystal. And believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, Kandarin running into the Vassal room and not dying immediately. Can we get some claps in the chat for Kandarin? Well done, mate. No shakes. Look at the man's switches. He is on the ball today. Let's go, Kandarin. Anglerfish on the ground for him. Yes, Ron?
Do they have sushi rolls back here? Like I've had like a bit of fried chicken tonight. I want something a little bit colder, but like good for me too. Can we get? Do they have that?
Yeah, Ron. We'll get some sushi rolls sent down to the corporate box, man. No
I appreciate
worries.
it. Thank you.
Vasadel are going down very quick here. It looks as though Kandarin does pick up those potions. Launches a chin at the mages so that Rills can cross here. Is anyone going to be going for the telekinetic grab? No, they will not be. There's going to be Rills coming back over. He's got a ranger on him. Nope, it is aggroed. Thankfully, the man is aggroed. All right, very quick time coming out of Type Rope here for the Veric Inters. Coming into Tecton, no overload before then, obviously, because Tecton is the boss that drops the overload. So you'll see them super combat up here. Let's have a look at the RNG on the hammer specs here. Gonna be aggroed. And let's have a look at the RNG on the hammer specs. 0, 0. Oh no. Don't do it. 0. That's 1 hammer spec on Tecton, 2 hammer specs coming in from the other side, and an 8 BGS. This is not looking good.
Jake, do you know what's not looking good to me?
What's that, mate?
The cape on that man's back. Look at it. Bro, that is a fucking cheese lovers from Domino's, bro, and I'm unimpressed.
Me too, mate. Don't worry. I am unimpressed as well. The drop coming in from Tecton. Looks as though Candor is going to try and pick up the overload there, and he gets ticked for it by Reels. They're going to go into Vespula, fully overloaded up. Like I said, we're not going to see the boys touch that stamina pool. They've got sweets in their inventory for a reason. Let's have a look at the RNG on the Abyssal portal here. The player's going to opt to just kill the portal rather than kill the boss. Very slow room is Vespula if you do it as it was intended by the devs. And like everything in RuneScape, the best way to play it is not how the devs intended it to be played. And we'll leave it at that. 308 hit points left, 368 hit points left on the portal. Getting actually a lot better RNG on this portal than the Glances did. Down to 100. That was some big hits. 63 coming in. And that should finish it off with Reels there. Nope. 21 hit points to go. And it's done. Who's picking up the pots here? Reels going to pick up the pots. Looks as though they might be leaving some potions on the ground. No, he has exactly the right amount of inventory space. I don't want to say that was planned, but I'm going to tell you right now that was definitely planned. These guys know what they're doing when it comes to a Chambers of Xeric. They're going to be coming into the crab room here. Let's go to Kandarin's perspective. Are we going to see a disaster in the crab room like we saw for the Glances? I would certainly hope not. If we see two back-to-back disasters like that, we have a problem with the players in the Speedrun Cup, because you do not want to be seeing that happen in a speedrun. Is that crab smashed over there? No, it's not. It looks as though they didn't get the ranged crab, so it is a small disaster kicking it off. And we're going to see the melee crab done there, and no smashes for the South crabs. That means they are going to be pulling up on the Black Crystal with the crabs after the mage one is done. Is Kandarin going to get in the right spot in time? No! He's butchered it! And he's going to have wasted 10 seconds there for the team. They managed to get it on the second go around. Definitely not as bad of a crab room as we had for the Glances. They're going to get through the crab room, no problem. 4:48 on the clock, which means they're going to be going into Ulm. I would estimate it around at a 5:30, maybe a 5:45.
Jake, you're a numbers man, right?
Yes, sir.
What is the chances that one of these gamers right here fall into a club and they mention to a very spicy lass that they took out the 2020 Speedrunners Cup? That they pull that lass right back to their little POH. Give me a number on that bad boy right now.
I mean, it depends. Are they taking the actual cup in with them? The trophy?
Yeah, it's physical.
Oh, 100%
you know, they can shine that off.
100% chance.
Okay.
Yeah. 100% chance. All right, coming into Ulm. What was my guess? 5:30 or something like that? 5:37 downtime. Not too bad. Certainly not on world record pace, but definitely in quicker than the Glances by quite a substantial margin. Probably like a minute and a half quicker than the Glances into Ulm here. So at this point, they're really going to have to fuck up in order to not take this down. 2 zeros from the Hammers on the melee hand. This is not the RNG they want to see when they have a minute and a half ahead of the other team. 0-0. Let's have a look at the Hammer coming in here from the Fire Cape. Another 0! That is 3 zeros on the first melee hand of Ulm, and that thing is going to be one tanky son of a bitch.
Can I get a song request?
You can't, Ron, unfortunately, mate. I've got to put this on YouTube afterwards, so I have to play non-copyright sounds.
Do you think it's DMCA'd if we play Tokyo Drift Hierarchy, boys? Because right now, these boys have got some fucking footwork, bro.
Skirt, skirt! Exactly. All right, coming into the melee hand here. You're going to see the boys pull off the mage hand. None of them... Okay, Reels did not put his melee gear on in time. He's going to miss quite a few hits there. Gets the piety on late as well. 0 hammer specs, remember, on this. We saw a pot share just come in there from Reels as well. Very, very quick gamer. Look how slow this melee hand's going down with 0 hammers. Those hammers really, really matter when it comes to the Olm hand. Hopefully we can see some better RNG for them coming into the second phase. Portals, no damage taken. They are on the crystal phase. Ron coming in the chat with the lyrics.
It's a good sing-along, bro. It's a Saturday night. Come on now.
And they live in Tokyo. If you've seen it, then you know you have to go.
Something like that, eh?
Right, and just like that, we've lost 1,000 viewers. Brilliant. All right, hammer specs. Let's have a look at them for the second phase. That is going to be 2 hammer specs on the second melee hand. They'll take that. Bad RNG for the first one, but certainly happy with that coming through on the second phase. We should see a BGS coming in here from the third member of the Inters, who shall not be named, once the hand uncrimps. Once again, it looks as though they're not on the same square, but I assure you the game thinks they are, which means Olm is not going to be able to see them when they're running around. Okay, and that is a mistake there. That's going to be a hit taken from 2 of the team members. They're going to have to stay in the middle here. They managed to pull it back.
Talking in terms of like footwork here, bro. If you were to name a Drift King, if you were to crown one of these boys based on this footwork, who would it be? Who's got the most consistent footwork going back and forth?
In this
Staying
team
in
or in the
alignment
tournament?
with this team here. In this tournament even. Let's go wider
In this
than that.
tournament, it's got to be Puggin. The man's footwork is insane.
Okay.
Insane.
Like he's got a Nike sponsor. You know,
Oh, 100%, dude. 100%. 48 BGS coming in on the melee hand, so that hand is going to be absolutely melted. Likely that it has around 30 defense now when it started with 175. We should see the team, the Veric Inters, take this one down very, very quickly. Half health already, 465 to go. We're going to see an acid walk here. A lot of missed ticks. Decent walk on the acid. They managed to pull off the portals as well. You definitely cannot be upset with that. Let's have a look at the supplies here. 2 brews and 1 brew. Okay, so decent supplies going into the last phase. Looks like they are likely to get the job done. All right. Let's have a look at the hammer specs on the last phase. Are they going to bring it back for that absolute disastrous 0 hammer first phase? 50% spec. That's a hit. And that's a hit. 2 hammers on the last phase. They're going to be loving to see that coming in. And we're going to have to see this BGS come in after this mage rotation. I'm assuming it's coming now. Not coming now. Looks like they're just getting into their groove before that BGS comes in. Might not actually have spec back yet. Bit strange that we see the team go for the mage hand first. I suppose they are just waiting for that spec to come back for the BGS before they jump on. And that is exactly what they were doing. A 32 BGS coming in. So 2 hammers and a BGS. Going to take that defense down to about 50 for Olm's melee hand. And now it's healing. This is why you do the melee hand first. They've got the healing special. And they've all hit the hand. This is not what you want to see. And the spam coming in the chat for the Tokyo Drift song. I really do wish I could play it, guys. I really do. It is a banger. Flame Wall coming in. Gonna get out of it there and not miss a hit. Respectable gaming right there from a not very respectable man. Prey range. Reels. Prey range. Prey range. Reels. Prey range. Alright, he's got the clap now. The melee hand's still quite high health, and it's still healing, and he hits it to the heal again. Oh, these guys had about a minute and a half on the glances coming into the Olm room, and they've made quite a few mistakes, had a bit of bad RNG. Are they going to get the job done? It's a 13:28 that they need to beat. Coming into the head phase here at around 11 minutes 45. Unless they have a disastrous head phase, I think we're going to see the Veric Inters take their first point in this semi-final match. RNG looks good at the moment. 12 minutes on the clock. They've got a minute and a half to take down this head phase. I think they're going to take their first point here. Out of the flame wall. No one's dead just yet. Rails. He's on 4 hit points. My word. Look at the footwork there to avoid the Olm hit. They're pulling up in the middle. Acid over here for Kandarin. How's he going to deal with it? 3 doses of brew left. He's going to want to hit the restore after he pops those because the overload won't have ticked in time. 30 seconds on the overload and his stats aren't boosted for this head. Oh my, and that's a death for Reels. Oh, this is a disaster. What is the time on the clock? 12:36, it's almost dead. They are going to take it out, but Reels has died right at the end there. Luckily enough, it is not a problem, and the time in the chat is at 12:45 up against the Glances, 13:28. That is going to be 1 point for the Veric Inters. It is 2-1, ladies and gentlemen, here in the first semi-final of the Speedrun Cup. And we hit pause. And now that I've hit pause, Ron, you know what that means, man? We're going to have to go ahead and get back on into the action. We've got a lot of gaming to do tonight. A lot of gaming to watch tonight, I should say. So let's go ahead and get back on into it. Show one switch? No. You'll have to trust me when I say I went through the footage in great detail with a magnifying glass. And let me tell you, I can see why he uses it. That's all I'll say. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on into the next match, which is going to be Vorkar. I should not have said that. I really should not have said that. Oh, right. Moving on, guys.
Very naughty boy. Very naughty boy.
We are going to watch the Glances take on Vorkar. I believe this was their pick. We're going to go ahead and change the scoreboard. All right. Let's get unpause on the recording as well. We'll go ahead and get the music back on for you guys. Beautiful. So we are currently watching the Glances. Let's get their logo up. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to see Puggin take on Vorkar in this, the first semi-final of the Speedrun Cup. Now, Vorkar, another boss where the meta is relatively figured out. As far as I'm aware, I will say that every time we've seen Vorkar in this competition so far, almost exactly the same setup has been used. Obviously, this is the first one that you guys are seeing, but I have seen a few more. Ooh, misses the Infernal Cape here, does Puggin. You're going to see him put the Berserker Ring on for the Claw Specs, and then back into the Brimstone Ring for the extra accuracy for the Dragon Hunter Lance. Dodging the bombs here. Going to be an Acid phase for the second go-round. And it should get the spawn for the first one, which I believe is pretty decent. I think you want the spawn for the first go-round if you had to pick. Acid for the second one. 154 hit points left on the Big Blue Dragon.
I'd be correct in assuming this guy's a bit of a gamer, right?
Oh, he's definitely a gamer, mate. He's
up
definitely
there.
a gamer.
Okay.
100%. Big Puggin knows what he's doing when it comes to PVM. Certainly knows where to click. Knows how to use those fingers. And the first kill coming in here, a 112 Vorkar kill. That is a fast Vorkar kill. Vorkar, very big RNG boss. You will likely see some high 1 minute, potentially even some 2 minute kills from the teams here. So a 1 minute 12, definitely going to be happy with that. Now, a small tactic that you're going to see here from Puggin is when the spawn comes out, he's going to step all the way back to the back of the room. And that way, when he gets unfrozen from the spawn, it's going to drag him in one square so he doesn't have to guess when the right tick is. Acid Walk coming in here. 5-tick weapon is the Dragon Hunter crossbow. So you're going to see him hit, step back, step across, and then hit. Dragon Claws, that's a 1. And that is a big one. That is a max claw right there as far as I'm aware. My word.
Oh.
His
Man,
prayer
he's got
went
to
back
listen to
on
an
without
audible or
touching
something.
quick prayer. Yeah, I mean, he's a gamer. What can I say?
Wow. Wow.
What was that, Ron? Sorry?
I was saying, you know, you should take a walk and go listen to like an audible book or something. But this man needs to get outside, bro. That footwork is impeccable. Unreal.
Wouldn't be
I'm
hard
worried.
pressed to see him take on Usain Bolt with that kind of footwork. And this Volkarth kill is going down just as quick as the first one. Bad RNG on the last hit, but he hits the 23. The big blue dragon is on the floor, and that's a 115. The last kill of 112 was in fact his PB. I don't believe it. All right, coming into the third kill here. Once again, interesting to see that they start off with that melee hit. I'm assuming it has something to do with the amount of ticks in between Volkarth's phases. That 1 tick that you save by hitting with a 4-tick weapon instead of a 5-tick weapon might get you an extra hit before Volkarth phases into his special attack. Didn't see him step back here for the spawn, so he is going to have to guess the timing on when the spawn dies before he hits the boss. He did get it right, but he did hit a 0. Unfortunate RNG. That is a Ruby Bolt spec. Can we see some rees in the chat? You'd love to see that 100 damage coming in from that Ruby Bolt spec. And here we go. Dragon Claws. 496 XP drop into a 1. Okay, did not back up those Dragon Claws. And this man is absolutely destroying Big Blue. Once again, for lack of a better joke, I'm going to reuse the same one. Going down quicker than a slut on a Saturday night. Volkarth by Puggin. RNG not being his friend at the end of the kill here. Going to sip onto that anti-venom. 57 hit points left. I don't believe he can. Actually, I think he can hit that with the Dragon Hunter Lance. Hits a 53 instead. 8 hit points left. He takes it down. Let's have a look at the time. That is going to be a 121. So a very, very tight average here for Puggin. A 112 into a 115 into a 121.
At what threshold is it better to sort of change into your melee gear as opposed to your range?
So I imagine these players have done their DPS calculations. I haven't personally, but if I had to hazard a guess, with the Ruby Bolts being able to do, I believe it's 20% of the boss's hit points, you'll probably see them walk into melee phase when I would say around the Ruby Bolt spec would be like somewhere between 70 and 80.
Okay.
Because the DPS of the Dragon Hunter Lance would be better at that point as far as I'm aware. And look at all these zeros coming in from Puggin here. He chucks the Z's in the chat. He's not happy with the RNG, and it looks like he's going to get an acid phase before he even walks in for the melee. There it is. A slow walk, missing a few ticks here, but he is going to get into rhythm with that acid phase. The last thing you want to do is stand still during this phase. You will cop a lot of 20s to the dome. My co-caster here, Ron Plays Games, knows all about that.
I'll be honest with you. I have put Torfin and his children through college. They have beach houses in California. The amount of money I've had to pay to get my gear back, bro. These guys are fucking loaded.
So if you're ever
Absolutely
on the docks and you're wondering why Torfin is sat there wearing Gucci flip-flops and a Balenciaga t-shirt with a tennis racket diamond chain around his neck, you can thank Ron Plays Games for that one.
That's it. You're welcome.
Decent RNG from the melee coming in here from Puggin. Oh my god, look at the zeros coming in at the end here. A lot of question marks in the chat about that Torfin joke. I'll be honest with you, I don't even know if Balenciaga make t-shirts. I kind of just said a name that sounded rich. We're going to go with it. Look at the RNG on the end here. Volkarth's been on 17 hit points for about 4 business days, and there's a 206. Oh, he is not going to be happy with the RNG at the end there. That 206 bringing up his average by a lot. Once again, guys, average of 10 kills, so that 2-minute kill there is going to add 12 seconds onto his average.
Speaking of adding something, if he can bang on a 145 kill time here, I'm going to send a little bear snorkel for the boys with a little bit of DK in the background. Just, you know, whack it up a couple notches, bro. Do the boy toy from a little, you know.
A 145, he said. Is that a specific
145, 145, that's it.
145 or
Nothing
quicker?
under or above.
Okay, 145 exactly, and Ron is going to do a beer bong here for the boys. And there, like I said, getting stuck at the back of the room, Puggin was, during that spawn phase, so that he doesn't have to have any sort of guess when he's going to be able to hit the boss. He will just be dragged in at the exact moment that the boss is vulnerable again. Let's have a look what hit points he goes in here. Currently on 489, 445. Okay, so around 450 is the hit points that Puggin's going to walk in for the melee here. 400 hit points left on Big Blue. You'll see that players are going to be wearing the Salve Amulet EI whilst killing this. Vorkarth is in fact an undead creature as well as a dragon. An undead dragon, would you believe it? One of my favorite bosses in the game, not to kill, just to look at. I think it is a very cool boss. Thoroughly enjoyed doing Dragon Slayer 2 on release. One of the best quests in the game, and he gets a third special attack here from Vorkarth into the second spawn phase. Stepping back from the boss again. Stepping back from the boss so that he's able to just immediately hit it after that spawn dies, and he's not going to waste any ticks. It's a big 62 with the Dragon Hunter Lance. And a 60 to finish it off. Let's have a look at the time in the chats. That is a 144, Ron.
No.
I swear to God, it is a 144.
Bro, the universe is it's chatting to us right now. You know, it's like, okay, look, you guys are having a few bevies. That's cool. You know, the bender's calling right now. You're gonna have to step it up at least a second.
Oh man, we see Puggin right-clicking his ruby bolts here just to make sure that he does in fact have them equipped. I believe he's hit one ruby bolt spec this entire time. He's done 5 kills and hit 1 ruby spec. That is not what you want to see. Just double checking that he had them on. He does in fact have them on, and he's getting unlucky. This isn't his account that he's playing on. Had to borrow it from a friend for the tournament because he does have an Iron Man for a main. So the question I have for him is the Kandarin Elite Diary done for that extra bolt proc. Kandarin Hard Diary, I think. Interesting. Kandarin Hard Diary, there it is. I wonder if that's actually done for the extra bolt procs. Frozen right next to the boss. He's not going to be happy with that. He's going to have to guess the timing again. Does he get it right? He does get it right. Perfect timing from Puggin there. This man knows what he's doing. Another claw spec coming in. Saved the second claw spec because he didn't want to waste it on Vorkarth being invulnerable with that spawn coming out. Once again, not the fastest kill here. Certainly not the slowest. Like I said, you'll probably see around a 130 average in this tournament. Maybe a little bit less. Vorkarth, very big RNG boss, and you have to do 10 kills. You will likely... Is that a smite flick? That cheeky devil really showing off here, and that is a 130 for Puggin. A 130. The smite flick just to show off the extra little flex in there, and I certainly can say I do respect it. Alright, so that is 6 Vorkarth kills. What's he doing here? He's coming back off the boat. He's right-clicking a man wearing a trident and full arms going into Vorkarth and letting him know this isn't Zulrah, man. What is Norton doing?
Got an early version of the Google Maps or something. He's a little bit lost, that guy.
He is lost. The old TomTom not showing him where to go. Unfortunate. Alright, we are coming into the 7th kill, I believe, here. Is it the 7th? Oh no, what was the last kill? I forgot. Alright, it's either the 7th or the 6th kill coming in here for Puggin. Let's have a look. Pardon me.
Pardoned?
Thank you, sir. Let's have a look at the RNG on the bolts here. We're going to see any ruby bolt procs. You should see, I think it's a 533 XP drop if he does happen to proc that ruby bolt. Unfortunately, no procs before the acid phase. It's a 10 during the acid phase. Look at the footwork on this man. Look at this.
Nike, look at this.
1 in the chat if you think you can pull that off. I'm putting a 2 in straight away. There's no fucking chance. I don't even know what he did there. This man games, and he games hard. It's a 133 claw. It's around a 15 damage, and that's a 59 damage from the second one. So around 71 damage in total from the claws. You certainly can't be upset with that. Although with 64 damage coming in from Dragon Hunter Lances, you might be able to be angry with it. Dragon Hunter Lance popping off like a frog in a foreskin. Straight back on the boss after the spawn. 21, 165 hit points left on Big Blue here. 47 coming in. RNG going well. 2 more hits left on the boss with good RNG, but it doesn't look like they're coming in. He might get an acid phase here if he's not quick enough, and the acid phase is going to come in. Oh, and he kills it right before the acid phase pops off, and that's a 124. Puggin pulling back the RNG for the next kill. 124, started off pretty well, and then he had that 206 he was not happy with. And now he's pulling it back with the 124 there. We are now coming into the 7th kill. That was, in fact, the 6th. And let's see if he can back that last kill up with some extra RNG here. It's a 368 bolt. That's a 69. Nice. Spawn coming out. Once again at the back of the room. Smart gaming from the man. And he's going to run in at 400 hit points. No piety on for that first hit. A little bit of time missed there. That's a 490 XP drop from the claws with a 133. 240 XP left on the boss after the first... 240 hit points, I should say, after the first 2 claw specs. Puggin definitely going to be happy with those claws. Heals the boss for a 6 there. Not much you can do about it. Look at the footwork! I just can't believe it. And as I say that, the curse of the commentator, he runs over another pull, heals the boss for a 10. And we're just going to pretend like we didn't see that. 3 hit points left on the boss. 2 hit points left on the boss. And he gets it down. Let's have a look at the time in the chat. 110, a new PB. The fastest time he's got so far at 110 coming in here from Puggin. A very, very happy gamer.
Get up. Do we know the world record for a Vorkath kill? What is it?
We do. We do know the world record for a Vorkath kill. I actually joined a Discord the other day that keeps track of all of the world records. It's called the OSRS PVM Speedrun. It's a fucking long name. I can't remember the rest of it. But shout out to those guys. I jumped in and had a look around, and there was one for Vorkath. Let's have a look. I will find it here. It's a 39 second. And do you know who has the world record for Vorkath, Ron?
Go on.
I don't either, and no one does. The only way we know that there's a 39-second Vorkath kill is because on a Jagex stream once, they put the time on the screen, didn't put the player name up. No one knows who has the world record for Vorkath, believe it or not, is a 39-second kill.
That is an authentic geek. Respect.
Yeah, respect.
Yeah.
Smite flicks coming in here on the acid phase from Puggin. A lot of people in the chat saying they are the world record holder for the Vorkath kill. I've got some bad news for you guys. It's actually me. I was the guy that got the 39-second kill, so unlucky. And Puggin, another quick kill coming in here. Will he beat his PB again? No, he won't. That's a 117, and we're going to be coming into the last kill. You see the chompy chick behind him decided to take a pet in for that last kill and for his actual last kill. Let's have a
See
look
how
at
much
the
that
art.
changes between the setups. I mean, to get a 39-second kill as opposed to a 120, that's pretty hot.
That's the thing. No one knows who got the record, and no one knows what gear he used. So
Right.
we wouldn't be able to tell whether there was a differentiation in the setups. Maybe the man just decided that he didn't want to share his setup because he wanted to hold the world record. Or maybe it's just some random guy who hit 14 ruby bolt procs in a row and just got lucky. You never know. You never know. 440 damage left on the boss. He's going to hit it one more time before he goes into the melee. We should see some claws come in on this last kill. He's going to go for it here. I think the spawn phase might be coming up soon. We might see only one claw. No, it goes for the second one. 363 XP for the second claw. Should see the spawn come out now. Is he going to step back? He doesn't get it in time, so he is in fact going to have to guess when to hit the boss. Puggin, a smart gamer. I think he's going to be able to figure it out, and he does. Look at that. Gets a nice little circular motion going on the click as well. Knows exactly when to click, and gets it done. One hit there. 51, 52 HP left on the boss. Very quick kill again. And we're going to see Puggin hit a 115, ladies and gentlemen, for his last kill. So, going back over the times, we see that Puggin had a 112, a 115, a 121, a 206, a 144, a 130, 124, 110, 117, and a 115 for an average of 125 here at Vorkarth. Pardon me. Ladies and gentlemen, a 125 at Vorkarth for Puggin. We are now going to jump on over and have a look at his opponent from the Veric Inters. It is going to be Rills, who is going to be running the Vorkarth kill for the Veric Inters. Let's get that in full screen and let's go ahead and jump straight back into the action. Absolutely no messing about here on the Speedrun Cup. Let's have a look. Once again, very similar setups here. The only difference you'll see in the setups here is the fact that Puggin brought along a Berserker Ring for his Dragon Claw specs. Looks as though Rills isn't going to bring along the Berserker Ring. And also, this is a very smart move, a very wise move from a very wise gamer. He brought along the Slayer Staff with the auto cast for the spawn, so he doesn't misclick his house teleport. Only problem with that being is he's gonna lose a tick, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's it. No, he's spot on.
Yeah, he's gonna lose a tick every time he puts that on. So that's 0.6 seconds every time the spawn comes out. But the question is, would you rather lose a tick or would you rather teleport to your house mid-kill and add an extra minute onto your next kill? So, Rills taking the safe route here, and he's not pulling up on the boss very early. It's 235 hit points. We saw Puggin move in at around 400 hit points in his kills. Rills going to move up at about 200. So a little differentiation in the strategies here. We'll see if that is going to pay off for him. 68 hit points left on the boss in the first kill. The spawn comes out, and the Slayer Staff comes back on. 73 hit points remain on Big Blue. I don't believe it. I'm absolutely crying with laughter, and it goes down. The first kill for Rills here coming in at a 138. Okay, okay. 138 for the first kill. He does have a time of 125 to beat. The question is, will he be able to get the job done? That's a 0. 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 That is also a 0.
That's a tough day at the office.
He's gone into the first special attack of Vorkarth without doing a single point of damage to the boss. And the first 2 hits after the spawn, also 0s. Finally getting a bit of damage done on the boss, but he's not going to be happy with the RNG to start off there. He hits a 73 on the boss to make it up, and a 37 back-to-back, which is the reverse 73. You can respect the numbers there from the RNG. Misses a hit on his walk as well. Oh my god. Missed a tick on the acid walk there. The nerves might be getting to him a little bit in this Vorkarth. Currently 2-1 Veric Inters versus Glances in the semi-final of the Speedrun Cup. $1,200 for first place in this tournament. Certainly can't blame the players for a little bit of nerves getting to them during these kills.
Loves to 0 this guy. Don't trade him any money if you see him at the Sand Casino. You are not getting anything back, bro. These are weak shoulders, brother.
The shoulders are not broad. He accidentally... Oh, I thought he accidentally put the Slayer Staff on there. No, he put it on because the spawn is coming out. And he's 1 tile too far away from the boss to hit the 1 tick after the spawn. So, losing another 0.6 seconds there. Add that onto the 0.6 from the Slayer Staff. That's an extra 1.2 seconds from this kill. He did not need to waste. And I know what you're thinking, Jake, it's 1.2 seconds. Who cares? 1.2 seconds is a lot of time when you're going for a speed run, ladies and gentlemen. Every second counts. Oh, coming into the acid phase. The boss was almost dead and he heals at a 10. Luckily, still 1 hits the boss. Let's have a look at the time. A 157. Considering the fact that Puggin had a 206, that 157 is not bad at all considering how this kill started. Not bad at all. He manages to bring it back and, believe it or not, picks up the superior Dragon Bones. This man isn't just here to win the Speedrun Cup. He's also here to make a bit of money. And a Ruby Bolt Spec to start the next kill. This is the RNG you wanted to see in the last kill. Popping off at the very start. Let's have a look at the contrast between the amount of hit points he goes into the first special attack of Vorkarth here compared to the last one. The last one he went in at 750, and this one he goes into Acid Phase at 472. Almost 300 hit point difference between this this kill and the last kill coming into the first special attack from Vorkarth. This one, the Acid Phase. During the Acid Phase, all damage on the boss is halved, and we have Wooks to thank for that. He broke the boss the day that it came out in typical Wooks fashion, and it was immediately patched straight after he invented the Wooks Walk. Later on in the career, the Wooks Walk was actually improved by a young player named EVscape, who decided to get one tick flicking involved during the Wooks Walk. Patented the EV Vork Walk, some of the best moves I've ever seen in old school RuneScape. And Rills is going to take down Vorkarth very quickly here. Gives it a sit as well, and a 113 coming in for Rills on his third kill.
Were there any bosses that sort of came up, you know, in terms of getting these boys to sort of set out for the Speedrunning Cup that you didn't quite lock in?
What do you mean?
You know, were there, like, you know, Barrow speedruns, for instance? Was there any bosses that you
so the only thing that we
but decided against it, you know?
We had every boss in that we could put in because, unfortunately, not getting any support from Jagex for the event, we couldn't get a private world, which meant we couldn't really time bosses that didn't have an in-game timer. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So we had to take any boss that had an in-game timer, and we also had to take the ones that had instances, so that we didn't have. I wanted to do the final live, and if we didn't have instances, then we were going to have a problem with crashing. So we had to do the instance bosses for the next Speedrun Cup, because believe it or not, I have already decided there will be another one. We're going to add a few bosses in. We're going to change a few rules around to make it easier for the players, a little bit less RNG, so that the players can show off their skills rather than showing off their skills and getting unlucky and still losing anyway. Real's going to save his Dragon Claws here for after the spawn coming out. You don't want to launch your claws in and find out that the spawn's coming out and they're not going to do any damage. A 41 claw there into a 2. That's going to be 43 damage in total from the claws. I don't think he's going to be too happy with that. 132 health left on the boss on this, the fourth kill. Include the Hallowed Sepulchre in the next one. I don't think we're going to be doing that because, believe it or not, the Hallowed Sepulchre is not a boss. And we are not here to see skillers do skilling. We're here to see PVMers PVM, and that is a 133 from Reels on his fourth kill. It's a speedy run, though. It is a speedy run. And believe you me, ladies and gentlemen, we will be working on a tournament that shows off skillers and all they have to offer. We've got something in the works. We have the Battle Royale, which is for the content creators. We have the Speedrun Cup for the PVMers. We're working on something in the back end for skillers. And then, last but not least, we're going to have a tournament for the PvPers. We can't forget about them. Although Jagex only runs tournaments for PvP, we certainly can't forget about them. Is Oslo going to be invited to the Skillers tournament only if he promises to shit himself at his computer while he's going for the smithing record? Coming into the acid phase of Reels here, he does in fact run into the acid there. It's going to hit a 9. Healing the boss for a 90. He is kind of getting hit by the bombs from Vorkarth here. Missing a few ticks, taking the damage, but opting to take that damage and also hit the boss for the extra DPS. Have a second place smithing record. You know what? Can we just speak to that for a second? Like, I'm pretty sure at the point that he supposedly shit himself, he knew that he could only get second, right? Like, I would respect it if he thought he could still get first. But, like, he knew. Just give up.
A wise man once said, if you're not first, you're last.
Exactly, Ron. That's what I'm saying.
Why come last when you know you're going to shit yourself?
A 137 coming in from Rills here. 133 in the last kill. That's 5 kills down for the man. He's had a 138, a 157, a 113, a 133, and a 137. Looking for a 125.4 average for the win. Currently not looking good. He's going to have to bring it back with the next few kills. He went number 2 for number 2. You are not wrong there, Mr. Peterson. Could not agree more. The spawn coming in. Rills going to have to once again guess the timing. Losing a tick on that spawn for the safety of not misclicking his house teleport. Doesn't have his Pegasian boots on here. Doesn't have his Pegasian boots on here. Wearing the Primordial strength bonus is not going to help you today, Rills. And there he is in the chat, not happy seeing the fact that he doesn't have his boots on in this clip. Saying, buying RNG. Well, I'm buying you putting your Pegasian boots on while you're ranging the boss, Rills. You know what I mean, mate? And he misses a tick there on the Dragon Hunter crossbow as well. Another tick! That is 1.2 seconds he did not want to lose. RNG not really permitting for Rills here, but also making a few mistakes. And that's just the thing. And now he realizes. He looks at the Pegasian boots and says, hang on, they're not red. I was supposed to put the red boots on while I'm meleeing the boss. And this is what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen. This is why everybody in the game needs to use inventory tags. They are the pinnacle of the community, and everyone needs to have them on because guess what? You're not going to forget when you have inventory tags on. And that's a 136 coming in for Rills.
Been a pleasure, bro. I've got to go.
No worries, Ron. Thank you very much, mate. Have a good night.
All right.
Have a beer bomb for me, and I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. Will do. Thanks, guys. See ya.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back into it here. That was a 136 for Rills' last kill. Big shout out to Ron Plays Games, the game player. Might not have brought the best PVM commentary, but certainly brought the fun. One of the funniest men that I know. Very good friend of mine. Make sure you check him out. Ron Plays Games on Twitch. Let's have a look here. 400 hit points going into the first special from Vorkar. Can't co-cast as someone who supports invent tags. Brilliant. That makes sense. That makes sense. Wait, did he actually have to go? I left the call. He didn't leave. And he's still in it. I don't think he wanted to leave. I think that was a joke. Claws coming in here for Rills. Oh, did not finish it off with 19 hit points left on the boss. Doesn't finish off the boss with that last claw there. And we see a 115 coming in from Rills. He is pulling the RNG back. He's got 3 kills remaining in his 10 Vorkar kills. Yeah, fair enough, Cold One, fair enough. Ron, mate, do you actually want to come back in? I didn't realize you were joking there. All right, coming into the 7th kill here for Rills. And there's the spam. Ron Plays Games isn't leaving because he has to sleep or do something important. He left the call because he made that disgusting comment saying inventory tags were fine. I have so much respect for Ron ending possibly a 10-year relationship over this, and I support his decision. And fair enough, ladies and gentlemen. Can't say I blame you. Potentially going to be getting Ron back in the call after this. 532 hit points still left on the boss. Comes in with a ruby right before the acid phase. I'd be happy with that. Heals the boss for a 10 though, stepping in that acid pool. Cops to 22. He's on 53 hit points here in the acid phase. If he stops for even a second, he can get hit twice and go down. Risky moves from a risky gamer, but he pulls it off. You can respect that from Reels. $300 hit points left on the boss, 262. If he was to hit a Ruby Bolt proc at this point, it would only do 56 damage, and you can hit upwards of 60 with the Dragon Hunter Lance. So, very interesting not to see him come on in closer with the Dragon Hunter Lance there, with the Ruby Bolt equipped. That's a big claw spec. Second claw spec, 1. Why on earth does the second claw spec always hit 1? Always. Very, very interesting there. And that is a 145 for Reels. 145 coming in. 2 kills remaining. He is going to need some help here on these last 2 kills to pull that average down. Spawn coming in, 613 hit points left on the boss. Missed the click on the spawn as well, another 1.2 seconds. I don't think he's going to be too happy with the lost ticks here. I wonder if he was aware about the Slayer staff missing a tick before he went in, or he was unaware that it takes the extra tick to kill the spawn. $34 damage from the bomb phase. What phase do you call this, ladies and gentlemen? We've obviously got the acid phase. Wait, this is the acid phase. Never mind. I am going to go ahead and shut up. We're going to move on. Oh, no. Oh, no. Right, 230 hit points. Reels coming in here. Ron starting another call. Let's jump back in. The game player is back here for the last 2 kills at Vorkath for Reels. 186 hit points left on Big Blue. Like I said, he's going to need some help here. The second claw never hits, ever. In the history of RuneScape, the game's been around for 20 plus years and not once has the second claw spec ever hit. I don't believe it. And a 149 for Reels. He's not going to be happy with that. A 149 for Reels. He is going to need a lot of help on this last Vorkath kill. In fact, I wouldn't be hard pressed to say that he might need to kill it in 1 second in order to have a better average than the glances here. We'll have to see what the time says, and we'll have to see the averages at the end. That's a Ruby Bolt proc. $559 XP left on Big Blue, and he's absolutely nailing this acid walk now. The big Wooks walk. A lot of any glances in the chat. Are there any Veric Inters? That's my question. $348 hit points left on the last kill. And there's Big Gino coming in with the Inters. Respect. Any pounders in the chat? There it is. 300 hit points left for the last kill for Reels. He almost took the damage from the spawn there. My word. I think he might not be too happy with the times. Thought about suiciding on the boss there and just saying, fuck it. Second claw spec, does it hit? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I've finally seen the second claw spec hit. Ladies and gentlemen, history has been made today at Vorkath by Reels 2. You might ask yourself the question, if Reels 2 was so good, why is there no Reels 3? And the answer is, there doesn't need to be. He's that good. The last kill coming in here for a 143. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have the result in for Vorkath. Anyglance is currently up 2-1. Let's have a look at the final score for Vorkath. And it is going to be Anyglances taking down the first semi-final 3-1 up against the Veric Inters here. The average time on Vorkath was a 125 from the Glances, a 136.6 from the Veric Inters. As you can see from the kill breakdown there, really, really troublesome times for the Inters. Obviously, their worst time was still better than the Glances' worst time, but when you've got a 206 paired with 110s, 115s, 117s, that's a lot better than a 157 paired with a lot of 130s. I will say this, guys. I will say this. When we were doing these runs, obviously someone has to be in the call to authenticate the runs to make sure that the ones that are being sent over are the ones that were done at the time they were supposed to do them. Rills sent me a message. He said, "Hey mate, I'm looking to do Vorkath in about 5 minutes. Are we good to go?" And I said, "Listen, I'm just having a shower. I'll be there in 10 minutes, right?" I get back after my 10-minute shower. He goes, "I did 3 practice kills before we started the official run." He had a 51 second, a 1 minute 1 second, and a 1 minute 3 second for his practice runs. And then just had the most ridiculous bad RNG for the actual run. And that is going to be the Anyglances taking out the first semi-final of the Speedrun Cup. And there it is. The Nightmare 532 versus a 555. Vorkath a 124 versus a 136. Chambers of Xeric 1245 versus a 1328. A point there for the Inters. Zulrah 111 versus a 117. And Theatre of Blood did not play. But, ladies and gentlemen, a treat for you all. We do, in fact, have their Theatre of Blood runs, and we are going to run through them. Might as well. They did them anyway, and we're going to see some serious, serious gaming. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get the Inters ToB perspective going. And we will jump in to their Theatre of Blood run. No time at all. Let's have a look at the screen. Make sure I got the right thing on. Beautiful. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump on into the run. Okay, coming in here, we have Rills, and we also have Humble doing this run. And once again, a player that shall not be named going into the ToB. Let's go ahead and change the score. Ended up as a 3-0. Sorry, a 3-1 for the Glances. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I can't put the... Oh my god, you see how lucky that was just then? Rills got run over by a blood spawn, but at the same tick the blood spawn ran over him, the boss shot the blood, which cancelled out the blood from the blood spawn, and he didn't take any damage. He used all of the RNG that he didn't have from Vorkath and used it here. You will never see that again in your life. Incredible scenes. Doesn't get the ancestral pants on here, and subsequently splashes the freeze. Doesn't have a high enough magic bonus to guarantee that freeze on the crabs. Don't know the exact numbers, but I believe it's 70-something plus with augury. If you're using the answer, no, it might be like 130 plus. Listen, guys, all right. Mathematics, not my strong suit. Don't let the name fool you. Expected value RuneScape. I don't know how to run the numbers. Do you happen to know the number there, Ron?
I did try to calculate it.
Yep.
Handed it off to Sanjay, and the batteries ran out on the calculator, so I can't help you. I'm sorry.
That makes sense, mate. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Reels here, running low on hit points, and he is out of prayer. Is he copping a hit here? No, he's not. Out of prayer, 37 hit points. There's about 400 blood spawns out on the field. This is going to be a hit. No, he doesn't take it again. No prayer. Very lucky not to take any damage here. Is that all the crabs that have been out? No, there's still got the 30% crabs coming. Look how much blood is on the floor here. Look how much blood is on the floor.
Pile 7, my bro. You know
Humble.
what? Not just 7. I'm talking 6. I'm talking 8. I'm talking 9, bro. This has got some straight up AoE spillage, my cuz.
For real. And Humble has planked. He is in the cage watching from afar. I mean, at this point, these guys didn't know that they had lost. They thought this ToB still mattered. And look how disastrous it is. I think at this point, they might just be going, listen, let's not do this as fast as we can. Let's try and get this done. Let's just get the kill at this point. A 36 through prayer. And he's going to die right at the end. Real's a tactical death to get out of the room faster. Humble died in the middle of Maiden. 249. That is 1 minute and 7 seconds longer than the fastest ToB we have seen so far.
Tough. Tough at the office, Jake.
Wow. And I tell you what, I've got to say, we've all been there, Ron. We have all been in a Maiden like that. You don't expect to see it in a speedrun cup run, but Real's going to run into bloat very quickly, not wasting any time. He says, listen, we've lost a minute on that Maiden. We need to make up for it. Let's get straight in there. Everyone, salve check. Make sure you got your salve amulet on, because I don't want to see any torches hitting this boss.
Then you know people are a little bit inebriated under their performance here.
100%. Maybe a few beers being consumed before this ToB run, or potentially no beers and the nerves getting to them run. Maybe they needed a couple of beers before this run.
Possible.
I certainly know I perform better on the gaming sticks when I've had a couple of cold beverages before I go.
Yeah. Hands down, it just, you know, the shoulders come down a little bit, you loosen up. The footwork, it just sort of flows through.
Some might say alcohol, the performance-enhancing drug. A lot of damage from the block. Okay.
Oh, coughing. That's tap waters all around for the boys. I'll see you up there, boys.
Okay.
Are we talking speedrunning cup as in completion on a ToB, or a speedrunning cup as in I'm going to the Grand Exchange for a jug of water for all the boys, cuz?
Gonna see how quickly they can leave the Theater of Blood, and they do that through the back exit, kicked out by the bouncers with no gear left on their body, straight to the chest, and that is going to be 100,000 Gillinor pieces in the tubes for the Veric Inters. Let's not mess around, guys. Let's jump straight into the POV of any glances. The winners of the first semi-final. We're going to watch them, the masters at work, go through their ToB run.
Go on.
Alright, so once again, we have Lake, we have Puggin, and we have X-Bay, the only 3 team members on this team. That's what's so impressive about this team. They're going to be going through to the grand final. Every other team in this competition that really had a chance has 6 members on their team. 6 people that are all good at different parts of the game. Some good at running the Inferno, some good at running Fight Caves, some good at ToB, some good at Chambers of Xeric. This team, 3 people. Every time they've got to do a trio event, they all have to do it, which means they all have to be good at all parts of the game. Very impressive from the glances here. Lake on the tank, gonna take a big venge here. No prayer on the maiden boss. That's a 34. Probably a little bit smaller than he was hoping for. Gets the prayer back up for the second venge. Twisted Bow comes on every single time Maiden's about to attack. I bet you're wondering the reason behind that. Well, the reasoning behind that is every time Maiden attacks, it's going to lower the stats, has a chance to lower the stats, I should say, of the attack style that you are using. So the Twisted Bow comes on. Guess what? Maiden thinks you're using the ranged attack style, and it's going to lower your range level rather than your melee combat stats. Let's have a look here at the boss. 30% left. The 30% crabs come out. Are they going to get the freezes? Let's have a look at X-Bay's perspective. All the crabs are frozen. They're going in for the skip. Are they going to get the skip? 22% left on the Maiden. Clawspec comes in. It goes down to 16, down to 13. It's a 56. I don't think he was venged there. I think he just took a 56 for no reason. The Challies come in and they get it. They get the skip. No, they don't. They don't get the skip. I thought the boss was dead. Oh, that is a disaster for the Glances. Oh my god, that must have been 1 hit point they missed. No skip for the Glances, and there is a death for XBay. He takes the down 205. So, I mean, you really can't complain with a 205 if you miss the skip, but I don't think they're going to be happy about the RNG on that 0.1% maiden.
Should I add mayo and lettuce to this cheeseburger? Nah, like seriously, have you had like a deluxe cheeseburger, bro? They're so good. But I'm thinking it's like an extra $1. I don't know, honestly, if it's worth it.
Yes, it is definitely worth it, Ron.
I've got the 10 nugs. Those bad boys are on tap. But
I can't believe this, man.
on the deluxe.
For God's sake, Ron plays games.
Deluxe it is.
There it is.
Say less.
All right, let's have a look at the bloat here from the Glances. A very slow down from bloat, and that's going to be, looks around a 37. I think that was with the BGS. Puggin deciding not to play with those hit splats that change colors when it's someone else's and making my job difficult. Come on, Puggin. Couldn't you have just made my job easy for a change? Chally's not going in. I think there's a 52% first down bloat. So not only do they miss the crab skip on maiden, they don't skip 30s, they're also got a 52% first down, and I think it's going to be unlikely to see a 2 down here. Might have to see them go for a 3 unless the sights go nuclear. 3 human T-bows in 1 raid. Can they get the RNG they need? That's a big first hit from Puggin. 2 hits. You're going to see them do 5 scythes and a Chally here. 34% after the 3rd scythe. The 4th one coming in down to 30. There is absolutely no way they get a 2 down here. 26% left on the boss. Whoa, the Chally's coming in. Taking it down to 9.5. They must have been some huge Challys. Venge coming in here for XBay. Lake giving it over to him. Nylakas is the next room. Once again, in this run, these guys didn't know that they'd already won the round. They had no idea they were going through to the grand final. They are doing this as hard as they possibly can. They're going for it. They had no idea the other team had wiped either. These boys are gaming. Coming up to the chest. Once again, this is something that you're not going to see teams do at the chest when they're going for super fast times. There is absolutely no reason to use that first chest. You can buy everything you need at the second chest. You've got enough supplies taken in at the start to get to the second chest. You don't need to buy from the first chest. We're going to see some time saves from some teams later today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the logo is wrong. You're not wrong. Thank you very much. I spoke to my friend, Nakamichi, and I asked him for some extra information here in the crab room. Little extra information as to what they do to save a little bit of time. Now, he's informed me that the cap for the amount of Nylakas that can be in the room during the first initial waves is 11, which means if there's 11 crabs in the room, the next wave won't spawn. So what you're going to see from some teams here is that they won't kill the big crabs. When you kill a big crab, 2 new crabs spawn. So, leaving the big crabs alive is going to allow other waves to come out quickly. So, with some faster speedrunners, you'll see little things like that. Certain points in the Nylakas room, you're going to hear them say, well, you won't hear them say, but you'll see them start cleaning up the big crabs and getting them done as quickly as possible. During the middle of the Nylakas room, there's just a natural break. At that point, that's when the big crabs are going to go down. Later on in the crab room, the amount of crabs in the room goes up to 23, a maximum of 23 in the room at a time. You will see those big crabs stay, get all of the small ones, and once the small ones are out the way and no more are spawning, that's when you bang out the big ones. And according to Nakamichi, it is a lot more in-depth in 4-man ToBs. Trios, a little less in depth, a little more monotonous, a little more just kill the crabs, get it done quickly. But the higher amount of players you have in a team, the more in-depth the Nyla Castle room becomes. Said he heard me say that Nyla Castle was my least favorite room, and he reckons that 94% of speedrunners say that Nyla Castle is their favorite. Not sure where he's pulling that number from. I checked the statistics, and I believe it was actually 73% of speedrunners that said Nyla Castle is their favorite room. But I'll take his word for it.
Don't know about those ranks, bro. I mean, I'm in the top 5, and you know I consider myself somewhat of a top speedrunner. And Nyla Castle on our team.
Yep.
It's probably ranked 4th or 5th in the rooms.
Yep. Exactly.
It's low, so.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah.
So he also mentioned that the reason you've got the chins in, the reason you've got the barrage from the major, the reason you've got the scythe from the meleeer, you'll see them come out to kill 2 crabs at a time, 3 crabs at a time. This is to lower the amount of crabs in the room, spawn the next waves. And the quicker the waves come through, the better. He said that yesterday we saw a lot of teams doing around 3-minute 30 waves, and at best, his team was looking at around a 250 wave time for the Nyla Castle. A big 40-second time save there. Coming into the boss for the glances. Jelly here from Lake, not the biggest hit. Let's see the T-bow pop off though. A 67 Vengeance he tanks there. These boys are gaming. Look at the switches on this man.
Really going for it.
My word. I would love to be this man's girlfriend. Look how quick those fingers are. All of these boys very quick on the sticks.
Finger in the tills there, you know, exchanging a bit of cash.
Exactly, mate. Exactly.
What's that? 2 5s, couple of coins.
Can I get some change? 13% left on the boss. No Chelly specs left for any of the team members here. So we're just going to see the scythes finish it off. And the boss goes down. An 8:29 total time going into Sodaseg. Once again, Sodaseg, very, very important to hit the hammer specs here. The defense level of Sodaseg. Ron, do you know what the level of Sodaseg is?
No, I don't, to be honest.
The man on the numbers behind the scene, a little too busy eating his McDonald's cheeseburger with lettuce and mayo.
I'm practicing.
Understandable.
It's on its way. It's on its way.
Understandable.
But right now it's a bit of Tokyo Drift. I'm getting warmed up for another one.
So you live in Tokyo. I'm being told by the chat that Sodaseg's defense level is in fact 200. So one Warhammer spec on Sodaseg is going to reduce that defense level by 60, taking it down to 140, which is massive. And then that second spec coming in, another 42 levels you'll see come off. So 2 hammer specs on Sot, you'll go from 200 defense down to 100. And that's half. That maze was insane. These boys are not here to fuck spiders. They're here to fuck giant dogs in the Theater of Blood. I had to add Theater of Blood on the end there because
good save.
that was a
very
big
good save.
TOS.
Yeah. That was close. That was close. You pulled through. You pulled
Wow,
through. I was
wow.
gonna have this little Kiwi pump 600ml water, but I thought I'd just hand it over in the corporate box to you, my bro. That's all
you, mate.
yours, cousin.
Thank
Hey, have a
you.
sip.
Look at this maze, ladies and gentlemen. XP just launching straight through. Ooh, doesn't come off the end there. Probably lost about 2 seconds on that maze right at the end. Must have misclicked on the portal to get out. We're going to see him tank some vengeances here. A 42 coming in for Puggin. Let's have a look at the hit points of the rest of the players. 111 hit points here for XP. We would expect that if he does cop a vengeance here from one of the other players, that he will in fact tank it. A lot of hit points. We're Wouldn't be surprised to see the prayer come off here. And there's a 24 Vengeance. That's going to deal 16 damage back to the boss. You better believe that's quick math. And so does Zeg goes down. A total time of 10:39 so far. That's an imbued heart on the ground, ladies and gentlemen. You would not want to forget that and leave it there. He's run straight past it. He's run straight past the imbued heart. No, he hasn't. He picked it up. Oh, I thought he went straight past it.
Almost went horribly wrong there, Jake. Look, quick question regarding the boys' performance on SodaSig right now. What was the best Need for Speed Underground? Personally, I'm a Need for Speed Underground 2 myself.
100%.
Underground for sure, 100%.
It's not even a question. It's definitely 2.
Those lightning bolt decals, 25 horsepower at least on the straights.
Every time. Skirt.
I reckon SJP has been awoken after that.
That was so loud that your mic fucking peaked, bro. We didn't even hear
I didn't even hear the
bulk
gain
of
up,
it.
bro. I was very tame on that one.
Oh,
you don't want to see me flick that up. The boys know.
No, we definitely do not want to see that here.
Definitely want to do that.
What we do want to see is a couple of big Dragon Warhammer specs here from the Glances. A BGS in the inventory for Puggin. Won't be surprised to see the second hit here from him be a BGS and potentially even a BGS from Lake. I'd imagine he's got one in his inventory as well. Yep, there it is. There's the BGS. We have seen it. Let's go. 3 hammer specs. Let's have a look at the hits. It looked like a 19 and a 0 for the BGSs, so not the best. And the 4th hammer coming in there. Zarpus. Pretty low on defense. Going to see the 5-tick scythe from the boys here. You know, the first round, we didn't see too many 5-tick scythes because, well, believe it or not, in the quarterfinals, you're not going to see the best gamers in the world. Here in the semifinals, the top-tier gamers coming through the 5-tick scythe walks. 61? It was a 61 and a 44 BGS?
Correct.
Oh. Turns out I might need glasses at this point in my life. Potentially a little bit blind here. As a wise man in Bali once said, I'm fucking blind.
Inspiration there, man.
He really, really is. 33% left on the boss. Gonna screech pretty soon. And I have an itchy back. Chat will be happy to know that I managed to scratch the itch on my back. And the screech...
I'd get it for you, but like we've got a few thousand miles in between.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
Oh,
I mean, if you want to just leave now, we might, might get here in time. But
I could just quite lightly just, place Gavin on your back, and he'd just give you a little 1-2.
My back could be his new cat scratcher. Are we going to see any swipes here from the Glances? In the first round, we had both Lake and X-Bay die to a swipe. Looks like they're going to get through here, and we'll see them run through to Verz, get a 13-23. No time wasted here. Looks as though X-Bay still not into the room. And look at this. That is time wasted. They could have already started the boss here. He's having an absolute ashy hammer. Wonder what he went back for. Did he really need the stamina potion that bad? Did he maybe drop his imbued heart again? He might have left 4.5 bill back there. Interesting. He left his runes. That makes sense. Who plays this dark? Hey, listen. Sometimes you just don't want the bright lights of RuneScape ruining your immersion. Sometimes you just want to get absolutely caught up in the game. All right, back to the brightness of Puggin's screen. A bright man with a bright light. Something you can respect. What happened to the music? There we go. We're back on. We're good. We're good. We're gaming.
Tokyo. Yeah, Tokyo. Drift. I got close.
High detail in the Verzik room. I'm a big fan of it. As you can tell, Puggin has a lot of RAM in his computer. Vengeance coming in P2, sorry. Vengeance not going to work in P2, but get that pre-done for P3. We're going to be happy with that. The crabs here on... There was a 54-38 or something like that on late. He almost just got one bang by 2 crabs. Normally when you got crabs, you don't get a bang at all, but he almost got one bang just then. 54-38. My word.
In Hamilton, you get a bang and then you get crabs. You know? Pick up ham Vegas.
67% left on Xeric here. Let's see what the Glances can do after that massive damage Lake just took. A little bit awkward on the crabs there. But one thing is for certain, this man is a very big gamer. Not often that you will see a mistake from him. It's very easy to call out mistakes when you see them, because it's the mistakes that are the most potent, the easiest to notice. You don't notice all the little things that these players are going to be doing, because as a wise man from Bali once said, I'm fucking blind. What is this copy paste in the chat? Reds here for the Glances. Going to be at 21% on the second down. Looks like they're not going to try and launch it from 21. Playing it safe. It is definitely possible to go from 21 to down on the second lot of red crabs, but looks as though they're just playing it safe. They're going to go for the 3 down. Unless we see some claws coming in here from X-Bay. No claws. So they're just going to play it safe. Going to go for the 3 down. He finishes off his crab, and they are currently sat at 8.8%.
Anybody's, sort of sitting at home in the games here right now thinking, how do these guys do it? Top 3 ToB tips from the EV skate for learners out there. Hit me.
Top 3 tips for ToB.
Top 3 tips. That's it.
Okay. As you can see, a lot of tiles marked on the ground. The best thing you can do in the ToB room is mark every single tile you possibly can. As we see, the Vengeance is coming in from the boys. All of their prayers off to tank the biggest Vengeance they possibly can. And that was about, I want to say, 60 damage back on the boss. Like I said, mark every single tile in the room. Second tip is, if you are in 416 doing a free-for-all raid, you decide on splitting with your team beforehand and you get a scythe, that doesn't count. You split everything except the scythe unless someone else gets it. And the third tip is to make sure when you're doing the Nilo boss, you always have the wrong attack style on. Coming into webs here, and believe it or not, look at this. You wouldn't believe it, but X-Bay is actually on tick with these guys. It looks like he's 2 tiles behind, but the game recognizes that he's on the exact same tick as the other 2 players. Insane scenes. Might see them tank a melee here with the Vengeance. And they decide against it. Just going to be a mage hit for the Venge after webs. They all had a decent amount of hit points and a decent amount of bruise. Interesting not to see them tank the melee there. Should see some claws coming in. Are they going to get it down before yellows comes up? That's a 6.4% before yellows. What are we going to see here? Are we going to see them stand on the pads or tick eat? That's on the pads. That's a 78 to the dome over there for X-Bay. And Lake still on 36 hit points. They're going to take it down. And that is going to be a 2056 for the Glances. And spoiler alert, no, they did not get a purple. Sad. What a performance from the Glances there. 3-1 in their semi-final round up against the Veric Inters. Veric Inters will be moving on to the 3rd place match. They do still need to participate in their 3rd place match. 3rd place prize is going to be $200 here. As we move on to the bracket, we see a 3-1 for the Glances against the Veric Inters. Veric Inters moving into the 3rd place playoff. Claps in the chat for the Veric Inters guys. A an honorable performance by 5 of their 6 members, and a 3-1 in the semi-final. Big claps also for the Glancers. Moving on to the grand final. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have semi-final number 2. That's going to be ToB versus Cthulhu Box Theory. We saw absolute domination from Team CBT yesterday up against... Who were they up against yesterday? Nerds with Attitude. So ToB take down the Step Brothers in a 2-1. So a little less dominant, but both teams in the semi-final up against each other. We're going to go ahead and have a look at the draft for both teams. We're going to draft up for ToB versus Cthulhu Box Theory. We can see ToB here taking a look at who's on the other team. We have Addy. We've got Hi-Yo. We've got Toy Owner. Very, very fast runners of the Chambers of Xeric. And guess what? That has been banned. The Chambers of Xeric banned by ToB here. They do not want to come up against those boys in a Chambers of Xeric. And as we see, the Gauntlet banned by Team CBT here. I think this is just a case of they are well versed at every boss in the Speedrun Cup except the Gauntlet. They know it doesn't matter what they're coming up against, who they're coming up against, and what boss. They know they've got it locked down except the Gauntlet. And if they can hit the ban on the Gauntlet, they don't have to do it. They're likely to take down the win in their eyes. Now, the picks coming in. Inferno, picked by ToB. This was their first pick. They picked the Inferno. Winnie Blues on the ToB team. I believe he is, I want to say, rank 6 in Inferno times. I want to say 6. I could be wrong. But he is going to be running the Inferno here. Fight Caves, an interesting pick from Team CBT. With the Fight Caves, it's going to be 3 players from each team running a Fight Caves, and the average of those 3 players is going to be taken as the team time. Zulrah, the second pick for Team CBT. Once again, Scotty on Team CBT, the world record holder for Zulrah. He knows what he's doing. He had a 103 average in the round of 8. And going into the semi-finals, he's confident he's going to be able to take it down for his team. And the last pick for ToB was the Nightmare. I believe they did have the second fastest time for the Nightmare in the round of 8, a 5:26. So they are super confident going into the Nightmare. Got that cheeky little trick with the God Book to get that extra volatile spec on the pillars. And they are ready for this round of 5. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to quickly use the bathroom. I'm going to leave you here with Ron Plays Games while I do so.
I was going to say, bro, you can't hear all these guys like yelling in the background, right? I don't know how good this guy's mic is.
I can't hear anything, mate.
Bro, I'm at a house party and I've just hijacked this guy's computer to tune.
You have not.
Yeah, fuck, I should go join now. I swear I feel bad.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to leave you with Ron for a couple of minutes while I use the bathroom. I will be back in a moment. Enjoy.
Okay, wait. This is imperative. Okay, I've got a would you rather for the chat. Would you rather poop in the only toilet at the party? Like, there's a bit of a line. Honestly, if I do it, I'm going to clog this bad boy. Or should I just go have a shit in the backyard? Please hurry now. Tell me. 1 in the chat if I should do the toilet, 2 in the bushes. Backyard, my guys. All right. I can't pass you on to anybody, but just enjoy the Tokyo Drift tune. Maybe he's left that on the background. I don't know. I went to the bush anyway. Thank you for your input. Appreciate that. Okay, here's one. Think about this one. Take your time. Okay, this is wise. Would you rather be able to tell your past self one thing, or be able to ask your future self one question? Think about it. Think about it and chuck it in the chat. Let's reflect on this, bro. Let's learn a little about ourselves, okay? Let's share this. Tell past self. Okay, what would you tell your past self? I want to hear reasons why. And if you choose to tell your... Maybe ask a question for your future self as well. What would it be? Let's get wise, boys. Oh, we are. Very slippery on the slopes.
Invest in Bitcoin. Oof. What
That's
a
actually a
classic
shout.
answer.
That's a shout.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, first things first, before we get into the action, there's one thing that I need to say to the chat, and that is this. Let's get into it.
My man. I've got a little ring-a-ding-ding. Check this one out. Hang on. I don't know if that made a little ricochet.
I definitely heard something. What was that?
That was decided of this Asahi dry bottle. A couple little love taps on the mic here.
Respect.
Yeah, had to be done.
Ladies and gents, we are about to get into the semi-final. Cthulu Box Theory versus ToB, Team CBT. Up against ToB. Once again, guys, I got to stress, ToB. They're my boys, you know? I'm the caster. I'm supposed to be unbiased, but Lord, do I hope they take it out. They are my boys, okay? ToB on my chest, but that being said, Cthulu Box Theory, very dominant in the last round. They've got their work cut out for them. Ladies and gents, let's jump on into the first boss for Team CBT, Cthulu Box Theory, and that is going to be the Nightmare of Ashihama. First of all, I'm going to get the right logo up, and I'm also going to get the right scoreboard on the screen, and I'm going to get the correct score on there as well. ToB versus CBT, it is currently 0-0. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get on into the action. Let me stop and start my recording so it doesn't corrupt. Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt, Dick's your cousin. Let's jump in. Here we are. Cthulu Box Theory running the Nightmare here. We have Hi-Yo, we have Addy, and we have Scotty doing the Nightmare here. Looks as though Scotty's on the Dragon Warhammer specs. We've also, I believe, got Addy on the Dragon two-hander. Nope, it's going to be Hi-Yo on the D2H. We'll see it come in here. The Husks decides not to attack the boss with the D2H there. Still going to hit all the Husks if he does. And he absolutely noodles his Dragon two-hander there. The Husk's still alive. I wonder if they hit a hammer on the first phase. It looks like they might not have hit a hammer because Addy still has 60% spec here. Might have had to hit that back up hammer. 845 health left on the boss here in the first match of the semi-final round. ToB, Cthulu Box Theory. Flowers coming in here. We'll see all of the players run to the same spot. Unfortunately, getting Husks for the first Nightmare special there, which means they're very likely to see Husks again before the end of the round. It will be very unlikely to see them move from this exact spot where they are right now, because when the Husks come out, that Dragon two-hander spec is going to come back in from Hi-Yo. We're going to see it come back in again. He's getting ready. You see him hovering over that D2H. There's 7-way switch into the D2-hander, and he smashes it. That is 3 Husks dead. 1 to go. They're going to take the pillars out before they even decide to move. They're not. Oh, was that Scotty there that just took out the last Husk before taking down the pillar? I believe they can range every single pillar from where they stood. I don't think they needed to take that out. Northwest is going to go down. The Nightmare loses 800 hit points. Here come the Sleepwalkers. You see the blowpipes from all of the boys taking out those Sleepwalkers as quick as they possibly can. And look at that time save. No Sleepwalker even got anywhere close to the boss. That's going to be 5 damage. Now, you'll see the players, after they hit that Warhammer spec there, Addy hits the Warhammer. You'll see the players drink their Zamorak brews here so their defense level goes down and Hi-Yo can take the tank. You see him luring the Nightmare boss up to the north of the room. Kind of messes up the lure there. He's got to get the boss stuck at the north of the room. Yeah, he's messed up the lure there. He's got to go back over to the other side. He's got to get the boss stuck before the parasites come out. Still plenty of time left to get the lure done properly. One more square he needs to move across and then run back across the other side. And here he goes. You see him run back through before the parasites... Okay, he's got it. Whew. I was worried he messed it up again. And he's just got to run across that square he's got marked. Parasites are out, and the boss is stuck. Now, what you'll see happen here is the 2 players that have the parasites will drink their sand fuse here. And then, I believe, try and lower their defense with the Zamorak Brew so they can get underneath the boss, and it doesn't move when the parasites are there. The boss does move. It is still aggroed on Hi-Yo, and that is going to be 2 heals coming in from the parasites. I only saw a 21 there. I'm not too sure what the other heal was. So, not the worst thing in the world, but definitely not what they were trying to do there. Coming into the pillar phase for P2. Let's have a look at Addy's surges here. They are going in. He's on the southwest pillar. You can see up in the top left corner, the health of the pillars. He finished off his pillar before anyone else was on half. This man's surges are going absolutely fucking nuclear. And the pillars are down. Northeast is done. Nightmare going to lose another 800 hit points. Let's see these blowpipes coming in from the players. Dragon darts littering the floor of the Nightmare room. Who cares about 2000 GP when you're this good at the game? Hammer spec coming in from Addy. Is he going to hit? Zamorak brews up and he does hit his hammer. We are very likely to see, I believe it is Scotty with the other Dragon Warhammer. Very likely to see him Dragon Warhammer spec at around 1,000 hit points. He's on 100% spec here. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't be launching in the claws. There's no volatile in his inventory. 100% spec. Absolutely wasting his spec here. Should be launching the claws. We should see that very soon. The Dragon Warhammer at 1,000. The claw's going to come in. The claw's going to come in.
Jake.
Yes, Ron?
I'll let you on one thing. I have ordered Uber Eats. I have the 10-pack chicken McNugget combo in hand. The cheeseburger came in. It has the mayo and the lettuce, and I'm very stoked. Okay? Off the bat.
Glad to hear it there, Ron.
That's one thing I've done tonight. I'll tell you, the other thing I haven't done tonight...
What's that, mate?
...is use my VR headset for VR porn. My Uber is here, and I'm going to go take advantage of that. All the best with the Speed Cup run. I love what you do for the community.
Thank you,
and
Ron.
The community love what you do for the boys.
Enjoy your VR porn, mate. We're going to get back into the kill here as the boys are about to take down the pillars for their final phase in the Nightmare kill. Southeast is the one you want to focus on here. It's going to be the last one. Any yawners between the boys? I don't see any yawns in the chat. No one ran into those spores, and that is the Nightmare dead. Let's pay attention to the chat box here and see what time they are getting. That is a 5:31 from Team CBT at the Nightmare there. A tough time to beat, but certainly a time that is beatable. ToB hitting that 5:26 in round 1. We know they are capable of beating that time. Once again, before we go into the Nightmare kill, a little trick that ToB has been using throughout this tournament. They will use the Book of Darkness, the God Book. They will use it to preach, lose 25% of their special attack, wait the perfect amount of time so they start the Nightmare kill right as it's about to tick up from 95 to 100. And as they get their spec off, instead of going from 95 to 100, it goes from 95 to 105, back down to 55. So they get that extra 5% spec. Just the little things that you take into these speedruns that can make the difference in the end. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and jump on into the action. 5:31 to beat for the ToB boys. Let's get the correct logo on the screen. Transition in, press play, and here we go. So, that's not right. Let me just go back to the webcam. I'm playing the same perspective again. Brilliant. Man, I hyped that up so good as well. That was some sick commentary for me, and I fucked it. Man, I was sitting there going, damn, this is strange. Like, they're starting their recordings at the exact same time. Like, that's pretty mental. All right, ladies and gentlemen, no more mistakes. We're getting straight on in to the nightmare for OzToB. Let's have a sniff. Okay, so for OzToB, we have Jinemy running the nightmare with Snakeman G5, also known as Divine. Some sort of inside joke with the boys there. Big Snakeman in the chat. And Demon Butler, their captain, their leader. You see the Book of Darkness in his inventory, and you see, look at his special attack. 95 as the boss wakes up. Ready? Boom, down to 45, and you'll see in less than 5 seconds, his spec goes up to 55. That's an extra 5% special attack that the other team didn't have going into this, which means they got 50% left at the end. They would normally have 50% spec. They're going to have 55, which is an extra volatile spec on the pillars. Could make all the difference. Where is the D2H coming in? We've missed it. It looks as though they killed 3, maybe 2 with that D2H. One Husk still alive. Looks like it's going to be Jinemy's job to take that one out. And he kills it with a scythe. That's going to be a 1-tick loss there. He has the mace in his inventory. He could have chucked it on to take out the last Husk there. Unfortunately, losing that 1 tick on the Husk. Instead of taking it out with the mace, takes it out with the scythe. 750 hit points to go here on the first phase of the nightmare. Once again, a bit of RNG there with Husks first. Unfortunately, with Husks first, that means they're very likely to see another set of Husks during the pillar phase. So everyone's going to have to stand on the same square and just pray to the good Lord they get a very nice Dragon 2-hander spec. Also means they're going to have to use that 60% special attack for a D2H instead of saving it for a claw potentially on the next phase. Look at the footwork there from Demon. They're not standing on the same square, guys. The Husks are about to come out. This is going to be a big time loss if they don't stand on the same square. They're coming towards each other. And there we go. Okay, the boys know exactly what they're doing. Same square. In comes the Dragon 2-hander from... I've lost it. Where is it? Jinemy. He kills 2 of the Husks, doesn't manage to kill the last one. And that is a surge coming in for 1 Husk. There's another Husk left. That's 17 hit points here for, I believe... Is that Divine? No. It is Jinemy on 16 hit points. Very interesting. Inventory tags, like I was saying, guys, the only inventory tag that is acceptable is the one that differentiates your harmonized orb from your volatile orb. You just can't tell which one's which. Let's have a look at the hammer. Missed hammer here for Demon. We're going to see a backup hammer from Divine here. Are we? Did he miss or did he not miss? Where's the backup hammer? Maybe he didn't call out that he missed. And there's no backup hammer coming in. I'm so confused as to why there was no backup hammer from the OzToB boys there. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication within the team. Very interesting. And as you can see, they are suffering. Not the ring that you would put in your ring slot when you want to have a recoil damage dealt back to Zulrah. They are suffering in this phase without the Dragon Warhammer hit. Have we had one come in yet? No. Still 100% spec here for Divine, and he's not launched that hammer. Jinemy's still on 30%. And Demon Butler, the captain, the leader, taking the tank. Should see a Parasite come out pretty soon. Both of them not under the boss. Divine takes a 48 from the Shadow phase, the Nightmare phase of the Nightmare, and 2 Scythe hits on the Parasite. He doesn't actually have a mace in his inventory, so he had to go with the Scythe there. Interesting not to see one of the other boys that has a mace come along and finish off that Parasite for him. And they're going into the pillar phase. 33 hit points over here for Demon Butler. Down to 28 now. 43 for Divine and 26 for Jinemy. Decent amount of food in the inventory. Should be fine with the food count here. The pillars are going down very quickly here. The surge is going in, going hard. You'll see the boys pull up to the southwest pillar here. Get as close as they can to finish it off. It's finished off by the 2 guys right next to it. Sleepwalker's coming out here. We don't see any blowpipes. Is that a claw? Demon Butler just ran halfway across the room with his claws out to kill the Sleepwalker when he had a ranged weapon in his inventory, and that's a missed hammer. We have to see a hammer come in here. We have to see a backup hammer come in here from one of the players. I might have missed it. It is one Dragon Warhammer spec. We can see they've hit one Dragon Warhammer on the last phase. Here comes the skirt phase of the Nightmare, for lack of a better term. We saw it? Okay, good. It's hard to keep track of all these, boys. Into the last phase here. The Nightmare trapped at the top, like it should have been for the last phase for the Parasites. Health bars are looking decent. Demon Butler on 48 hit points with 2 anglers in his inventory. He is not going to want to eat them during this phase, though. He definitely does not want to be losing any ticks. Divine over here right next to a Spore. Any yawners? Doesn't look like we're going to have any yawners just yet. Mage coming in here from the Nightmare Boss. 240 hit points left. A pretty slow phase considering they did hit the hammer on the end there. And look at the spec bar, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the spec bar for Demon Butler here. The man that used his book at the start of the kill. That's a 55% spec coming in for the Volatile. Obviously, the kill's a little bit slower. He's going to get that 10% back. But if the kill was like 30 seconds quicker, that would have made a massive difference. It's the little things that make the difference in these speed runs. Southwest Pillar not going down. Here we go. A 531 to beat for OzToB. Can they do it? Let's pay attention to the chat box. That's a 550. So that is going to be a 1-0 currently for Team CBT. They're taking down the Nightmare kill. And there he is in the chat, Shawnee, the man behind the coding for inventory tags. It is his favorite thing in the game. I bet he's not happy to see that the Inferno is being run here, because he's not going to be involved. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving on, trying to decide which one I'm supposed to show next. Okay, I know which one we're going to show next. We are going to watch the Fight Caves, ladies and gentlemen. The Fight Caves. First things first, let's go ahead and get up OzToB in the Fight Caves. Wait, chat, I'll let you decide. Who do you want to see first? Do you want to see OzToB in the Fight Caves, or do you want to see Team CBT? A lot of OzToBs. CBT, OzToB. Simultaneously, we can't do that. OzToB first. All right, guys, we're going to go with OzToB first here. All right. Am I missing someone's perspective? Nope, we're good. We've got everyone's perspective here. Let's go ahead and hit that studio mode. Hit the main screen button. Change the score. It is currently a 1-0 for Team CBT. And we are currently watching OzToB. Let's go ahead and jump on into it, guys. This is the Fight Caves for OzToB. It is going to be run by, if we see the chat boxes, Demon Butler, Divine, and Jinami, the man that doesn't have his chat box on here. Now, I have to preface this Fight Caves run, guys. I have to preface this Fight Caves run with the fact that they didn't all run these at the exact same time. I've just put them together in post-production, and I have to say, Divine practiced to no end for this run, for the Fight Caves. And he finished his Fight Cave run, and he said, okay, I'm happy with that. And then I said, okay, who else is running the Fight Cave? And they said, what? I said, yeah, 3 people do the Fight Cave. So they had to go in, Demon Butler and Jinami had to go in with no practice on the Fight Cave because they didn't realize that they all 3 had to run it. Unfortunate circumstances for the OzToB boys, but once again, these guys are absolute gamers. They waited until the perfect time in game All of the waves for the fight caves are decided depended on the time that you go into the fight caves. They're already predetermined, dependent on the time that you go in. So they waited for the rotation that they wanted. Unfortunately, I believe it was Divine. He went in a little bit too early and messed up his rotation. Didn't get the rotation that he wanted. The only man that had practiced for the fight caves went in at the wrong time. Got the wrong rotation. He wasn't happy. But let's see if he can pull a decent time back from the wrong rotation. Now, you're going to see a lot of kiting with the blowpipe here. Because the players know where all of these monsters are going to spawn, after they kill one monster, they can immediately start running towards the next one, because they know where it's going to be, without missing hits. If they click perfectly, pretty much every wave in the fire caves, you're going to be in combat at all times. You're going to rarely see these players put on their protect from range, because they all have vengeance in their inventory, and they're going to be hitting those vengeance back on hopefully the range minions to get them down as quick as possible. You're not going to see any range prayers from them. Guthix restores in the inventory as well, and as you see, they are regular ranging potions in the inventory for everyone. Why are they regular ranging potions? They don't want the defense bonuses that you get from Bastion potions. They want to have lower defense so they can hit more vengeances. Jinami here, obviously, not getting the memo in the practice runs that he didn't do, that he's not supposed to be praying range here and supposed to be hitting vengeances instead. But it is what it is. You'll see a lot of chins coming in here. Chins to kill the bloblets, as well as try and pile up as many monsters as you can in one spot to kill them with the chins. 5.8 thousand chins in the inventory here for Demon Butler. This man has spent a lot of time in the wilderness, as well as Divine here. 13,000 chins. That's a lot of chins. Now, crossbows in the inventory for the Oz ToB boys. The best in slot here at the fight caves isn't the crossbow. It is in fact the third age bow. Unfortunately, I don't think the players had a third age bow at their disposal, and maybe didn't have a spare 500 mil lying around to grab one before they passed it around to each other. Up to the melees here, wave 18. Once again, you're not going to see them pray any overheads until they get to the mages. Mages will be coming after double melees. You'll also see a lot of the time the big blobs will go down before any other minion in the wave. That's just because the big blob has to die twice. You need to kill the big blob once for it to spawn its little minions, and then the little bloblets have to die as well. So you want to kill the big blob first to save a little bit of extra time there. Not sure what wave Jinami's up to here. Looks as though there's a melee in the southeast corner. And wave 20 here for Demon Butler, and wave 21 here for Divine. So Divine pulling ahead early from his teammates. Once again, the only team member of Oz ToB to actually practice. Hey, listen, Jolene, it's not my fault, mate, okay? It's not my fault at all. Demon Butler, double blobs. Gonna see a melee and a melee and a ranger on the next wave. Alright. Jinami, we're not sure what wave he's up to. On the double blobs with the melee as well. So, Demon Butler and Jinami, similar times here. And as we can see, Divine pulling ahead of his teammates. The man that practiced the runs knows what he's doing in the fight caves. Got the crossbow instead of the third age bow, but I don't think that's going to hinder him too much. I believe the only difference is a +5 range bonus. Could be wrong there. Don't think there's any max hit difference there, but the crossbow or the third age bow coming in because it is the highest hitting, longest range weapon that goes at 3 tick pace. to save extra time on those long-range hits. Going to spend a lot of time watching Divine's perspective here because, once again, he is the man that knows what he's doing. The other two jumping in blind, although that could be funny to watch. I'm still so confused as to how Jinemy plays the game with his inventory taking up 3/4 of his screen. Like, it's like he's playing on mobile. That might have been what happened. Maybe he did a mobile run. Like, that inventory is fucking huge. He doesn't have to worry about food going into like an Inferno run or anything, because guess what? If his inventory is so big, he can fit 56 items in it. My word. Back over to Demon Butler here on 26. There's a mouse though. Yeah, Mr. Steve. Thank you for clarifying there that Jinemy is in fact playing on a computer. I'm very surprised to see that one of the competitors in the Speedrun Cup, the first and only old school RuneScape PVM competition with a monetary prize pool. Very surprised to see that the participants weren't in fact playing on mobile. That is really, that has shocked me. I'm glad we've got a genius like you in the chat to clarify these things. So boys, can we please get a clap for that man? Mr. Steve, he's really helping us out here. Otherwise, we would have been fucking confused. Sorry, Steve, mate. I had to do it to you. Right, let's have a look over at Divine's perspective. He's got the double melees down already. That means he's going to get his Mage Prayer up here, and you will not see that go down for the rest of the runs. Twisted Bow, the best weapon here on the Mages. Enable Keck W, I already have, mate. It's just a lowercase one. Or maybe I didn't. Oh, no. Sorry, boys. No Keck W's today. As I said, Twisted Bow going to come in. However, I don't know the exact number, but I know there is a certain number of the Mages hit points that they're so low, the Twisted Bow is not going to matter. You're going to want to blowpipe when the health is that low. Save those extra ticks. Once again, Fight Caves is another boss that is completely figured out. There is a perfect time of the day to go into a Fight Cave speed run. There's a perfect place to stand for every wave. There's a perfect weapon for every single monster. And there's a perfect order to kill everything. Completely figured out. It just comes down to how well these players can remember the waves. They have their sheets up on the side. There is a plugin, I believe, on a website that can show them where all of the waves are going to spawn. Wave 35 now for Divine. Let's have a look at the other players. Wave 32 for Demon Butler. So as you can see, a huge disparity between the people that have practiced for this run and the people that had to just jump into it. These guys did a couple of practice runs before they went in, but pardon me. You should have heard the panic in the voices of the ToB boys when I said, who else is running Jad? They had absolutely no idea that 3 people needed to run it. I felt very bad for them, like I said. ToB boys are my boys, but running in here, you never know what could happen. 3 people have to run from the other team. Any deaths incur a 5-minute penalty. So anything could happen in these Jad runs. Is it the same for the Inferno? No, 1 person runs the Inferno for each team. The Fight Caves are a little bit quicker for the than the Inferno. So we went with 3 for the Fight Caves. I think it also enhances the viewership, you know, the watching immersion. I think it looks cooler when we got 3 people running the Fight Caves. There might be a bit going on, but not too much. But the Inferno, there's quite a bit going on that we're going to have to talk about. So fucking immersed right now. That's what we like to hear. What's the default time given for a death that you're adding 5 minutes to? So if they die in these in this fight cave run, they rerun. They rerun the attempt, and they add 5 minutes to the rerun time. As you can see here from Demon Butler's perspective, he's got 4 monsters all stacked up here. In comes the Chin. Doesn't one hit them, but you'll take that. 3 monsters down in 1 Chin hit. Chins, I believe, are 3 tick. He's going to... Ooh! Almost copped a melee from the Major there. Dying on a fire cape. Well, listen, mate. These are speedruns. Players have a tendency to risk HP to get better hits off, and sometimes things happen. If you die on a regular fire cape in this gear, you might have a little problem. Oh, he hit the wrong minion there with the Chin. Demon Butler could have got the 3 stack, ended up getting the 2. Let's have a look at Jinami over here. Not sure what wave he's currently on. Let's have a look at the spawn. I'll be able to tell you that's a mage. And down south is a ranger. That means he's definitely on wave 73. So running pretty good here. 39 for Demon Butler, and we have 41 for Divine. Divine once again getting ahead of his teammates here. Put a lot of work into running this fight cave. Was very well prepared. And as you can see, stacking up the bloblets here with the southwest tile of the Major, which means he's going to hit a Chin against 2 bloblets and the Major. I think he fucked up a little bit there. Didn't have the Chin on, but this is going to be... Is he going to Chin? Nope, he's just going to blow pipe it. Probably not worth chinning just 1 bloblet and the Major. Wave 42. Chin max hit. I'll be honest with you, mate. I haven't run the numbers. That's not something I really keep in my back pocket. It's the max hit of a Chin chomper. I do know that it can hit up to 9 minions at the same time. 9 monsters can hit 9 hit splats. 32 health here for Demon Butler. Getting low on hit points. Once again, like I said, guys, you will see them risk their hit points a lot throughout these runs. Snake Man, G5, a god, the big Snake Man. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Nakamichi in the chat from ToB. The man with the information about the crab room. Can we get some claps in the chat for my boy, Nakamichi? What a man. Sip the Guthix Restore. No need to risk it. I agree with you there, mate. There's no reason not to sip the Guthix Restore here. And as we see, Demon Butler is going to sip those restores, get back up to 62 hit points. Jinami over here got mages and rangers to deal with. Looks like he's got, yeah, okay, mage, range, blob, and bat there. Not too sure exactly on the wave. Probably around 42. Looks as though he's on the exact same wave as Demon Butler here. Demon stacking up 3 or 4 minions there with a Chin. That is a very nice Chin. He'll be happy with that one. Over here, Divine on wave 45, while his teammates are on wave 43. So not a huge difference between the players, but definitely, as you can see, preparation going a long way in the fight caves. Those that aren't aware weren't around for the start of this fight cave run. ToB were unaware they had to have 3 players run the fight caves, so only 1 player prepared for the run. That is Divine here on wave 46. Demon Butler and Jinami both on 43 did not prepare. Coming into 44 for Demon Butler. Only 4 Guthix Restores left in the inventory. He's got that 1 brew as well. Maybe taking a little bit more damage than he anticipated, because if we have a look over here, Divine still has 6 Guthix Restores in his inventory as well as that brew. You'll see that these guys will take in 1 Divine Potion. That is because they're expecting somewhere between 25 and 30 minutes, depending on their RNG. 30 minutes being a very bad RNG, 25 minutes being very good, and lower than 25 being God tier. 3 Guthix Restores here for Demon Butler. Low on hit points. And Jinemy with the entire fucking tea stall in his inventory still. And 75 hit points. Clearly this man's not thirsty and he's managed to keep his health high. Once again, that might be due to the fact that his inventory is twice the size of everyone else's. So instead of only being able to bring 28 teas in, he brought 56. That's definitely going to help him out here. Divine up to wave 49. Going to start to see the waves get a little bit more full when coming in here. Why the crossbow? The crossbow is the fastest attacking weapon with a 10 range? I don't know if it's 10 or 9 or 11. It's a very long range weapon and it is 3 ticks and it hits the highest. So 9, there we go. So 9 range for the crossbow and it has the highest max hit out of all of those 9 range weapons that are at 3 ticks. So you use it to hit monsters that are outside the range of your blowpipe. As you see right there from Divine, launches in a crossbow, then launches in a blowpipe, saving ticks there. And you see, the entire time he's killing that melee, he's kiting back towards the major so that he can get as close to it to finish it off with that twisted bow. Third age bow is better, correct. Third age bow also costs 500 million GP. And guess what? 500 million GP costs about as much as second place prize money. So you can't hinder the players for not having one. Wave 49 here for Demon Butler. I imagine around wave 49 here for Jinemy as well. Wave 51 for Divine. T-Bow's one bill though. I mean, you kind of just have to ask yourself the question there. As we see Divine not happy, he accidentally left the Tiz key awake there. Awake? Alive. T-Bow is 1 bill, and the third age bow only 500 mil. The question you have to ask yourself is, would you prefer to have a twisted bow in the fight caves or a third age bow? And I think you'll find the answer, unless you are very, very stupid, is obviously a third age bow. So disappointing to see that he went with the twisted bow here instead of the third age bow. Twisted bow obviously having a max hit in the 80s and the third age bow having a max hit of like 30. So I mean, it doesn't really make sense that he's brought the T-bow along here, but still getting a pretty reasonable time with the T-bow, apart from the fact it's worth twice as much. 2 third age bows is definitely stronger and it's the same price. I agree. That's why we need dual wielding in old school RuneScape, guys. Dual wielding in OSRS. Let's make it a thing. Demon Butler here getting smacked up by the melee, not getting enough gap while he's doing the kiting. Jinemy over here. Looks like they are on the exact same wave here, these two. 2 Ps in a pod. Wave 51 each. And a wave 54 here for Divine. Why is Void better than Armadillo here? Because Void has a higher max hit, whereas Armadillo has higher accuracy, and the defense bonuses of the monsters in the fight caves are actually lower than necessary for Armadillo to be better. Plus, they're not on task. So, not being on task, you can't wear a Slayer helm. You will see in task runs that they will have the Slayer helm on, but non-task runs, Void is a lot better. On low defense monsters, you want that extra max hit. High defense monsters, you want that extra accuracy that comes from Armadillo. That's why you'll see Armadillo in things like the Inferno. High defense monsters where they want that extra accuracy. Divine here up to wave 56. Once again, 63 waves in the fight cave. So getting close towards the end here. And you see the wave with the mage, range, melee, and blob. Couple more waves until he gets the double ranges. Then the double melees. And then the double mages will be going into Jad. Once again, these guys going into the fight caves, perfectly predicting the time so they know exactly what the wave rotation will be. Unfortunately for Divine, went in a little bit too early, potentially a little bit too late. Either way, did not get the wave rotation that he was looking for, so he's had to improvise here. Wave 57 coming in for him, wave 54 here for Demon Butler, and Jinami, absolutely no idea what wave he's on here. We can't see his chat box, because if he had his chat box up, we wouldn't be able to see his screen at all. It would take up the rest of the screen here, so it makes sense that he doesn't have his chat box open. Oh, that's a chin from Demon Butler on a Tiz key that is not next to any other NPC. Let's have a look. And the melee goes down. What is this? 55? I'm so confused as to what's going on in the way. Listen, let's just watch Divine, the man that knows what he's doing over here. Look at this. You can see specifically waits and stacks up all of these monsters up against the mage so that he can get a big chin off here. You'll see him hit 4 monsters at once, and the chin hits at 26! My word! The chin hits a 26 on the major. I wonder what the max hit is there. And that is a blob spawning directly under the major. Interesting to see. Didn't even know that could happen. And you'll see him stack up the bloblets again here, right next to the major. Gonna kill that melee off. Stand around. Wasted a tick there. No, he didn't. He's using a twisted bow. Forget I said anything. And boom. That is 5 minions hit in one hit with the chin. That's why they stacked them up, saving a lot of time there. The major not going to go down, but he is going to turn around with the blowpipe and finish that one off. 1 hit. Oh, he used a T-bow. Oh, no. That's a disaster there from Divine. Did not need to put the T-bow on there for the 6 hit points left on the major. Currently on wave 60. See the Demon Butler here on wave 57. And Jinami, I think that I see the exact same minions. Potentially on wave 57 as well. Okay. Panic by chins. I'm going to have to agree with you there. We're going to keep our eye on Divine here now, because he is quite a lot further into the run than the other two. So we're going to watch him coming into wave 61 here. This is going to be the double melee wave. You'll see him kite the first melee to the south, and then the second melee, he's going to kite over towards the major. He could have got a little bit closer to the other melee there, saved a little bit of time, but only losing 1 tick. And the major is about to go down. We will see that Divine has the worst Jad spawn possible right in the middle of the room, which means every single healer is going to have access to it. See that the orange major spawns right in the middle, and where the orange major spawns is where Jad will spawn. So we're going to see the worst possible spawn. All of the healers can attack Jad, heal Jad, whereas in other spawns, only a few have access to it. The only thing that is going to save him here is if he absolutely destroys it, if his T-bow goes ham. But as he said to me before his run, he has once seen himself, as we see the other 2 boys up to wave 59, he's got a recording, he thinks, of a Jad where he hit 26 zeros in a row. So these things can definitely happen. Now, you're going to see the players wait until half health, wait until the healers come out for the Venge. That's 2 hits on Jad. He hits a 42 with the Vent. He's just fucking 3 hit Jad. Oh my word. We're going to go back to the other boys. Wave 59 here for Demon Butler. So the other 2 boys lagging a little bit behind. We don't have a time in the chat box yet. It's a 25-23 there for Divine. My word, he's just hit 3 hits Jad. The healers didn't even have time to get to the boss. Insane RNG on those twisted bow hits. Wave 59 here for the other 2. You're going to see the double melee wave here. So Jinami actually up to wave 61, while Demon Butler comes into wave 60. So it looks as though we're going to see Jinami finish off next. Can you replay that? We're going to get a replay of that, Jad, after this, boys. I definitely want to see that again. That was fucking insane. And a 73 here for Jinami to finish off the mage. No way. I don't believe it. Demon Butler about to come into wave 61. Jinami about to come into wave 62. We're going to see where Jinami has his spawn. Let's have a look out for the... Oh my god, Jinami has a middle spawn as well. Oh no. Once again, as you can see, this is what not preparing for the fight case can get you. Obviously, they had no idea they had to go in. I really do feel bad for them, but I did pass on all the information they needed. Can't say it was my fault. It is the fault of the team. Unfortunately, not reading the rules correctly and not preparing for the fight caves. Let's have a look at Demon Butler here. About to go into wave 62. Let's have a look at Jad for Jinami. Hurls a blowpipe at him for the first hit. Interesting tactic. Must have accidentally still had it on from that major. Half health. You're going to see the prayer come off here. That's a 0. Let's have a look at this Venge. He's just tanked a Jad hit. It's 0, 0. That's a 77. No way. Hit! Hit! He's tagging the healers. What is he doing? Oh my god. He's tagged the healers in a speed run. You hate to see this from Jinami. A high caliber gamer. Number 1, getting dicked over by RNG. And number 2, a big mistake to tag the healers here. But he's hit like 15 zeros in a row. 78. Is he going to finish it up with a 7 there? He does finish it up. Let's go ahead and watch Demon Butler's perspective. He's almost finished here. 28.06 for Jinami. He picks up that fire cape. And let's have a look at Demon Butler coming into Jad. 28.06 there for Jinami, a 25.23 for Divine, and that means Demon Butler is looking at a slower time than a 28.06. He's going to tank the Venge first hit. No, he's not. I don't think he meant to do that. He definitely wants to save his vengeance for after the healers come out. He's got 81 hit points left. The healers are coming out now. He should tank this vengeance. He's most likely just going to tick eat it with that brew sip. Let's have a look. He tags the healer again. What are they doing? Manages to get the last hit there. But interesting to see the tag. And it's a 29-minute kill there for Demon Butler. Alright, we need a replay of that Jad, man. We need a replay of that Jad. That was insane. Alright. Let's get a replay going of that Jad. Have a look at... Here we go. Divine coming into this Jad. Look at this. He's pre-venged, 112 hit points. First hit. 80... Is that a 83 or a 63? 63 into a 60. Into a 56. Tanks the vengeance and finishes it off. 4 hits the boss. I don't think you'll ever see that again. Well, you will, but... My word. My word. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. We have a 25-minute, 23-second from Divine, a 28.06 from Jinami, and a 29-minute from Demon Butler. Once again, you got to feel bad for the boys. Misreading the rules, not realizing they needed 3 people to run the fight caves, and that has cost them dearly with their times. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and jump on into their opponent's runs for Jad on the Speedrun Cup. This is going to be Cthulhu Box Theory in the fight caves. Let's go ahead and get that up, and we're ready to go. Alright, so running the fight caves for Cthulhu Box Theory, we have Hi-Yo, the captain of the team, the leader. Coming in here, does have the 3rd age bow in the inventory, so we have that over ToB already. We also have Kirby running the fight caves for CBT. Once again, with that 3rd age bow in the inventory. And Gino over here with the third age bow in the inventory. So, the boys are ready to game. Hog champ. Alright, so apart from the third age bow, no real differences in the inventory, apart from the fact that we see a Bastion potion coming in from Hi-Yo here. A Bastion and a Bastion. Yep. Bastion potions all around from the gamers. So, not too worried about the defense bonus being higher for the Vengers on the Rangers there. The strategy that ToB used going into their run. They wanted to hit higher Vengeances on the Rangers. Didn't take the Bastion potions in. And that strategy was decided against by CBT. We'll see if that comes back to bite them. That's not how defense works. What do you mean, Fliz? Defense level only calcs accuracy. Yep, that's exactly what I said, mate. So the Rangers are more likely to hit on you when you have a lower defense level. So, I mean, that is how defense works. Thank you. I appreciate the fact that you agree with me there, and we're going to move on. Love a backseat gamer in the Twitch chat, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe I misspoke, maybe he misheard, but either way, that's a 1-0 for me, and I am taking it as we go into wave 11. Looks as though everyone on the same wave here. Hi-Yo going into 12, Kirby going into 12, and Gino about to go into 12 as well. So the boys, the gamers, gaming hard. Not what you said, you misspoke. That's the thing about being the streamer, Clever. That's the thing about being the streamer. Doesn't matter if I misspeak. I didn't misspeak. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? No, I apologize if I misspoke there. What I meant was more chance for the Rangers to hit on you, which means you're going to have a better chance to get those Vengeances off. Regardless of how much they hit, you want to be dealing damage back to those minions. Going into wave 14 for Kirby here. Once again, extra range potions in the inventory for the CBT team members. It means they're going to be able to stay higher range level throughout the run. Let's have a look at the number of brews in the inventory as well. Yeah, so only 1 brew was taken in the inventory for ToB. 3 brews here for Hi-Yo. 2 brews here for Kirby. He's actually got anglerfish in his inventory. That's interesting to see. Not something you'll see from the other players. And 3 brews here for Gino as well. So interesting strategies coming in here. Kirby going to tank a melee hit. Going to try and stack up the Tiz keys right next to the melee, and that chin pops off. Anglers are better than T. What makes you say that, my friend? You can eat the T in between attack ticks. Obviously, you can eat the anglers in between the waves, but sometimes you just need some hit points in the middle of a wave. Anglers obviously with the 22 hit points. T's with the 20. So if you take 10 anglers, you get an extra angler. That being said, you're not able to eat mid-wave. So do you need the anglers is the question. As we saw from the last round, you definitely don't need the anglers. And as we can see from Hi-Yo's inventory and Gino's inventory, no anglers from them. Wouldn't say they are necessary. Anglerfish has omega-3. It's more healthy. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here first at the Speedrun Cup. Hi-Yo, Wave 18. Big shout out to everyone here watching the Speedrun Cup live. This will be recorded and placed on my YouTube channel at a later date. Shout out to the Twitch chat. Wave 18 for Hi-Yo? No. Yeah, 22. I was going to say, that seems a bit slow. 22 for Kirby, and no idea for Gino. Once again, another gamer that has decided to take up his entire screen with his inventory. I guess he and Jinami are old friends, And if he had the chat box open, we wouldn't be able to see anything going on in the fight caves. Not too sure what wave he's up to there. 23 for both the other players. Going into 24. Off. Off, says Gino. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, mate. Alright. Saw a little cut there. I assure you, these runs were watched live. And instead of using a recording software, Hayo decided to use shadow play. Had to splice his run together because he couldn't record long enough. 25 for Kirby. I'm going to assume that Gino is around 25 as well. I've got no reason to believe that he is a worse gamer than the rest of the boys. And I will say, I was in Discord with the Team CB team members while they were running this. They obviously didn't run all of these runs at the same time. They had to pass the third age bow around, if you will, in between runs. And I will say, going into this, Gino said to the boys, he said, listen, can you guys just backseat me while I do this? And they said, absolutely. So if I could play the audio, I would for you. Unfortunately, I can't. But the entire time Gino was doing his run, he had Hayo in his ear saying, step south, step northeast, step southeast, hit the ranger, hit the major, put the twisted bow on. It was incredible to see. And every single time Hayo said do something, Gino did it. And as you can see, he is smashing his Fight Caves run here. Getting a nice little chin off there. 3 10s. Very, very juicy. Anyone who freaks out about plugins walked in the Twisted League. I will reiterate, guys, we banned no plugins for the Speedrun Cup because, believe it or not, Jagex provided no support for this tournament, and we are not able to detect plugins that are used on mirror mode. So, to make it fair for everyone, since people would be able to hide it, I said you can use whatever plugin you like, and it's up to Jagex to make sure that people play their game within the rules of their game. It is not my job to make sure people that use plugins they're not supposed to use are punished. It's my job to make sure people play within the rules of my tournament, and guess what? Everybody in the tournament played within the rules of the tournament. Coming into wave 31 here for Kirby. Taking a look at Hayo on wave 31 as well. Coming into 32, a little bit faster than Kirby here. Only a tiny bit of RNG separating these two gamers. Very similar. Oh, look at this chin. This is going to be beautiful. Oh, he didn't kill the major. Had 4 hit points and he hit a 3. That would have been perfect. My word. What were the rules of the tournament? The only rule of the tournament was you have to have a beer bong before every single run, and I can confirm every single person in these runs did do a beer bong before they went in. All rules were followed. $34 for Kirby here. Gino up against the Xeric here. Yeah, Hayo did a beer bong. He did, mate. Not only did he do a beer bong, he did 2 beer bongs. And then, obviously, he had to get on the camera for me to authenticate the fact that he did a beer bong. It was a double beer bong. Both of them in the same funnel. He launched both of them back, and then the camera panned over to the right, and my sister was in his bedroom. And he went back to the camera on his face, and he just winked at me. Crazy, crazy man is Hayo. Not only good at the game, but also apparently fucking my sister, so... Wave 35 for Kirby, 36 for Hayo. My new brother-in-law. Gino, look at the footwork on this man. The running T-bow hit. There's nothing I like seeing more in this game than someone sliding with a T-bow in their hand. You know how you come into your first kill at Zulrah? Sorry, your first hit at Zulrah, you run into the corner, and as you're running, the ToB comes out, you just do like a 3-tile slide. Man, they are some good-looking gamer moves. Not as lucky as you think. Oh, man. Right. Moving on from Hi-Yo, sleeping with my sister. We see that he's currently on wave 38. So he might be finishing that one off soon. The Ranger not going down as quickly as he might have liked. And there it is. There's the Vengeance. Clearly the Bastion potion didn't matter. Still gets hit. That's an 80. That is an 80 that he's just hit on the Xeric. Back over to Kirby. Wave 38 just about to finish off. I hope Gino opens his chat box at some point so we can see what wave he's up to. I would love to know. Keys comes in with a big FT Couldn't agree with you more, mate. Let's get some EV HLCs in the chat, boys. There it is. That was a wave 38 for Gino. Wave 39 for the other two boys. Wave 40 for Kirby. Wow, he must have had a very quick wave 39 because he beat Hi-Yo to wave 40 there and he was behind him going into it. Oh, Keeks, thank you for the resub, mate. Much appreciated. Once again, guys, I will reiterate, I don't regularly stream here on Twitch. I regularly stream over on YouTube for my normal streams. Only going to be using Twitch for events in the future. Like I said, we're working on something for a skilling tournament. We're going to have a PvP tournament coming up. We're definitely doing a Speedrun Cup again, for sure. And of course, the Battle Royale. But I will say for this tournament, any sub revenue we make over this weekend, any bit revenue, anything we make from the stream this weekend will be directly given to the participants in this tournament. These guys have taken time out of their day to come and perform for everybody in the chat. High level PVMers putting on a show for you guys, and they definitely deserve, regardless of whether or not they win prize money, to be rewarded for that. And here comes Mr. Felmeme in with the prime. Much appreciated, mate. And I'm sure the participants in the cup appreciate that as well. So a 42 wave here for Kirby, 42 as well for Hi-Yo. Once again, we're not going to be able to see Gino's chat here. I'm going to assume that he is somewhere around 42 as well. Let's have a look at the moves here from Hi-Yo. Chocks on the third age bow for that hit because he wasn't close enough for the blowpipe. Look at the knowledge here, guys. Look at that. You see, as the wave 43 came out, the chins came on. And I thought to myself, that's a bit questionable. He knows that that Tiz key is going to spawn on the southwest tile of that Ranger. He can launch a chin and hit both of them at the same time. The knowledge on this man. Incredible moves. His wave tool knows exactly. It looks like he's going to be able to chin this Tizket as well as the Xeric. Chin coming in. Uh-oh, that's a freeze. A little bit of lag coming in there for Hi-Yo. Luckily, doesn't kill him. Wave 44 over here for Kirby. 44 for Hi-Yo as well. And once again, Gino still pumping along. Only used 2 of his T's. Look at this chin. Let's have a look at it. 3 minions going down with that one chin, as well as a pretty big hit on the Xeric. Very juicy, boys. Spliced run. That is confirmed, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, once again, I will reiterate that for all of these runs, for the semifinals, I was personally there to authenticate the runs, to make sure that no splicing happened, to make sure that the time they got for the cup was the time that I was sent in the recording. So that way, if any recordings did mess up, we've got the time set and we know that no one's cheating. For the grand final, however, I knew it was going to happen at some point. I knew it was going to happen, man. I've just ruined the immersion of the last semi-final. And this is why Jagex won't help us out with the tournament, guys. This is why. This is an absolute disaster. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pretend I didn't say anything, and that is exactly why I don't know who's winning the grand final. This is why I got someone else to authenticate the runs, because clearly I have no self-control. Okay, so for anyone in the chat that doesn't know what just happened, we're not going to repeat it, and we're going to get back to the immersion of the semi-finals here with Team CBT, Wave 51 in the Fight Caves. Yeah, Hoodie, we've just had an unmitigated disaster. I've ruined the entire tournament for everyone. So, guys, if you are in the chat and you have no idea what's going on, sorry, if you're in the chat and you know what has just happened and someone has no idea what's going on, please don't tell them, okay? Don't ruin it for people that missed it. Obviously, that's a huge mistake on my part, but I'd appreciate if you guys held that back for anyone that wasn't there. Oh, man. Oh, man. What a disaster. Apologies, guys. We are going to continue here. Like I said, I have no idea the results of the grand final, so luckily, I won't be able to fuck it up tomorrow. Big thank you to Hootie Tootie for doing that for me. Now I'm scared to read the chat. Just put theater mode, bro. Theater mode. You won't be able to see the chat. Yeah, fucked it. I did fuck it. I did, yeah. Disappointing, boys. But we're going to move on. We're going to forget about it. We're going to continue with these Fight Caves runs. Regardless of the fact that I've accidentally spoiled the result, we're still going to be able to see some pretty sick PVM from these players. Wave 53 here for both Hi-Yo and Kirby. Gino over here. Not sure on the exact wave that he's up to here. We can probably figure it out by the next wave spawn. Mage range, and what's down to the south there? That's a Tazki, and I'm imagining a meleeer as well. I would guess probably around 53 or 54 as well. Alright, Dave, that's it, mate. You've had your time in the chat, and you're out of here. Right, back to the waves 55. In the melee court here, once again, the knowledge from these guys to know where everything's going to spawn. Obviously, there is a website that can tell you where everything's going to spawn once you pick your rotation. And they know where everything's going to spawn. They can stop themselves from getting hit. Wave 55 for Kirby, 56 for Hi-Yo. A Taste Vengeance from Gino on 36 hit points. Only 3 Ts left in the inventory. Oh no. You know what the most annoying part about this is, guys? Is before I upload this to YouTube, I'm going to have to go through what is going to be upwards of 20 hours of footage to find that one tiny little slip up and cut it out. Oh man, that's the most disappointing part of this. You deserve it, man. I know I do. I know I deserve it. Luckily enough, not a Jagex event. I'm not going to be sacked. But I certainly will never live this down. Wave 58 coming up here. Going to be tanking a melee as Kirby. Is he going to get gap here? No, he's just going to let the melee heal. And it doesn't go down. That heal is going to cost him there. Except he just cops a punch. The one recoil coming in clutch. Back to Hi-Yo. Not happy about his hits, apparently. The zoom in, the zoom out. Gino, let's have a look at the spawn. Ranger, Tizkets. The double Kets there. Okay, so he is currently up to wave 59. Hi-Yo on 59 as well. And Kirby just about to start 59. Look at the tightness of these waves between the players. Massive preparation. As you can see, this is what preparation can get you. Preparation that ToB did not have. Hello, Mr. Joshua X2. How you doing, mate? Gonna see wave 60 coming up here for Kirby. Double range wave. Gonna see him kite that melee towards the Ranger of the south. He's gonna need to kite the Ranger around to the other side. We might end up seeing a hit here from the crossbow to get that other Ranger, then go north. Okay, yeah, he's going to whack on the twisted bow for the Major there. Might have missed a tick there, might not have missed a tick, but he's getting the blowpipe spec off on the Ranger, and the T-bow back on for the Major. 60, 60, and I believe 61 here for Gino. A little bit ahead of the other players, all on this double melee wave, all of them. All of these guys on the same wave at the same time at the very end of the fight, Caves. Once again, this is what preparation can get you. Let's have a look who finishes 61 first. Looks like it's gonna be Gino. Maybe gonna be Kirby. Once again, look how close together they are. And it looks like it's going to be a spawn for Jad on the north of Italy rock over here for Gino. Let's have a look for Hi-Yo. North of Italy rock. And for Kirby, it's north of Italy rock. So once again, guys, that is what happens when you prepare for these things. These guys know exactly where Jad's going to spawn for each of their runs. They did that deliberately. Alright, who is coming in first here to Jad? Let's find out. Kirby, Hi-Yo. Doesn't look like it's going to be Hi-Yo. Kirby, maybe, or Gino. Gino going to be first coming into Jad for CBT. Tanks the first... No, it doesn't tank the first hit. Gets the one tick on. Kirby also on Jad. You're going to see these guys get it down to half health before they tank Avenge. They want to get the Vengeance off once the healers come out. And I'm pretty sure Hi-Yo up to Jad as well. Look at these guys. All killing Jad at the exact same time. Who's going to get it down first is the question. About 3/4 health for Hi-Yo. Kirby's got the healers out already. A 46 Venge. Can he get another Venge off? He doesn't tick-eat the second Vengeance. And he's not hitting very well. Gino with the Venge off. About 1/4 health left. Hi-Yo almost done. Kirby gets it down first. That's a 25-20 for Kirby. Hi-Yo still going. Gino with a 25-21. Hi-Yo the last to kill the boss. Not getting very good RNG on this last hit. Oh my god, look at the RNG here. And that could have been a very tight amount of time for the CBT. A 25-39 for Hi-Yo coming in. Whew. All right. I've got the locks out, guys. I'm going to put my beanie back on because I forgot that I wasn't wearing it. Just like I forgot I wasn't supposed to say things. All right. Back on. So we had a 25-39 for Hi-Yo. A 25-20 for Gino. And a 25-21, sorry, 25-21 for Gino, a 25-20 for Kirby. Let's go ahead and have a look at the boss breakdowns over here. Make sure I got the right one on the screen, because you certainly don't want to leak anything you're not supposed to, Jake. And here we go. Transition. As we can see, Divine coming in with a 25-23. So Divine's kill time there was actually better than the average for CBT. Unfortunately, Jinami and Demon Butler not actually preparing for their run, and that is going to cost ToB here 27-30. Believe it or not, in between the 2 and the 0 there is a 7-3. I am absolutely creasing, and a 25-27 average time for CBT. Like I said, these guys prepared. They came to play. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move on into Zulrah for these two teams. And we are going to go ahead and watch Cthulu do Zulrah first. And that is going to be Scotty, the man that currently holds the world record for Zulrah. Going to be taking on the big snake. Let's make sure we got the right thing on the screen. Beautiful. Everything looks good. Score is currently 2-0. Alright. We are watching Cthulu. Let's get this run playing. Alright. Transition. We are in. Ladies and gentlemen, we are watching Scotty, current world record holder for Zulrah. A 31-second kill. Take on the big snake. Currently 2-0 for Team CBT up against ToB in the semifinals of the Speedrun Cup. Does Scotty know? He certainly knows how to kill Zulrah. Here comes the Dragon Throne Axes. Decent hits with those on the first kill here. Should see a Twisted Bow for the last hit around now. Archer's Ring comes on as well for the Twisted Bow here, and that looked like it was a pretty big one. See the Harmonized Orb coming out for, yeah, it looked like a 48 with the T-Bow just as Zulrah went down. Pretty good hits with the Harm as well. We might see him pull up here. No, not going to be enough hits to be able to kill the boss. He won't pull up, but he should kill the boss on his first hit back. Or second. Or third. Okay, there we go. He finally gets the boss down. Let's get the music back going. And that is a 102 for the first kill for Scotty for Team CBT. I'm trying to pull off a sub 1 minute Zulrah and Vorkarth lol. Hey, keep practicing, mate, and one day you might be the next Scotty. Alright, coming into the second kill here. Once again, a 102 for the first kill. Another mage rotation here for Scotty. Going to be very happy with the rotation to start with. 2 of the fastest rotations in a row. And let's have a look at the T-Bow hit here. Last hit, 181 XP drop. It's going to be pretty decent, around a 37, I think. 34, I was close. Look at that, quick math from expected value RuneScape. You wouldn't believe it. Can do mathematics, this man. Once again, coming into the next mage phase. Let's have a look what he can do with that blowpipe. The Ring of Suffering comes on to kill off those snakelings. Man, this is a pretty bad RNG on this range phase. Finishes it off with an accurate T-Bow. That's going to take the boss down as soon as it comes back up for the next phase. And it does die off. Let's have a look at the time in the chat box. That is a 1:11. Pretty bad RNG there. That could have been a very quick kill. Probably around another 1:04, 1:02 or so. 100 bits from Souls. He says, should I ditch the Debo spec for Thronax specs now? Well, my friend, if you at ScottRS in the chat, the man that is currently doing this run, he could probably give you some tips, but I think it's probably going to cost you a little bit more than 100 bits. That man will not share his secrets. I believe there's a 100% chance of that, Fat Matt. Coming into the second phase of the rotation, we'll see the Volatile Staff spec. 88 magic XP drop should be pretty high. That's a 39 from the Vol spec, 0 from the T-Bow coming through into the third phase of the rotation. 0.27. We see a freeze here. Uh-oh, might be lagging a little bit there. Were the grand finals played out today by the teams? They were played out yesterday, my friend. Like I said, we had someone else watch the runs so that, unlike today, I'm not able to spoil it during tomorrow's live stream. We are, in fact, still calling me a dumb cut Stimpus. We are. Hello, Mr. Sharpie. How you doing, my friend? Pretty slow kill coming in here for Scotty. RNG not permitting. I don't think he's going to be too happy with this time here. Obviously, in round 1, the quarterfinals, he had a 103 average, and so far, he's absolutely nowhere near that. A 122 coming in for Scotty. 122. That's going to take him up to about a 111 average so far for these 3 kills. Thank you very much, Souls, for the 100 bits, mate. Once again, I will reiterate, any revenue made from these live streams will be going straight back to the participants as a thank you for participating, regardless of whether or not they won prize money. Not the best vol spec there, 27. Yeah, Josh, you don't need to tag me twice about your stinky fart, mate. I don't fucking care. What are you doing? PB is 31 seconds. It's not just his PB, Yosemite. It is, in fact, the world record, my friend. Hey, look, I told you KEKW works. How are you going to make money off this? I'm not going to make money off this, mate. Not going to make money off this, giving everything back to the community so we can run events like this in the future. And I will say, in the future, when we get bigger sponsors, that is when I'll make money. So, first... Oh, look at this lag! Look at this lag! Oh my god, fix your servers, Jagex. That was ridiculous. 115 from Scotty. Alright, there is the Venge coming in. Going in for kill number 5 is Scotty. 115 for the last kill. Once again, average is currently sitting at around a 112, 113 for these first 4 kills. Accurate T-bow for the last hit on the first phase. Once again, Zulrah is a boss that is completely figured out. You know where to stand every single time. Know where to stand every single time. You know what to hit with on the boss. How many kills we're doing? We're doing 10. Another lag here from Scotty. Once again, authenticating these runs. They had to stream their runs live in Discord as well as record their perspectives. So if you don't have the best computer, things like that can happen. It is just a lag on the recording though. Oh, 0 volatile spec. He's not going to be happy with that one. The lag is just on the recording, not actually in the game. Does happen sometimes with OBS. That was a pretty quick kill, guys. Let's have a look. 115 for the last one and 115 for this one. Okay, okay. Not having this event sponsored by Jagex means you get to flame Jagex. I've got a funny feeling even if they did sponsor me. Oh, have a look here, guys. This was a funny thing that I saw. This guy says, "Hey, Scotty, it's your lucky day." And he says, "Well, clearly not." Not getting the best RNG on his Zulrah kills here. Coming into kill number 6. 102, 111, 122, 115, 115. Probably sitting around... Probably around a 115 average for those first 5 kills. Oh, I'm sick of you cunts, honestly. You cheeky devils, man. Make one mistake and I'm never going to hear the end of it. It's over. It's over for the Speedrun Cup. And here we go. Coming in for the 6th kill. A 54-second kill for Scotty. I missed out on getting to watch that one because everyone was taking the piss out of me in the chat. Six kills down for Scotty. We'll see 10 kills from him today and Team CBT. I see that by timing out someone for the spam we didn't want to see, we now have a better spam in the chat. So I'm going to keep them in the bin and we can keep spamming that better spam. Much prefer to see that. $45 from the volatile here. Not the volatile, sorry. The harmonized orb. Coming into the mage rotation on this, the 6th kill, I believe. Might be the 7th. It's the 6th kill here for Scotty. 54 seconds for the last kill. You're going to see that suffering come on and off, depending on whether he's hitting or trying to tank those snakelings. And that should be the last hit. That is the last hit. I believe we've seen this exact kill before. A 113 coming in for Scotty on kill number 6. Inventory stacked out here. Interesting to see that there's a little gap in between his switch for his range switch. Wonder why that little gap is there right in the middle. Suppose we'll never know. Accurate hit on the ToB for the last hit for the first phase. Hits a 0 this time, unfortunately. You can't win them all. You can't have the best RNG for every single run. That was a big ToB into those 3 Dragon Throne Axe specs. Once again, not the best... No, this is the best rotation. I was about to say not the best rotation, but he is on the best rotation. The Sears Ring comes off, the Suffering comes on. Interesting. I think he could have had the Sears Ring on for the first hit there. Does make a small difference. And small differences do matter when you're doing speed runs. Every small advantage you want to be able to take. Not very many hit points left for Zulrah here. Should die after the first few hits. And he's going to take it down in his 7th kill. 113 for the last one. And that is a 1-minute kill. That's a quick one. I think Scotty's going to be very happy with that one. And if Scotty didn't know he was quick at Zulrah before, Scotty now knows. Coming into the 8th kill here. Average not looking the best. Obviously in the last round he had a 103. He's going to have to kill Zulrah in about 1 second here to be able to get a 103 average for this one. And last time I checked, that wasn't actually possible. Rotation 2 or 3 here on Zulrah. Melee 2nd. It's going to be Mage 3rd. We'll see a Pillar Stall coming in here from Scotty. As you see, the name in the chat box is different from the last round. Last round, he had 2 O's in his name. Is that a lag again? Look at that lag, man. Holy shit. Almost missed a hit there, but somehow didn't. As I was saying, the name in the chat box different to last round. He managed to snag the OG, get rid of the other O, and it only cost him an Audi. Not too much at all. Just a car. Man, he's lagging so bad here. This is not good. We're When you kill bosses this quick, money is not an issue. You're not wrong there, Hootie Tootie. Must be on an Australian server. Would not surprise me with all this lag going on. He's only got 9 prayer points left. This has been a seriously slow kill. Doesn't have a restore his inventory. About to run out of prayer. Finally gets the boss down. It's a 143! It's literally taken him 3 times longer than his personal best to kill the boss there. My word. RNG not permitting for Scotty on that 9th kill. And we're going to be going into his 10th kill, the last one. See what he can pull out for this last kill. He's going to pull out all the stops. That's some big hits. That is a 49 with the volatile blowpipe into a rapid T-bow, into an accurate T-bow. Accurate T-bow, decent. Looks like it's going to be around a 30, maybe high 20s. Yep, a 29 there. Hits once on the melee phase. That's a big hit. Again, let's see the vol spec is a 0. That is a 0 volatile nightmare spec. Not what you want to see. Pillar stall here. Let's have a look at the hits with the T-bow and the blowpipe. Decent hits. Decent hits. And finishes it off with a 49 coming out of the mage phase. Damn, it was a 46. I almost called it, man. I was so confident right there. Last kill here for Scotty. Volatile spec coming in with a 50. That's some big numbers. And he's going to finish it off. That's a quick kill. Let's have a look at the time in the chat. That's a 106 for Scotty in his last kill, ladies and gentlemen. Ended up with a 102, a 111, a 122, a 115, a 115, a 54 second, 113, 1 minute, 143, and a 106. Thumbs down on the log out there. Not having a good day. He ends up with a 112.1 average. Scotty in the semifinals for Team CBT. We're now going to go ahead and watch OzToB's perspective of Zulrah. This one's going to be run by Divine. Let's get that up over on the other screen. Very juicy. It looks like we're ready to run over there right now. And let's jump on into it. We'll get the right logo up on the screen. There is OzToB. Beautiful. Okay, Divine. Snake Man G5. The big Snake Man at the Snake Boss. Let's see what he can do here. He has a 112.1 to beat. Any OzToBers in the chat? Once again, OzToB, my boys. Spent a lot of time with these lads throughout my RuneScape playing career, if you can call it that. Bit questionable on the aspect ratio here. He misses the dark bow on the first kill. Oh my word. Takes a 34 unnecessarily. That vengeance is not going to help him. Sitting on 82 hit points, not drinking the tea in his inventory. Volatile spec. Is it going to go off here? 178 XP. That's a 46. Looks like he's going to take down the boss here. Comes in with a 112 for the fight duration. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I completely forgot about this. Let me pause it for 1 second. I was watching this man in Discord do his runs, so I can confirm these were correct. He forgot to start his recording until that kill, and he did 3 kills before that one. Forgot to mention that. I completely forgot about it. He had a 113, a 106, a 142, and that 142 came after a death. So, if you don't know with Zulrah, dying at Zulrah is going to add 1 minute to your time. He had a 142, a death, a 106, and a 113 before this, and then as you saw, a 112 in the chat box just then. We're going to jump back into Divine's perspective and see what he can do with it. So that first kill, the 142, going to end up being a 242 with him, adding that 1 minute on for the death. Harmonized Orb going in here on the first phase of Zulrah. Down to about 300-ish hit points, maybe 350 hit points on the second phase. Let's see the pillar stall here. 47 from the T-bow. 0 into a 49 from the T-bow. Getting some really good hits here is Divine. He hits the dark bow 1 hit too early. Oh, he hits it 1 hit too early. A disaster here for Divine. Maybe a little bit stressed out after that death early. And he's missed 1 hit here on the mage phase. He doesn't have his suffering on. He doesn't have his suffering on! Oh no. Oh, Divine. Oh, Divine. And ladies and gentlemen, I mean, that's going to add 2 minutes to his overall time. And he comes in without his autocast on. Oh, Divine. Oh, Divine. Oh, Divine. Now, I believe during this run, there was an Oblivion PVM competition going on. And I think at this point, Divine had in fact been up for 30 hours straight before he started doing these Zulrahs. Once again, not the best preparation going into these. And the man was gaming, but not gaming in the right places. That's a big XP drop for a Surge. 14.9 coming in. The question is, can he bring it back, ladies and gentlemen? A 112 average from Scotty. Those 2 deaths are going to add 12 seconds to his average over the course of these kills. So, he needs to get a 1 minute average for 10 kills. A 1 minute average in order to win. Nakamichi in the chat, believing in the comeback. Any Oz Tobbers in the chat. It would be pretty epic if he could bring this one back. Oh no, don't, not again. Not again, Divine, I beg. Oh, managed to survive this one. Oh, okay. Let's have a look at the time for this kill. After the death, he gets a 139. So if you count the death in, that is actually a 239. Not looking good. Alright, let's have a look here. Volatile Spec hits nothing on this, which will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th kill here for Divine. He's got a lot of work to do to catch back up for his team. Let's have a look at the pillar stall here. Hopefully he doesn't mess up and miss a hit like he did last time. Decent hits coming in here from the T-bow as well. Should see the dark bow coming in here. The last hit on the pillar stall, 187. Not the biggest dark bow, certainly not a minimum. Minimum with the dark bow is an 8.8. He manages to hit a 27.8 there. That's a 49. It's a 27. He is going in here. He's pulled right up to the range phase here. Harmonized Staff going absolutely ham, and he comes back from that death into a 139, and he pulls off a 59-second kill here. That's less than 1 minute, and he needs a 1 minute average, guys. See some pause champs in the chat. We could be on here. We might be on for a Divine comeback. Pause champ doesn't work. Ah. Seems I've baited the chat. Can someone send me the Better Twitch TV emote thingo? I would like to enable that. Alright, so this is going to be the 6th kill, I believe, for Divine here. Thank you, Marth. Much appreciated, mates. Sorry that my bot timed you out. I'm going to add that one to the channel. And that should be ready to go in a minute. Just get the refresh on the chat, and we should be good to go. Let's have a look. Any pause, champers? Oh! Alright, on the melee phase at Zulrah, and that staff is going ham. You see him right-click it here, saying, hang on a fucking minute. This isn't the harmonized staff that I had before. This is going in hot. Do I need to refresh? You will need to refresh. Let's have a look. Coming into the last phase here. Should be the last phase considering how much damage he's done. And that is going to be a 116 for Divine. He had a 242, a 106, a 113, a 112, a 239, 59, 116. Now, I'm not a betting man, but I would bet my life savings on the fact that this man is going to have some nuclear RNG. Speaking of nuclear RNG, is that back-to-back 49s on the first phase here at Zulrah? And there goes the RNG. 31 into probably a 5 there on the second phase. It was a 3. Let's have a look at this pillar stall. 43 with the T-bow. Comes in with another one for an 18. 0. See the dark bow here. 331 XP drop. That's going to be a massive bow. 31, 31. Not quite the max. Quite a few max hits off the max hit, but my word. Let's see if we can get it down on the next phase. The mage phase. Risks it with the T-bow hit. Risks it for the biscuit. And takes it down. That is a 107 for Divine there. 2 kills to go. 2 kills to go. A 107 obviously being Divine's favorite number. We saw him get 4 of those in a row yesterday in the quarterfinals. So, of course, we have to see him in a 107 again. Mage phase on Zulrah. Obviously the fastest rotation. His blowpipe is going nuclear at the start here. Did about 60 damage in 3 hits. Maybe even 70. It's still going. I think that was a 41 Vengeance as well. Look at this. Oh my word. What a phase there for Divine. Those blowpipe hits going in, and he kills it! This is fast. Holy shit. That's a 45-second Zulrah kill, guys. He needs a sub 1 minute average. It's not over. It's not over. Coming into the last kill here. That was fucking hectic. You are not wrong, my friend. The last kill here for Divine. He is still going to need some help. Believe he's going to need to see around a 1 minute kill here to take it home for his team. Coming into the pillar stall. Let's hope he doesn't miss any hits. Alright, not the last phase, sorry. Coming into the range phase on Zulrah. He's pulling up. He thinks he's going to get the job done. He's pulled up with Zulrah's at half health. See him pull around to the melee. Sitting on around 100 health left on Zulrah. Come on. Hit the final hit. Let's have a look at the time. And the last hit. Wow, it's still not dead. And my eyes hurt. Holy shit. That is a 128 for the last kill there at Zulrah for Divine. Unfortunately, having 2 deaths at Zulrah, adding 2 minutes to his total time. I think he's going to be disappointed with those deaths there. Let's go ahead and have a look at the results for ToB v Cthulhu box series for Zulrah. And that is a 125.7 average there for ToB. As you can see, those 2 deaths on kill 1 and kill 5 really costing him. Believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, we've run the numbers. Even if he hadn't have died, it would have been a 113.7 that he would have ended up on. So CBT still would have won. And that, my friends, is a 3-0. Once again, absolute domination by Team CBT. Cthulhu Box Theory taking out semifinal number 2 in a best of 5. 531 Nightmare versus a 550. A 112.1 Zulrah against a 125.7. And the 25-27 Fire Caves against the 27-30 of ToB. And that means, ladies and gentlemen, the bracket is complete. We have our grand final match sorted for tomorrow. It is going to be Any Glances coming up against Cthulhu Box Theory in the grand final of the first Speedrun Cup. We're also going to have Veric Inters playing off against ToB for the 3rd place match in a best of 5. But tomorrow's grand final is a best of 7. I see in the chat, everyone is very excited to see the Inferno. Don't worry, we will be showing the Inferno. We're going to show the Inferno runs and the ToB runs of the teams. But 3-0 is a victory. We had to just get that out the way. Team CBT is going to move on. And now I don't have to feel so bad about accidentally fucking leaking it because the score's already set and everyone knows. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to quickly go to the bathroom. Okay. Going to quickly go to the bathroom and I will be back. Yes, I can, Naka. 1 second. I'll quickly check that, mates. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, going to quickly go to the bathroom. And I will be back in just a moment. Enjoy the music. And we'll be back for the Inferno runs for Team CBT and ToB. Back in a sec. let us do it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not gonna lie, boys, okay? Obviously, that slip up in the fight caves was an absolutely unmitigated disaster in terms of everyone's immersion of the tournament. But I gotta say, that was probably one of the funniest things I'll ever do on live stream. You know what I mean? Probably one of the funniest things I'll ever do. I'm so fucking stupid. All right. Let us do this, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be jumping in to the Inferno runs. We're going to go ahead and watch CBT's Inferno run. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to skip forward in the runs because, as we know, the Inferno, very, very long, and the early waves are a bit less exciting than the later waves. So, So we are going to watch from about here, Team CBT, B-roll. Oh yeah, the B-roll. Okay, we haven't seen the Inferno B-roll yet. Boys, enjoy the Inferno B-roll, and we will be jumping into the Inferno straight after this. The Inferno. Not only is it one of the hardest PVM challenges in the game, it's also our next boss. For the Inferno, each team will select one player to do a run. The team with the fastest time will take home the point for the Inferno. It's very easy to die inside the Inferno, but if you die inside the Inferno, it's an instant loss for your team. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now you know what is going on in the Inferno. One player will run the Inferno for each team. Here we have Gino running the Inferno for Team CBT. Once again, guys, if you die in the Inferno, it is a wipe for your team. The time for the other team does not matter in the slightest. If you wipe and the other team just completes, they get the point. In the Inferno, what is going on? Not too sure what wave we're starting on here, guys, but we're starting in a later wave. The Major's already spawning. Having a look at the inventory here for Gino. See some chins coming out. We've got the Blood Barrage in the inventory. Kodai Wand for the barrages. A lot of Sandfuse Serums, as well as what looks to be 5 Bastion Potions. Yeah, he's already gone through one of them in the previous waves. What do we got here? We've got a Major, double blob, and a melee, which means next wave is going to be a Major, 2 melees, and that is wave 49. So we're currently on wave 48, guys. Wave 50 will be... No. Yeah. Wave 48. Yeah, I'm right. 28 hit points here for Gino. Manages to quickly kill off the Major before the melee spawns, but this man is a gamer. I am confident that if that melee had hit him, he would have gotten his Protect from melee on in time. Look at those switches. Manages to get the Armadillo off as well for the Blood Barrage, trying to get that extra bit of HP back. And we should see another Blood Barrage here. No, a Chin. 41 hit points. Oh, I think he might have drank a brew there. Alright, going into wave 49 with 57 hit points. Chins on the Nibblers. And we would expect to see that the Major will go down first. Those that are unaware, that haven't done an Inferno before, any minion, any monster that dies before the Major, apart from the Nibblers, has a chance to be respawned by the Major at about half hit points. So you want to get the Major down first. You want to get the Major down first so that it doesn't respawn any of the other monsters. Look, Justicar is just the best way to do the Inferno. You don't actually have to learn the mechanics and intricacies of the Inferno because the Justicar armor of the gods prevents all damage inside the Inferno. You might think I'm cheating or a casual, but your words don't harm me while I'm wearing Justicar. And look at that, boys. The defense bonus of Justicar armor protecting from the words. Looks as though the west pillar is about to go down. We're not in the club, and it's not about to go down there. The west pillar, I'm even going to give myself a question mark for that one. That was shocking. What happens if they both wipe? An interesting question, Tate. It would be a rerun of the Inferno. Both teams would have to go back in and redo their run. What if they both wipe again, though? Then it would be a rerun of the rerun. They would both have to go in and rerun the rerun. 2 range hits tanked here by Gino. One of them was a 4, the other one a 0. Saving some hit points. What about if they plank after that? Yeah, if they wipe again, then they would have to rerun the rerun of the rerun. Yeah. As we can see, the Major going down here. He did kill the bat first, so there is a chance that the Major's going to respawn the bat. Not too big of a deal if the bat comes back, though. It's only going to have 13 hit points when it comes back. And, oh, very unlucky. On the last hit there, the bat comes back. And that's going to be 1 blowpipe hit that he's not going to get. Have a look at the flicking skills of this man. Once again, I would love to be this guy's girlfriend. You can definitely tell he knows what he's doing with his fingers. Blood Barrage coming in here on the Nibblers. Now, I'm not a massive Inferno speedrunner, but as far as I'm aware, being off time... Look at the way... What the fuck did he just do? You see the way he just moved that ranger then? I don't believe it. Can we watch that again? Do you guys mind if we watch that again? What in the fuck? Look at this. He doesn't take a single bit of damage. Oh my god. Now, I don't want to say that this man is a gamer, but I will say it. He is a gamer. We are currently watching Gino RS. I think he moved by accident. What's an accident? What's up with the music? Oh, there's no music. Oh, God, that must be so awkward when I'm sitting there not speaking. And the west pillar goes down. Now, I didn't get a chance to ask Gino how big of a difference that pillar going down makes in his run. It doesn't seem like anybody uses the west pillar at all. We've seen him use the south pillar once. I don't think the west pillar makes any difference at all. Absolutely huge, says Gino. Okay. So pretty likely we won't see him finish this now that he doesn't have the pillar on the other side, because it does make a huge difference. Alright, anybody know what wave we're up to? Once again, it's going to be hard to figure out what wave we're up to here. 73. Yep. Makes sense. Wave 53. Let's have a look at the monsters. We've got a blob. We've got a bat. We've got a major. And there goes the south pillar as well. We see a bye in the chat. Bye. There goes the pillar. Yeah, it looks as though we're on wave 53 here. Gonna try and keep track. We're on platform 146. I prefer 9 3/4 personally. See the blowpipe spec coming here on the Ranger. It's a big 40. The 4-0. How about the 4-door with a 4-4? It was 1, 2, 3, and 4-0. The beanie is coming off. Quite hot here in the apartment. I'd appreciate if you guys reminded me before I went back to the full camera that I don't have a hat on. Bat not dying there to a 25. A little bit unfortunate with the RNG. And a 72 coming in on the major. And as we know, 72 plus 1 is 73. That is the Adam line integer. Very funny. Shut up, Robert. Yo, Jake, can you tell Gino to hurry up? I booked 3 pure capes with him. Josh, what do I look like, mate? A fucking messenger? Ask him yourself, cunt. Moving forward, wave 54 here. Obviously, we're going to see the waves go down a little bit slower in the Inferno than we did in the 5 caves. No blob barrage coming in here. Chins a bit more accurate. Let's have a look at the barrage. Manages to catch all 3 of the nibblers. Double blob wave. This is a Monka S, boys, as they used to say in the biz. Now, if it was me doing the Inferno here with 78 hit points, a double blob, and a Ranger behind the pillar, you would see me sit behind the pillar for about 14 minutes trying to get SGS specs back. And then I would take another 15 minutes to try and figure out how to off-tick them. But as you can see, we don't need time like that for Gino RS. He swings around one side of the pillar, comes back around the other side, off-ticks the Major and the Ranger, and then can just easily blob flick from there. Here come the chins. That is not a max hit, unfortunately. Not going to take out all 3 minions at once. Finishes them off. Going to take out the last blob here. Once again, taking out the blobs first because they do spawn other minions, and you want to be able to skip the death animation. You don't want to wait around for things to die. So you might as well kill the things that take ages to die. He's just 73 hit points and he's absolutely creasing. I don't believe it. For fuck's sake. There's no way he's actually done that. I hate him. I hate him. What are the chances, man? Alright. Fuck's sake. Can I get a smork in the chat, ladies and gentlemen? Coming into wave 55 here. Melee on the south side of the pillar, sorry. It's gonna get stuck now. Oh, look at that. The knowledge of this man to know that if it digs, it's gonna get stuck where he stood in between the Ranger and the Major. No damage from the melee, and he's gonna move on to the Ranger to finish it off. No rapid heal on 73. As funny as 73 is, I don't think Gino is out here trying to make funny memes while he's doing his Inferno speedrun. Launches a chin at the melee. Would expect to see him come down here, off-tick the melee, and go ahead and launch a chin at the last 2 nibblers on the pillar. Managed to get them down in 3 chins. Oh my word. Can either launch a chin there or a long-range blowpipe. Both of them 3 ticks. There's way too much RAM in this Inferno run. There it is. There it is. Just the melee left here on wave 56. Once again, those that don't know, there are 69 waves in the Inferno. Nice. Knowing Jagex, I am absolutely 1,000,000% sure that if we do see a hard mode Inferno, there will be 4 extra waves added. They love a meme there over at the Jagex Studios in Cambridge. How has he clicked through the melee while it's still in its death animation? I couldn't tell you, okay? Honestly, mate, I could not tell you. This man's a god. Herb sack with the 420 capacity, and there it is. What's 73? I don't get it. Sounds like you don't get any pussy either, mate. I miss Zulrah. Scotty won. He did, my friend. He did. Wave 57 here, I believe. Double bat, 1 melee, 1 ranger, 1 major. .42 millisecond ping, as you can see on the top right there. Very interesting. We'll keep that in mind for the next run. I know his opponent in this round had some pretty good ping. Apparently the man lives inside the server. If only that actually made sense. Not here to make sense, mate. We're here to see some god tier PVMers make some god tier movements. Hits the T-bow on the melee. You see the little screen shake there. He's not happy with that T-bow hit on the melee. The melee not having a very high mage level, and your twisted bow not going to do much against it. Finishing off the blob first. As I said, you want to finish off the blob first so that the little bloblets can spawn. Last hit, supposed to be a blood barrage, but unfortunately it doesn't die. You'll see that they throw in a blood barrage at the last hit after the minion has already died, after the monster is dead. If you can get the blood barrage off before the blowpipe dart actually hits the monster, you can in fact still heal after it is dead. And look at the flicks on this man. No messing about, not having prayer on when he doesn't need it, only getting his mage prayer up when that mage minion is attacking him, and only getting his range prayer up when the range minion is attacking him. Incredible moves from the man. There's so many Inferno copy pastes in the chat. What the fuck is happening? Just the melee and the ranger left. Takes down the melee, no problem. 72 hit points here. Can he heal a 1? Doesn't heal anything, unfortunately. We may see... That took a long while to spawn, I'm not gonna lie there. Looks as though if he doesn't take any damage here, though, he might regenerate. No, he does take damage, unfortunately. But why is his health going down? I didn't see him get hit. I'm so confused. Right, moving forward once again. You're not going to see this man pray anything when he doesn't need to. The overhead prayer's only coming on when he's about to get hit. Now that the melee has dug, he can move down. And as you see, it is currently trapped behind the ranger. Bats drain HP. Oh, of course. Man, here I am. Probably shouldn't have got Adwam to do my Infernal Cape for me. I would know these things. That's a double blob melee ranger. I believe that is going to be wave 60 coming in here. Wave 60 coming in. 69 waves in the Inferno. Wave 68 is the triple Jads. 67 being single Jad. And the double mage is coming in on 66. This looks hard, no wonder people buy it. Trust me, mate. If I could go back in time and say to myself, listen, Jake, do you want to spend 3 months and 163 attempts in the Inferno to get your Infernal Cape? Or would you just rather pay some random guy across the internet to get on your account and do it for you? I'm legally obliged to say that I would do it again. But legal obligations. That is in the first half. Oh, brilliant. Wave 61 here. Gonna see 2 melee. Wait. Oh, that was wave 63. I'm a fucking idiot. What went on in my brain that I thought there was a wave that had 3 blobs? Oh. I don't understand my thought process where I saw 2 blobs and I said, can't wait for the 3rd one to come out. Man, my brain is fried. One plus one blob, exactly. You were talking about when the major respawns, exactly. Decent spawn here on wave 65. Only 1 ranger in sight. And now he's going to flick them all. Apparently flicking the major and ranger was not enough. He said, let's get the other one in here. I want to show these motherfuckers what's really up. I'm not just here to win the Speedrun Cup. I'm here to show the fuck off. And you got to respect it. This man is gaming. Gaming! Not here to fuck spiders. He's here to fuck Jads. Coming into wave 64, 5, 6. He's coming into one of the waves. Going to see double mages here. And what you're going to see, something that you will see in Inferno runs. And it is when people come into the double mage wave, they're going to let the mage walk up to the pillar. And they're just going to let the pillar go down. If they let the pillar go down, I believe it's a 110 damage that the pillar will do onto the mage. And that's going to save them a couple of T-bow hits. Currently watching Geno RS. There it is, 110 damage. It's half the HP of the NPC. And that is how I figured out that the mages in the Inferno have 220 hit points. Thank you, Hi-Yo. You'll also see that players will try and get both mages as close to death as possible, because they don't want one major to respawn the other major. Adicon comes in with a, no word of a lie, if I go for a wank before wave 67, in all seriousness, it helps me calm my nerves completely. It's almost like a type of sedation. I have ADHD, and the only time I was nervous for triples and Zuck, when I tried to drink coffee before going in. Triples are really easy. Once you kill the first Jad, the other two are like AFK. Be interesting to see if at any point throughout the Speedrun Cup in Inferno runs, we see the players go for a wank mid-kill. Not sure if we'll see it happen, but there is certainly potential. As you saw just then, guys, Gino stacking up the healers on Jad for this blood barrage afterwards, messing up the run through there, but as you saw, like they were a stack of dust devils, running through them so that they stack up for a blood barrage at the end. If you don't bust a nut at Zuck, you're not a real gamer. Exactly, Josh. Couldn't have said it better myself, mate. Coming in triple Jads here. Supply is looking very good. Still got all 3 brews that he walked in with. A couple of Bastion potions. And you see the exact tick that he's about to get hit with a ranged hit. He switches over. Otherwise, 1 ticking. Going to be hitting the chins here on the healers. Back to the Mage Prayer. And now we're going to see him pray melee against the healers for Jad here. Not going to be taking any damage while he's praying melee, as long as he gets it on the right tick. Just perfect flicking here, triple Jads from Gino. No question about it. This man knows how to game. This guy is flexing. He does have 3 brews in his inventory, but you never know when you're going to need those brews, mate. You don't need to use them. You're good enough to flick like he is. Why waste them? Any Ginoers? Any Team CBTs in the chat? Once again, Team CBT taking down the semi-final in a 3-0. So this Inferno run won't matter. They've already won their semi-final. But very cool to watch nonetheless. He doesn't set an alarm clock for a time. He sets an alarm clock for how many ticks he wants to sleep for. And that is going to be the worst joke we have heard in the Speedrun Cup. I don't like it. Wait, they already won? Yes, they did, Case. It's a 3-0 for Team CBT. And they are going to move on to the grand final. Let's see the Chin come in here. Yeah, Chin, unnecessary, not 2 healers together. Wasted a tick there. And to be honest, regardless of everything cool that he's already done in this run, that 1 wasted tick, everything cool he did doesn't count. Let's have a look at the blood barrage after this Jad. You'll see him chuck on his Kodo wand, take off his Armadillo and his pegs, and bang. He did all that to hit a 1 and heal 0 health. That is unfortunate. Hello, I googled the team initials and it came up with something else. Oh, God. Oh, okay. That wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be like cocks, balls, and tits or something. Alright, coming into Zuck here for Gino. Pretty decent RNG on the first rotation of the shield. They're going to want to get Zuck down to... He's hitting the long-range blowpipe. He's hit the Skidler RuneScape in the middle here. Believe it or not, didn't die like Skidler did. 2 blowpipe specs coming in at full health on the Ranger. Just wants to get that one down as quick as possible. Throws in a hit on Zuck. That's a 58. That's a nice little hit here. Now he's going to want to get the boss down to 600 hit points to pause the timer for the mage and the range. Although I'm going to imagine in this speed run, pausing the timer for the mage and the range, he doesn't really fucking care. We're going to see him get the boss down to 480 hit points, at which point Jad will spawn. He's going to keep the major alive here by the looks of things. See what happens when he gets to 600 hit points. That's a 73 on the boss. Last time I checked, that is the Adam line integer. He dragged the major closer to him with that really far run. And we're going to see Jad spawn after this hit. Yep, here it comes. And he launches in a chin to save a little bit of time. 2 ticks there. 5-tick weapon is the twisted bow. That's a 73 on the shield from Jad. They're everywhere. As you see, keeping Jad alive. Keeping his mage prayer up because the mage is still alive, and he really has to focus on... That's a 69 on Zuck as well. Nice. It's all happening. All the numbers. Here come the healers. Jad's still alive. He's going to tag all the healers, not bother killing Jad. Keep flicking the major and Jad, and just try and take down Zuck. Is he going to kill the healers is the question. 419 hit points left on the boss. I wonder if he'd have enough supplies to not kill the healers and still take out the boss here. That's a ranged hit from Jad. So hard to focus on all these things at once. You have to focus on Jad hitting ranges because normally you'd be able to just listen in for the ranged attack from Jad. You're not going to be able to hear that because the ranged attack doesn't make a sound. You normally hear the mage attack, sorry, I should say. But the mage is already attacking. You've got to keep the mage prayer up. Otherwise you're going to be flicking more than you need to. And the healers are about to go down here. And he's missed the Jad flick there. I think he might have missed a flick on that range. And he's missed another one. And he's going to go down. That's a 48 to the dome. He couldn't tick it there because the healer health. And ladies and gentlemen, that is a wipe. I forgot to put my hat back on. No one reminded me. Oh no. Much better. Gino RS is going to go down to Zuck. Obviously, not too much of an issue for his team, which has already advanced to the grand final, but I don't think he'll be too happy with that effort. Obviously, going into that Inferno, they had no idea that they were already moving on to the grand final. So that run was his best try. I mean, he's died on Zuck there. That's the thing with these Inferno runs, guys. Dying on Zuck is super easy in these runs because, number one, if you want to be fast, you've got to focus on so many things. He's got to focus on the Jad hits. He's got to focus on the healers. He's got to hit the boss. He's got to stay behind the shield. So many things going on at the same time. It's very, very hard to stay focused. Let's go ahead. We're going to go ahead and watch ToB's perspective for the, where is their logo? There it is. ToB's perspective for Zuck. It's going to be run by Winning Blues, Big Ash, one of the fastest Inferno runners in the world. Now, I will preface, before going into this, Winning Blues had no idea that Gino had died. Okay? As much as I love the Aussie boys, obviously, I couldn't tell them that Gino had died on his run. So as far as he's aware, he has to go as fast as he possibly can. I'm going to skip a little bit into it. I'm missing half the run. One sec, guys. Started at wave 60? No. The half of the run that I'm missing is the last half. Oh, okay. Okay, guys. I've got it. I've got the full run. Everyone can chill out now. I've figured it out. I need to make a new scene on my OBS. You're going to have to bear with me for a second. It won't play. We're having some serious technical difficulties here over at the Expected Value Enterprises. Let me tell you. What the fuck is going on? Why will this not play? Gets to 27 minutes in and then it just won't go any further. How are you so unprepared? How are you 27 years old and still a virgin? Shut the fuck up. Alright guys, I have to apologize. I don't think we're going to be able to show the run here. I think my file has corrupted. Oh, this is annoying. It was a good run, too. I can get Ash to send it again. I don't think he even recorded it, Case. I don't think he was aware that he had to do the run until the day that he did the run. I had to rip this off his live stream. And there he is in the chat. Mr. Fresh Tins. Go back to the VOD. I mean, I guess that's what we're going to have to do, guys. I'm just going to have to show you the VOD. Let's see if it's still here. It is still here. Okay. Let's have a look. We can get it up. All right. Hang on a minute. Pause that there. Sorry about this, guys. The file is corrupted, unfortunately. So, what I'm going to have to do is try and make... I wonder if this is going to work. That is going to work. Okay. Then let's do this. Okay. We can do this. We might be able to show you the perspective, guys. Let's get some pause champs in the chat. Looks as though this might work. So press play over here. Let's have a look. It is working, ladies and gentlemen. We have it. We did it. All right, Winnie Blues taking on the Inferno. It looks like we're coming in at wave 43 here. Let's jump on in. We're not going to have the scoreboard or anything on this one. Unfortunately, we're just going to watch the perspective. Here we go. All right, so Winnie Blues, once again, one of the fastest Inferno speedrunners in the world, is from Australia. And as you can see, look at the top right-hand screen. The right hand of the screen, guys. 7 millisecond ping. 7 milliseconds. It's like he lives inside of the server. Guys, listen. I see in the chat 1 million people saying please start it at 55, okay? Let me do my thing. Trust me when I say you don't want to start at 55, alright? Some epic shit goes down and you're gonna want to see it. All right, coming into wave 45 here. Looks like the North Pillar is getting absolutely teared up. Torn up. Is it teared or torn? Any English majors in the chat? North, south, same thing. You guys know what I'm talking about. Oh my god. Oh my god! Wave 45. That was almost a plank. Torn? Teared? Torn. Torn apart. We're going to go with tanned apart. The south pillar getting tanned apart. Any terrors in the chat? Yep. Coming into wave 46, we see the Blood Barrage on the Nibblers. Not really a wave you'd expect the man to die. Pretty comfortable on 33 hit points here. Knows how to flick. Pretty nervous going into this, I believe. You still in the chat, Ash? Yeah? Do you mind if I tell the story about what happened after this Inferno? Yeah, I don't mind. All right, cool. Once again, guys, ToB already going down 3-0 to CBT. They're moving on to the grand final. Wave 46 here, 34 hit points. We're going to see a Blood Barrage come in. The Elijah and Spirit Shield comes on. Full Ancestral. 2 Blood Barrages coming in there off the minions that have already died. 66 hit points, and he's back up there. Wave 47 coming in. Winnie Blues, what an in-game name. I'm a big fan of that one. Smoked a few of those bad boys in my time. That's a lie. Never smoked. It's a 35 from the major. Oh my god. Like I said, guys, I've said it before and I'll say it again. This man didn't know that this run wouldn't matter going into this. And this is the first old school RuneScape PVM tournament with a prize pool. And the south pillar goes down on 47. No, I don't, Aiden. I don't, mate. You better believe I do, Fat Matt. Southie feels bad, man. Yep, the big south pillar going down. No south pillar. It's doomed. Here on wave 47, apparently already doomed, according to Mr. Iron Q7L. Let's have a look at the Blood Barrage here, taking him back up to 83 hit points. Gets hit and goes back down, though. Only the major survives. Double blobs on wave 48. Massive problem for noobs in the Inferno like myself. Absolutely no problem for an experienced runner such as Winnie Blues. Speedrun the Inferno, all about trying to find a good mix between maximum DPS and damage that you're gonna take. Most of these speedrunners you'll see bring in 3 brews maybe at most, which means they've got to limit the amount of damage that they take. Auto-casted Blood Barrage from the code I want there. Gino had 6. Gino's a thirsty boy. Jesus, this guy is good. That he is, my friend. That he is. Blood Rush coming in here. That's a 151. Guys only want one thing, and it's fucking disgusting, and that is a 151 or a 152 XP drop as the Inferno wave starts. You don't blood brush with no ancestral, you take more brews instead of chin shit. That makes sense, mate. That absolutely makes sense. Once again, the runners in the chat proving why they're the ones competing and I'm the one casting. I am very stupid. The 151, there it is. Coming into wave 50 here, we're going to see a Major and a Ranger. Ranger spawns first, doesn't get a hit off. Now he gets a hit off. No South Pillar. Hopefully won't be necessary. Their gear setups are similar. Yes, they are very similar. However, Winnie Blues here taking in the ancestral pieces, whereas Gino did not. I reckon you could give an ACB Eagle Eye cape a red hot crack. Well, listen, don't want to say I'm Australia's #1 PVMer, but back in my day, oof, we got some things going. We got some things going. Hosting Perp after the stream. I didn't realize Perp still streamed. And we see some prayer flicks coming in that are not necessary here. A little bit of a flex from Mr. Winnie Blues. Shut up, Robert. After seeing what the ToB boys have done during this tournament, I can confirm you are not Australia's best PVMer. Alright, Hootie, settle down, mate. I don't think I've ever died at Zulrah, alright, for starters. Alright, so that means I'm better than Divine. Okay? And, that's about it. I've seen Jake at ToB, Monka S. Yeah, it's not the best. It's not the best. This Major won't die here. The below pipe not going well. Who remembers the old days of EVscape at Webs throwing 100 ruby bolt specs like it's nothing? Man, those were the days. The pre-twisted bow days, man. Launching ACB specs at Verzik before anybody meleeed her. I want the pre-Tebow EV back for a day. Hey, well, listen. Count your cards right, Mr. Case. You might be seeing it. Yes, as Mr. Halfskeed's done here, guys, ! Cup in the chat if you want to know what the Speedrun Cup's all about. Although, at this point, with semi-final number 2 completed, it'd be hard-pressed to find someone that doesn't know what's going on. We are moving into the grand final tomorrow. It's going to be Team CBT up against Any Glances. All I'm asking for is let the Dragon Hellbird hit Zuck. Is that too much? That's what I'm saying, bro. I believe at this point, Mr. Winnie Blues here was saying he needs to turn the heater off. He was wondering if he was allowed to log out during his run. Which, you know, here at the Speedrun Cup, we're not a company like Amazon. We do give humans their basic human rights. So I said, yeah, of course you're going to log out, mate. What do you mean? He's sweating that bad? Look at the man's prayer flicks! Where is PVM Harry? Haven't seen that man since he got an electronic girlfriend, also known as an e-girl friend. Rarely hear from PVM Harry these days. Seems to only be when he's absolutely obliterated drunk. Return off heater. There we go. And here he goes. The heater is getting launched. Sometimes it's just too hot. Sometimes you're just sweating too hard. And here we go. Heater in August? Ah, yes. It seems we have found the American in the chat that doesn't believe any other countries in the world exist. Coming into wave 54 here, we're going to see a major as well as a ranger, a blob, and one bat. Yep, one bat. The team is literally called ToB. Yep, there it is. Hi, Evie. Thanks for putting on awesome events like this. Brooksy, it is my pleasure, my friend. But don't thank me. Thank everyone that competed. We would not be able to put on... He's smite flicking. Smite flicking and takes a 16. My word, this man is mental. As I was saying, thank the people that participated in these tournaments. We would not be able to put it on without them. These guys taking a lot of time out of their day to participate and help me put on incredible tournaments like this. Why is he smite flicking in the high risk world? No need. And there it is. Alright, coming into wave 55 here. Major, ranger, 2 bats and a blob. That's a 43. He's just copped from the ranger there. Down to 27 hit points. Getting absolutely murked up by the bats here. Gonna have to drink a brew. Knows what he's doing. He is getting those flicks right. And he's gonna take down the big blob here. That's 28 from the big blob as it dies. And the ranger's gonna hit him from way downtown. He's gonna have to tick eat that. He's on 1 hit point and he's dead. Now imagine if we started that on wave 55. Wave 55 being the wave that he did just die. Now, I bet you're all thinking to yourself, EVscape. Hang on a minute. If both teams die, what happens? Don't they do a rerun? Luckily enough, we already had the scores. We knew that the Zuck run wasn't going to matter. It was a 3-0. So we didn't get them to do another run, except Winnie Blues, he did do another run, just in case. I believe it was a 2-0 at that point. So we got him to do another run just in case. And then if he completed, we would get Gino to do another one if it mattered. Unfortunately, on wave 64 of the second run, Winnie Blues died again. And with the permission of him, I'm going to tell the story of what happened afterwards. He was live streaming his run in Discord. We see him plank on wave 64. We see him go to the bank in Edgeville, pull out a tentacle whip and 1 billion GP, teleport to the duel arena, hop to World 2, get in a duel for 500 million GP, lose the duel for 500 million GP, get in a second duel for 500 million GP, lose the second duel for 500 million GP. He's now down a bill, goes to the bank, gives back the gear that he borrowed to Demon Butler, gets the rest of his gear out the bank, launches it all in the GE, gets 1.44 billion GP in the inventory, goes back to the duel arena, launches it all in one stake, and loses that one as well. Oh, man. I really feel for the guy. I really do. He's lost more money at the Duel Arena than the prize pool, as Addy just said. But, oh, man. Unfortunate for him here. Guys, I'm quickly going to go to the bathroom, and then we are going to finish off the live stream with the ToB runs from Cthulhu Box Theory and Oz ToB. As we said already, if we go ahead and look at the bracket over here, any glances, Cthulhu Box Theory tomorrow, going to be in the grand final in a best of 7. And the third place playoff going to be the Veric Inters and Oz ToB. That is coming tomorrow. And so now I'm in the bathroom and we will watch the last match. All right. Let us move on to the ToB runs. We're going to go ahead and watch the loser's perspective first. Oz ToB already lost the round, but we're going to see how Oz ToB do at ToB. Where is the run? Do I actually not have it? Have I fucked this up again? I can't believe I've done this. Surely I've just accidentally put it in another folder, right? Surely it's just in some other folder. Oh no. Recycle bin? Don't think it's in the recycle bin. All right, listen, guys. Here's what we're gonna do. We're not gonna have everyone's perspective. I've got perspectives for all of the players. We're not gonna watch everyone's perspective. We're just gonna watch one perspective. I think that is going to be. Where are the perspectives? There's one right there. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this up on the other screen. Beautiful. Okay, we're gonna watch one perspective. Let's go ahead and get that on here. Nakamichi, if you're still in the chat, mate, I know you specifically asked me not to show your Nilo cleanup, but I fucked up. We have to watch your perspective, man. Sorry. Let's go ahead and suss at the main screen here. Full screen cam. Okay. I believe we are almost ready to rumble. We're going to be watching Oz ToB do the Theater of Blood. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the Oz ToB doing the Theater of Blood. Let's jump into it. Coming in, looks as though 2 hammer specs hits. It's a 45 BGS and a 37 BGS. And it is going to be Nakamichi on the freezers at the back. Interesting plugin. You're not wrong about that, my friend. Vanilla client, PogChamp. Let's go, boys. So, once again, Oz ToB. The guys in this team are the current world record holders for the 5-man ToB. Not super common that they'll run a 3-man ToB. But a lot of the things from a 5-man ToB will transfer over to a 3-man ToB, and look how quickly they're getting rid of these crabs here. Nakamichi switches on point. It's literally just specs. I know, man. I know. Animation smoothing, already disqualified. I'm sorry, but if you don't play with animation smoothing and high detail on, what are you doing with your life, man? Interesting to see. It looks like they are going to go for the crab skip here. It looks like Jinami up the front there. Very low on hit points. Gets a double claw spec off. No, they're not going to go for the crab skip. Not enough HP down on the boss. And Naka's going to clean this one up before he jumps back on. Look at that six-way. Comes in with a scythe. Gives it a nice little animation smoothing, low detail gang. Alright, that's acceptable. That is acceptable. 116 hit points here for Big Nakamichi. Coming into bloat. And ladies and gentlemen, we have something very, very special from the ToB boys here. Something I didn't think that we would see in this tournament. Little did they know. They didn't know that they were going to... They didn't know that they were going to... This wouldn't matter. And as you see, Jinami going in here, he is going to P-neck bloat before it goes down, switching into a new P-neck every single tick just to get a bit of extra damage on bloat before it goes down for its first down and everyone else can join in the room. Runs through the boss here. Wish I could show you. He ran out of P-necks here, but look where the boss goes down, right next to the door. Oh my god, what has happened there? Oh, that's right! Nakamichi wanted me to tell you guys that he changes the size, changes his aspect ratio on his client when he goes into bloat because he can't see where it is. He's got bad eyesight and he needs to make his client bigger so that he can see where bloat is. The strategies, boys. And as we can see, the P-neck on the bloat, and there we go, we're back. The aspect ratio is fixed. Oh, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man. I think I actually cut off from the side here. Let me see if I can fix that for you guys. There we go, got the rest of it in there. We do see someone buy from the chest at the start there. Interesting. It's interesting to see them buy from the chest. I just don't see why there's a reason to buy from the chest. Although that being said, Jinami did come in, instead of bringing food, brought 7 Phoenix necklaces in his inventory. So maybe just stopped over there to grab a restore or two. Yep, Phoenix. Yep. Take it easy, Timo. Have a good one. Once again, Nakamichi sorted me out in the DMs of Discord and gave me a little bit of insight as to what happens in the crab room here. In the early waves, there are a maximum of 11 crabs that can be in the room at the same time. 11 crabs only. So what you will see is sometimes they will leave the big crabs alive, because when you kill a big crab, 2 crabs spawn. They will leave the big crabs alive so that the 11 crab max, the 11 crab cap isn't hit. You see them try as hard as they can to get clumps to kill 2 crabs at once. The scythe coming in there to kill 2 crabs at once. You're going to see that happen a lot in this Nylacast room. Later on in the waves, you will see in the middle there's the Rag Ranger and the Rag Melee. They're not killing that until they clean up the sides with the small crabs. They won't kill them because that 11 cap would be reached. They leave them alive so that other waves can spawn. Later in the Nylacast room, the cap goes up to 23, and that is no cap. See the barrage coming in here. And obviously with the crabs changing as they come through, There'll be often times where you might see two rangers right next to each other that will change into other crabs. And the ranger, potentially with the most important job here, having to launch chin chompers at those ranged crabs before they turn. As you can see, the cap for the waves has gone up to 23 now. And you will see some of the big ones stay alive here, but also, I believe, there's a natural pause in the Nilo room. Naka sent me a massive, massive paragraph of all this information. I couldn't exactly take it all in, but soon you might see them try and clean up the bigs. I mean, yeah, the bigs are going down, so I'm assuming that natural pause has already happened. Barrage is coming in here. As you can see, switching between the Sanguinesti staff and the Kodai one. Oh no, that's a Kodai one bash. I see why he specifically asked me not to show his perspective there. And he's hit a ranged crab twice. Oh no. Oh no. I wonder if he's still in the chat. Coming into the Nilo boss here. See a mage straight after the melee into the range. Okay, can we get a good rotation here? Naka is going to tank a hit straight into the mage again. Not the rotation they'd be looking for. Not the rotation they would be looking for here. ToB. Back into the melee. Gonna have to drink a restore here. Oh, look at those jellies! Holy fuck, those jellies were bigger than my future! Let me tell you, my future is big. Finishing it off with the melee. I've just realized I forgot to unpause my recording before we started this. You hate to see it. And that is going to be a 409 in the Nilocast rooms. Waves, 2 minute and 33 second. Wait. Oh, and the cleanup was at 304. Right, gotcha. I was like, that is way faster than he said they go. I lose like 6 seconds or so to Parkinson's. Yep, there it is. Boss spawns is what you want to look at for the Nilo boss. Yeah, boss spawns, you want to see a melee and range rotation as far as I'm aware. Oh, wait, for the timer. Yep. 3:13, gotcha. Understood. Once again, it's the reason I'm casting and not competing. And it definitely has something to do with the fact that I am retarded. Look how quick this maze is here, guys. Look how quick that maze was. One hammer here on P2 Sotozek. Vengeance coming in. Manages to tank 2 hits there. I wonder if he meant to take 2 there. Large ball being shot his way. They should get the skip here. 33% is what they're looking for. It's 33.7. There we go. Alright. And the call. Immediately. They don't wait around. They just launch the maze. Everyone says, oh, they must be using a client to do that. I don't think so. And you see at the end there, I believe that was Unluckers that was taking the skip. Just coming off the end as quickly as possible. Holy crap, that's speedy. Yep. Exactly. Screen share, bro? No, I was actually in the Discord with them while they were doing this run. What they do is obviously each tile would have a number assigned to it. So for that one, I believe they were on the 5th tile on the east side. Whoever's in the maze which was Jinami, would say East 5, and everyone would run to the 5th tile from the east side. So you don't need to screen share. So the first phase of soak there was a 137. The second phase was a 46 second. Look at that. That's insane. Coming into Zarpus, no time lost at the chest there. So if you didn't know, in the Speedrun Cup, we go off total time, not wave time. So they need to have as little time wasted at those chests as possible. Might not seem like a lot, but a couple of seconds at the chest could cost you a run. And tomorrow in the grand final, we'll go through the draft when we get started, but as in every match, there will be a ToB for a tiebreaker if it should go there. I was so worried about talking about the grand final tomorrow just then, because I literally don't know the results. I don't know who wins, but I was worried about leaking something because of what I did earlier. I'm going to be so fucking paranoid tomorrow to live stream. Even though I don't know the results, I'm going to be so paranoid that something's going to happen. And there it is. It looks like 113-ish BGS damage there. Is this Joe? No, this is Nakamichi. Joe is on the other side in the Serp helm. Show more POV. Sounds like Miss Jade wasn't here for the start of this run. Unfortunately, I forgot to render out every perspective, so we are only able to watch one from the Oz Top boys here. And the 5-tick scythe from the boys. Yeah, just arrived? Yeah, unfortunately, I forgot to render out everyone's perspective. Here comes the Screech. And to be honest with you guys, that's the first time I've missed a perspective this tournament. So, and I did it twice in a row. Can you explain the yellow slime tile thingy? Why those tiles? Well, because when the boss screeches, you're going to want to be right next to it on the tiles that they're stood on that are marked there. You don't want to rag those tiles. So, the tiles on the outside are 2 tiles away from where you can hit the boss, and that's where the players decide to run back to, because you need to be 2 tiles away from the slime, as you call it, not to get hit by it. Here we go. Doesn't start Verzik. Loses a couple of seconds there. And he doesn't spec either. Oh no. Nakamichi. Having an absolute nightmare of Ashihama here at P1 Verzik. Look at that switch though, man. Skips the BGS in the inventory, goes straight around it. This man games. Naka. Oh, brilliant. $479 XP drop, a 124 coming in there. 20% left on the boss. He's going to get another spec off. 365. That's going to be a 95. Not the biggest hit. And another spec coming in there from Unlockers. And that is going to be a 110. I'd let these guys fuck your mum. Me too, bro. Me too. And here we go. 2 players stood underneath each other. Interesting. Also, 2 players in a Serp helm. Nakamichi in the chat. Can you explain why 2 players have a Serp helm on? Little confused by that. Would have thought they would go with 1 Serp, 1 Face Guard. The purple crab, yeah, I'm aware why 1 person would be wearing a Serp. Just confused as to why 2. We didn't want crabs to be more messy than they already would be off client, so S1 Serp on each side. That makes sense. Fair enough, mate. Fair enough. In case crabs spawn either side, guys, I'm aware why people would do it, but there is a way around having 1 person on either side with the Serp helm. You can just have the person that has the Serp helm stand in the middle. I mean... Coming into the red crabs here. Just stand under it. Exactly, exactly. 28% on the first crabs. Coming into the second, let's see how far they can get it down. Are they going to go for the 2 down is the question. 21%, 19.5. The Charlie coming in for a 16. I think we might see them go for the 2 down here. Yep. Nakamichi not going to bother hitting the crab. They're going for the 2 down. 13.5%, 11.3, 11%, 8.1, 6.2. Here come the claws. Oh, no. And that's 8.8% back on the boss. No 2 down for the OSTOB boys. That's going to be a 3 down. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Who is going to be on the tank? Is going to be my boy Nakamichi. Let's see how well he does. Can this man time his ticks? Let's find out. Didn't take the prayer off for the vengeance there. Remember, guys, these fellas have the world record for 5-man ToB. And there goes the crab. And can time his ticks. Going to get it closer to that square for the webs. Don't know if we're going to see them chally just before webs here, or just go for the sides. Most likely just the sides. One last hit, and then they're going in. And here they go. All 3 on the same tile. You'll see that Nakamichi is 63 hit points, and everyone else in the team seems to have pretty high hit points. And what you're going to see Naka do after this webs is deliberately tank a melee hit to pop the vengeances off for his team. Everyone is pretty high health. And here we go. Boom. Melee. No one's venged. And now everyone's venged. I specifically remember hearing him say in Discord, oh, I thought everyone was venged. And then 2 vengeances go off straight afterwards. Tick eat the ball, and they're going to swipe it right at the end there. And that is going to be a 1955 ToB from the OSTOB boys. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to watch the ToB perspective of the winners of semi-final number 2. Granted, I hope I rendered this out. I did. Thank the good Lord. We are go. Oh, that was a bit. We're going to watch Cthulu Box Theory going into their ToB run. They've got a 1955 to beat. Although, that being said, doesn't really matter. They are already moving on to the grand final. Let's jump on into it. Alright, let's get this one back up. And the score is still 3-0 because no one completed the Inferno, unfortunately. We have Mr. Kirby running the Theatre of Blood. We also have Toy Owner, the man that has the largest aspect ratio of any RuneScape player in the world. And Hi-Yo, the captain, the leader, coming in for his team. That's what I'm saying, Ash. As I said yesterday, this man's monitor must be from the bottom of his apartment all the way up to the top of his roof. And 50 spawning while 70s are still up. Gonna get that nice barrage clump in there, as well as the chins. They are gonna love that result there. Extra little damage, stacking up some more crabs. Kirby here on the chins. Could have watched his XP drops. Didn't think about it in time. But we watched OzToB versus CBT already. We did, mate. There's 2 semi-finals today. That was the second one. And we're now watching the ToB run that didn't matter just because these guys have taken the time out of their day to put on a performance for us, and it would honestly, for lack of a better term, be rude to ask them to do all of these bosses and not show it to the world. These guys are some of the best PVMers across the globe. They want to show off their skills, and I'm certainly going to give them the platform to do so. And that is not a crab skip. That is not a crab skip from Team CBT. Not the best maiden in the world. They're going to finish it off here. Scythe swipe. Okay, no deaths though. So, I mean, you can be happy with that, right? Coming in here, a 214 maiden. Fastest maiden we've seen was, in fact, a 142. So, probably about 30 seconds lost there over the best time. Coming into Bloat here. I don't think we're going to see any Phoenix necklaces from Team CBT. A dangerous, dangerous strategy. And OzToB pulling that one off flawlessly. But I don't think we're going to see any teams go for it towards the later ends of these rounds. You guy indeed knows how to commentate. Good job, mate. Thank you, Amit. Much appreciated, mate. Glad to hear you're enjoying the content here. It was a 27 and a 16 with a BGS. Bloat having 100 defense levels. It's going to take it down by 43, down to 57, so just about half the defense it would normally have. Let's see a Chally come in here from Kirby. That was a big Chally. 1261 XP drop. Holy shit. Why is my button not working? Is this low detail mode? Nah. Nah. How the fuck do you know where to stand? You can't even see the hands falling. All right, and they get the 2 down. They get the 2 down at Bloat. Not quite as fast as OzToB. And we see them buying from the chest again here. Once again, just interesting to see everyone buying from the chest when they could just bring that stamina potion in. Don't think there's any need to waste any time with that chest. Let's go on to Nilo here. The pot share coming in for the stamina. Once again, guys, as I said on the last waves, the Ranger having the most important job here. Looking to clean up those crabs as quickly as they can so that they can spawn more. Cap of 11 in the room at a time. The next wave won't spawn unless there are less than 11 crabs. Or 11 crabs after it spawns, I believe. Gonna have to really read through that paragraph that Nakamichi sent me later. Chin's not going in here for, I believe we are watching Kirby. Yeah, Chin's not going in at all. Gonna see a barrage over here from Toy. Manages to catch both. And he caught that so hard that they disappeared immediately. So much damage, they have just disappeared. Might be because of the RAM on his computer. That makes sense. It is hard to run a 4K television as your monitor with an aspect ratio like that. Might be running out of RAM, having to run that big of a client. Right, let's take a look at the Ranger here. We're going to see how quickly Kirby manages to clean up these crabs. New wave spawns. Wandok. You see the knowledge of these guys, knowing which crabs are going to switch to range and when he can hit them. Kirby, very smart man, knows what he's doing. He's probably done this a million times. And there we look at that. He just knows it's going to be range when it comes out. There's a lot of crabs in here. Might have been able to see a big chin stack there if he decided to go for it. Opts against it. Destructor. For real, bro. Was that a chin? It was. And look at that. 2 melee crabs going down to a chin because they were chinned before they switched. These are the kind of things that you love to see. It looks like another chin over there. He's going to go for it. He ate the shark. That's a pillar going down here for Team CBT. So the northeast pillar getting absolutely launched. How's the health points? 37 hit points over here, 47 hit points here, and 38. They are going to survive. Nilo Wipe Monka S. I don't think that's going to happen. These guys are very competent gamers. Although, accidents do happen. You're going to see 3 blowpipes and a T-bow here from the whole team. Look at them. Perfectly in sync. Perfectly in sync. All of them hitting at the exact same time. Oh, no one missing a tick. This is incredible. These are incredible scenes. You love to see it from the boys. Once again, some of the best PVMers in the world, showing why they are some of the best PVMers in the world. Range phase after the melee. They'd be happy to see that. That's a 23 vengeance there from Kirby. He's going to get one more off. 26 hit points. I don't think we'll see him tank one without prayer, because he will probably die. And that Chally's going to finish it off. That was a big Chally there from Hi-Yo. The shoulders on this man must be huge. Chally going in. But seems as though Kirby couldn't find where his super combat was on the ground. Once again, guys, as Shawnee would say, as long as you tag everything, you will never miss it. So always use inventory tags and ground markers and tile markers. That's at Shawnee in the chat. He was the guy that actually helped develop them. What was the Nilo time? Let's have a look there. So 419 for the Nilo. Not too sure how many hammers going into Soat here. It looks as though one on Hi-Yo's screen. Don't see any on anyone else's, so it might just be that one hammer going into P1. Ooh, that was a close one there for High. Went down to 4 hit points before he hit that shark and the Gothic's Restore. Look how quickly they do this maze! Didn't miss a single tick there, just launched through, and he hits the hammer straight afterwards. Not sure if Toy hit his hammer over here. Can't tell. But my word, that maze. Mouse not synced up? Yeah. So that can happen sometimes when recording. The mouse not showing where you are actually clicking. Didn't hit the hammer, says Toy. It was a 1-1-1, if I remember correctly. How the fuck do you remember that? I mean, like, first of all, crazy that you remember who's in the maze here. Let's have a look. Look how quickly he goes here. Big Kirby in the maze. It's just going to launch straight through. Doesn't even waste a single tick. And if we go to the other boys, look how quickly they go through with it. Insane. Insane maze plays from Team CBT here. As I was saying, Toy, I don't know how you remember it, but more importantly, I don't know how you know in the first place. I can't even see what you're hitting. How do you know what numbers you hit? Calculate XP drops? Can you read the XP drops? I know I certainly can't. He has low RAM, so the hit splash show up longer. That makes sense, that makes sense. Alright, Sodazek time. Can we read it? What happened? Oh, wait, I think this might have been the one where Hi-Yo messed up his recording straight after Sodazek. That's okay. We're not going to see any more from him, and I honestly can't read it on Toy's perspective. Is that a 223 Sot? .223 Sot by the looks of it. Got two blokes in full Inquisitor here. We've got Kirby and Hi-Yo in full Inquiz. 225, there it is. Okay. Not sure about the time going into Zarpus. 225, alright, good. Should have done this race on a normal client to show who the real gamers are. I said this yesterday, Stewie, and I'll say it again, mate. We didn't stop the participants from using any plugins because there is a little thing known as mirror mode, which meant they could send me their perspectives and I would have no idea that they used them. So I didn't make it illegal for the tournament just because I would have no way of verifying if someone did or not. And, well, I mean, we would just hope that Jagex's detection system was really great. You know, it would do its job. And also, we didn't tell them to play on the regular client because, if I'm being honest with you, I would rather punch myself in the dick 400 times than play on the regular client. Never copped a false ban on that system, have they? Absolutely not, mate. I certainly haven't falsely been banned on one of my accounts. Almost a ragged square here from Mr. Kirby. No rag in the end. Not 401, not 420, 400 times in the dick. Over to Mr. Toyona's perspective. Not only can we see what's going on with the boss, we can also see what's going on the roof of the Theatre of Blood. Seems like the vampires are having a party up there. Interesting to see. I'm being so mean to Toyona here, man, honestly. He's such a nice guy, and I'm just taking the absolute mickey out of him. I feel bad. I'm going to stop. Tell them why I couldn't record the full ToB. I can't remember why you couldn't record the full ToB. Why can't you record the full ToB? Did you run out of disk space? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, disk space. Issues in the C drive over there for Mr. Hi-Yo. Not enough disk space. Once again, like I said during his Fight Caves run, might be due to all of the beer bongs he's been taking and all of the sex he's been having with my sister. C drive is massively full. Right, P1 Veric here. Moving on again. I need to stop making that joke. Oh, man. I really hope the fellas from CBT know that I'm just taking the piss. Lovely fellas. It's been great getting to hang out with them over the last few weeks, watching their runs. It's been awesome getting to see them in action, these high-tier PVMers. But here on the Expected Value Scape channel, we need to have that comedy in here. Not making this up, 35% of Hi-Yo's disk space is taken up by Dead by Daylight files for some reason. Dead by Daylight is whatever the folders are called anyway. I don't actually get that joke, Addy. I'm sorry, I'm sure a lot of people in the chat do. I have no idea what the joke is there. Can't wait to get memed for invent tags. I need them. I tell you what, Shawnee, I'm surprised that you didn't turn them on for a joke. Because I have 232 gigabytes disk space total. Well, I mean, it's better than what I've got, mate. I've only got 70 gigabytes over here on my C drive. Had to get a couple more drives in my PC. That's a 73 XP drop. I am absolutely creasing. Was tempted? I bet you were. Crab's coming out here. Who's aggroed? Looks as though Kirby's aggroed here. One on Kirby, one on Hi-Yo, and that is a couple of blown up crabs. 23 and a 7 being taken. I was Toy Owner, actually, and 2 gamers being launched. Aeroplane mode comes on. Kandarin RS is a massive earthquake enthusiast. Oh, man. I've watched that clip back 19 times, and I still can't not laugh, Kandarin. I'm sorry, mate. It was probably one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Alright, so first red crabs go down, and there are 14% left on the boss. Looks like they're going for the 2 down here. What clip? If you go to my recent clips, it should be the top one. I think they're going to get the 2 down here, guys. Yeah, look at those swipes. 2 down for Team CBT. RNG coming in hot. The prayer stays on for the Vengeances. There goes the Zami Brew. 120 attack there for Mr. Kirby. Toy Owner on the tank. Let's watch him go for it. There's Hootie Tootie with the clip. Oh my god. Is Kirby nearly dead? He's on 7 hit points. Once again, it seems like Kirby's not aware that he actually has yellow potions in his inventory that restore his hit points. Not going to need to do that here on Webbs. Misses the first hit, I believe. Did he go for the Chally before Webbs? He might have. Okay. Run around the Webbs. Everyone on the same tile. Very nice web run. Don't think we're going to see a melee tank for the Venge here from Toy Owner. Let's have a sniff at what he's doing. Looks as though Purple's actually about to spawn. 20-ish% left on the boss. Kirby at 82 hit points decides to finally drink the brews. Super Combat Potion last dose comes in. I don't think they're going to get it before yellows. They're not. Looks as though there's about 6.7% left on the boss. Are we going to see them hit the platforms, or are they going to tick eat? That's a tick eat from Toy Owner. That's a tick eat from Hi-Yo. It's a platform from Kirby. He was right next to the boss, so he can take that platform. And the time coming in is a 20:06, ladies and gentlemen. 20:06. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this one. A 20:06 from Team CBT, which means they might have lost 3-0 in the semifinals, but ToB still on top at ToB. A 1955 for them, and believe it or not, I went back and checked the recordings afterwards. ToB actually had a slower wave time than Cthulhu box theory. That a slower wave time, but managed to make up about 20 seconds in between wave times to have a better total time. So that's something that's going to come into play going into the grand final tomorrow. Something the teams need to think about. It is total time, not wave time. They need to save as much time in between the waves as they can. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the semi-finals. We've got 1,668 people still viewing the live stream. I do hope you guys have enjoyed the live stream today. If you have, now, I think it's no secret that especially in this day and age, you can't put a price on internet safety. That being said, from the low price of $6.67 a month, you can get ExpressVPN. I've personally been using ExpressVPN for over 3 months now, and not only does it enhance your internet security, it also helps you do other things. For instance, you can use ExpressVPN to change your location and access other countries' Netflix to get better movies. But my favorite thing to do with ExpressVPN is get out of going to dinner with my mother-in-law. All I have to do is go into ExpressVPN, change my location to England, and my girlfriend is none the wiser. Hey sweetie, how you going?
Honey, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, listen, I'm actually calling with some pretty bad news. I'm not going to be able to make it to your mum's birthday dinner tomorrow night. There was an emergency meeting called. I'm actually in England right now.
You're in England.
Yeah. If you check my location at the moment, you'll be able to see that it's actually in England, you know?
Don't need to check that map. I can literally see the background of your apartment in the video.
What? Oh, no. See? I'm in England.
Jake, I know you're not in England. I know you're in your apartment. I'm not falling for your stupid VPN shit again. Make sure you're at dinner tomorrow night.
Listen, the connection's really bad. I can't. Bye. Find out how to get ExpressVPN for 3 months for free by clicking on the link in the description, expressvpn.com/evscape. Thanks again to ExpressVPN for sponsoring today's video. Oh my god, look at her! Does she want to be in the ad? Oh, sweetheart. Do you use ExpressVPN, Cleo? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Day 3 of the Speedrun Cup Grand Final Day. Yesterday, we saw Any Glances and Cthulhu Box Theory move on to the Grand Final match, and they're going to be playing off in a best of 7. It's not the same clothes as yesterday, Josh. I specifically changed just before the stream because I was still wearing the clothes from yesterday. I thought people are going to notice that. Anyway, we're going to see ToB face off against Veric Inters in the 3rd place playoff match, and there was supposed to be a show match today, guys. One of the teams, I'm not going to say who, one of the teams wanted to do a show match because, you know, they went out in the first round. So we organized a show match for them. We put them up against the Step Brothers. Once again, I'm not going to call them out. We put them up against the Step Brothers. The bosses were chosen. Step Brothers chose Inferno. And then the other team forfeited because they couldn't do it. So there's no show match today. We're only going to be doing the... we're only going to be doing the 3rd place match and the grand final. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know the servers are down at the moment, so it might be a little bit before a lot of people get here, but that's beside the point. The show goes on. We are going to go ahead and jump straight into the action today. We're going to be seeing the Veric Inters up against ToB. Let's go ahead and have a look at the draft. So, 3rd place playoff, Veric Inters here. They are banning the gauntlet. Music's a bit too loud. I do that every time, man. Let's turn that down a little bit more. All right, hopefully that's good there. That's what I'm saying, Nick. That's what I'm saying. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the boss draft for the 3rd place match, we have the Veric Inters up against ToB. We see that the Veric Inters have banned the gauntlet. Now, the question is, why have they banned the gauntlet? We know that I don't think anyone from ToB is particularly experienced or skilled at running the gauntlet. So it might have been a case of they just don't think they have the capability to get the W, and they've got to ban something. And I think they just thought, we don't want to do the gauntlet. We don't want to go. Unlockers and Jinami are really good at the gauntlet? Yeah, yeah, I'll believe that when I see it. So, over to ToB. They've banned the Chambers of Xeric. They know that the Veric Inters are very well versed at the Chambers of Xeric. They know the Inters would probably have their number there. ToB used to running ToB runs, not so many Chambers of Xeric runs. So a lot of strategy coming behind their ban there. Moving into the picks, the Inferno from the Veric Inters. Why are we seeing the Inferno from the Veric Inters? Shawnee. Every single round that the Inters have been in so far, the Inferno has been banned. Shawnee has not had a chance to shine. He's not been able to do the Inferno. That is their first pick. They're going to make sure that Shawnee is going to get a chance to play. And the question is he going to be able to get the job done? Because he's going to be up against Winnie Blues, Ash, one of the fastest Inferno speedrunners in the world. The first pick over here for ToB, the Nightmare. They've been running a lot of Nightmare. We saw them use that Book of Darkness trick, so they get that extra 5% on the last pillar phase for the volatile spec. These guys know what they're doing at the Nightmare, and I think they are very confident that they're going to be able to get the job done at the Ashy Hammer. Second pick for the Inters was Vorkath. Now, they had to choose between Vorkath, Zulrah, and Jad at the end here, and I think they just took their pick. They didn't want to do Jad, I assume, and they had to pick between Vorkath and Zulrah, and just took Vorkath. And I think the same over there for ToB. We saw them in the last round not being very prepared for the fight caves. Only one player on their team out of the three having done any preparation. So I think that is why they decided to choose Zulrah there instead of the fight caves. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and get on into the action. We have ToB versus the Veric Inters in a best of 5 for the third place match. We're going to go ahead and get started, and we're starting off with Zulrah. Let's go ahead and get up the Zulrah perspective for ToB. Put it on the right screen. And let's go. Now, we might see a little bit of extra time in between the kills for this matchup, guys, and that's just simply because I didn't want to spoil the times for myself, so I didn't edit it together. We're just going to have to watch the in-betweens here, because I didn't want to edit it together. I didn't want to spoil it for myself. I wanted to see the times as they came in on the stream. Here we go. We are currently watching Divine for ToB. Let's go ahead and get ToB's thingo up here. Beautiful. Didn't want to spoil it? Yeah, exactly. So Divine coming in here. He's got the volatile spec rather than bringing in the Dragon Throne Axes, as we saw Scotty do from Team CBT yesterday. Let's have a look coming into the melee phase. Hitting quite a few big numbers to start this off. It looks like RNG might be on his side today. If he hits on the melee here, that's 4 mage hits on the melee phase of Zulrah. He's going to be happy with that. Still should be pretty highly venged here. That's going to be a 40 venge. That's going to hit 30 damage back to the boss. That's a free 30 damage. That's a quick snake. You are not wrong there, Shardy Bickies. Alright, coming into the 4th phase of the rotation. Should pull up here. We should see him get a little bit closer to the boss for the last hit. Here we go. And he's going to kill the boss. That's a quick time. Let's have a look. That's a 56-second kill to start off with here. 56-second Zulrah kill. That's under 1 minute. Last time I checked, that was under 1 minute. Divine kicking it off, and kicking it off well. Once again, guys, there's going to be a little bit of extra time in between the kills. We're going to see the preparation that these players go through in between Zulrah kills, going in and out of the Clan Wars portal. Should see him going in and out of No, we won't. Just the Clan Wars portal to refresh the Imbued Heart. See him hit the Spec Pool in his house. We're going to see him re-Divine Pot here, re-get his inventory up. And as he comes into Zulrah, we're going to see one of his other team members give him Avenge as he comes through. Cheers, Smirkus. I appreciate you, mate. There's Big Jinemy from ToB getting the Venge off. Coming into kill number 2 here is Divine for ToB. As you can see, that is a big volatile spec. 46 on the boss. We got a little bit better graphics today, guys. Not graphics. What's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. Everything looks cleaner today because I rendered it out a little bit bigger. So on the bosses that only have one person participating, you're going to see a better looking show. Quality, that's the one I'm looking for. We see the range phase, sorry, the mage phase coming in here on the second one. We're going to see a dark bow come in after that volatile spec, a 160 dark bow. Don't think Divine's going to be too happy with that. It's a 22-8, so it's definitely better than 0, but 30 damage, only about 1/3 of what the dark bow can hit in one hit. Hashtag OzTob on my chest. Any OzTobs in the chat, ladies and gentlemen? Get him in there. The 4th phase in the rotation, coming in pretty slow, to be completely honest. This is the fastest rotation. It looks like he's not even going to get it down. He misses the T-bow hit at the end as well. The fastest rotation and a little bit of bad RNG mixed with a couple of missed hits. Let's have a look at the time. That's going to be a 1:15 here from Divine. A 56-second first kill into a 1:15 here at Zulrah. That's going to put him on about a 1:06 average, I think. Maybe a 1:05.5 at the moment from the first 2 kills. Taking a little break in between his kills here. Refreshing himself. Potentially grabbing a nice cold Pepsi Max from the fridge. Exclamation mark claim in the chat to get a Pepsi Max. Here's the one that I got before. Alright. Taking his time to gear up here. Refreshing before the next kill. Maybe we'll be able to skip a little bit of time on this recording. Oh, that was perfect. Why did I go 10 seconds back? Damn it. Okay. Here we go. Moving into the 3rd kill is Divine. You're going to see him start out with that volatile spec, which is a bit different. We normally see Scotty hit the volatile spec on the melee phase, if he can. Saves all of his spec for the 2nd rotation, the mage phase. That's a 0 volatile. He's not going to be happy with that. There it is, Tom. Well done, mate. 400 damage left to do on the boss coming into the 2nd rotation. Jinemy. Brilliant. Decent amount of hits there on the melee phase. Looks like he did about 100 damage on the melee phase. He's definitely going to be happy with that. Is Divine. 10 with the T-bow, I think he just hit. No, he hit a 0 with the T-bow. Twice in a row. Let's see the dark bow come in here for a 400 XP drop. That's a big bow. We're going to see a 44-31 come in. That's 75 damage in one hit on the snake. Backs it up with a 40 surge into a 10, into a 27. Coming in with a 12. He's pulling up on the boss. Is he going to be able to get it down before it dips? It looks like he is. Massive surges. 40, 40, 40. And the snake goes down. That is a very quick time. 1:04. He is going to be happy with that one. The 400 XP Dark Bow spec. Nothing but 40s with that Harmonized Orb Fire Surge. And he is definitely making up for his performance in yesterday's matchup. 2 deaths in yesterday's matchup, ended up with a 127 average. And after just 3 kills here at Zulrah, it looks like he's on about a 104.5 average. 105 average, maybe. Very decent gaming from Mr. Divine here. Is he going to get that dwarf? No, he's not. Doesn't want the kebab. Not going to help him out in this Zulrah kill here. Once again, we're going to see him go back to the docks. Jinimi's going to hit him with that Venge. He's going to lose a hit point here. 121. Will we see the rapid heal flick? We don't. That is 120 hit points. Hopefully that one hit point won't come into play for him. $43 XP drop from the Volatile. That's going to be a 9. Not the best looking spec. The hits are not backing up from that last kill. He was down to 400 hit points after the first phase last time. Now on 465 with this one. But he does get the ranged rotation. We're going to see a lot of blowpipes here. And then we're going to see him follow it up with the Dark Bow right at the end. Let's see if the Dark Bow pops off just as hard as it did last time. Would expect to see the Archer's Ring go back on here because no Snakelings are attacking him. The Venge goes off for a 25 and a 288 Dark Bow. He has backed it up with a decent Debo spec here. 30-24, 54 damage on the boss. Higher than what you can actually max hit in one hit. Zulrah obviously having a cap of 50 there, but Dark Bow coming in with 2 hits for a damage stack of 54 there. Coming into the 4th phase of the rotation. Down to 70 hit points. Looking like a pretty decent time at the moment to back up his last one. No Vengeance here. Not going to put the Suffering on. Tebow last hit. That's going to go down as soon as it comes up. Probably looking at about a 105 here, I would say. 112. Okay, I'm way off, but still, I think a 112, he's going to be happy with that currently. A 56 second, a 115, a 104, and a 112. 4 kills here in Zulrah. We're going to go ahead and skip 30 seconds ahead here. All right. Thank the Lord that we did, because we would be here for a long time. This man might know how to kill Zulrah quickly, but he certainly doesn't know how to bank quickly. Getting a right click on that legend right there with the Black Dragon mask on. And here we go. Pre-potting, ready to go to the Zulrah docks. Sometimes you just need a little bit of time in between your Zulrah kills. Once again, ToB recently have been competing in the Oblivion competition. These guys are probably gamed, I want to say, 50 hours over a 3-day period. Need a little rest in between the Zulrah kills. Oh, that's a big, big Volatile spec there. 46 coming in for the first hit. That's a great way to start a Zulrah kill. 46 again. He's going to get one more hit here before it goes down. That looks like a big one. So on 385 hit points, down to 350 after the first phase of the rotation. And it is the Mage phase again. He's going to be able to blowpipe this one down. We'll see a Debo spec at the end. Should see the Archer's Ring come back on here. Yep, now there's only one Snakeling. Here we go, Dark Bow, 325! His Dark Bow is absolutely on crack! That Dark Bow needs to go to rehab. That's a 39-22 coming in there for a 61 damage stack, a 51 damage stack, 61 damage stack. That's quick math right there. We're going to see the blowpipe come back on. Should see a Tebow. No, he's going to play it safe here with the blowpipe. Getting pretty close to death here. Might have to take it a range hit. No, he doesn't. The boss is going to go down. That is a quick time. That's a 103. He's got a really, really tight average here around the 1 minute mark at the moment. Divine is going to be happy with that. Scrolling through his kills at the moment. Seeing the 58 second. Probably talking to the boys in Discord. And he's probably saying, listen, fellas, I'm going fucking nuclear here. I'm popping off like a frog in a foreskin. And he's probably feeling pretty confident at this point. How does a frog get in a foreskin to pop off? Listen, Nakamichi, I don't know how small your foreskin is, mate, but trust me, I could definitely fit a frog in mine. Jinimi seems to be AFK here. Are we going to see a vengeance coming from him? That is the question. Jinimi? 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 Yo, Jinimi. There we go. We've got the Venge. I'm positive they would have been in a Discord call together as well. So I don't know what was going on there. Might have been in the toilet taking a piss or something. But starting off with a 27 volatile spec there. 5 kills in here at Zulrah. Any Oz Tobbers in the chat, boys? We got any Oz Tob fans here? Probably pretty happy with the performance by Divine so far on Zulrah. Very funny, Shardy Bickies. I wasn't born yesterday. I wonder how many people in the chat you got with that one, though. That's a 45 volatile spec on the melee phase here. What? Who did this man sleep with a Jagex to get RNG like this? He's just hit 3 40s on the melee phase here at Zulrah. 87 hit points left on the boss. Coming into the mage phase, he's going to be able to range this one down quickly. ToB last hit, and that boss should go down as it comes up. Not quite. Going to have to get one more hit in here. Be disappointed with that. ToB could have finished it off there. A little bit of bad RNG at the end of that kill for a 116. The average getting a little worse every time he kills the boss. Started off with that 56-second one. Go ahead and skip 30 seconds ahead here. All right. That was a minute and a half we've just had to skip here. This man is AFK. And where's Jinimi? Has he logged out? Okay, I'm glad we just skipped 3 minutes of that video. My word. It's lost without Jinimi on the docks. And that I cannot agree with more, my friend. Coming into, I believe, the 7th Zulrah kill here. Once again, the mage rotation. Gonna be able to range this one down. You got to be happy with the RNG on this one. I believe that's 4 out of the 7 kills so far that have been the mage rotation. And that's another big Debo. 300 XP. 35-21. That's a 56 coming in here straight into a 45. This is going to be quick. Are we going to see him pull up here? We're not going to see it. The boss is going to go down straight into another mage phase. We should see the blowpipe popping off here. Clicks a little shaky at the moment. Maybe a little nervous that it's going so quickly. I know I was certainly nervous that it was going to go quickly my first time. And he's going to take the boss down. A 0 blowpipe on the end there. And he's going to take it down for a 104. All right. 1 second, guys. Just got to get rid of some idiot from the chat. Let's get 30 seconds ahead. Another 30. Oh. Whew. That was close. Okay. That is a 169 XP drop. 43. That's got to be a big surge. Another 45. It's going to be about a 20. No, 13. Oh, and he splashed again. Man. That is not looking good. Very good start. Unfortunate RNG on the last 2 hits there. And a melee phase coming in second. We're going to see a pillar stall here with a twisted bow. It hits. Oh, no. He missed the stall there. He missed the stall. We should see him go for the dark bow spec here since he missed one. Yeah, and the bow. Oh, my fucking God. That is huge. That's a 44-39. That is close to a max dark bow hit. And the surges are popping off as well. I don't believe my eyes. That's gonna be quick. That's 54 seconds on the gang. Oh my word. The Dark Bow absolutely going nuclear here for Divine. I don't believe my eyes. We're going to be going into the, what are we looking at? 9th kill here. So we're going to see 2 more kills. Going to get the music back on for you guys. Apologies. All right, let's get that pumping. Let's have a look at the volatile spec here. That's a 49 to start the kill. Again. RNG really coming into play here for Divine. That's 2 49s on the first phase. 38, and that's going to be another 40 plus. What the actual fuck is happening? Let's see if he can do some damage here on the melee phase with his mage hits. And he's going to. That's another 40. Let's see the pillar stall this time. Is he going to mess it up? 0 on the T-bow hit. Another 0. That's a 48. Once again, for lack of a better joke, because I don't have another one, this thing is going down quicker than a slut on a Saturday night, and that is a 203 XP drop with the Dark Bow. Not as big as his previous ones, but a 30 and an 8. That is 38. Should see him pull up here. This thing's going to go down quick. Getting close to the boss. The Surge is not really popping off until he hits his 30 here, and that should be the boss dead. My God. That's a 58-second kill. He's done 9 kills so far. And 3 of them have been under a minute. Divine and the ToB boys are going to be very, very happy with us. What's going on here today? We're going to see 1 more kill from him here. Oh, there we go. A little bit too early. Demon Butler subbing in for the Vengeances. I suppose Jinami had to go to the bathroom. Let's have a look here. The Volatile spec. That is a 10 XP drop, meaning a 0. He right-clicks the Volatile and says, hey, what the fuck is that all about? 46 coming in, and that's a backup 46. He's hit 2 46s to finish off the first phase. The range rotation. Going to tank Avenge here. It's a 14. That's going to hit 10 damage back to the boss. A 49. I need to buy myself a harmonized staff. This thing is going absolutely nuclear. Unfortunately, he's picked up the slowest rotation here. But we'll see what he can do with it. Coming into the melee rotation. Once again, the melee phase of Zulrah. And he's missed his second volatile. Not going to be happy with that. The melee phase at Zulrah, the highest defense, the one that you're going to hit the least on. But if you can manage to get a couple of hits off, if the RNG is there, you can absolutely smack it down. And as you see, that's going to be another 49. As the boss comes up, should be able to just hit it here with the blowpipe maybe once or twice. And it's down. That's going to be a decent kill. He'll be happy with that for the slowest rotation there. Will Divine. That is a 104. Woo! A 104 coming in there for Divine to finish off his runs. We are going to go ahead and get up the perspective of Veric Inters. I believe it is going to be Kandarin that is going to be running the Zulrah for the Inters. Hopefully he doesn't take as much time in between kills as Divine did there, but you never know. Let's go ahead and jump on into the action. Make sure I've got it there. And we are ready to rumble, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and fix up that logo. We are now watching the Veric Inters. And Kandarin, also known as Shakerin, going to come in here. That is a 40 to start the kill. We're going to see him go with 1 blowpipe here. Pulls off almost the 6-way and loses a tick there. He might miss this hit at the end. I don't know if he gets the hit at the end. Yeah, lost 1 tick there and misses a hit at the end. Not a very good start for Kandarin here. He's got a lot of ground to make up because Divine went absolutely nuclear on his Zulrah kills. Coming into the pillar stall. Let's see how he goes. Gets it. That's a 50 and a decent Venge. 0-0 coming in. Let's have a look again. A 0 and a 10. Oh, no. The hits are not coming in here. And a 133 Dark Bow spec. Obviously didn't hit up Divine and ask him to borrow his Dark Bow after the last run, because his Dark Bow was going in. We're seeing pull up to the boss here. Might have been pulling up a little bit too early. Got a funny feeling he's going to need to move here. Maybe he's just not going to move at all. We've got the melee rotation coming next, and we're going to need to see him get on the north side, the northwest side of this Zulrah room. He's going to have to run through the gas clouds here. Eats the angler, and he is going to be fine. The melee phase. Are we going to see him finish it off here? The volatile spec coming in for a 0. Once again, that melee phase going to be the phase that you hit the least on. And we should see the boss go down here. Very good. We see a 132 coming in here for the Veric Inters. Not the best start. Not the best start at all here for Kandarin. I'm going to go ahead and skip a little bit into it. Going into a Chambers. I got a little bit worried there. I thought I was playing the bloody Chambers of Xeric. And we're going to go into the second kill. The reason he's going into the Chambers there to reset the imbued heart boost, so he can do it right before he goes into the boss. You can go into a ToB, you can go into a Chambers of Xeric, you can go through the Clan Wars portal, or you can just die. All of those things are going to reset your imbued heart boost, which is great for me. He pulls off the 6-way into the range for the 1 blowpipe hit, and then pulls out the volatile for the spec. Gonna start blowpipe and the boss here. Look at that 4-way, 1 tick. Not missing any hits with the blowpipe. The range phase, sorry, the mage phase. Obviously, again, the best phase of Zulrah for a speed run. Not enough time to get that dark bow spec off as well. And there you go. That is just a little difference. Oh no, he's equipped his volatile staff instead of his harmonized, and he's going to miss a hit there. A little difference, like I said, between Divine and Kandarin here. Divine runs in, uses his volatile spec straight away, so if he gets that second rotation, the mage rotation, he can hit a dark bow at the end of it. As you saw, the spec not quite coming back there for Kandarin, and he misses the dark bow at the end of the phase and puts his volatile on. I don't think he's going to be too happy with that, missing a hit there. Needs the item markers, I agree. The only acceptable inventory tag in old school RuneScape is the one that differentiates your volatile stuff from your harmonized. They are not easy to tell the difference of. And this is going to be a slow kill. We have not seen this far into this rotation a single time in this tournament so far. Could have got a volatile spec off there to finish the kill, and wow. The fastest rotation, and he comes in with a 142. This has not been a good start for Kandarin here. This has not been a good start for Kandarin here. Not too sure what Divine's average was, but I imagine it was a lot lower than that. Once again, I don't actually know the results. I'm not going to know them myself until the runs are done. Let's go ahead and skip 30 here. Is he in the kill already? Nope. We're good to go. Any Veric Inters in the chat, ladies and gentlemen? Now this is a good start to a kill. You can see that blowpipe hit come in. Not very effective. Rarely see that blowpipe hit actually hit. 170 XP drop there with the volatile. That's going to be a 40 plus, I believe. There it is, a 48. Almost a max hit with that volatile spec. A 73 XP drop coming in. I don't believe it. I'm absolutely crying laughing. Coming into the pillar stall here. Does not mess it up. And the T-bow hits decent. Blowpipe hits decent. And we see a 48 from the T-bow. Going to see the dark bow come in here. Just gets the spec back in time, and that is a min dark bow. I believe that's going to be an 8-8 when the boss comes up. That is an 8 and an 8. The dark bow spec's really not coming in here for Kandarin. They really popped off for Divine. Be interesting to see if he can bring it back here. He's definitely got a lot of ground to make up. Pulled up on the boss. Unfortunately, doesn't get it down there. Coming into the melee phase, he really wants to get it down here. It's one hit away from death. Oh my god. And you see the Z's coming in the chat. Candor in here is not going to be happy with the RNG card he has been dealt today. And to be completely honest with you, after these first 3 kills, if I was him, I would be launching my monitor out the window. A 129. Only making a couple of mistakes, and his times have been absolutely dog shit compared to Divine's. Accidentally heads straight back to the docks. That's not what you want to see. Just going to bank here. We're going to skip 30 seconds. And we're back at the docks. Don't gotta roast him like that. I'm not roasting him, man. He has had some very bad RNG. Like I said, he's only made a couple of mistakes here. Definitely not bad enough mistakes to warrant getting times like this. It really does come down to RNG sometimes. He now has the major rotation. He's going to be happy with that. I think he did miss a below pipe hit there. We will see a Dark Bow spec come in at the end of this phase, I believe. He's getting ready for it, drinking the teas. No Dark Bow. We do, in fact, see a Twisted Bow. Maybe saving it for the Volatile spec. I think after the incident at Vassar on the first round, he's slowed down the switches. Said, listen, I'm not going to try and do everything all at once. I'm just going to try and make sure everything goes on properly. And I gotta say, I respect the move from the gamer there. Coming into the 4th phase of the rotation. It looks like he's going to take it down there. The below pipe went absolutely nuclear. Let's have a look at the time in the chat. And that's a Tanzanite Fang with a 105. He's picked up a Tanny Fang, boys. The Tanzanite Pipper. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the first drop from any boss we have seen in the entire Speedrun Cup. The first unique of the tournament. 105 and a Tans Pip. Get that up ya. I think it'd be hard pressed to find anybody in the tournament that would have left that drop on the ground. And that is a nice little 4 mil to the bank. Let's go ahead. I'm not going to skip here, actually, because it'll be inside the kill if I go 30 seconds ahead. Currently sitting on a 132, a 142, a 129, and a 105 here at Zulrah. Thank you, Pineapple. That's very kind of you to say, mate. So 4 Arcane Prayer Scrolls, just like that. 1 kill at Zulrah, he picks up 4 Arcane Prayer Scrolls. $130 XP to start off the kill here. 6-way into the blowpipe. Going to pull off the 6-way back into the harm, boys. He's picked up the Tanzanite Pipper, and the confidence on this man has just reinvigorated. Look at that 6-way switch for the 1 hit. He has 2 ticks to get his 6-way back in, and he's absolutely nailed it here in the 3rd place match. The 3rd place show-off here in the Speedrun Cup. And look at the health of the boss coming into the 3rd phase here. He's got the pillar stall going. He could kill it here. With the right RNG, he can take the boss down before it even gets to the 4th phase. The 41 Venge coming in. That's a max hit from Zulrah. And the Debo goes in. That's a 252. The boss should die here. And that is going to be a very quick time. Oh my god. You've got to be kidding me. Oh my god. You have got to be kidding me. That's a 51 second. That could have easily been a 46. My word. 51 seconds coming in here for Candor, and he is pulling this back. Not the best start, but he has come back with a couple of very good times, and that Tanzanite Pip is not the only good RNG. He's managed to get there. Let's go ahead and skip 30 seconds here. I tell you what, boys. This is so much more fun not knowing who's going to win. Big shout out to Hootie Tootie in the chat, the man that authenticated these runs for me so I could be just as surprised as you guys are today. Not going to get the 6-way here is Kandarin. Decides to go with the 4. I can respect the moves. Why is this not live? Unfortunately, my friend, Jagex decided they did not want to help out at all with the tournament. In fact, they wanted to hinder us, and we couldn't get ourselves a private world for this, so we can't do it live. Backs up this 51-second kill with the worst possible rotation. I don't think we're going to see a sub 1 minute here. Interesting to see him not move. He decides not to run around the other side. He's going to have to run through those gas clouds, deciding not to move to, I guess, try and get as much damage as he can. Not miss any hits on the way around. Look at this RNG, ladies and gentlemen. He's done about 200 damage here on the melee phase. The phase you're not supposed to do much damage on. And he's going to try and finish it off here with the blowpipe. 39 into the 23, and that should be it right there. Let's have a look at the time in the chat. On the slowest rotation, he picks up a 104. He's bringing it back. And this is going to be a close match. It is kicking off here in the first boss of the 3rd place match of the Speedrun Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, I am excited. If this is going to be like what we're going to see all day, today is going to be a very good day. Popping that Venge. As you see there, it's time to join for the JMod Q&A. Join our Twitch stream. We're live right now. I guess we want to go find out about that awesome new fishing boss that they're going to bring out. Can't wait for that one. 170 XP drop. That's a 36 from Kanda in there. And the Volatile coming in for, I believe, around a 37. It's a 38. Man, I am good at this. 150, going to be a 30. Melee phase. Let's see if he gets any damage done here. Another hit comes in. All right, let's have a look at this pillar stall, boys. Don't want to see him mess this up. He gets the stall. It's a 2 Venge and an 8 T-Bow. It's a 41 T-Bow. That's a 50 T-Bow. Oh my god, let's have a look at the Dark Bow here. 133. Not good. Coming into a range phase here. Going to mage it down. 210 XP is a 48 surge. That's a back-to-back 48. And that is going to kill the boss. No, it's not. Oh my god. How many times has he had the boss on 1 hit point here? That's a 58-second kill. He's doing it, ladies and gentlemen. He is fucking doing it. That is kill number 7, and it must be very close. After those first 2 kills, I thought it was over, but Kandarin here really bringing it back with the last few kills. The last 3 kills have been a 51-second, a 104, and a 58. Let's have a look at these last 3 kills and see what he can do. No shaky mouse today. Absolutely not. Kandarin has brought his best game. I think the nerves of the tournament have left him, and he is here to put on the performance of a lifetime. As I say that, he misses 2 switches on his mage switch there, but somehow manages to pull it back. Gets the hit off nonetheless. No missed ticks there. And coming into the melee phase again, he is going nuclear on these melee phases. 181 XP drop before it goes down. The pillar stall coming in a 0 with the T-Bow. That's a big blow pipe into a decent Teebs. Going to see one more T-Bow here before the Dark Bow spec. Is he going to have enough spec by the time it comes in? Takes off his prayer so he can tank that Vengeance, and a 202 with the Dark Bow, 14 with the Venge. Not the hits he was probably looking for. That's going to be a 26, 12, and a 10 back on Zulrah. Quick math right there. That's 48 damage just as it goes down. Going to be 3, 4 hits. He should take it down here. That's a 42 to finish it off. Another very quick kill. And that's a 59 seconds. I don't know if you can tell by the sound of my voice here, guys, but I am PogChamp in IRL right now for Kandarin. The RNG is turned around. And we're going to skip 30 seconds here and see him go into his 8th kill at Zulrah. Once again at Zulrah, we're going to see 10 kills from each player. Going to take the average of those 10 kills, and whoever has the fastest average is going to win. The world record for Zulrah is a 31-second kill. You won't see any that fast on this tournament. The world record is gained by having a Slayer task and using range only and getting the best RNG you could hope for in your life. And is currently held by Scotty. Dual held. Oh no, he misses the volatile spec there. That is not good to see. One tick away from getting that volatile spec off. As I was saying, the world record being matched by Grasp. Didn't beat the time, just got the exact same one. Okay, pillar stall here. A little bit shaky, and he misses a hit there as well. Oh, he's not going to be happy with his performance on this kill. Coming out of those 3 very fast kills. And unfortunately, not only did he miss a hit on the first phase, he misses 2 hits on the pillar stall there. The Dark Bow not popping off either. Jimmy Cricket in the chat. Very happy with what he sees here. Obviously his teammate Divine having a lot of very fast times. Kandarin saying that each time he's doing well, an earthquake hits his house. That is unfortunate. I understand. It's going to be a 115. Scotty's world record, if you're interested. Let me go ahead and permit you there, Mr. Hayo. So you can put that in the chat for everyone that wants to see it. And that is a 115 coming in for Kandarin. To be completely honest with you guys, after the 104, 58, and 59, and the 51-second kill, 115, not too bad. I don't think that's going to hinder his average here too much. And we are coming into the last kill here at Zulrah. Let's see if he can pull some insane RNG out of his ass and potentially solidify the victory for Veric Inters. Once again, I have absolutely no idea what Divine's average was, and I have no idea what Kandarin's average currently is. We're going to see the results straight after this, but I can tell you, I think it is going to be very, very close. Revenge coming in. Coming into the last kill at Zol right here for the Veric Inters is Kandarin. Put on an absolute show for the ladies and gentlemen in the live stream. One of the highest tier PVMers in the world. Fighting for 3rd place prize money here in the Speedrun Cup. That is a huge volatile spec. That might be a 50. It's a 49, very close to the max hit. That 213 is going to be a 49 from the Surge as well, which is the max hit. He is going nuclear again. This could be another very fast time. That's a 50 T-Bow as well. 21 Venge stacks back on the boss with the 3 from the Suffering. That's going to be another 24 damage on top of that 50. And he's noodling. He's noodling right at the end of the kill. The Dark Bow comes in for a 219. That's not going to be what he's looking for, but he's going to pull up on the boss here for a 26-18, I think that was with the Dark Bow. 26-13 maybe. One more hit's going to do it for him here. Another very fast Zulrah kill for Kandarin. And his last kill here going to be a 55-second. Let's see some Pog champs in the chat for that one, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now I got to make sure I do this properly. Make sure I get the correct thing up on the screen. And we're about to find out who won Zulrah. Which one am I looking for? This one? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the results are in, and I got to say, I am shocked. Let's have a look at the scorecard. It's gonna be ToB taking it out by a landslide. I thought it was way closer than that. A 111 up against a 104.6 from ToB. And as you can see, those first 3 kills from the Veric Inters really, really costing them there. No kill higher than a 116 for ToB, and the rest of them all very low 1-minute kills. It's a 1:04 average, very close to the fastest average time we have seen here on the Speedrun Cup. And that is going to make the score 1-0 for ToB. As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, we've just seen ToB take down the Veric Inters in the first boss of the third place matchup. What we're going to do now is go ahead and jump on into the second matchup. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be seeing the Nightmare of Ashihama. We're going to go ahead and get up ToB's perspective here of the Nightmare of Ashihama. Alright, beautiful. We have ToB's perspective, and we're going to go ahead and jump on into the action. And guys, I started this clip a little bit early because I wanted to talk to you guys about something here. And that is, once again, once I get the right perspective up, as you see here in the chat, Demon Butler hitting the "Ye faithful and loyal to the great Lord. May ye together succeed in your deeds. Ye are now joined by the greatest power." That is right there, the Book of Darkness, and he preaches on it. But you're wondering, what does that do, Jake? That is going to be using up 25% of your special attack. And you'll see the perfect timing here from Demon Butler to go into the kill, so that when he gets there, his 95% spec bar is going to tick back up straight after he uses that Dragon Warhammer spec. Let's have a look at this right here. Look at that spec bar in the top right there. You see the orb coming around it. 85 spec. And you will see, right as the kill starts, the hammer will come in just before it ticks up to 100. And instead of going to 100, it's going to go down to 45 and then back up to 55, giving him an extra 5% spec that he can use on the pillars in the last phase with that volatile Nightmare Staff he has in his inventory. We see here, ladies and gentlemen, we have Demon Butler. This is Jinami. We can tell by the fact his inventory has taken up half his screen. And this is Divine. We see Divine is going to be on the back up Dragon Warhammer here. Let's have a look. Dragon Warhammer, that's a first hit. You love to see it here from Demon Butler. Going to be hitting first time. We're going to go to Jinami's perspective here. He's the man with the Dragon Warhammer, so we're going to keep an eye out for when the husks come out. No melee prayer there for Demon Butler. Only takes a 12. Very lucky not to take... What is wrong with him here? He's praying the wrong thing every single hit. No husks first, which is the best possible result they could have hoped for here. No husks on the first special from the Nightmare means it's very unlikely that they're going to see a second set of husks. If you get husks first on P1, very likely during the pillar phase, you're going to see a second set of husks, which is going to slow down those pillars. So, good RNG here on the first phase, hitting that first hammer and also not getting husks first. You're going to see the husks come out soon, and you'll see Divine and Jinami run over. Demon Butler's going to run over, and here comes the D2-hander. Takes out 3 of the husks, and 1 hit from one of the other boys is going to take out the last husk. Very quick husks there. Nightmare phasing, about to lose its shield, and we'll see them come into the pillar phase. Who's going to be on what pillar? Looks as though we've got Demon Butler on the northwest, Jinami on the northeast, and here with Divine on the southeast pillar. Once these boys take down their pillars, you're going to see them pull up on the southwest pillar, getting as close as possible to the pillar so that there is no, well, not no, but little delay between their hit actually registering. Oh, they're going to take damage here. Wait, no damage? He was under the boss. Oh, I'm so confused as to what's happened there. Here come the Sleepwalkers. Do we see any blowpipes in the inventory? No blowpipes in the inventory. And look how close this Sleepwalker gets to the boss. That could have been avoided. It's in the corner tile. That makes sense. Okay. Let's have a look at the hammer here on P2. Demon Butler going in, and he hits a hammer as well. 2 hammers coming in here to start the kill. Good RNG for ToB. Back to Jinami here. We should see him pull out the claws because he only had to use 1 on the parasite phase. Who's getting the parasites? Demon and Divine both getting the parasites here. Mage hit coming in. Demon Butler on the tank. The parasites should come out. We don't see them step under the boss here. Interesting not to see them step under the boss and in fact step away from the boss. One parasite going down. Where's the other one? Must have been on the other side. We must have missed it. Got the wrong team symbol on the screen. You're not wrong there. There is the ToB. Apologies about that in the chat. Going to be switching up. Wow, did you guys see that lag? It's like these guys are playing on Australian servers or something here. 500 hit points left on the shield for the Nightmare boss. We are very likely to see another set of parasites come out. Most likely going to come straight after this hit, but they should manage to take down Nightmare's shield before the parasites will actually release themselves from the bodies. Where's the parasites? I'm looking like an idiot here, Nightmare. There we go. There's the parasites. A little less of an idiot now. And we see that Jinami is going to be pulling up on the northeast. Divine once again on the southeast. And Demon Butler on the northeast pillar. These guys would have decided between each other before the kill started which pillar each of them was going to take. Demon Butler here on very low hit points. The parasites come out. 22 hit points from here. And they're going to surge it from way downtown. Northeast pillar goes down. This northwest pillar goes down. The southeast pillar goes down. And you're going to see all the boys pull up on the pillar here. Look how close they get to it. Look at Jinami's perspective. He's right next to the pillar. They're trying to lower the tick delay between the XP drop for their magic hit and when the hit actually shows up on the pillar. Coming into the last phase, Demon Butler misses his hammer. We're going to see the backup here from Divine. The backup hammer is a hit. So, one hammer for each phase. They're not going to be able to hammer spec it at about 1,000 hit points as we see other teams do. But have a look at Demon Butler's spec bar, ladies and gentlemen. 35%. 1,500 hit points left on the Nightmare. And what you're going to see is that Book of Darkness come into effect because guess what? As the Nightmare shield goes down, he is going to have 55% special attack rather than 50, and he's going to be able to get a volatile spec off with that volatile staff in his inventory. Jinami over here has 60% special attack. Very likely to see the volatile spec coming in once again. Inventory tag on the volatile, and that is the only acceptable inventory tag in old school RuneScape. Don't know why it's so hard to differentiate between the volatile and the harmonized, but it is, and it is acceptable. And let's have a look at that 5% coming into fruition. Looks like the kill was slow enough that he would have got the spec anyway. No, he wouldn't have. Look at that. The extra 5% really coming in clutch here. We should see the volatile come on. Here we go. And there's the spec. What is it? 150 XP drop. That's a 90 spec. Look at that. So everybody wondering why Jinami has an inventory tag, he is colorblind and unable to make out the difference between harmonized staff and volatile staff without it. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. So before you judge, think about it. And let's have a look at the kill time here for ToB. That's going to be a 5:48 Nightmare. I don't think they're going to be too happy with that time. Their time in the first round was a 5:24, and I believe they had a 5:31 in the second round, so pretty slow coming in there from the ToB boys. I don't think they're going to be happy with that. That being said, RNG does play a big part in these bosses, and the Veric Inters can get just as bad RNG. Let's go ahead and get up their perspective of the Nightmare boss. And let's have a look. We're going to go ahead and jump on into their perspective. Change the logo on the screen, and let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Veric Inters here at the Nightmare boss. We're going to see Humble, Kandarin, and Reels taking on the Nightmare of Ashihama. Who's on what? It looks as though Reels is on the D2H spec here. Can't see the inside of the inventory for Kandarin, and it looks as though Humble has a Dragon 2-hander there, so I imagine... Sorry, Humble has a Dragon Warhammer, and so does Kandarin. So, Reels with the Dragon Warhammer 2, very interesting. We're going to see Humble hit the spec here. He's going to be happy with the spec on the first phase. That's going to be a melee coming in for everyone. We're going to be watching Reels here, the man with the Dragon 2-hander. We're going to see these husks come out and see how big that XP drop is when they do. All three players standing on the same square, and once again, just as we saw for ToB, husks not first, and I will reiterate, This is the best possible RNG they can get for the Nightmare special attack. Seeing the flowers come out first means the husks won't come out twice. You'll only see them once during this phase. And the Nightmare's down to 600 hit points. They are going absolutely fucking nuclear here. Are we even going to see one set of husks? Look at them go! Does one of these guys have 2 scythes on or something? Alright, we should see husks come out in one more hit before they're on pillar phase. Before the first husks come out, we're going to see the D2-hander coming in here from Rills. He only gets 2 down. They're going to have to finish them off there. A little bit of waste of time with the RNG there on the D2H spec, but I don't think it matters with how fucking quickly they took down P1 here at the Nightmare. Let's have a look at the RNG on the pillars. Looks as though Southeast not going down too quickly. Wow. I can't believe how fast that P1 was. I honestly cannot believe how fast that P1 was. Once again, no blowpipes here from any of them. We see them just use the mage on the Sleepwalkers. And they could have got that done a little bit quicker if they didn't use the mage. And there's one spec coming in from Humble as well. So that means we're going to see 50% spec here for Rills, 100% spec here for Kandarin, which means we're going to see a couple of claw specs coming in for the Parasites when they come out. I mean, they get the prayer swap here, which once again, the best possible RNG for the second phase. If you get 2 sets of Parasites, there is a decent chance that there's going to be some extra healing to the boss. But once again, on the first special attack, look at the health of this boss. It's under 1,000 hit points. We're going to be hard-pressed to see 1 lot of Parasites, let alone 2. Parasites come out. Who's going to cop them? That is going to be, I believe, Humble there. And I think Rills also has a Parasite inside of him. We see the Sandfew doses come through. Let's have a look if we're going to see... Oh, it's Kandarin potentially. We're going to see the claws come out from 2 of the players. There's the claws from Kandarin. And there's the claws from Rills. They take out the Parasites, I believe, with no healing there. They're going to be happy with that. If you take out the Parasites quickly enough and put them underneath the boss, you're not going to see any healing on the Nightmare. The Southeast pillar going down 2 hits and it's already at half health. Might be able to 3 hit this pillar here. Nope, hits a 6-4. Here's 4th hit, sorry. Going to see the boys pull up on the Northwest pillar. All 3 of them. The Southwest still not down. We should see someone turn around and hit that. Southwest not down. Okay, lost a little bit of time there, not taking down the Southwest. Kandarin takes 27 damage from one of the Nightmare specials. And we're going to watch here Humble's perspective on that Dragon Warhammer coming into P3. And he hits again. He hits again. That's 3 for 3 hammers for the Veric Inters. ToB also had 3 for 4. So 3 hammer specs respectively. However, that means the Veric Inters are going to have 1 extra spec. Kandarin here on the backup hammer is now going to be able to use the claws. Interesting to see the claw use there and not another hammer. 267 XP drop, decent. Rills takes a hit. No, it is Humble that took a hit from the Nightmare's skirt phase. Because we don't know what to call that phase just yet. We refer to it as skirt. 600 health left on the boss. We see Rills come in with the claws as well. This man is not here to fuck spiders. And he pulls the claws out because he doesn't have that extra 5% that we saw from ToB with that Book of Darkness. As you can see, every single spore here tagged by Rills. He's also colorblind, so it seems. Not sure where the spores are on the ground. Needs to tag all of them. And no yawners from the Inters. Very fast P3 as well. I think we're going to see a very good time from here. I'm going to be very, very surprised if they don't take this one down. The pillar's absolutely melting as well. Northeast, going to be the second last pillar. You see the other boys pulling up on the Northwest. That's going to be 1 more hit from Humble. 2 more hits and the boss is down. Let's have a look at the time in the chat. And we see a 5-12. 5-12. That is the fastest trio nightmare kill we have seen so far in the Speedrun Cup. And that's going to take it to a 1-1, ladies and gentlemen. A 1-1 in the third place match here in the Speedrun Cup. Let's go ahead and have a look at the card. You can see that Kandarin, Rills and Humble there for Veric Inters, taking it down in a 5-12 up against ToB's, Jinemy, Demon Butler, and Divine with a 5-48. 5-12. I can't believe how quick they've taken that boss down. Once again, decent RNG coming in for the Inters, and that is a 1-1, ladies and gentlemen. We are all tied up here, going into the third boss here in the third place match of the Speedrun Cup. The next boss is going to be Vorkath, and we are not going to waste any time here getting into the action. Let's go ahead and get up ToB's perspective of Vorkath, and I believe this one is going to be run by Jinemy. And he didn't waste any time with his recording. We're already into it, so I've had to quickly pause it here while we transfer in. I believe it is Jinemy running Vorkath for ToB. Let's get the correct thing up on the screen. Change the scoreboard. It is a 1-1. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to see Jinemy take on Vorkath here in the Speedrun Cup for ToB. Let's jump on into the action. Jinemy here. We see no Brimstone ring in his inventory. I imagine he's wearing an Archer's ring here. No Brimstone ring in his inventory. Oh, God. That is a disastrous start here for the Wook's Walk on the phase. But coming into the first phase, Vorkath is already on 300 hit points. What in the fuck RNG did he get before we got here? The boss is on half health going into the first special phase. The Dragon Claw is coming in. Let's have a look at them. 200 XP plus a 200 XP. Decent start to the kill. $39, 13. And coming into the spawn phase here. Pretty unlucky. Oh my god, is he going to take the damage here? Oh my god, a 46. He's had to eat the angler up. That's a 19 from Vorkath. Drink the tea, Jinemy. Drink the tea. Oh my god, he got chanced right at the end there as well. That's a 114 for the first kill. Looks as though he's thinking about picking up that Wrath Talisman there. Not sure why he was thinking about that. Decent looking house here as well. I'm impressed. We see a Serp Helm Omega Lol in the chat. Yeah, very interesting not to see the face guard coming in here from Jinemy. But maybe he knows something we don't. Does he give a max hit? Who knows? He has the Slayer Staff in his inventory. I wonder if he's aware that is going to actually lose him a tick every single time he casts the Crumble Undead spell on the spawn. Serp gives no maxes with a Zerka or Face Guard. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. So the Omega Lol Serp. No Fremi 4. Max Cape. No Freminic 4. Some reason has 2 anti-venoms in his inventory while he has a Serp Helm as well. If you don't use Staff, you splash in max melee. I think if you have the Serp Helm on, yeah, you do in fact splash. So I guess that's why he's brought it along here. What is he doing? Can we just get to the kill, Jinemy? What's taking so long? Alright, we're jumping on in here. Skip, yeah, we're going to skip here. A 65 bolt coming in. Once again, a lot of RNG here at Vorkath. Need to get some good RNG with your bolts coming into the spawn phase here. Once again, going to lose a tick here with that staff on. And you see him right-click the Crumble Undead. He right-clicks. I think he realizes. I think he knows that he's losing a tick here. Didn't realize it for the first couple of kills, but potentially won't see him put that staff back on for the rest of these kills. He's not going to have enough inventory space to put the claws on here. Uses a Vengeance. Once again, not sure if he's aware that Vengeance doesn't actually work here at Vorkar. So, not going to be doing any damage back to the boss. A little bit of damage here on the acid phase. No healing. Doesn't turn his run off. He says, fuck that. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is... Listen, forget about the spell Crumble Undead. This is a crumble, a kill at Vor... Oh my god, do you know what I mean? Okay. And we're going to skip this one. That's 100,000 GP for Torfin. And that is going to put his kids through university. Skipping, skipping, skipping. And we are going up to the next kill. Ah, yes. The Ron Plays Games special. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to add 1 minute to his time here at Vorkar. He is going to repeat the kill. 10 kills we'll see from Jinimi here. And he is going to have to repeat the kill and add 1 minute to the time. Let's have a look at the RNG to start off with here. Hovers his mouse over his hit points. Maybe wondering why he's at 106. 42 bolt. We should see one more hit before the special. He's going to get acid. That's 100. That's a ruby bolt spec. And there we go. As we see, he might have the staff on, but he's not using that auto cast. Puts the staff on and then deliberately uses the regular cast to save that 1 tick. He's just had a ruby bolt for a 91. Gonna see him pull up on the boss here at about 260 hit points. A little different to what we saw Puggin do yesterday, but around the same as Kandarin. No, it was Rills that did Vorkar for the Veric Inters. Let's have a look at this acid phase here. Is he gonna die again? Is he gonna lose any ticks? Doesn't look like it so far. The footwork on this man, pretty incredible. Forget about the death. Running around like Usain Bolt here, not bothering to turn his run energy off. And let's have a look. 32, doesn't finish it off. A little bit unlucky there. And the kill time is a 117 here for Jinimi. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, he messed up on that kill and he died, so that's going to add 1 minute to his time there. So a 217 for his second kill. And looks as though I might have edited this one out. That's right, he sent his perspective to me in 3 different links. Spawn coming out, we see the auto cast not being utilized. Doesn't actually need to get the staff on when he's in full void here. See him eat right before the hit. I think he might have lost a tick there. I did the editing for you. Very true, Jinimi. What a man. Not only can he kill Vorkar fast, he's also pretty good on the editing. Once again, interesting not to see the players pull up on the boss until 200-ish hit points. When we saw Puggin pull up at about 400. Puggin very well versed on the PVM streets, but then again, so is Jinimi here. Interesting to see if he's run the numbers on that one. 49 bolt into a pretty decent claw, and a backup decent claw, and the boss is going to go down. That's a 110, ladies and gentlemen. Not bad at all. Couple of good claw specs coming in, and Jinimi is going to be happy with that. Let's skip that 30 seconds. Back to the boss. Looks like we got a quite a few Jinemy fans here in the chat. ToB seems to be the more popular team in this third place matchup. Question is, are they going to take it out against the Veric Inters? Currently 1-1 here in this third place match. Coming into the fourth kill here at Vorkarth. Jinemy has died once. He's going to add 1 minute to his time. Because there are 10 kills, that means his average will be increased by 6 entire seconds. Yesterday, I believe we saw a best Vorkarth average of 120-ish. So those 6 seconds are a lot. 316 hit points left on the boss coming into the acid phase. That's a big bolt. Coming into the claws, 63 from the bolt. That's going to be a 67 from the claws, and that is another decent claw. Claws are going nuclear here. Jinemy Cricket, more like Jinemy Cat with those claws. He's going to take down the boss. That is a 52-second kill! Under 1 minute! My word! This man's finished off Vorkarth quicker than I finish off in bed, and that is saying something. Okay, that's a lie. We see a queue coming in here in the PMs. Sending in that 51-second PB. Just had to flex it a little. Had to let Jinemy know who's boss. Has anyone gotten a unique from any boss yet? Yes, we saw Kandarin get himself a Tanzanite Fang from Zulrah in the first matchup here. The Tanzanite Pipper. First two bosses being Zulrah and Nightmare. ToB taking down Zulrah. The Inters taking down Nightmare. Let's have a look at the Wook's Walk here. Not missing a tick. Also not taking any damage. Look at this man slide around the Vorkarth room like it's ice. Because it might be ice. What's his skating boots on? Another big bolt. Might see one more big bolt before the claws. It's a 0. He's going to do one more bolt. Here come the claws. He might take a fair bit of damage here from those fire breath hits. Once again. Claws, very decent here for Jinemy. Coming into, I believe this is the 5th Vorkarth kill. Obviously had that death, but then made up for it with a 110 and a 52-second kill. 36 damage with the lance, 18 damage with the lance. Could have finished the boss there, could finish the boss here. Unlucky not to kill it with those 2 hits. He's on 14 hit points. And Jinemy, you are worrying me, my friend. That is a 118 coming in here for Jinemy. Let's skip ahead a little bit. Watch him come in for the 6th kill. A 118 coming off that 52-seconder. Staff on while casting LUL. Yes, I see. We have a noob PVMer in the chat that doesn't understand why these people are doing what they're doing. A man that probably didn't even think to sign up to the Speedrun Cup because he's not good enough. Backseating some of the best PVMers in the world. Maybe he is the undisputed champion of Vorkarth. The world record here at Vorkarth is 38 seconds or 39 seconds, and the only reason we know that is because it was on a Jagex stream. They put it up on the screen. Nobody knows who got the Vorkarth world record. There's big Paulie Foe in the chat, feeling personally attacked. A little bit of a backseat gamer himself, potentially. Maybe Jinemy has the world record, says Shent. I doubt that, man. Boss coming down to 320 hit points here. We've seen him pull up on the boss around 260, 250 health and just launch those claws in. So wouldn't be surprised if straight after this acid phase, we see him fly in for a couple of claw specs. Once again, claws been going absolutely nuclear. We'll see if he can continue that pace. Here we go, the 8-way switch. Not missing a tick here. 308 XP drop with the claws into a 308. He's popped off again, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to die. Don't die. Jimmy, don't die. Don't. Oh, my God. He's going to give me a bloody heart attack. What was that? I think that was a 115. It cut away too quickly. I'm pretty sure that was a 115 there. Whew. All right, we are coming into the 7th kill. Jimmy, pretty quick to end the recording after that last one. Probably not happy with the fact that he's been chanced by the big blue dragon 4 or 5 times during these kills. Regardless, he has managed to survive most of them, only dying to 1. 400 health left on the boss coming out of the first acid phase. We see a big bolt here. Herp big bolt in the chat. That's a 61. Should see him pull up on the boss after this next bolt. I don't know if he will, though, because the spawn's going to come out here. Oh, that is a disaster. Oh, Jimmy, you hate to see that. He's just pulled his claw spec out on the... As the spawn comes out, it doesn't matter. The claws don't count as he comes into the phase. Vorkath is invulnerable as that spawn comes out. I don't think it's going to matter here, though. He is going absolutely nuclear with these hits. Massive claw spec, about a 68 into a lot of lance hits. That's a 121. 121 here for Jimmy. Let's go ahead and skip a little bit ahead here. We'll see him come in for, I believe, the 8th kill. Maybe the 7th kill here at Zulrah. I'm not sure. I haven't been counting. I have an IRL job and a wife and 12 kids, so I can't watch for too long. I didn't want to sign up for an RNG fest because it makes no sense. Don't know why people waste their time on stuff like this. It really makes no sense. I'm going to find my way out of here. Enjoy your pointless competition. I'm going to enjoy my life and my big family. Maybe one day you'll understand what's important. Interesting. For some reason, this idiot in the chat thinks that having a wife and kids that probably love him dearly is more important than playing RuneScape. I'm gonna have to disagree with him there. The Speedrun Cup, the first old school RuneScape PVM competition with a prize pool. One of the most important events in RuneScape history. And we're seeing some performances from some of the best PVMers from across the world. I couldn't think of anything I would rather do with my Sunday night. Claw specs again going off for Jimmy here. I cannot believe the RNG this man has had with his claw specs. Is he going to splash this? Oh, I did get the staff on in time. I didn't think he got the staff on. And look at that. He's pulled the face guard out now. Clearly, he had read the chat. Decides to pull the face guard out instead of the Serp Helm. Can he finish it off here? 5 hit points. Unlucky not to hit a 9 before. That's a 118 for Jimmy. Let's go ahead and skip ahead here, ladies and gentlemen. That's the button I'm looking for. Actually live. PogChamp. And there it is. So a 118. Look at that 52-second PB. Believe he's got 3 kills left here. Have I counted correctly? Potentially 2 kills left. Yeah, 2 kills left for Jimmy, for ToB. Obviously with that death adding an extra minute to his average. Going to be 6 seconds on his total average, I should say. A minute to his kill time when he came back through. So quick at the bank, he's still anti-venom from that last kill. That's how you know this man has got his running shoes on. He's not here to waste time. He's not only going fast during the kills, but in between the kills. Wants to get this done as quickly as possible. I do believe he was doing this on a Saturday night here in Australia. And we know that Saturdays are for the boys, not for speed running. Probably wanted to go out, get on the beers, maybe spend some time with his wife and kids. Who knows? Another bolt, decides not to go in for the claws, and a wise decision, as he would have missed the claws with that spawn coming out. I wonder if he deliberately knew that. This is a bad decision here from Jinimi. Way too far away from the boss to be pulling out the claws. Should have hit another bolt there. Nonetheless, the claws, once again, I don't think he has missed a claw spec throughout this whole thing. And that Salva EI with the accuracy bonus coming in clutch. Let's have a look. That's a 121 for the 8th kill. 9th kill here for Jinimi for ToB. The second claw never hits. That's what I'm saying, Reels. Alright, let's skip ahead. And we're going to watch the last kill coming in here from Jinimi. Once again, another very high tier PVMer in the chat saying, brings Slayer staff, clicks spell lol. And it is true what they say. You find the biggest geniuses in the Twitch chat collectively here. Every single person and their brain power combined is probably the smartest person in the world. However, singularly, that man is very stupid. Coming into the first special phase here. See the spawn come out. The boss is on 450 health. Could be a decent quick kill here from Jinimi. We see him get his chat box open so we can see when the chat message comes up for that spawn being unfrozen. Not timing it, deciding not to time it, but waiting for that message to come up in chat so he doesn't miss a hit there. Decent bolt, 300 health left on the boss. Going to see an acid phase here. And I imagine straight after this acid phase, we're going to see him pull up on the boss, skirt on the gang, and pull out those dragon claws. That's what they're there for. Once again, interesting not to see the brimstone ring in the inventory. Saw Puggin pull out the brimstone ring, and he currently has the fastest average for the tournament. And I take a 20 from the dragonfire there, and the claws go in again. That is an 82 claw. 82 damage in one hit with the claws for the second one. The first one hit as well. And now his lance is noodling. Brimmy ring for what? That is the question, Jinimi. We saw Puggin bring a brimstone ring for the lance, switching into the berserker for his claws. And that is my question. I want to know why. As the last kill comes in here for ToB, Jinimi is going to pick up a 139. I don't think he's going to be too happy with that last kill there. A 139. Still not as bad as the kill that he died on, adding a minute to his total time. Jinimi finishing up with Warcraft there. I'm not too sure what the average is. Like I said, I don't know who wins these until they are done. Hootie Tootie in the chat, a big clap for him, helping me out, authenticating the runs for me so that I can enjoy this with the chat today here on the Speedrun Cup. Now, we have the Veric Inters going in to Warcraft. Let's go ahead and change the screen here. Make sure we're watching the right thing. The right score and the right logo, and we are getting into it. We have Reels running for the Veric Inters here. The same inventory setup minus the Berserker ring. Minus the Berserker ring. Interesting to see the difference here. The Brimstone ring coming in for the Veric Inters and the Berserker ring only coming in for ToB. And we see that Reels is going to be using that auto cast with his Slayer staff. We saw that Jinami did realize halfway through his kills last time that he needed to not auto-cast with his staff in order to save 1 tick. However, yesterday, when Rills was running Vorkarth for the Inters, he didn't notice, didn't realize, and I don't think that he's going to realize here. I think he might have lost a tick there with the Dragon Hunter crossbow, and another tick there. I think he's missing a tick every time he goes here. I could be wrong, but I think he's 6 ticking this instead of 5. He's not. Turns out I can't count, and that is something that comes with being Australian. Let's have a look at the claws here. 159 health left on the boss. Double claw. Nuclear. That's going to be a quick kill to start it off here for Rills. No, it's not. That's a 122. Okay. And I got excited for nothing. All right. Let's go ahead and skip through to the next kill. Rills wasting no time in between kills. Going straight in. The man with a max cape. Rills, the captain of the Veric Inters, knows that regardless of the results here today of the 3rd place match, his team has put on a show. Once again, here at the Cup, we have seen some of the best PVMers in the world do what they do best. Going into the second Vorkarth here for the Veric Inters. Currently 1-1 in a best of 5. Faceguard and Brimstone, is this is a real Vorkarth gamer? And there it is. You heard it from Falcon95 himself. The world record for Vorkarth, I believe, is 39 seconds. It's either 38 or 39. Once again, nobody knows who holds that record. The only reason we know there's a 39-second record is because it was shown on a Jagex live stream one day. Do see the Fremenic boots in the inventory here for Rills. Has done those Fremenic Elite Diaries. Not only getting the noted Dagonoth bones when he goes on a DK's trip, but he's also going to be able to get that free teleport to the docks. Easy access to Vorkarth. Still got his Ruby Bolts on here, and as you see, the Ruby Bolts only hitting a 49 when it procs there. Oh no, another disaster. I can't believe we've seen it again. That is twice now we have seen a player spec Vorkarth with their claws coming into the spawn phase, and it's going to do no damage, but he comes back out with an 82 claw and a 46 lance, and I don't think those claws mattered at all. Going to finish off the kill quickly. That being said, a 142. Don't know if he's going to be too happy with the 142 there, considering how nuclear he went at the end. Let's go ahead and skip forward a little bit. There's a chance. Jinami with a few slow times and a death. And Rills here starting off pretty slowly. Let's see if he can pull the RNG back. Of course, 10 kills here at Vorkarth. Regardless of the amount of kills, that's a 100 Ruby Bolt proc. Regardless of the amount of kills you do here at Vorkarth, the RNG can still be bad or can still be very, very good. It is just part of the game we play here of RuneScape. And to be honest, it is a part that a lot of people love. I think it'd be a very boring game without RNG here. Let's have a look at the hits during the acid phase. Not very good. He's going to pull up on the boss here so he doesn't miss any time with the lance when he goes into it. Going to hit one more time here, I imagine. Maybe 2 more times. Yep, here we go. And look at that 7-way, ladies and gentlemen. Might have put the redemption on, or the retribution prayer, but still manages to nail. That's not even a 7-way. That is actually a 9-way. And that's going to be a 35 claw into a 0. Unfortunate. Claw spec not popping off 4 rills here. Jinnamy's claws, as we saw, went absolutely nuclear. 56 coming in from the lance. He's not going to finish it off before the acid phase. Doesn't want to heal it here. Pretty lucky spawn with the acid there. Let's have a look at the time in the chats. It's going to be a 128. Very, very interesting here at Vorkath. Like I said, I don't actually know who's going to win this, but if I had to hazard a guess at the moment, I would probably say that Jinnamy's average is a little bit better than Rill's after the first 3 kills. I've been drinking a shot every time you say nuclear. I'm fucked. Nuclear, 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 nuclear. And there we go. Hopefully, we don't hear from that guy again tonight. Just enough shots to probably put him to sleep. But not kill him. Coming into the 4th kill here at Vorkath, 4 rills. Had to take a little pause there so that nobody would think that I was laughing at my own joke, but believe it or not, I was actually crying. In comes Tartars here with the Twitch Prime. Once again, guys, I will mention that any money we make from subscribers, bits, or donations to the stream during this weekend will be directly given back to... That's a 73. I have to stop there. A 73 Ruby Bolt spec. I'll continue my spiel here. Any money we make through the stream this weekend is going to be given directly back to the players. It's going to be equally split up between all 8 teams. Just as a thank you for participating. These guys have taken a lot of time out of their days, out of their weeks to participate in this tournament. And regardless of whether or not they win prize money, I think they deserve to be rewarded for the performance they put on. So any money we make through the stream goes back to them. The claw's coming in to finish off the kill here, and it's a 106 Vorkath. He is bringing it back, ladies and gentlemen. Incoming tactical puke, says Dibbo. A 106. Pretty fast time coming in here for Rills. And once again, a pretty quick bank. This man is not here to fuck around. He's here to kill dragons. The dragon he's here to kill is Big Blue. Giant mole ever. Unfortunately not, Nick. We didn't get any support from Jagex on this tournament, which meant we weren't able to get a private world. So we were only able to speedrun bosses that have an instance so that we could avoid crashing. Coming into the 5th kill here at Vorkath for Rills. Once again, we're going to be seeing 10 kills from the Veric Inters here. Currently a 1-1 in the 3rd place match. Once again, Rills not casting his Crumble Undead manually. And you might think, Jake, it's not that big of a deal, but let's say we see the spawn on average 15 times throughout this. That means he's going to lose 15 game ticks, and that is 10 seconds. Just made that number up. I don't know if it's actually 10 seconds, but we're going to go with it. The footwork on this man, though, definitely makes up for the ticks lost. It's 9 seconds, very close. So you might not think 9 seconds is a lot, but an average of 10 kills, that's going to add almost an entire second to his average. He sees the spawn an average amount of times. Claw Specs coming in here. Vorkarth nearly dead. A little bit late on the claws there. Might have wasted a little bit of damage. And Vorkarth's going to go down in a 121. Real's kind enough to write all of his times down in the chat for you guys, so we can keep track of them as he goes. Is the grand finale live? No. We did want to do it live. Unfortunately, we didn't have the resources to do it live this time. Definitely going to look to do it live in the future, though. It would be pretty cool. When's Barb Assault? Listen, mate, I don't know who Barb is, but I want you to leave her alone. Is this for third place? This is the third place match. We are going to be watching the grand final after this. It's not a best of 7, it's a best of 5. Let's have a look at the Bolt RNG on this. The 6th kill for the Veric Inters. Decent to start off. That's a 70 on Vorkarth. Question I have for the Twitch chat, is it Vorkarth or Vorkath? Kath? 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 It's Kath? It's Vorkarth? Kath? Kath? Alright. Seems like everybody in the chat is pretty convinced that it is Vorkath. So I will continue to call it Vorkarth here. I am a man of the people. 364 health left on the boss coming into the acid phase. Once again, we should see him pull up on the boss pretty quickly after this. Might see one bolt coming out of the acid phase while he runs down. Doesn't want to miss any ticks. Run comes on. He's going to go for one more bolt. Knew he couldn't get the switch off there in time. That is a very delicious looking 9-way. Misses the cape and still gets it back on without losing a tick. The second claw spec again. And that is a 116. We see a man in the chat saying not doing 2 BP hits at the beginning of the kill. That is something that we did see Puggan do during his runs. Doesn't hit with the blowpipe, but does in fact hit with the Dragon Hunter Lance. The reason he does that is because if you're hitting with the Dragon Hunter crossbow, the 5-tick weapon, by the time you get to the first special attack, if it's a spawn, you are in fact going to miss that hit at the end by 1 tick. So, Puggan yesterday getting in that Lance at the start to save that 1 tick, meaning that the Dragon Hunter crossbow are going to do maximum damage before the first spec. Not something that we have seen either Rills nor Jinami do here. That is very sweaty. Well, guess what, Milk Too Spicy? You're watching the Speedrun Cup, some of the sweatiest gamers in the world, and I fucking love it. It's been a long couple of weeks for these gamers. Taking a lot of time out of their day to perform. Spending a lot of time behind the computer practicing. I certainly would not want to be sniffing any gamer chairs after the last couple of weeks. These guys have been putting in the hours. And I don't imagine... Oh, he's going to take the damage here. Oh, no, Rails. 54 to the dome. I don't think it's going to matter too much. The only thing that matters there is the fact that he did, in fact, lose quite a bit of time, having the spawn have to run all the way to him instead of dying. 73 bolt. That's a 51! Oh, no, Rails. Don't do it. Don't do it, Jinami. He's on 13 hit points. No, 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 no. 13 hit points. Look at the footwork from this man. 13 hit points. He's not even phased a tiny little bit. Absolutely nailing the Wook's walk here on Vorkarth. And he's going to eat an angler coming out of this phase. Once again, I think another mistake there. Didn't need to eat the angler. Could have just sipped that Guthix Restore. Tick 8 if he was going to take any damage. Does take the angler. Loses a couple of ticks, but he's still going to hit a 113. Very, very impressive footwork there from Rails on 13 hit points. Very impressive footwork. Let's go ahead and jump on into the 8th kill here for Rills. Gonna see 3 more. A 113 is 73 seconds. That is the Adam Line integer. As we see a 37, which is the backwards 73. It's everywhere, man. I swear. I swear. Once you've seen the 73 meme one time, you will never not see it. You can't walk past the number 73. You can't even glance at it for a second without just going, oh, yep, there it is. That's 73. And for some reason, it's just funny every time. I don't get it. Ruby Bolt Spec coming in for an 88 here. Should see an acid phase before we see Rills pull up on Vorkarth. That's on the gang. 73 again coming in right before the acid phase. Once again, interesting not to see him pull up with the melee here. I think these claw specs, if he hits high enough, would end up being wasted. Once again, I think you can max about an 80-something, maybe even a 90-something with these claws. And Vorkarth's on 51 hit points. So a little bit of wasted spec there from Rills, but let's have a look at the time. That's a 111. That is a 111. Don't forget, guys, Jinami did in fact die in one of his kills. He did have a 52-second kill in there, as well as a 110. A couple of pretty quick kills, but that death might come back to cost him there with a 111 for Rills. Let's go ahead and skip 30 seconds here. Should be coming into the kill. Very juicy. (1-1) Oz ToB Veric Inters. How is it a wasted spec if it was the last hit? Number one, the amount of hit points that Vorkarth had left was higher than the max hit of the Dragon Claws, and he had 2 specs left at the end and only used 1. So, like I said, a bit of wasted spec at the end for Rills. You definitely want to be getting those claws off before Vorkarth is under probably about 150 hit points to make sure you get maximum value out of your specs. You only get 2 specs per kill. So you want to be able to have the opportunity to get max value out of them if you can. Look at the footwork. Look at the footwork. This man fucks. This man fucks. Wouldn't be surprised if he walked into the club after this and showed a girl this clip. 73 hit points left on the boss. Wouldn't be surprised if he showed a girl this clip and she immediately went home with him. There's a 111 from Rills. Another 111 back to back. And I believe we're only going to see one more kill here from Rills. He has currently done 9. We're going to see him pull one more T out here. We're not. Could have done it for the memes there, Rills. Could have got the 73 Ts left in the bank. Like I said, you're just going to see it everywhere now. Going to see him come into the last kill. Kills at the start were pretty slow, but he has managed to bring it back in the last few. That being said, Jinami also with a lot of very quick times. I am a mathematical man, but looking at those numbers, I have no idea who's going to come out on top. If I could hazard a guess, I would probably say it looks like Rills might have it here, dependent on the time of this kill. Why Brimmy Ring over a Berserker? I'll be honest with you, I have no idea. It might have something to do with the fact that it doesn't give a max hit to have the imbued Berserker ring with the lance, but I imagine it does give a max hit with the claws. So once again, interesting not to see it brought. If you have a Brimstone ring, sorry, if you have an Infernal Cape, a Brimstone ring is higher DPS. I see, and we do see that Rills here not only has an Infernal Cape, but also put it in his Max Cape. That is a gamer. Infernal Max, by far the best cape in the game. Don't at me. Not here to argue, that is just a straight up fact. Let's have a look at the lances here. We're going to see the claws come in. Not the best claw. Second one, pretty decent. That's going to be a 65. 122 hit points left. We might see the spawn come out here. He might skip it. That's one hit away from skipping the spawn there. Unfortunate. And that's going to cost him around 7 seconds. Yeah, and he would have one hit it too. Look at that. RNG not on his side today. And that's going to be a 133 to finish it off there for Rails for the Veric Inters. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to find out who has taken down Vorkarth between the Veric Inters and ToB. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And that is very, very close, ladies and gentlemen. Veric Inters going to take it down with a 120.3 average up against Jinnimi's 122.5. And guys, like I said, that death adds 6 seconds. 6 seconds to the average, which means if he didn't die, he would have won. The death really costing ToB here. Let's take a look at the breakdown of the times. That insane 52 seconds for Jinnimi, not bringing it back for him there, unfortunately. And fairly consistent kills for Rills towards the end of Vorkarth. And that is going to make it a 2-1. Coming into the Inferno, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It's a beautiful Sunday night here in Australia. Couldn't think of anything I'd rather be doing right now. We're currently live streaming to 1,700 people. I'd like to thank each and every single one of you for being here to watch some of the best in the world do their thing. Ladies and gents, we are going to be jumping into an Inferno run, and we are going to be spectating the Veric Inters. For the Veric Inters, it's going to be Shawnee. We're going to skip into it, guys, because honestly, Inferno runs, they go for a long time. So we're going to skip into it a little bit here. Currently 2-1 to the Veric Inters, and we are watching Shawnee run an Inferno for his team, the Veric Inters. Gary Guthon in game. Some of you might recognize that name from the Dead Man Mode tournament. The 4th place finisher was Gary Guthon, and that is a 73 on the mage to kick it off. And I don't believe it, it's a 73. Now, once again, Shawnee, very competent Inferno runner. That being said, I think he is aware that for the other team, Winnie Blues, Ash does have a better PB time. So, he's going to have to put on a good performance here if he's going to manage to beat him. Decent flicks here on the mage and the melee. You'll see that he'll try his best not to lose any hits, and he's also going to try and kill the major first. The reason he's going to kill the major first is because the major has the capabilities of respawning a monster that has died with about half health left. So, he's going to try and take that one down first on every single wave to get the waves done as quick as possible. Finishes off the mage there. What are the rules here? No task yet. So, because we weren't able to get any resources from Jagex, that being a private world, it would have meant that players would have to skip for their Inferno tasks. And to be completely honest with you guys, we organized this entire tournament in 3 weeks. That means we had to watch every single run that you guys have seen on the live stream in the last 3 weeks. 8 different teams, over 60 different perspectives of different bosses. A lot of time went into it over the last 3 weeks. I don't think I've slept at all. And if these guys had to skip for their tasks, it would have taken even longer. So we had decided no tasks for any of the bosses. As we can see here, Shawnee going to take out the mage first. A couple of the nibblers over there on the pillar. Interesting to see Shawnee not using inventory tags. Weird to see considering he is actually the inventor of the inventory tag. Helped code it for RuneLite. If you'd like, guys, Shawnee on Twitter, if you want to tag him in your inventory tag pictures, he loves to see them. Big fan of when people use his plugin. A lot of people might also know Shawnee as the man that comments below every single hardcore Iron Man death post with "deserved for hardcore" in name. Not a fan of when Iron Men, hardcore Iron Men specifically, have HC in their name. And fair enough. Everybody can see by your symbol. We know. You don't need to tell us twice. Before we continue here, guys, a little bit of quiet in the chat. A little bit of quiet in the crowd. And there we go. That is another Pepsi Max going down the tubes. Major looks like it's not going to be the first monster going down here. Not quite sure how many hit points it does have left, but you see here, Shawnee off-ticking the Ranger and the Major. If he stands in the middle of this pillar there and runs out, the Ranger will be the first monster to aggro it, and 1 tick later, you'll see the Mage aggro onto him as well, which means he can 1 tick, off-tick the Mage and the range there. Shawnee known for being one of the first people in the world to get an Infernal Cape, and I believe could have been either the first or second person in the game to get it on a 1 defense pure. Definitely well versed in the Inferno. Also spent a bit of time watching my live stream through my 163 attempts. I went through my clips one day and noticed that there was a clip titled LOL with 7 zeros, all in capital. I thought, wonder what this could be. Clipped by Shawnee, and it's just me running from one end of the shield to the other wearing a Din's Bulwark. And I thought, why does this have 260 views? "163 attempts later, managed to get my first Infernal Cape. Unfortunately, since had to delete that clip with the Twitch DMCA going nuclear on everyone. I've since learnt that I probably shouldn't be bringing a Din's Bulwark into the Inferno. Just the Ranger left here on wave 61. The nuclear guy is already dead. Exactly. 163. How much did that set you back in supplies? I think I spent over 100 mil trying to get my first Infernal Cape. That being said, it was the first PVM I did do in RuneScape. I think I had about 50 Zulrah kills and did about 3 raids before I went for my Infernal Cape. since I came back to RuneScape. With an ACB and Eagle Eye. There's a reason I've got that tattoo. That's 73 prayer points there. There goes the West Pillar. As we heard from Gino yesterday, the West Pillar not important at all in these speedrun runs. The South Pillar maybe will come into play a couple of times throughout a run, but also not super important. The main important pillar is this North one. They're going to want to keep that alive until the very last wave, when they can use it as extra damage on one of the majors. Types fuck in the chat here. Wonder why he's typing fuck. Have a look at the restores in his inventory as well, guys. Fucking die, he's trying to write. He's got one Sandfuse Serum left in his inventory on wave 61. We're going to have to see some pretty epic flicks coming in here from Shawnee. Wave 63. Dangerous wave for new players to the Inferno. You're going to see a double blob, a melee, and a major and ranger. One of the waves, one of the biggest waves that you will see players die on. Looked like he tried to drink his Bastion potion there and misclicked it. I think he dragged it there. Might not know that he's not potted. Interesting, no ancestral. No ancestral. Most of the time in these speedrun runs, depending on what strategy you're going for, if you bring the ancestral, you're going to spend a lot of time barraging the nibblers. Here with no ancestral, you're going to see him chin a lot of the nibblers. A bit more accurate with the chins and barrage them in the later waves. Am I not potted? I don't think you're actually potted here, Shawnee. I think you went to click on your Bastion and, in fact, dragged it. Your face cam is on while you're taking bumps? Guess it might be. Back in at wave 64 here. Couple of couplers, exactly shiny bickies. See the double melees coming in here. Oh my god, he's been chanced. Did you see that? Was it what, 35-24 from the melees? Holy fuck is not wrong. Gary Guthin. My word. Coming into wave 65 here, we're going to see the double ranges. Only takes one range here, a 31. Whew. One sip of restore. And he's going to take out the mage first. As is expected in these runs. Very low hit points. One sip of restore. One, ladies and gentlemen. Very worrying here for Shawnee. About to come into the double majors. We're going to need to see some good flicks. But if there's any man that can do it, it might be him. One Sandfew on the floor, I think. Ah, I see. Looks as though there is a Sandfew on the floor at the north of that pillar there, guys. Or the south of that pillar. Oh, two Sandfews on the floor. Okay, okay, okay. So he is going to have two Sandfews going in here. Just going to ignore the nibblers. I think the mages are a little bit too far away from that pillar to even bother trying to drag them down. And he has saved it. keep the inventory neat in speed runs. And there you go. Coming in from Mr. Uncle himself. The man that only speaks in capital letters. Double majors here. He says, I guess I'm not healer skipping. SMH. I don't think he's going to be too happy about the fact that he is not healer skipping. Things that I also have to question with Shawnee here. I got to mention, I asked everyone specifically to record in MP4. He decided to record in AVI. I had to spend $39 on a file converter because the file he sent me was 5 gig. The only person that I had to spend money on for this tournament. Number 2, he recorded his perspective in like, I think it was like 760 by 540. One of the strangest aspect ratios I've ever seen in my entire life. Now, what we're going to see here at the end of Jad is Shawnee go for a blood barrage on those healers at the back. Likely to switch into his mage, take off his armadillo, hit that blood barrage. See all the armadillo come off. And he's misclicked the barrage. Missing the heal on the healers there. 25 hit points going into triple Jads. 3, 2, and a dose bruise in the inventory. Don't think he's going to be happy with himself after nailing that 3-way switch with 4 takeoffs and missing the blood barrage. First triple Jad. It looks like it's going to go down no problem. Are we going to see some melee flicks here with the healers? Doesn't look like we will. That's a 69 on Jad. I think he's just playing it a little safe here. Doesn't want to fuck up any flicks. Happy to take a little bit of damage from the healers and manages to tank them pretty well. That is a 1 coming in from the last healer there. How did you know he was about to do that? I didn't watch this before. Yes, correct, Mr. Zeeby. That is because you watch an Inferno speedrunner do their speedrun, and you'll be hard-pressed to find one that doesn't do that at the end of the first Jad. Once the first Jad goes down, pretty monotonous for the second one. Looks as though he's going to get a chin off for those healers as well. Very nice. And the other healer stuck behind him there. And it looks as though he's going to run straight through, take no damage from the healers. Look at that. The game knowledge on this man to know that he can run through that healer, get the other one stuck, and the first one is too far away from Jad to even heal it. That is high quality gaming, ladies and gentlemen. And you should be impressed. Last Jad, once again, very likely to see at the end of this Jad, switches into his mage, takes off his armadillo, gets a blood barrage off on 44 hit points at the moment. He's going to want to see a pretty decent heal from that blood barrage going into Zuck with 2 bruise. Doesn't get the chin off there, unfortunately. 1 healer stuck behind. Looks as though he's not going to bother running through. He's just going to get the blood barrage off on 2 of the healers here. 64 almost finishing off Jad, and that's going to not finish it off. He's already switched into his mage gear, and he T-bows without his armadillo, finishes it off anyway. Is he going to get the blood barrage off? He does. Didn't quite see what the heal was there. It might not have been anything. Going into Zuck with 45 hit points and 1 Sandfuse Serum. There was a 0, no heal. Nothing worse than pulling off all those switches not to get healed. So 55 minutes coming into Zuck here. Not only did this man forget to record an MP4, also recorded at a ridiculously small resolution. He also left his Inferno timer on the screen. Is there anything Shawnee can't do? Let's have a look at the RNG here on Zuck. Gonna see the Major and Ranger spawn as the shield comes to the left here. Likely to see him just tag the Major, leave it alive, and then kill the Ranger on the other side. We're gonna see him wait here so that he can blow pipe the Major, saving a few ticks. And by a few ticks, I mean 1 tick. Normally he would hurl a chin from the safe spot there, but managing to save 1 tick by putting the blowpipe on. And I know there's going to be some people in the chat sitting there going, it's 1 tick at 0.6 seconds. Who fucking cares? And let me tell you, these guys care. The speedrunners care. If they're going to save 0.6 seconds there, they could save another 0.6 seconds somewhere else. And 1 second might be the difference between them getting the world record run and them not. I'm a speedrunner and I don't care. Sounds like we've got a fake speedrunner in the chat. 697 hit points left on Zuck. We'll see that when it gets down to 600, the timer will pause for the Mage and Range spawns. There's 300, no, not 300, 3 minutes 30 in between each of those spawns. 600, that timer will pause, and it will start again when the health of Zuck gets down to 480. See Shawnee playing it safe here, killing off that first Major. The world record is around 47 minutes for the guys in the chat asking, held by Adwan. We're seeing Brew up here before Jad. In comes the Sandfew. We see a repot with the range potion. He's out of Bastion potions here, the Divine Bastions. Jad comes out. In comes the Chin. 473 hit points left on Jad. And we're going to see a Jad skip here, guys. We are going to see a Jad skip from Shawnee. Deciding not to kill off Tuztok Jad. Leave it alive for the healers. And just sit here with his ranged prayer up. And every time he hears that Jad is going for a mage hit, you'll see the mage prayer come back on. Incredible scenes that we are seeing here. 290 hit points left on Zuck. The Divine Potion effect is about to expire. We can see here he's only got 1 dose of Ranging Potion left. And he may have to brew up here for the healers. Depending on the RNG on the hit splats. Zuck is currently enraged. He runs quite far ahead of the shield. He tanks a Zuck hit for a 65. A tank! That is a lucky gamer right there. We are going to need to see him brew. Has that last sip of the Ranging Potion. He's on 32 hit points. He doesn't want to have to brew here. He does not want to have to use his brews. And he does. He's now going to be unpotted for the rest of the kill. 23 hit points. No doses of brew left. And that is a death on the healers for Shawnee. My word. Going into Zuck there with 2 brews, a little bit short on Sandfuse. And that is a death. Ladies and gentlemen, that means if ToB just complete their Inferno, all they have to do is complete their Inferno, they are going to be into a 2-2 and will be going to a tiebreaker. All they have to do is complete it, guys. All right. It is going to be Winnie Blues running the Inferno for ToB. Let's go ahead and full screen that. We're going to jump on into the action. Let's have a look, ladies and gentlemen. Coming in at wave 25 here. I'm sure you guys are all wondering, why are we coming in at wave 25? And the prayer comes off. That's a 44 and that's a 10. That, ladies and gentlemen, was the Inferno for ToB. Now, I bet those in chat are wondering what happens if they both die. That means it's a rerun. So what we did is we got both gamers to run the Inferno again. And guess what? They both died again. So, what does that mean? That means they've got to run the Inferno again. Okay? And by this point, it was today. It was today. And the ToB boys said to me, listen, we're still competing in this Oblivion competition. Can we just do the ToB, see if the ToB matters at all, and if we just lose, then we don't have to do the Inferno. We said okay. So, we are going to watch the ToB runs first. Let's go ahead and get up Veric Inters. The ToB run for them, currently up 2-1 in the series. Let's go ahead and jump on into it, guys. I couldn't believe it, honestly. You can imagine, ladies and gentlemen, how stressed out I've been trying to do this tournament. You know? Trying to do this tournament. And both of them died twice. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Can we see their second run planks? No. At that point, I was like, don't even bother sending them to me. Alright? Don't even bother. So I don't even have the perspectives, guys. I didn't want to see it, you know? Obviously, the Inferno, very hard to speedrun. You're going to see deaths a lot of the time when you're going for these fast kills. Obviously, that is going to come back to bite you in the Speedrun Cup. But like I said, guys, the ToB boys asked if they could run the ToB first. We're going to go ahead and jump on into it. Having a look at Veric Inters' perspective first here. I think I'm going to skip like 30 seconds in. Beautiful. And it looks like we are ready to go. Veric Inters doing their ToB run 2-1 up against ToB. Let's have a look. So here we are, guys. We have, for the Veric Inters, we have Humble, we have Kenderin, and we have Rills. Rills is going to be on the mage job here at Maiden. As you can see, the Kodai wand and the full mage switch in his inventory. Has the Bloodhound out. Wonder what KC he got that on. Minus $39, you dumb cunt. Yep, just like that. $39 it cost me for Shawnee to plank at Zuck. Brilliant. Brilliant. 30's coming in here. Let's have a look at the chins from Humble. 3 of the Nilacast left, and there they go. Still 1 left, unfortunately. Looks like we're going to be coming into 50s. Let's have a look at Rills here. A little bit late there. Is he going to be able to catch 2s and 3s? No, he's going to skip the 2s. He knows he's not going to be able to catch it in time and get 3 and 4, so he lets 2s go through. Didn't look like they actually did any damage onto the north side 2 either. Back to Humble's POV. Let's see how quickly these crabs go down. A 43 Vengeance back to the boss. He's going to be happy with that one as well. And it looks as though they're going to be coming into 30s pretty quickly. Real's currently on a 99 hit points. It looks as though Kenderin also on 99 hit points. 85. See that North Crab. Doesn't go down. About half health coming through. And Reels misses 2 again. Don't think he's going to be too happy with himself with the freezes there. Back into his mage, back into his range, back into his mage, back into his range. I don't think he knows what he wants to do. Obviously not going for the skip at crabs here. Opting to kill them instead. Probably a smart choice considering that Reels missed 2s here. And they are going to take the boss down. Let's have a look at the time in the chat. That is going to be A 2:10 maiden. Definitely not the fastest time. Definitely not the slowest time. Coming into bloat here. Yesterday we saw ToB in their semi-final matchup with P-Nex in the inventory. I don't think we're going to see any P-Nex here from the Veric Inters. You can't freeze all south in that clump. That is correct. You can't get all south in that clump. You do have to miss 2s in the clump, but you can freeze all south. That is what you're going to see a lot in these speed runs. The double bloat marker, just in case you couldn't see the first one, having to mark it twice. Kandarin, not like Nakamichi from ToB, doesn't have to zoom in on his client to be able to see the bloat. But Kandarin does have to use the double marker. I think that is an early chally there from... It was Reels with the early chally. They get it down to 41.2% there on the first down. Reels missing a hit. Playing it safe. Kandarin perspective here. He's going to take a fly. Bloat putting on the foot falcons. Zooming around the room. Going to try and get as close as they can here. Humble going to tank a fly. Oh, don't. Don't. Oh my god, these guys are going to give me a heart attack. I thought they were about to wipe their ToB. And there we go. Bloat goes down on the second down. Actually pretty decent there on the second down. Some good RNG coming in on the hits. Are we going to see them stop at the first chest? We do see them stop at the first chest. Once again, guys, I will reiterate. If you don't have someone P-necking, there really is no reason to stop at this first chest. You've got enough food to get you through, and you waste time stopping at this chest in between rooms. Here in the Speedrun Cup, players are going for total time, not for wave time. Oh no, not my Nilo, says Kandarin. Well, guess what? The range perspective is the best perspective in the Nilo room, so we are going to watch it. Let's have a look here. You need a stam. Yes, believe it or not, Spodey, it is possible to put a stamina potion in your inventory before you go into the Theater of Blood. So once again, I reiterate, really shouldn't be stopping at that first chest. So we see Kandarin here, taking out the big ranged crab. As I said yesterday, guys, the Nilacast room has a cap of 11 crabs in the room. Won't spawn a new wave if you have 11 crabs in the room. So you'll see these guys try and take out as many clumps as they can, as quickly as they can to spawn new waves. You'll definitely see that more with ToB. Those guys are very well versed at the Theater of Blood, as you can tell by their name. Goes up to 24. I do believe it goes up to 23 later on in the room. So that cap will increase later. The early waves are 11. Once again, guys, we are going to be seeing the grand final match after this matchup here for third place. Unlike ToB, this team does not have a ToB-themed name. Correct. You would expect that ToB would know a little bit more about the Theater of Blood. So look at those chins going in there. Decent. Decent chins. Veric Inters is a ToB-based name, but okay. And we see that Nakamichi has realized the joke and he understands. Man can do crabs very fast, can also pick up on a joke. Glad I turned off Uncle Light since it's my POV. Sounds like we got a low RAM gamer. And he's actually hit that range as it turned to a melee. He's not going to be able to finish off the big ranger. He's hit it 3 times now. And I see why he didn't want us looking at his perspective. He hit it again. That's 4 times he's hit that big ranger. He's probably sitting there wondering why on earth he's not hitting any damage. 4 hits on it, and it's because he's not able to do any damage. Just rangers left on the pillars here. Almost had a pillar go down coming into the Nilo boss. Let's have a look. We're going to see a BGS from anyone. We are going to see a BGS from Humble. Let's have a look how much he's going to hit here. That's a 0. He's going to go for it again. And that is a 33. Okay. I believe the Nilo boss has 50 defense. So you only really need 1 BGS spec unless you hit a 0. Have a look at the switches here on Rills. We saw him pull off those 9 ways in Vorkarth, and this man is quick on the sticks. I'd like to see this man on a tech deck. Those fingers putting in work. Those unaware, a tech deck is one of those miniature skateboards. Let's have a look at Kandarin here. Let's watch the switches. Are the shakes still there? He's hit the 2-way. Very safe gamer. I can respect the switches here. Maybe not as fast as everyone else, but making sure he doesn't miss any hits. And now he's going to get the job done. Oh, he's ranged the melee phase for a vengeance. Smart man. He's going to take 23 damage from hitting 23 on the boss, but that's going to heal the 23, but that's okay because he is, in fact, going to do 75% damage back to the boss. So he takes 23 damage, heals the boss for a 23, and he's going to do 18 damage back to it. So he only heals it for 5. Smart gaming from Humble. I mean, Kandarin. Right, coming into Soda's Egg here. Who are we going to see on the specs? We're going to see Humble here on the first spec. He hits a 0. Kandarin not going for the second spec. He is going to go for the second spec with the Inquisitor. He gets it on. That's going to be 1 hammer spec on P1 Sot. There's a reason he brought that Inquisitor in, and that is for the extra accuracy bonus when using a crush weapon. Vengeance is coming in hot. Let's see if Rills decides to tank a hit here. 104 hit points. He is venged. Would expect to see him tank a hit before it goes down. Let's have a look at this maze here. Who is in the maze? It's Kandarin. How much time is he going to spend waiting? Couple of ticks spent waiting there, but not too many. Let's have a look at the other boys running through the maze. Decent maze from the Veric Inters here. Definitely not the fastest, definitely not the worst. That is going to be a 1 hammer P2 here from Soda's Egg. The man with the Bloodhound pet, the captain of the Veric Inters, the leader of the Veric Inters, Rills here. Gee, after 3 days of casting, I can barely even talk anymore. He's going to take Avenge here, not get his prayer back on in time, but tanks a 0 from that mage. Is Kandarin about to die here? There's 33 hit points left. He can't get his prayer on in time. Whoo! Let's have a look who is in here. It's Rills. Is he going to waste any time here on the maze? No, he's not. He's going to go straight in. Are the other players going to be able to keep up? They are. Have a look at this man run through the maze. He's not wasting any time. And look how quick that was. There's a reason this man's the leader. There's a reason this man put the team together. Bringing the boys together, knows what he's doing, has the footwork, does Rills. Very impressive gaming from a very impressive man. Hybrid. I paid $275 mil for my cape. These people can't even complete it. For fuck's sake. And you can't argue with the man's logic here. Soda said going down. Rills wasted no time getting towards that door again. Let's see how quickly... Oh, was that a death? Humble with the tactical death there. Going to be the first person at the chest. No time wasted on Sodaseg, and he's going to be the first person there. And as you can see here, guys, right-clicking the chest so fast, we can't even see it pop up. 3 brews coming in to Zarpus. Let's have a look at the supplies for everyone else. 4 brews here for Kandarin. Let's have a look how many reels has. 5 brews, 6 brews. He is absolutely pack-yakking here. Must have known that Humble was only going to come in with 3 and decides to carry the team again. Oh no, my Zarpus. Oh no. Oh, well, listen, Kandarin, if you're going to say things like that in the chat, mate, you know we're going to watch your perspective. Let's have a look. Yep, no worries, Shawnee. I can do that for you right now, I believe, my friend. Let's have a sniff. No, Shawnee, it's okay. It's cool, man. What a nice guy. He's just messaged me saying he had no idea about the recording and asked if I want him to pay me back. No, absolutely no stress, mate. What a guy. Alright, should be the last spawn thing we see here on Zarpus. Interesting, we see a scythe before the hammer here from Kandarin. He wasn't wrong. Wonder why he went for the scythe first. A lot of ticks lost there. I don't think we're seeing a 5-tick or a 4-tick scythe. It looks like we're seeing about a 25-tick scythe walk here from Kandarin. This isn't the nightmare of Ashihama, mate, but you are having a nightmare nonetheless. Oh my word! And he decides to just give up and stand at the back of the room. And I tell you what, Kandarin, I think you've made a wise decision there, mate. Oh, an absolute disaster there. But look at the footwork from Reels. I'm telling you, this man's a gamer. Woo! Wouldn't want to get into a running race with this man. And you certainly would not want to get into a dance contest the way he is sliding around this Zarpus room. Let's have a look over at Humble's perspective here. Right next to the boss. Let's have a look at the footwork. Footwork pretty decent. Not sliding around as much as Reels. And to be honest, I don't think he really needs to slide around that much. Might have missed a couple of ticks there. Could be wrong. Wasn't really paying that much attention. 31% left on Zarpus. Reels on some low HP here. Let's go have a look at his perspective. The screech has happened. Are we going to see any swipes? Are there any swipers in the chat? 13 hit points here for Reels. We're going to see that redemption proc if he goes a little bit lower. Very likely to see him restore up. Looks as though he won't be taking the staff into Verzik. The Chally not finishing it off there. The other 2 team members not hitting their Challies. And that is unfortunate for Reels. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication with his team then. Everyone not challying at the same time. And a little bit of time lost on Zarpus. Coming into Verzik at 14:01. We're going to see them come straight down. Start the boss immediately. I believe we see Humble with the staff. Let's have a look. He's dropped it. Once again. Very interesting. It is total time we go off here in the Speedrun Cup. And we see them waste time dropping the staff. Humble going to take it second. 76 into a 114. Luckily, he has that Runelight plugin on. So we can see what he got. Is that a 56 damage taken there by Reels? Be interested to see if we see him eat up here. I think he is going to play it safe. Eat up. Get a Sanguinesti staff off. And he is going for that staff spec. He's saying staff in the boss still. He does have a scythe in his inventory. I wonder if he is aware he does in fact have the scythe in there still. It seems he's realized now. Haven't seen a restore from him yet. Yeah, have a look at those stats. 72 attack, 72 strength. Not going to be hitting the biggest numbers. A couple of restores coming in. We see him repot that super combat back up to max stats. Let's have a look at the other boys. No damage taken. 4.2% left on Verzik, and Humble is just going to tank it. That's right. He's pulling up on Verzik and says, let's go, bitch. I don't care what you're going to throw at me. I'll take it. Doesn't take a second hit there. Luckily enough, the boss goes down. And let's take a look at their P2. Last time Reels was on P2, we saw him take a bit of an aeroplane flight halfway across the Verzik room. Try and put his twisted bow on. Misclick the T-bow. Try to hit the boss. Try to put the scythe back on. Accidentally put the T-bow on. Hit the boss with a T-bow. Accidentally stand next to it. Put the scythe back on and get launched again. Puts the smite flicking on. A little bit of a flex here from Reels. Deciding to try and make up a little bit of swag here, making up for the last time when he went flying across the room. There's a pot share there, I believe, coming in from Kandarin. Pot sharing, most likely a super combat or a restore. I'd imagine it was probably a restore. Let's have a look over at Humble here. He's got 2 brews and 1 dose left in the inventory. Looks as though they're going to get a second lot of crabs before they go into reds. 47% left on the boss. They will take that crab down before they go into reds. If you're close enough to 35%, which I think they were there, a decent strategy can actually be to leave that. That's a heal from Kandarin. That's 31 damage back on the boss. Like I was saying, a decent strategy can be to leave that purple crab up until they get to 35s. Try and get the 2 down because the purple crab does deal damage to the boss. 21% with the Chally. He's healed the boss with the Chally. No, he didn't. Oh, he didn't. Oh, my word. I thought he healed the boss with the Chally. Turns out he just hit a 0. They've got 20% left on P2. Are they going to go for it here? It doesn't look like they will. Doesn't look like they will. They've taken the health off the crabs. 20% is definitely doable for a 2 down. Inters here, deciding to play it safe and go for the 3 down instead. And it looks as though, yeah, 10% going into the 3 down. That was probably a wise decision. Now 7.3% left on the boss. That is the Adam line integer. Humble! There's nothing under there for you, my friend. And that is a 65 to the dome. Trying to get a little look at what's going on under the skirt of Veric Inters there. And he has paid the price with his hit points. Let's see who's on the tank here at Veric. And it is going to be the leader. It is going to be Reels 2 on the tank. Let's see how well his footwork goes here at Veric. Decent so far, not hitting the 1 ticks. The music has stopped. We're going to need to get that back on. This is an epic time and we need some epic music. Coming into webs here. Oh my god, that's a 38 to the dome. He's on 32 hit points. He was down to about 16, I believe. And they are so far away from the middle coming into the webs here. Look how far Veric has to move. The tank has changed. It's now on Humble. Do they realize? I think they will realize. 16 hit points going into webs here. You see the pot share coming in for the stamina. This is a messy Veric, and it had to walk a long way to get to the middle there for webs. You want to have the least amount of time possible for Veric to move into the middle, to waste the least amount of time possible. We see that here. I believe it is Humble. Currently brewing up. Going to hit that last dose of brew, last dose of restore, and we'll see him re-combat potion here. That was a melee chance right there as well. Could have ruined it for his team. Luckily enough to only get a mage hit there. Going to be looking at about 10% coming into yellows. Will we see tick eats here? We do see tick eats and a Chally straight afterwards from Reels. Claws coming in for Humble here. Down to 0.1% and the boss is dead. Let's have a look at the time in the chat here. And it is a 21:44. Not the best ToB time going in there. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, you have to remember, if a team wipes at the ToB, the other team's time does not matter. So there is, even though they got a pretty slow ToB time, every chance that OzToB might wipe and they will just take the victory out here. They're currently up 2-1 going into the ToB. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to jump on into the perspective of ToB for their ToB run. Let's get some hype in the chat for ToB. Whew. All right, let's get the correct logo up on the screen and let's jump on into it, guys. ToB here at Maiden. We legit just begged they wiped. Yeah, that is a decent strategy going in. So we have ZDIIA here, also known as AIDS backwards. That is Nakamichi in the chat. We also have Jinami and we have Unluckers. These guys, I believe, all three of them part of that 5-man world record run. We're going to see Unluckers here on the chins, and we're going to see Nakamichi over here on freezing the crabs. Low-key, what a fucking team. Definitely not wrong there, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, as a caster, I'm not supposed to be biased, but I do have ToB on my fucking chest. These guys are my boys. Would love to see them do well here in this ToB. Let's have a look at the 30s here. Will they go for the skip at Maiden? One's caught. Two's caught. There's a 1 and 2 on the other side. I don't think they will be going for the skip here. 28% left on the boss. Not the best spawn going for the skip. And yeah, they are not going to go for the skip here. They are just going to clean up the crabs. Let's have a look over here at Unluckers. Just cleaning up in the middle. Probably could have thrown a couple chins there. Maybe not worth it when there's only 2 crabs. That's a 73 on the boss. Let's have a look at the switches there. Look at the 6-way switch there coming in from Nakamichi. Scythe, is he going to go for the Chelly for the last hit? He is. And he misses the spec bar, but swipes it anyway, and that's fine. Currently walking his way out of the boss room, and that is a 157 Maiden. And ladies and gentlemen, have a look at that inventory. I don't believe it. We're going to get to see it again. Jinami going into bloat with an inventory full of Phoenix necklaces. We're going to see a P-neck bloat from ToB in the 3rd place match. The BGS goes in. That's a 15. Not as high as he probably would have been hoping for. You're going to see the P-necks come on in between hits. P-necks obviously healing you for, I believe, 30% of your hit points and making you invulnerable to damage for 2 or 3 ticks. And this is going to get the bloat down to 89% before any other team would have walked into the room. So 10% of bloat's hit points saved there just by doing that P-neck strat. Let's have a look at the Challies coming in here. 48% on the bloat. Chally is... oh my god. Look at those Challies. The arms on these men, that is a 24.1% bloat after the first down. That is by far the most amount of damage we've seen on a bloat on the first down in these trios the entire tournament. These guys came here to fucking play, and play they will. We see a T come into the inventory here for Jinami. There's nothing inside that cup, my friend. You're not going to be able to drink it. Chelly's coming in here for the gamers, and they're going to get bloat down after the 3rd hit on the 2nd down. This is quick. Now, you're going to see Jinami pull up to the chest here. He's going to lose absolutely no time on this. Why? If you look at the perspective of Nakamichi over here, you'll see that he ran straight through and he's going to get the room started immediately. No time lost there. The melee, doesn't matter if the person doing melee is the last person in the room, they're going to lose no time. The Ranger getting in at the perfect time. These guys know what they're doing. Like I said, they came here to game. Unluckers on the range POV here. Sent me this file today. It was 5 gigabytes large. He says, hey, is that going to be a problem? I recorded in some better quality this time. The file is 5 gig. I said, mate, I'll take that better quality file. Absolutely no problem at all. Took me about 4 hours to upload it here on Aussie internet, but that is okay. Only took me another 4 hours to download it and about 6 hours to render. And we're going to be able to see this man, one of the best in the world here at the Nylacast room, take down these green crabs. Like I said in the last round, while we were watching the perspective of the Veric Inters, the cap for crabs in this room is 11. So, at some point here, you're going to see all of these big crabs in the middle stay alive. See that melee right there is going to stay alive. That range in the middle is going to stay alive for a bit because they don't want to cap out the amount of crabs in the room. They wait for specific times to take out these big crabs because they spawn too, so that they can get more waves into the room, take out more crabs quicker, get more clumps, and have the waves spawn faster. %left on the pillars. Holy crap, this is gaming. You are not wrong there, Shawnee. These guys came here to game. Once again, they asked if they could do the ToB first before they go back into the Inferno. Just so if they were to lose, they wouldn't have to do the Inferno. They are long runs. These guys have been gaming all weekend and for the last couple of weeks. We said fair enough. We let them do the ToB first. And coming into the crab room at a pretty fast time. I think at this point the Veric Inters is kind of just hoping for a wipe. Once again, if ToB is to die in this raid, all 3 players die, then you will in fact see the Veric Inters take out the 3rd place match. The time doesn't matter. Look at that clump on the chin there. Unluck is here hitting 3 crabs with 1 chin. Those crabs down the bottom there having a bit of a dance, and he's going to get another 2 crabs. Look at him. He knows exactly where these crabs are going to be at exactly the right times, because guess what? This man has almost 6,000 kill count at the Theater of Blood. I think he's been doing it literally since release and hasn't stopped. A man of the ToB. 6,000 kill count at ToB. Still can't afford a 3rd age bow. And I think you guys have the Duel Arena to thank for that one. Let's have a look coming in the Nilo boss here. Nakamichi on the spec. That's a 36. Gonna take down the Nilocast boss to 14 defense. More like RWT, says Topaz Z. I see we found the man that makes a Reddit post every time someone legitimately gets hacked and accuses them of real-world trading. I'm glad we found the guy. Finally put a name to the man. Let's have a look at these switches in the Nilocast room here from Nakamichi. He's got the redemption up because he is venged. And oh man, these switches. My word. My word. Hitting these 6 waves like there's no tomorrow. Like I said, guys, a little bit biased. ToB, they are my boys. Some fond memories with Nakamichi here. Full gaming night sessions. Getting scythes at 9 o'clock in the morning after being up all night. Really hoping these guys can do well here. And there's a 409 Nilocast room in a trio. Very juicy. Let's have a look coming in here for the specs. Is he going to go... That's 2 specs coming into Soat. Vengeance coming in there for Jinami, I believe. Redemption coming on for Naka here. He's going to take a Vengeance. No, he's not going to take a Vengeance here. Deciding against it. May have been able to get stacked out there. I don't even know if he is Venged. He is Venged, so he can tank a hit here. Probably just waiting for the right time. What were the rules regarding client features? Let's have a look at the maze here. No time wasted. You're going to see no time wasted here from Unluckers. Look how quickly he's going through here. Accidentally rags a square. Ooh, only rags 1 square there. Luckily not to do too much damage to the rest of the team. That's going to be 2 hammer specs going into Soat. The rules on the plugins, !plugin in the chat if you want to know the rules behind that. But considering the fact that Jagex can't even accurately detect client plugins that are supposedly not allowed in the game, how on earth am I supposed to do it? We ban no plugins for the game. So Xeric chooses Jinami over here. Is Jinimi or Unlockers? I think it's Jinimi. No time wasted on the maze. Knows exactly where to click for every tick. And the boys, no question about it, 0 tick that maze. That's a 44 Vengeance there for Nakamichi, and it looked like a pretty big Venge over there for Unlockers as well. Another Venge coming in for Naka, 33. These guys utilizing all of their hit points, a 27 and a 26 Venge as well. I think it's Jinimi over there taking the 45. Might be Unlockers, it was taking the 45. The big ball coming in, 24 hit points left. They're going to take a 23 here. Very well calculated here from Unlockers. He knows what he's doing. Like I said, 6,000 kill count at the Theater of Blood. And he's going to die a tactical death, saving some time, and he's going to come up. And look at that. He's going to be the first to the chest. Let's look at the time save here on the chest. Looking for 3 restores and 3 brews. Not many points here for Jinimi. That's right. He had to use all of his points because he P-necked Bloat. Very good speed from the boys here. Unlocker's coming in with 5 brews. Nakamichi going to be coming in with... Don't know how many brews. Where are we looking? Okay, Unlockers with 3, Nakamichi with 5, and Jinimi with 2. It's going to be a total of 10 brews between the 3 of them. Probably looking for 3 brews each, so they do have that extra. What was that soak time? Let's see if we can see it in the chat box of one of the players. We can't see it anywhere, unfortunately. I have no idea what that soak time was. It was a 2:09. There it is. That is a quick time. We see Demon Butler logging in. The captain of ToB. The man that brought all the boys together. How did Piccolo get mod? He's one of the OGs, brother. He's been here since the beginning. Also, he's my favorite character in Dragon Ball Z, so... Alright, let's have a look at the hammer specs coming in here on Zarpus. That's 3 hammers. You're going to see 2 BGSs coming in. There's a 31 and a 34, and not high enough, says Jinimi here. Going to go for his own BGS. He swipes with the BGS. We're going to see him throw another spec in. He's not going to waste his time. Oh, he's going to put it on. He's going for it. Gets the spec on. That is a 34, so around 100 damage in total with the BGSs. Been here since you started your BR challenge, brother. I think I win. That is correct, Major Pie. Jinimi, 5-tick scything and replying to an in-game message. Are you fucking kidding me? He didn't miss a tick there. Right, I can't watch this man's perspective anymore. It's going to make me feel bad about myself. Believe we are watching the perspective of Nakamichi there. Unlockers over here. You can see the Screech phase comes in. 20% left on Zarpus. Going to see 2 sites here before they go over to the next side. 15% left. Pretty pacey Zarpus here in a trio. Look at this swipe. Pre-Screech damage you see there from Nakamichi. Needs to know. 8.1% left. 2% left. The Chalice come out. Massive overkill damage there. And who is picking up the staff? Nakamichi's taking it. Going to get in there. Jinimi wasting a little bit of time there, but getting in nonetheless. Finally getting in. And I believe we're just going to see the boys start it here. They're not going to wait for Jinimi to get to the front. They're just going to click go. And the boss begins. Nope, they are going to wait. Interesting. Couple of seconds wasted there by Jinimi not coming into the room. A 132 and 99 we can see. Who's got the staff now? Another 136 coming in. Guys, there's 66% left on P1. And they're staying next to the boss. These guys are pulling the fuck up on Verzik. Hello! The balls on these gamers, they are not wasting a single tick here and just standing right next to the boss for the entirety of P1. I don't believe my eyes. We see the Super Gert in the chat from Kaplunk. I believe that's what it's called. The Super Gert strat here on P1. Let's have a look at this P2. Unluckers. He just popped 2 crabs. 2 crabs. Without taking a single point of damage. Nakamichi there getting launched by the boss. We see that Aeroplane Nakamichi is in force today. These guys are absolutely insane. There's a reason these guys hold the world record for the 5-man ToB. There's a reason these guys are here. And that is because they know what they're doing. Naka probably justifying to his girlfriend why he's up at 9 AM. And let me tell you, that is another fond memory. Every single 9 AM session with Nakamichi. We hear him apologize to his girlfriend for being up so late. Just a classic move from the gamer. Having a look over here, Unlockers, 1.5 brews in the inventory. Quite a few brews on the ground as well. That Mage Crab is going to pop, and they have the purple going into the first red crabs. You see the purple crab go down, a 72 damage to the boss. This is what I was saying. This is what I was saying about leaving that purple crab alive. For the red crabs, let's see what they get it down to for the first down. They've killed both the crabs almost completely. 23% currently, going to go down to 21 for no heal. They get it down to 15%, and they are 100% going for this. They are 100% going for the 2 down here. Let's see if they get it. Both boys on the other side of the room missing their first hits here. Nakamichi getting it off, playing God tier at the moment. Let's have a look over at Unlocker's perspective. 3.5, 0.2%. Easy 2 down for OzTob here on Xeric. And I'm telling you right now, with the effort they have put in on this run, unless they die here on P3 Xeric, they are 100% taking this down. There is no chance for the Veric Inters here. They're going to need to see a wipe. Crabs coming out. Who are they aggroed on? We're going to see 2 of them walk towards the other boys. 1 towards Unluckers. He's going to tank a 7, and another one walking towards him tanks a 0. Look at the footwork on this man. Once again, don't want to see him in a dance contest. I would definitely feel bad about my own moves. 64% going into webs. I don't think these guys are going to be too happy with that. Nakamichi on 13 hit points, and you see him not even bother eating up here. He's going to get maximum DPS as he's running around for webs. 14 hit points there, 33 hit points over there for Unlockers, and 33 hit points for Jinami as well. Twinning from the boys. Unlockers back on the tank. Let's have a look at this post-web damage. Things are not looking good coming into yellows. Are they even going to get the purples out before the yellows spawn? Be interesting to see here. They're not. Yellows are going to come out before... Oh, they decide to wait a hit here. In a speed run, wasting some time, deciding to wait a hit for the yellows. We'll see Nakamichi go down to the south one. Unlockers at the north one. He's going to get the first hit off the boss. 20% right there. That is the purple spawned. The dangerous part of Xeric. Are we going to see a wipe here? 10% left on the boss. No one on very low hit points. His Unlocker is going to have a melee here on the tank, and it looks like he isn't. Let's have a look at the time in the chat box for OzTob. That is a 1912. A 1912 total time for OzTob, and I am fairly certain that their total time was quicker than the wave time for the Inters. I'm fairly certain that is the case. Wow. What a performance from OzTob here. Having a look at the scorecard, we see a 21-44 from the Veric Inters and a 19-12 from OzTob. Have a look at the breakdown in the rooms here. Have a look at the breakdown of the rooms. 210 Maiden versus a 157. 126 Bloat even. 446 Nalakas versus a 409. 233 Soda's Egg versus a 207. 306 Zarpas versus a 248. 535 Verzik versus a 454 Verzik. And 208 prep time versus a 151 prep time. That being the time in between the rooms. A clean sweep for every single room for OzTob. And ladies and gentlemen, that is a 2-2. That means we have to go back to the Inferno. Having a look at the mid-match scorecard here in the third place playoff. We see Veric Inters we see OzTob taking down Zulrah. Veric Inters taking down the Nightmare and Vorkarth, and OzTob taking down that Theater of Blood, which means we have one boss left in the third place match. I can't believe it's 2-2. Ladies and gents, a 2-2 here in the third place match. I don't believe it, man. Honestly. Oh. All right. We are going to go ahead and get into the runs here. Final Inferno runs. Listen, guys, it's been a long session. Rather than start at wave 55, I think we're going to start it a little bit later in the Inferno runs. Probably start it at around wave, I want to say 61. And we'll go from there, because we want to get through to the grand final. This is the third place playoff. All right. Now, I can finally reveal to you guys that I accidentally, when I was showing the first Inferno, I was accidentally showing this Inferno for Shawnee. And when you guys heard me go, hang on a second, I was putting on the one where he died because I accidentally played this one first. Oh, good times. All right. All right, we have Shawnee here on wave 61 of the Inferno in the run. Both teams had 2 deaths in the Inferno, so we've had to run it twice, 3 times in fact. Okay, let's go ahead and get the correct logo up. Let's change the scorecard. It is a 2-2 currently. This Inferno is going to be the tiebreaker for Veric Inters versus OzTob in the third place match of the Speedrun Cup. Let's jump into the action. Alright, we're starting here on wave 62 for Shawnee. Once again, a very low amount of sand fuse in his inventory, but as we learned from the last run that he did, he does have 2 sand fuse, most likely on the north side, south side of that pillar here. Whew. The tiebreaker for the Veric Inters versus OzTob in the third place match. We see Shawnee taking down the melee first here on wave 62. And we see that the Major is going to respawn that melee. A little bit of a time loss there. Although considering the fact that we've seen Shawnee die twice. Well, we saw him die once, but we know he died twice in these runs. Don't think it'd be too far-fetched to see him play it safe here. And maybe just go for a relatively speedy, safe kill. And here we go again. fucking die, as he says in the chat. We remember from earlier when I accidentally played the wrong perspective and I saved it. There was only one person in the chat that noticed that I changed perspectives last time, and that was Shawnee. And that's because he's the person that did the run. Really happy with myself in that last one. And you know why no one noticed last time? Because he had the exact same amount of supplies in his inventory. He had the exact same amount of supplies in his inventory on both runs at the exact same amount of time. I don't believe it. Incredible scenes. Wave 63, once again, I will reiterate, a wave you'll see a lot of noobs die on in the Inferno. One of the hardest waves. Happy to say that throughout my 163 Inferno attempts for my cape, I didn't die on wave 63 a single time. Currently unpotted, misclicked his Bastion potion. $163 question mark, that is correct. Seeing the chins come in here for the bloblets, not hitting too well. A little bit of bad RNG for the bloblets. I just hit 73 mining. Can I get a GZ? You can't get a GZ, mate, but I will tell you something. I am laughing my ass off. That is hilarious. Exactly, Leafy. Back with the Eagle Eye. No ToB. Wave 64, we're going to see 2 melees, a ranger, and a major. See a big blood barrage. That's a 151, which means he takes out all of the nibblers. Going to be happy with that, not only to pick up all of the nibbler deaths, but also to pick up those 23 hit points. Melee is going to go down first here. I think he's just trying to make it a little bit easier for himself on this wave. Is that ranger going to come around? No. And we don't see any tile tagging on the monsters for Shawnee here. Obviously doesn't need it. Very talented gamer. Knows what the hitboxes of all these monsters are. And knows exactly where they're going to stand when they're going to stand. Very talented gamer. He's going to take out this melee now. 1 hit left on the major. So I don't think it's going to come into play. Don't think the major's going to respawn that melee. He says, oh. What's he saying oh about? Is he saying oh because he realized he's not potted? He still hasn't realized he's not potted. Is he going to drink his Divine Bastion potion at any point throughout this run? Didn't realize the major was alive? Oh, I see, I see. If only you'd put the power you had to realize that major wasn't alive into realizing you weren't potted for coming up on 2 waves now with that Bastion potion. That's a 124 blood barrage. He's going to tank out 42 from the ranger there. Let's have a look at the supplies going into wave 65. I believe he's got about 3 brews and 1 dose. Does have 2 Sandfuse serums on the ground to the south of that pillar. We'll see him pick those up after the next wave. Major's going to go down. We're going to see him a blowpipe spec here for a 0. He's going to be happy with that. 0 healing at all from that blowpipe spec. Of course, he says, yep. I knew he wasn't going to be happy about that one. Meleeed by the ranger. I don't think he was chanced there. Are you sure this isn't the same run? I am absolutely positive, Scott. Very similar runs, though, aren't they? Still doesn't know he's not potted. Still unaware that the Bastion potion hasn't been drunk. Blood barrage coming in on the nibbler just before it dies. We're going to see the mage prayer come up here for wave 66. 2 mages and a very good mage spawn here. That means the pillar's going to go down. He gets a hit off there, which is a little bit of a mistake. The pillar's going to do half the health damage to the monster stood next to it. I think he might... Is he able to drag this major next to the pillar? Could be wrong here, but he might. Yeah, I'm gonna ask him in the chat. No, he's not? Okay. That explains a lot then. I should have realized that by the fact that he wasn't doing it. First major goes down with 60 health left on the second one. Are we going to see a respawn? No respawn. 46 hit points coming into single Jads. Going to see 5 healers spawn at half health here. We should see him stack up the healers pretty nicely. Go for a blood barrage on them. Still not potted. You're not wrong. He's doing Jad unpotted. Five healers aggroed here. We're going to see him run through the boss. All the healers stuck on the other side. And that is a perfect position for him to get a blood barrage off on all of those healers just after Jad dies. The healers stay alive for enough time to get off one blood barrage, so you don't have to waste time. Once again, you'll see noobs such as myself healing as much as they can off those healers while they're still doing Jad. Speedrunners, not here to waste time. They're going to take every little advantage they can get though. I need to use invent tags for the Bastion. I think you need one of those things that... Look at this switch! Does he pull off? Oh! That was a saucy little 3-way with a 4-item takeoff, and he manages to pull off the 7-way back into him. My word! That was clean. How am I still not potted? That is the question we are all asking ourselves here. Still not potted. Triple Jads. Have a look at the way the healers are safe spotted here. Didn't need to aggro one of them, and uses that healer to safe spot the other two that he did aggro, taking no damage from the healers here on the first Jad of triples. Has he finally realized he's not potted? Don't think he's realized just yet. Honestly, not bad DPS for being unpotted. You're not wrong there, Solar Snipes. Or Solar Ships. Don't know how I haven't realized. Gonna have to aggro two of the healers here. Oh my god, look at the man. The fact that he knows he can do that. Like I said, guys, Speedrun Cup showcasing some of the best PVMers in the world. Just look at that game knowledge there to know that he can safe spot the healers like that. Down to one Jad on triples. Should be pretty cruisy going from here. And it'll be interesting to see on Zuck if he does decide to play it safe, or if he decides to go for the healer skip again. Last time didn't go for the healer skip, still died. Be interesting to see what he goes for here. I'll drink a pot on Zuck. Shawnee here being unpotted from wave 63 all the way up until triple Jads. Doesn't aggro all of the healers here. Misses one. Gonna have to blowpipe the last one. Taking a little bit of damage from the healers. Are we gonna see him run through Jad here? Doesn't look like we will, but it looks like we will. Yep. And we should see him at the end of this one. Try and get a nice little blood barrage off. Bruise up now, and now is when he's gonna pot. He's gonna pot now. I believe, Shawnee. Press that Bastion potion. There we go. He finally pots up. Not too sure how much he healed there from those healers. But, my word, were those switches clean. PogChamp, he potted. Let's go, boys. Epic music. I don't believe my eyes. Once again, guys, interesting to see how he does on Zuck here. Obviously, the super fast gamers going for that healer skip. And the ToB going nuclear. Question marks coming out in the chat. And, hello? 766 hit points coming into the first range and mage spawn. It's not even the range and mage spawn. That was the first rotation of the shield. Is he going to get it down to fucking 600 before the first spawn comes out? Is this a no spawn? Oh, damn. The bone noodles right at the end. Off task, 693 health as the first spawn comes up. I don't believe my eyes. Gonna tag the Ranger and Major here. Let's have a look at the off-tick flicks. Gonna get into position just in time for that Zuck hit. Tanks a... Not too sure what he tanked there. If it was a Major, I believe that was a chance. If it was the Ranger, he is okay. It's a range hit, so no chance there. 690 hit points left on Zuck. He's going to leave that Major alive until he gets down to 600, I imagine. And then he's just going to finish that bad boy off. That should be enough there. We'll see a ToB hit on the Major. Probably not enough to finish it there. Going to see him brew up before Jad comes out because he is going to be going for that Jad skip by the look of it. Let's see if he repots here. He does. 112 range. And here comes the 480 hit points. Guess I'm killing healers, he says. I think he realizes not going to be enough supplies in the inventory. 3 doses of Sandfew left. He is, however, going to skip Jad. $390. Of course, the healer's coming up at 240 hit points. See, there is absolutely no lava in that pool where the healers are going to come out from. Saving 1, 2 ticks, 3 ticks, 4 ticks here by launching 2 chins, I believe. No, he's just trying not to spawn the healers before the shield goes to the very end. And that's exactly 240. He is not going to be happy with that. Looks like he's going to spawn the healers in the middle. No, he's going to play it safe. Wait until the other end. Not play it safe. He wants to be able to tag every single healer before they heal too much on Zuck. Sorry, I misspoke here. So he wants to be able to hit every single healer as quick as possible. The best way you're going to be able to do that is by having the shield come back. Is he going to tank another Zuck hit here? No, he's not. Tanked a Zuck hit in the last run. Looked as though he might have overrun the shield a bit there, but safely behind it. Doesn't come out too early here either. 2 healers down. Like we heard him say, he is going to be skipping these... he is going to be killing these healers, not skipping them. Still skipping Jad. As you can see, look at the prayers being switched. He is going off those game sounds. You guys aren't able to hear the game sounds. The audio is off for the stream. But every time he hears the game sound of Jad, you can hear the mage hit before it's going to hit you. And he's going to change that prayer over. Doesn't even need to look at the boss. Just using that audio cue to know when to change his prayers. 349 health left on the boss. Be very surprised if we see another mage range set here. Should be able to finish it off pretty quickly. 285 hit points left. Are we going to see an actual completion of the Inferno in the Speedrun Cup? So far, no one has completed the Inferno on any of the runs. It is definitely the easiest run to die on. Going for all of these small time saves can definitely cost you your life in the Inferno. 115 hit points left here on the Jad skip. Very unlikely to die unless he misses a flick on Jad. Even if he does have the bruise in his inventory, and we know that Shawnee can tick eat. Noodle bow right at the end. Range pot up for the last hit. And that is a 62-17, and we see a CX in the chat from Shawnee. The first man to complete an Inferno in the Speedrun Cup. Can we get a clap in the chat for Shawnee? 62 minutes and 17 seconds. Let me write that down so I don't forget. 62, 17. And ladies and gentlemen, that means it all comes down to this. It is 2-2 in the Speedrun Cup third place match. And we're going to be seeing Winnie Blues, aka Ash, come up against the Inferno. We're going to skip ahead to wave 63. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it looks as though we're about ready to jump on in. Let's go ahead and get the ToB logo going. 2-2 here with the Inferno being the deciding run. We're about to jump in and see Winnie Blues with this Inferno run, and this will decide who takes out the third place prize. Let's jump into it. How do you know it's not pre-recorded to be legit about the dying clips? So, let me just quickly... What we did for that to make sure that... What we did to make sure that no one was cheating is that every single time someone did a run, there was someone in a Discord call with them, making sure that they were doing the run that they sent over for the clip. So, for the quarterfinals and the semifinals, I was there to make sure. And for this third place match and for the grand final, Hootie Tootie was in a call to make sure that no one was cheating. I'm just having a look at the screen here. It seems as though Mr. Winnie Blues has left the timer up for this Zach run. 62 minutes to beat, and he's on wave 63 at 56. I mean, ladies and gents, leaving the timer up, amateur move here. And I think it's just about over. He's going to have to go nuclear on these last waves. Not even using rigor. Okay, ladies and gents, I'm just getting word right now. As you can see, this pace, not very fast for an Inferno run, speed run. I'm getting word now that supposedly there was a quote-unquote leak. And before he went into this run, he was assured by his team captain that Shawnee died. And his plan going into this was just to AFK guarantee the kill. A leak that Shawnee had died. And as you can see, Winnie Blues here, Ash, not even trying. I'm not sure where the team captain got their information from, but the only person that knew that Shawnee had done his run was Hootie Tootie, and he wouldn't even tell me what happened. Maybe a little bit of foul play. Maybe Shawnee told Ash that he planked. A little bit of tactics coming in potentially. Thoughts on that one, Shawnee? I didn't tell him I planked. Maybe some mind games. Ladies and gentlemen, if that is the case, and Shawnee has managed to secure this victory by assuring ToB's team captain that he planked before Winnie Blues goes in for his Inferno run. Wow. Oh, wow. Obviously, it's not technically over yet, but we see the time, 59 minutes and 30 seconds here for Ash. And once again, he is just thinking all he's got to do is survive. He's not even praying rigor. He's got 15 restores in his inventory. He's camping his mage prayer, and rig is not on. He really went into this thinking all he had to do was survive. And Shawnee, potentially rent-free in the heads of ToB. Wow. I'm lost for words. I'm lost for words. Oh my word. And that's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. In these competitions, you have to take every small advantage you can get. And to be completely honest, guys, you got to say it's on the fault of ToB there for believing their competition. Rather than going for the kill very fast, they decide to take the safe route. And that's just the thing. Every little thing comes into play in these competitions. He has the Major right next to the pillar, and he's not even going to use the pillar to kill it. Really just chilling. This is a reclined gamer right here. So I've just received the Discord PMs between Shawnee and Ash here. Ash says, "Did you die? I don't know if you've died. I'm just assuming that you did though. I'm not even taking chins or a speedy setup." And Shawnee says, "I'm not telling you if I died or not. No spoilers. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. 3 times in a row isn't that unlikely. ... And 62 minutes to beat. You see the clock on the screen tick over to 62 minutes. And the decision to play it safe, not go for a fast kill, is going to cost ToB the victory here. I'm going to let this play out, guys. I'm sure you want to see the Zuck, and we're close enough to it, but that means the Veric Inters are going to take out 3rd place in the Speedrun Cup. Holy fuck, Shawnee, you're the MVP in this tourney for that. I mean, the games, the mind games came into play and they worked. I gotta say, I can respect the move. Skip to Zuck. That is a great idea, actually. Not gonna bother sitting through triple Jads here. We're just gonna skip to Zuck. Alright. No watch triples, says Ash. Alright. I tell you what. We'll watch the triples. Once again, guys. These gamers have taken the time out of their day to perform for us. The least we can do... is show them off. Took the time out of the day. The least we can do is show them off. He's right. There's Lake in the chat. Team member for any glances. Does this mean ToB lost? Yes, unfortunately, Ash decided to keep his Infernal timer up for this run. Smite flicking triple jads. Is this what you wanted to show off, Ash? This man walks into the Inferno, decides that he's going to do the most reclined cape possible in a speedrun tournament, and then has the nerve to smite flick triple jads. Good time for a reclined run, though. I mean, I guess so. Unfortunately, not going to be a good enough time for ToB to take it out. Alright, let's skip through to the end of the Zuck, guys. Too excited to get into the grand final here. At least he's potted. That is true. That is true. Beer in one hand, mouse in the other. The true Aussie way. Imagine being beaten by an unpotted champion. I can't believe that ToB have fallen for the mind games here. Incredible. And as we heard yesterday, after his death in the Inferno attempt in the semi-finals, Winnie Blues here went down to the duel arena. He's even killing Jad here, guys. He went down to the duel arena and lost 2.5 billion GP. I'll be surprised if Demon Butler gets his gear back after this, because I imagine he'll be going straight back there. Is this man using amethyst arrows? No, he's definitely using dragon arrows. Wave 69 of the Inferno. Nice. Plenty of supplies here. Could have even gone for a healer skip. Oh. And it turns out that you don't even need to be good at speedrunning for the Speedrun Cup. You just need to tell the opposition team that you died. Not my fault. Hey, I respect the mind game, Shawnee. Smite up for Zuck as well. The cockiness from this man, impeccable. Can you imagine, guys, can you imagine being Winnie Blues here? Can you imagine being Ash here? He's sitting there going, yeah, I fucking got this in the bag. Yeah, you know, 71 minutes into my Inferno run. Doesn't fucking matter. Shawnee died. Imagine being this man. The cockiness. He's so confident. He thinks he's got it in the bag. Smiling the whole time, probably. Probably just drinking a beer. Sitting back. Maybe smoking a dart. Maybe listening to a song here. I need a miracle. I need a miracle. Just passing. About to come up to the 73-minute mark here. Maybe deliberate here from Winnie Blues. Not only going for the reclined cape, but also going for the meme. 1 second, Reels. Yep. Okay. And I think it is a blowpipe on Zuck. He thinks he's won. And that's a 75-minute Zuck. I can't believe it. I honestly can't believe it. The captain of Oz ToB finding out there's been a leak and Shawnee died. And guess what? Shawnee didn't fucking die. Oh my word. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a look at the scorecard. We see that both of them wiped in their first attempt. We didn't bother putting on the second attempt because they both wiped again. That's a 67-46 for Shawnee. That's not right. Wasn't it a 62-17? And why 60... What? Hootie? Hootie? Listen, guys, I'm going to have to fire my graphic designer after this. It's meant to say 62-17 up against a 75-26. And ladies and gentlemen, it is time to crown our third place winners. Where's the one that I'm looking for? There it is. There it is. The Veric Inters going to be taking out third place in the Speedrun Cup, and they're going to be taking home $200 in prize money. A great effort from there. A great effort from them there to come back after losing the semifinals yesterday. Third place for the Veric Inters. Can we get some claps in the chat for the boys? And a massive thank you to those guys for participating in the tournament. Jinnemy coming in saying, my one death at Vork made the difference. That's right. Your one death at Vorkar lost this match. Guys, keep the claps going as well for Oz ToB. Once again, thank you to those guys for participating. A valiant effort, but going down in the third place match. Ladies and gentlemen, it is that time of the day. Everyone is here to see the grand final match. We're going to have Cthulu Box Theory coming up against Any Glances. Where's my interview, says Rills? We only do interviews for the winners here, mate. And you might have won that match, but you still came third. Alright, let's have a look at the bracket here, guys. Once again, going back through it, we see that Any Glances took on Team Schleem in round 1, taking them out 2-0. Coming up against Veric Inters in the semifinals, taking them out 3-1 to make their way into the grand final. Any Glances, the team of Lake, Puggin, and X-Bay. A couple of little stats for you here from the Glances. X-Bay, the 9th fastest solo Chambers of Xeric run in the world. Lake, famous, known as the man that went 3,427 raids dry for his Twisted Bow and his Iron Man. And Puggin, probably the most handsome man in the universe. And they're going to be coming up against Cthulu Box Theory. A big team here. We've got Scotty, Addy, Kirby, Gino, Hayo, and Toy Owner. A couple little stats for you here as well. Addy with the 3rd fastest Chambers of Xeric solo in the world. Kirby with the 4th fastest Chambers of Xeric solo in the world. Gino with the 4th fastest Inferno in the world. Hayo with the 9th fastest Inferno in the world. Scotty, the world record holder for Zulrah. And wait for it, not just Zulrah. Not just Zulrah, I should say. He's also the world record holder for, ready? Hespori, Galvek, and the Fragment of Seren. A massive world record holder here. And of course, the last member of the team, Toy Owner, holds the world record for the largest aspect ratioed client of any single person in the game. It's huge. He has to have a monitor that goes from the bottom of his apartment floor all the way up to the roof. It is massive. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand final match coming up here. It's going to be Cthulhu Box Theory versus Any Glances, and we are going to jump straight into the draft. Now, for the final match, this is not the right draft. Let's get this one up. It's a best of 7 for the grand final. So what we did is we got each team to rank the remaining 7 bosses, not including the Theater of Blood. The last 7 bosses, we got them to rank them between 1 and 7, both teams. We then added up the points from either team, put them together, and then we took the top 6 bosses. And as you can see, the Fight Caves did not make it in. The top 3 picks for the Glances was the Nightmare, Vorkarth, and Gauntlet. That means we get to see the Gauntlet, ladies and gentlemen. And the top 3 picks for Cthulhu Box Theory, Inferno, Zulrah, and the Chambers of Xeric. See, there's a poll in the chat. 52% of people in the chat think that Cthulhu Box Theory is going to take this one out. 48% of people think that is going to be the Glances. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to see some hype in the chat. Let me know who you're rooting for in this grand final match. You can use Team CBT for Cthulhu Box Theory, or you can use Any Glances for Any Glances. And if you exclamation mark CBT, you'll see some links from the participants. And if you exclamation mark Glances, you're going to see some links from the Glances as well. Make sure you check them out, guys. Some of the best PVMers in the world. We're going to jump straight on into it. We're kicking it off with Zulrah. Let me go ahead and get up Glances Zulrah. Once again, guys, Hootie Tootie was the man that watched all of these runs. I have no idea who wins. No idea whatsoever. So I get to experience this with you guys. And let me tell you, I am fucking excited. Kicking it off with Any Glances. Puggin is going to be taken on Zulrah. Let me just quickly fix up the scoreboard here. Who would have thought EVscape unorganized running a tournament? 0-0 is the score. It's Any Glances versus Cthulhu Box Theory. And let's get the correct logo up on the screen. We're watching Any Glances, and we're ready to jump on into it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to see Puggin take on Zulrah in the first match of the grand final of the Speedrun Cup. Let's get into it. Let's have a look at the setup here for Puggin. We see he's going with the accurate T-bow hit for the last hit on the first phase. This is a best of 7, so we're going to see 7 different bosses. Has his Ancestral Hat on for 2 blowpipe hits, but he'd be happy to see that he's got the Mage rotation. Going to be getting some ranged hits in here. The Dragon Knife's not going very hard on the boss. Looks as though it's going to be about 150 HP coming up for the third phase of the rotation. Let's have a look at the surges here. Can he get some decent hits here and hopefully start off with a pretty good time? One more hit on the boss. He's pulled up. Unfortunately, doesn't get it down before the boss goes under the water. under the swamp. Gets it down with a T-bow hit after it comes back up. Interesting to see the T-bow there, but that's a 59 second to start it off here for the Glances. 59 seconds from Puggin for the first kill. That's under 1 minute, and he is going to be happy with that. Going to see him go inside the chambers of Xeric here, so he can redo his imbued heart. We're also going to see him teleport into the desert with that Desert Amulet 4, because I believe the friend's account that he was using doesn't have a maxed house for some reason. Maxed player without a maxed house. I could be wrong. And here we go. Going in for kill number 2. Decent hit to start off with. Desert Amulet is quicker and gives +7 hit points. I don't expect those hit points will come in too often, mate, because, believe it or not, he's going to eat the anglerfish before he goes into the kill, and I don't think it is that much quicker than the house. Once again, another mage phase here. Good RNG on the rotations here for Puggin. He does it so he can use the heart once again. The Desert Amulet not going to help him out with the imbued heart. That's the reason he goes inside the chambers of Xeric. I'd ask that the people in the chat that have no idea what the fuck they're talking about, stop saying things. 36 hit points left on Zulrah as it goes down again. 19 hit points. He's missed a couple of hits here and he's not happy. You see the screen shake come in. That's probably going to be a 103. A 101 coming in for the second kill for Puggin. He's going to be happy with that, though. 59 second into a 101. That's going to be a 1 minute average for the 2 kills he's done so far. All right, EVscape. Are you a genius or something? Riddle me this. What came first, the egg or the chicken? My answer to that, Hootie Tootie, is I don't fucking care. They're both delicious. About to come into the third kill for Puggin for the Glances. Big Mason in the chat, the man responsible for finding the sponsors for the videos that allow us to do the Speedrun Cup and other events we have planned. Big shout out to Mason over there at Crusader Talent. $50 T-bow on the first phase, but the first few hits were not very good for Puggin there. Let's see what he can do to the melee phase here. Volatile Staff spec coming in, 116 XP drop, probably a 30, yep, 32. We'll see the Pillar Stall here. Doesn't get lucky enough to get the Mage phase 3 times in a row. So we'll see a Blowpipe, a T-bow, a Blowpipe, a T-bow, and now we'll see a Blowpipe and a T-bow again. There's no Dark Bow in the inventory. That's a 50 as the Mage phase goes down. We see him Angler up here. That's a big hit coming out of the phase as well. The Surge is going in for Puggin here. He's had a 59 second and a 101. And it looks as though he's going to get another fast one here if he can get this Volatile Spec off before it goes down. It's going to be the last hit. It will not go under. That's an 8 to finish it off. And a 103 coming in. So we've had a 59, a 101, and a 103. That's going to put him on a 101 average for those first 3 kills. And Puggin is going to be happy with that. Let's see him go into his 4th kill here. Obviously leaving the loot on the ground. Accurate T-bow coming in. That's going to be about a 10. These gamers really don't care about the loot. Very, very rich in RuneScape gold and in PVM ability. When you've killed as many bosses as these guys have. anything that is less than a green cash stack. You know what they do with loot that's less than a green cash stack? They just spit on it. Disgusting. Get that out of here. 137 hit points on Zulrah. $40 left. He's going for the blowpipe. Interesting to see him go for the... Oh, the zero T-bow on 11 hit points. Why did he go for the T-bow there? The blowpipe can hit 11. Still comes out with a 104, but definitely missed a hit there. Unfortunate for Puggin. Could have been probably a 101. T-bow being a 5-tick weapon. Is that a 59, a 101, a 103, and a 104? Can we get someone to confirm if a blowpipe can hit 11? Someone in the chat, we need you to run the numbers. I don't know. It can. Cannot hit 11. The spec can't. Can confirm. I just checked. I'll get back to you. Can't confirm. Ran the numbers. It can. The max hit is 10. Blowpipe max is an 8. It can hit 73. I will choose to believe that one. 2 hits to start the kill here. Going to see him go into a blowpipe, then into a T-bow on rapid, then a T-bow on accurate before he switches it back to rapid. I think he realized that he accidentally had the T-bow on accurate last time. Tanking Avenge here for a 34. I think he's going to tank the next hit as well. Yep, that is a 16. This is the worst phase at Zulrah. Going to see a melee phase next, but he is cooking it up! Chef Ramsay at Zulrah, the way he's cooking up that phase there. This is going to be quick. Uh-oh. Noodle. Have I jinxed it? Oh, I might have jinxed it here. I think I've jinxed it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, how did he not finish it off on this phase? That is some really unfortunate RNG there coming in. And he right-clicks the Twisted Bow and says, hey, have I got the right weapon equipped? What is going on there? 1.1 bill in the GE. Comes in with a 105. So far we've seen a 59 second, a 101, a 103, a 104, and a 105 for Puggin. Jinxing a pre-recorded clip, that's amazing. Obviously, Feast, you don't understand how jinxes work, mate, because that is possible. So I believe we've seen 5 kills here from Puggin. Gonna see 5 more in this grand final matchup. Any glances versus Cthulhu Box Theory. Playing for the title of the first old school RuneScape speed run champions. Who else is on glances? We have Puggin, Lake, and X-Bay. Exactly, Chaz. That's what I'm saying. $420 hit points left on Zulrah. Blaze it, homies. Going to be hitting a 49 with a surge here and a 26 XP with a volatile. Don't think he's going to be too happy with that spec. Probably about a 4 or 5. Yep, there it is. Let's see the T-bow go in here on this range mage phase. 7 Venge. That's gonna hit back around a 5 or a 4 back on the boss. Not as big as he might have hoped there. 200 hit points coming into the 3rd phase of the rotation for Zulrah. This rotation, not the slowest, not the fastest, right in the middle here. 173 XP drop. 66 health left on Zulrah. My dinner almost just came back up. That volatile spec hitting nothing. You see again the shake on the screen from Puggin, and you can see in the chat he really can't be asked. A 117, and he gets a rune spear. That is a rare drop table drop. Not going to be too happy with that one is Puggin. I'm going to quickly put my slippers on while we wait for him to get back into the next kill. It is freezing here in Australia. Okay. Not even Ugg boots, ICBF. I actually have slippers that are shaped like monster feet. Believe it or not. My girlfriend bought me those for my birthday. And everyone here in the chat bought me nothing for my birthday. I thought we were all friends here. I guess I was wrong. Let's have a look at the Venge here at 20. It's going to hit 15 damage back to the boss. 200 hit points here. Maybe less going into the melee phase. Once again, cooking up this rotation. The worst rotation he can possibly get. And he is getting some really good RNG on it. Look at these numbers! 39 into a 16. Is he going to finish it off on the melee phase here? No, he is not. Let's have a look at the spec. That's a big spec. It's going to come back up. We'll probably see around a 40 on the boss. That's a 50! He maxed! And the T-bow to finish it off. Let's have a look at the time there on that. The slowest rotation. That's a 101. On the slowest rotation of Zulrah, he hits an almost 1 minute kill. The RNG for Puggin, absolutely insane during these 10 kills. Let's have a look at the T-bows here. Once again, the slowest rotation here for Puggin. That's 2 in a row on the slowest rotation. Don't think he's going to be too happy about that. What the... Where the fuck did this man buy his harmonized staff? Certainly didn't get it on sale. Probably paid a fucking premium for this. It's going in! You're kidding me! The slowest possible Zulrah rotation. How quick is this kill? Holy in the chat, he says, and holy is not wrong. That is 46 seconds on the slowest rotation. PogChamp is not wrong. Puggin, the RNG, popping off with that harmonized staff. Who cares if he has the slowest rotation? That is a 46-second kill in the grand final of the Speedrun Cup. Any glances in the chat? Puggin looking very good here at Zulrah. Everything hitting. And every time it hits, it's the max hit. What is going on? He's twisted bows going nuclear again. And another of the slowest rotation. Is he going to get another 46-second kill here? This is ridiculous. This man can't miss. If I was Scotty, I would be shaking in my boots right now. Wondering what I'm up against. Slowest rotation, my ass. We are changing the game here. And he noodles on the melee phase. Okay, okay. This is why it's the slowest phase. 0, 0, 0, 0. Volatile spec, a 0. Yep, okay. RNG always comes around. Always comes back around as RNG. going to see the ToB come on for the last hit here. Is he going to be able to finish it off? That will finish it. Risks the ToB for the last hit. And he's going to get a 108. Holy shit, guys. Any glances have come to play in the grand final. They want to prove to the world that they are the best in the world. This man can sell his orb for at least 10 bill. I agree. ToB hitting 0 there. Coming into the last kill for Puggin. Once again, the slowest rotation. He might have had some really, really, really good RNG with these slow rotations, but you can't forget he did get 5 of the slowest rotation out of 10 kills. And it looks as though this time the harm is noodling. We could see some damage to his average here on this last kill if the harm doesn't come in hot. Harm is doing work here on the melee phase. Volatile Spec coming in, 171 hit points left on the boss. That's probably going to be around a 47 as it comes up. We're going to see the ToB. No, we're not going to see the blowpipe. Gonna wait until Zulrah is under 50 hit points before he goes to that Twisted Bow to risk it for the last hit. Accurate ToB on the last hit. That's a 45 hit points left. Is he gonna kill it? Kills it as it comes up. Let's have a look at the last kill time here for Puggin. As a 113. They were some quick kills there from Puggin. Highlights of those 10 kills. 59-second kill and a 46-second kill during the worst possible rotation. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to beat around the bush here. I am as curious to know as you guys are. If Scotty, for Cthulhu Box Theory, can beat those times from Puggin, and he has a hard task ahead of him. Let's go ahead and not press that button. We'll press this button. Get ready to jump on over there. Change the logo up. And we are ready to jump on in. I've clicked the wrong button. Hang on. I've got to pause it, guys. One moment. I've clicked too many wrong buttons. That's the right button. That's the right button. And we are ready to jump on in. Gonna miss a couple of seconds here. I've pressed the wrong button again. Right, excuse me, guys. One moment. Got to start this again. Don't want you guys to miss out on any of the Zulrah action, because I certainly don't want to miss out on the Zulrah action either. What is going on in my inventory right now? What the fuck is happening in my inventory? All right, I think we're ready. I think we're ready to rumble. Let's go ahead and jump on into Scotty's perspective, killing Zulrah for Team CBT. Scotty, once again, the world record holder for Zulrah, has a 31-second PB here. The joint world record holder with a man named Grasp also has a 31-second PB, although Scotty was first. Let's have a look at the rotation here. Looks as though we're going to see a pillar stall on the next phase. 46 XP from the mage hit, probably around a 20 volatile there. 18, that's a big ToB hit coming into the pillar stall. Gonna see the ToB come in. That's a 50 and a 19 Venge, 14 damage back to Zulrah. 245 XP drop with the Twisted Bow. It is coming in hot here. The accurate hit, that's a 69 XP drop. Nice. And he doesn't get, never mind, I was about to say he doesn't get his arcane on, but he doesn't need it. He does in fact have a Tome of Fire for his Fire Search. Pulling up on the boss here. The Volatile Spec for the last hit is going to take it down. Let's have a look at the first kill here for Scotty. Is going to be a 59-second kill. And if we remember, the first kill for Puggin, sorry, it's a 58-second kill for Scotty, and it was a 59-second kill for Puggin on that first kill. My word, ladies and gentlemen. Things are getting spicy here in the grand final. Whoo, he's on pace. Let's have a look going in. To the second kill at Zulrah for Scotty. Look at those switches, ladies and gentlemen. Pulling off a 9-way switch like it's absolutely nothing, and the ToB is going nuclear. That's a 50 until probably a 42. Lag? Lag? Okay, it was just a lag for us, not a lag for him. He did manage to pull off those Dragon Throne Axe specs. Don't think he managed to get the Vengeance back off on the boss there. We're going to see a ToB hit come in. Oh, he missed the ToB hit. Oh, Scotty's going to be fuming with himself for missing the ToB hit there on the end of the mage phase. Kinda suspicious, says Lake. I agree with you. Luckily enough, we had Hootie Tootie there to make sure that everyone was playing within the rules. Once again, he's not going to be happy with himself for missing that ToB here on the mage phase. Let's see what he can do here. Archer's Ring might come back on, might not come back on. We'll see it go back on here. ToB hit for the last hit. We'll leave Zulrah's on a little bit too high hit points to go down here. And we're going to see the melee come up. That should do it, though. And that is going to be the kill. Let's have a look at the time for the second kill here. Missed ToB. Oops, he knows it, and he is not happy with himself. That is a 117 Zulrah kill. Let's go ahead and skip to the next one here, guys. Too far in. All right. Missed the hit with the ToB. I don't think it cost him as much time as you would think. Coming into the third kill here for Cthulhu Box Theory in the grand final of the Speedrun Cup. Magic Seed drop. Nope, don't want that. I agree. See you later. You'll see a rapid ToB here for the pillar stall. Same rotation, 3 kills in a row. That's a 50 and a 26 blowpipe. 76 damage coming in from that first pillar stall. Looked about a 45 damage from the second one. Accurate ToB. That's going to be a 49 when the boss comes up. Maybe a 48. 49 it was. This is going to be a quick kill, guys. We should see him pull up on the boss here. Can one hit the boss after this next hit? He can. We see him pull up. A 42, one more hit should do it here, and this is going to be a very quick kill for Scotty. He's going to be happy with that one. After the last kill was a 117, he's going to pull out a 58-second, another sub 1 minute kill for Scotty. Whoo! Let's have a look at the next kill. Dragon Hellbird on the floor. See the Venge coming in, the pre-Venge. See potentially a bit of Spanish being spoken at the bank there. Starts the kill off with a 42. If there's any way you want to start off your Zulrah kill, that is definitely up there. A rapid ToB into an accurate ToB, and he's going to hit 0-0. ToB not coming in hot there. Let's have a look at the Dragon Throne Axes. Decent specs there. Don't think he's going to be too upset with it. Blowpipe is kind of going in here. Hasn't missed yet. No zeros. I say as he hits a 0, hits that ToB hit for the last one. Lagging a little bit. Like I said, guys, sometimes when you're recording your point of view, streaming on Discord and playing the game at the same time, these lags can happen. Just know the lags didn't happen for him in-game, luckily enough. Still going to be able to perform as well as he can. The lags will happen on screen for us, though. See a lot of people saying sus in the chat. All of these runs were watched live by Hootie Tootie, so he can confirm whether or not the man cheated. Hootie Tootie, can we get your verdict in the chat as we see a 109 coming in here for Scotty? Let's go ahead and skip to the next kill. Has anyone got a unique drop throughout the tourney? We did see a Tanzanite Fang from Kandarin in the Veric Inters. PNAC in the inventory. Ten kills each, right? Correct. We're going to be coming into the 5th kill here at Zulrah. The accurate ToB hit at the end there. Probably going to hit around a 47. Doesn't get all these switches on in time for the second rotation. See a volatile staff spec. Once again, the slowest rotation here. That's going to be a big surge to finish it off, though. We're going to see the melee come up, and let's have a look at the RNG on the melee phase. We know Puggin's RNG went absolutely off its tits for this melee phase. Looks as though we get some decent hits here from Scotty as well. In this melee phase, the slowest phase possible, and he hasn't missed yet. Hits might not have been that high, but he hasn't missed yet. Let's have a look at the volatile spec, not the biggest. Once again, not missing, but just not hitting as high as he probably would have wanted to. Is he going to risk the ToB hit at the end here? He is. That is not what he wanted to see. A 16 XP drop on the ToB. Trying to finish off the kill. One more hit. Or a 42. Let's have a look at the time in the chat. It's a 1:15 for Scotty on his 5th kill here at Zulrah for Cthulu Box Theory. Let's go ahead and jump on into the next one as quick as we can. RNG game is RNG, as Gino says in the chat there. Pure_II in the chat says he needs at least 2 50-second kills to bring it back. I would be inclined to agree with you here, mate. I don't have the exact numbers by my side, but judging by the amount of low 1 kills that Puggin got, I would say that we're going to need to see some quick kills here from Scotty if he's going to take out Zulrah for Cthulu Box Theory. Fastest rotation here for Scotty, though. Could potentially see a good time if the RNG permits, and by the looks of things, it is not going to. Decent ToB hit at the end there. I think that's going to be around a 47. It's a 49. Almost the max hit from the ToB. Did he just hit another 49 with the surge as well? Yeah, we are definitely going to see a quick time here, unless he noodles right at the end. Surprised not to see him pull up here. Woo! Splashes the last hit. Let's see the blowpipe go in. And that is another lag for Scotty. Spliced runs 57 seconds. Things were not looking good for Scotty, but he's pulled it back with a 57, a sub 1 minute kill. It is not over, ladies and gentlemen. It is not over in the slightest. Scotty, the world record holder for Zulrah, bringing it back with the RNG, trying to prove to the world why he is the best at what he does, and Zulrah is what he does. We see a Pog champ in the chat from Scott, and he believes. 2 splashes to start the kill. That is not what he wanted to see, especially when he needs the RNG to come in for him to come back here. I do believe he is still behind at the moment. Once again, the slowest rotation. The RNG not coming in clutch at all. He's going to get 1 blowpipe off here, then into the harmonized staff again. The blowpipe actually hits while he's in full ancestral. That is the RNG we need to see. Coming into the melee phase. Let's have a look at the hit points on the boss. 271. Very doubtful he's going to be able to kill it on this melee phase. And he's splashing more than a Magikarp at level 15. See the Sears Ring go on for the hits. Sears Ring come off for taking on the Snakelings. Coming into the mage phase here. Gonna see a ToB last hit. Will the RNG come in? That's not gonna be big enough to kill it. It's gonna come up and he's still gonna need to get 1 hit off. 29 into the 29. He forgot to heart at the start of this kill, and that might have cost him. Another 115 coming in for Scotty. He's going to need to see some good numbers on these last 3 kills if he's going to have a chance here against Puggin. Do the players know who the winners are, or just you, Hootie Tootie? The only person in the world that knows who the winner of the Speedrun Cup is Hootie Tootie. Not even I know. I specifically wanted to be as surprised as you guys are, as surprised as the players are. I wanted to enjoy this in the moment. Accurate Tebow coming in for a 0. Activating Augury here from the inventory. Manages to get that 8, 10. Oh no! Oh no! That is a disaster for Scotty. He's tanked a melee hit here. Doesn't even manage to get his full range switch on before the pillar stall. And he's missed 2 harm hits there. As we all know, guys, you can be the best in the world at something and still make mistakes sometimes, but I think he will be kicking himself. The grand final of the Speedrun Cup, not the time to be making mistakes like that. See the volatile spec come in. It's 100 XP drop, probably looking around a 40 with the vol there. 45, a very big hit. Let's see if the blowpipe can back him up. Not going to be the fastest kill in the world. Missed those 2 hits at the start. And they certainly could have made a big difference here. We're going to see a Tebow for the last hit. Is he going to risk it? He's not going to risk it. Goes for the last hit before it goes down. That's going to take it out. Let's have a look at the time in the chat. Once again, another splice run. That's a 1:23. That is a 1:23. In the chat, you can see there, we don't talk about that one. And I tell you what, Scotty, we're not going to talk about that one, mate. Like I said, everybody makes mistakes. Unfortunate for him, that mistake came in the form of a mistake during the grand final of the Speedrun Cup. Where's he teleported to here? Back to the crafting guild. What's he getting out the bank? Another angler. Gonna need to see some really good times here from Scotty. He's got 2 kills left. Gonna see if he can bring it back for his team. Don't tell Scotty. Scotty doesn't know. It's a 45. This is a good start to the kill. This is the RNG that he wants to see. This is the RNG that he needs to bring it back. Unfortunately, the Tebow hitting 0. We're going to see about a 20 coming in from the Tebow on the second one, a 22. Let's see if he tanks a melee hit here. Looks as though he's going to avoid it this time. The volatile spec coming in. He's going to hit a 0 with the vol spec as well. RNG not coming in for Scotty here. I think he's going to be kicking himself about the mistakes a little bit more than he's kicking himself about the RNG. That being said, the Twisted Bow starting to pop off a little bit here. That's 2 50s in a row. Could be a nice Twisted Bow carry. Accurate Twisted Bow on the end there. Should be about a 47 as the boss comes up. How big's the surge going to be? That's going to be another 40 plus. It's going to be a 36, as I said. Another 36. Is he going to get it down here? This is going to be a fast kill. Volatile spec coming in for a 20, and Scotty going to be about a 50-something second. A 58-second kill. That's his third 58-second kill of these 10. He has 1 kill to go up against Puggin here at Zulrah. 1 kill left. He's had 3 sub-1 minute kills. Is that going to be enough for him here at Zulrah? Not only for Scotty, but for Team Cthulu Box Theory. Let's see if he manages to pull off a world record run for the last one. Making sure that his volatile staff is in fact still autocaster, just in case he accidentally leaves that volatile on. Let's have a look here. The first phase, we're going to see 2, 3 hits from that harm orb before he switches into the blowpipe for 1 hit. A rapid Tebow is a 49, and the accurate Tebow, that's going to be about a 45 as the boss comes up into the fastest rotation. He could be on here, guys. Twisted Bow into the Dragon Throne Axe is going to get back into the blowpipe. The boss is almost on half health already. This could be the RNG he needs to bring it back for his team. We're going to see a very quick kill here if the RNG continues, and he's 0, 0, 0, 0. Why so many zeros? Where did the RNG go? He's going to need to pull it back with the mage hits here. That's a big one to start off the range rotation. Another big one to back it up. Are we going to see him pull up on the boss here? He could kill it in 2 more hits, so we might see him pull up. These are big surges. He's popping off with the surges now. This should be the last hit. He might be able to kill it. He splashes. Oh, if he kills it here, it could still be a sub 1 minute kill. He's spam clicking the boss. 0, 0. Why so many zeros? Let's have a look at the time here for Scotty. The last kill at Zulrah, it's a 1:03. It's the last kill for Scotty at Zulrah. Is that going to be enough for him to take it down for his team? Guys, I am just as excited as you are to find out the results to this one. Like I said, I have absolutely no idea who won that. Hootie Tootie, a very cryptic man, he sent me all of the scores. He sent them to me in zipped folders. So I have no idea who has won currently. I'm going to unzip the scores for myself here. Replace the file destination, and we are about to find out who's going to take down the first point in the grand final of the Speedrun Cup. Let's have a look. And it's going to be Any Glances taking down the first point at Zulrah, a 103.7 average. And if you take the number 3 and the number 7 and turn them around, that's a 73. And if we look on the other side of the time, that's a 107.3 for Team CBT. Taking a look at the kill breakdown here, that 46-second kill for Puggin. I think that 46-second kill really carried him through here. Obviously, that 123 coming in for Scotty as well. Oh, man. Oh, man. What a close first match we just saw there. Incredible scenes here at the Speedrun Cup. So that is going to be a 1-0 for the Any Glances. And we're about to jump into the second boss. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be watching the Inferno run. That is right. We are going to be watching the Inferno run. Just going to quickly go ahead and change the graphic here. Where are we looking? What button am I pressing? Why am I so unorganized? I'm pressing this button and this button. And then I'm pressing this button, and I'm typing a 1. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, like I said for the Inferno, they are very long runs. We're not going to be starting them at the start. We're going to skip towards the end of the waves, kicking it off with Any Glances here. And for the Glances, it is going to be Lake running the Inferno. One moment here. I'm just going to skip a little bit in. Probably start on wave 63, I reckon. That's too far in. Where's the waves? Alright. This is going to do it for us here. 55, you reckon? You reckon we start at 55, guys? Alright, we'll start at 55. The chat prevails. We will start at 55. Okay. Press play there. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to jump on into the Inferno run. Run by Lake for Any Glances. Now, I have a note for this one that I need to mention as we jump in. Making sure I got the right thing on screen. We are going to transition in. A note about this run from Lake. He started this run and realized on wave 16 that inside his rune pouch there were no runes. He's come into this run with no blood barrage. into the run with no blood barrage and no ice barrage either. Solely relying on the chins here, it seems, to kill off those nibblers. See a lot of people saying timer in the chat. That is fine with me. I'm okay with having the timer up for the first run. As long as we don't see it on the CBT run, we should be fine. Let's have a look at Lake here. The pillar, I think all of the pillars might be down here. Can't actually tell just yet. We'll see when he turns the camera around. Yeah. He only has one pillar left, completely relying on the chins. Was that a yellow click there straight through the nibbler? It potentially could have been. Down to 45 hit points, 3 brews in the inventory. Once again, no blood barrage, guys. And look at the health on that pillar at wave 56. Whoo! That right there is a low health pillar. Especially for a man that doesn't have not only ice barrage, but also blood barrage. I do believe I'm correct in saying that Lake was in fact the first person in the game to complete a no pillar Inferno. So if it does come down to that, we could be seeing some epic gaming from the man. Once again, very low hit points on this pillar. The only problem is, if that pillar goes down, have a look at the amount of brews he has in his inventory. I can tell you right now, it's not many. 2 and a bit brews left in the inventory. Coming in without blood barrage. He's going to have to play it safe here. He's a very talented gamer. See the smiley face coming in as he chews his brews down. 2 brews remaining. No ice barrage in the rune pouch. And here he goes, about to come into wave 57. Let's have a look at the health on that pillar, guys. We need to pay attention to the health on that pillar. He's going to need to one hit a lot of chins. There's 1 left here. He's going to get it. Oh, man. There can't be much health left on that pillar. Holy shit. Wave 57 of the Inferno. No ice barrage and about 4 hit points left on a pillar. 4, obviously, a bit of an exaggeration here. Connor in the chat believes in Lake. Let me just say this, guys. If there is anybody in the game that can pull this off, it is Lake. Extremely talented gamer. This man lives and breathes game ticks. And somehow still has massive muscles. He can do it all. Really going to have to pay attention to the health on the pillar here as he takes down the major with a 52. Let's have a look at the chin. Split nibblers there. Throws the chin for the second one. Doesn't get the stack by the looks of things. Still 1 nibbler left on the pillar. He's going to try and kill that one as quick as he can. 2 blowpiper hits it takes. Look at the health of it. I'd be lying if I said a little part of me didn't want to see a no pillar Inferno here. Obviously that would be very bad news for Lake, but my word, would that make for some good content. Finishing off the major, will he see any respawns? Potentially a melee or a bat. Range are going to be the last minion on this phase. Minions or monsters, chat? Do you call these minions or monsters? That's the question I'm going to ask to you. Monsters? Minsters? creeps. Let's have a look at this chin here. Not going to be a max chin. Decent spawn, though. He's going to come out with his Mage Prayer on. He's going to be able to off-tick that Major and that Ranger. He's got to get those Nibblers down. They're still not dead. He hurled 3 chins at them, and they're still not down. That pillar is hanging by a thread. And potentially also hanging by a thread is the chances of any glances here in the Inferno Grand Final of the Speedrun Cup. You see Lake finish up this wave without any problems by the looks of things. Accurate blowpipe spec gives him nothing. That's a 0 blowpipe spec. Solely relying on the blowpipe specs for his healing, and he gets none there. Imagine if he had runes. That's exactly what I'm thinking. The 1-tick flicks. This man knows what he's doing with a quick prayer. Seen a lot of CBTs in the chat there, guys. Team Cthulu Box Theory. Do we have any glances in the chat cheering on Lake in this Inferno run? The chat is split. You love to see this. Just as much support for either team. And he T-bows the bat. Respect. Now you've got to say, looking at the time there, guys, 46 minutes, considering the fact that he has no runes in his rune pouch, this man is still fucking gaming. The pillar HP not looking good coming into wave 60. We could see some problems if it does go down. I will reiterate, Lake, the first player in the game to complete a no pillar Inferno. Just 1 Inferno run for each team. That being said, if you die inside the Inferno, whatever time the other team gets wins does not matter unless both teams die. Then we have a repeat like we did in the 3rd place match. I just joined and you're telling me he forgot his runes. I am telling you that, Mr. Soothing Tuber. In potentially one of the most important moments in his RS career, the first ever Speedrun Cup, he's forgotten his runes, and we see he's waiting for his spec. 50% coming back, really wants that blowpipe spec. Gonna hit the Bastion Potion into a 37 XP drop. Oh no. That chin, a big one. Might be able to finish these off before it gets there. The Nibbler hits a 0 on the pillar. So he's going to come out of wave 61 with that North pillar still intact. Wonder what the defense bonuses are on that pillar. And I also wonder if the pillar regenerates health. I wonder if the HP of the pillar regens health similarly to how a player's health regens. I ran into Mod Kieran at RuneFest in 2018. The man had 2 Heinekens, 1 in each hand, while the event was still running. And I asked him that question. I said, "Yo, Kieran, how are you, mate? I've got a question about the Inferno." I said, "Does the shield on Zuck regenerate hit points? I.e., if I have a bad first spawn, a lot of health comes off, can I just walk the shield for 45 minutes and it regains 45 hit points?" And with 2 Heinekens in hand, Mod Kieran said, "I'm going to be honest with you, mate. I've got no fucking clue." And he walked off. So, confirmed from the man that coded the Inferno himself, I have no fucking clue if this pillar regenerates health. As we see Lake chew a couple of brews here, about to come into wave 62. That pillar health hanging by a thread. Let's have a look at the chin here. The nibblers are split up, so can't get a full chin off, but he manages to hit it before it hits the pillar. He's going to save the health coming into 63 as well. Some good RNG on these nibblers, not getting anywhere near the pillar. Gets the spec off with the blowpipe. It's a 9. Not going to be happy with the number he sees there. And once again, considering the fact there's no barrage in his inventory, this man is still gaming. Just the Ranger, the Blob, and the Bat left here on 62. What's he waiting for here? I think he might realize at this point the best thing to do is just go for the kill count. Like I said before, if the other team dies inside the Inferno, they just win. In his first round match, or semi-final match, I can't remember exactly which one it was. I do believe Gino died in his Inferno run. So definitely not outside the realm of possibility that we see an Inferno death from Team CBT. Wave 63 is over, and that pillar still stands. The pillar still stands. So there's someone we can see the members of each team. If you exclamation mark glances in the chat, you'll see the team members for any glances. Exclamation mark team, no, exclamation mark CBT for Cthulu box series. A couple of names missing from that one. I did ask the guys before the stream if they wanted any of their socials put on the stream, and I think I may have forgotten a couple. So apologies to those members if I have forgotten. We'll definitely get all of the socials in the chat at the end of the stream today. One blob left here on wave 63. Let's have a look at this blowpipe spec. He heals 15 hit points from that one. That is a big spec. Who won between Veric and ToB? The Veric Inters took that one down in a 3-2. Came down to an Inferno run. And there was a few mind games from a young player by the name of Shawnee. Convinced the ToB boys that he died on his run. They believed him and just went slow. Took a 16 damage hit there from the Major, as we can see from the chat. A little bit lucky there not to tank any higher. Wave 64 complete. And if you have a look, ladies and gents, as far as I'm aware, I could be wrong, but that pillar is still standing. That pillar was on 1 hit point 10 waves ago. I'm grabbing a Pepsi from the fridge. Does anyone want anything? Yes, Hootie, I'd love a Pepsi myself. Anybody else in the chat need anything from the fridge? Just let Hootie know. Love to see everybody in the chat getting comfortable, strapping themselves in for a session here. We could end up having a decently long stream depending on the results. And I don't think anyone would blame me for saying I really hope this goes the distance. That's a 44 tank from a Ranger! I'm pretty sure he might have missed a flick on that second Ranger there. He might have just been chanced here on wave 65. Gonna T-bow down the Ranger. Not taking any chances here. No chance. They were the same tick, not a missed flick. Okay, you heard it from the man himself. You heard it from the man himself. He knows what he's doing. Took that first hit because he had to. Unfortunate spawn. And then the second hit manages to get the prayer on. Taking a little breather here. Like I said, I think he realizes at this point he just has to get the KC and hope for the best from the other team. What? Is the recording paused? Maybe he's just reading up on what the Protect from Missiles prayer does here. As we see the off tick with the Major and Ranger running out from the middle of the pillar. And the other Ranger spawns. Be interesting to see how well he deals with this. Gonna have a Ranger on either side of that Major. Probably wants to get the Major down first. Runs all the way to the back. Runs out. Runs out again. Even further this time. Runs even further. Is he going to tank a mage hit here? Guess he's just checking how far he can run. Let's have a look how he plays this one. Going to walk out. Is he just going to kill the Rangers first? No. He's going to hit the off tick. Look at the moves there. Manages to off tick the Ranger and the Major by running out of the west side of the pillar, coming back in, running out the east side. This man knows what he's doing when it comes to the Inferno. Like I've said a few times before, first person in the game to no pillar the Inferno. Not just that, he also knows what he's doing when there are pillars up, and somehow this pillar has survived 10 waves on 1 hit point, and that is a decent blowpipe spec. He's going to be happy with the heal there. One Ranger left. It looks as though he has his spec already selected. It looks as though he might be waiting for this spec to come in. Definitely decided at this point the best thing that he can do is just get the KC and hope that Team CBT wipes. Let's have a look at the spec. Is it going to be a 0? Pause champs in the chat. Accurate blowpipe. Here we go. It's a 117 XP drop, a 22. He's going to heal 11 from that. Decent spec. Worth the wait. Here we go. Coming into wave 66. The double majors. Guess what? The pillar doesn't matter anymore. It served its purpose. I can't believe it managed to survive that long. Insane gaming. And a good mage spawn as well. He's going to be able to use that pillar to hit 110 damage on the mage there. And he's going to be very happy about that. 4 sand fuse in the inventory. He knows that's plenty of restores. Coming into Jad. And he's just camping his Rigger Prayer here. Pillar just got 1 ticked. Exactly a cold one. Exactly. See how close that pillar was to going down. Lake walks into the Inferno with no runes in his inventory, but a massive heart in his chest. And he somehow manages to make it to Jad. And now the hard part is over. Should be pretty smooth sailing for Lake going through here. And I would suspect, unless things go horribly wrong for him, that he would get the KC here. Manages to get 4 healers with 1 chin as well. He's going to make up some time here. Could end up on a pretty decent pace. He is going ham as well. Doesn't need to worry about stacking the healers up for Jad, because guess what? He's not going to be able to hit any blood barrage anyway. Let's have a look at triple Jads here. Camping prayers, plenty of restores in his inventory. And that's a 3-stack healer with 1 shin here. Let's have a look. Is he gonna... He is going to melee flick the healers on triples. Only 1 brew remains in his inventory. He's going to try and save as many hit points as he can. Have a look at this. Look at these flicks from Lake. Getting the prayer on at the exact tick the Jad hit is going to hit him, so he can protect himself from it, but every other tick he has his melee prayer on, so that healer can't hit him. Not missed a single flick here. And it looks as though he's going to come into the second Jad of triples without losing a single hit point. What an incredible performance from Lake here. Obviously very devastating going into this Inferno with no runes. There he goes, looking at that blood barrage again, looking at what could have been. I'm going to look at a 61-minute time here at triples. Oh, a 12 from the healer. And he's going to be flicking that melee on again. See a pretty decent time from him without runes. Imagine what he could have got if he brought those runes in. Unfortunate for the man here. But, as they say in the business, it is what it is. And if it isn't what it is, then it wouldn't be what it is. But it is what it is, so it is what it is. And he's going to brew up before he goes into Zuck. 73 hit points. It'll be interesting to see him flick rapid heal here and maybe try and hold on to those 73 hit points. But not a big memer is Lake. I imagine he'll probably want that extra 1 hit point going into Zuck. It could matter a lot. 73 hit points and half a brew going into Zuck as well. I said it should be pretty smooth sailing, but he's not going to have any food for Zuck if he eats all the way up. Highly doubt we'll see a Jad skip from him here. Probably just going to play it safe and get the KC. No runes in the rune pouch. Must have been a disappointing feeling for Lake when he realized, but like I said, what an incredible performance to realize at wave 16 that you have no runes in your inventory and still make it to the final boss of the Inferno. Coming into Zuck at about 63 minutes. A west spawn for the shield. Let's have a look at the ToB RNG. Wooks did it without any supplies. Don't blame it on runes. Well, believe it or not, Feeks, Wooks actually had a rune pouch full of runes and used blood barrage for the whole thing. So, if anything, Lake had less supplies than Wooks did for the no supply Inferno. So once again I ask, those people in the chat that have no idea what the fuck they're talking about, please be quiet. The people that do know what they're talking about are trying to enjoy a very, very sick run here from Lake. 2 blowpipe specs here for the Ranger. We're going to see them both pop off, or potentially just one here if it's high enough. That's a big spec. He goes back up to 82 hit points there, and it looks as though he's going to save the second spec, potentially for another set, or potentially for healers at Jad, maybe even healers at Zuck. That is a big blowpipe spec, back up to 82 hit points. Feegs coming in saying, "It's a joke, you two-headed cunts." Yes, I see. He was only pretending to be stupid, ladies and gentlemen. 720 hit points left. Gonna get it down to 600 hit points here. Pause the timer for the mage and range spawns. And he's going to take out that major. Playing it safe. The Divine Bastion potion coming in. We don't have Shawnee on the sticks here. Constantly potted. 580 hit points left to go on Zuck. 73 hit points again. I don't believe it. 2 hit points to go until Jad spawns. Let's see how quickly it goes down, or if he's going to kill it at all. I imagine he will. Got to play it safe here with only 2 doses of brew in the inventory. Pay attention to the ToB hits here. Going to throw a chin on for the healers. Get them all in one click. Should see him flick melee here for the healers and flick on range for Jad. Incredible moves here from Lake. Unfortunately, the healers that hit him just then off prayer. Not the best timing, unfortunately, for him. Nothing he could really do about that, though. 420 hit points left on Zuck. Blaze it up, my homies. And that's Jad down. At 240 hit points here, we're going to see the healers come out. Those that haven't done too many Inferno runs or seen Inferno runs. At 240 hit points, the healers come out. Zuck goes from attacking 4 times every rotation to 5, which means the safe spots for the shield are different, and they change up every time the shield moves. Looks like he's going to proc the healers here. Redemption comes on. Let's see how he goes. Only 2 brews in the inventory. Tags the healers immediately. And look at that, just as quick as you can ask for. A blowpipe spec on the healers comes up to 89 hit points. Still 2 doses of brew in the inventory. Hasn't taken a single point of damage. That's 1 healer down. 4 and 8. Coming into the second healer. 73 hit points again. I don't believe it. Looks like he's going to come over to the other side. Get the 3rd healer down. Will he get it down in 1 rotation? Those dragon darts popping off. It's a 30 and it's going to go down. 1 healer to go. 65 hit points. 13 prayer. No need to proc the redemption here. Absolutely no damage taken from the healers. 376 hit points left on Zuck. And I think he's going to do it, ladies and gentlemen. I think he's going to do it. What an incredible performance here from Lake. Coming into the Inferno with no runes and still managing to get the KC. Fingers crossed that he doesn't run out and tank a Zuck hit here. Will we see another Mage and Rage spawn? Probably not. It's a very fast Zuck from a very fast gamer. Let's have a look at the ToB hits. That's a big one. A 600 XP drop. Potentially 1 more hit here. Gonna need 1 more after that. 58 hit points left to go. Noodle Bow coming in right at the end here. 420 XP drop. Blaze it, homies. And that last hit is gonna finish off the kill for Lake for a 67-46. And that makes sense, ladies and gentlemen. That's how Hootie Tootie fucked up the graphic from the last one. I guess we knew where that time was coming from. The 67-46 for Lake. Gets the KC. Still faster than Ash's run from the last round. Think about that, ladies and gentlemen. He went in with no runes and still got a faster time on Zuck than Winnie Blues for ToB in the 3rd place match. There was no pet. I just checked over on the TV there, guys. Sorry, I probably should have left the recorder on, but no pet, unfortunately. My apologies, guys. We are now going to jump on into the Inferno run for Team CBT. Let's jump into the folder. Where is it? I'm in the wrong one. Cthulhu Box Theory. And it is going to be run by Gino, I'm assuming. Yes, it is Gino that is going to be running. Let me go ahead and skip up to wave 55 here. He doesn't have his waves on. Let me just double check that he doesn't have a timer on the screen either. No timer on the screen. Very good. Listen, I don't actually know what wave he's up to here, guys. We're just going to go ahead and jump on into it. Team CBT, Gino with a time of 67 minutes to beat. I've just had a really big sense of deja vu right now. I feel like I've lived this moment before. Very interesting. Yeah, I'm trying to start at the later waves, guys, but he doesn't have his chat box open, so I'm not too sure what wave we're going to be starting on here. But 67-minute time to beat for Gino here. What wave are we on? No, we can definitely skip a little bit further ahead, guys. I've just had a look at the spawn. Skip a little bit further ahead. I think that will do. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to jump back into the action. We're going to be watching Gino RS from Team Cthulhu Box Theory. Why have I done that again? There we go. And he has a time of 67 minutes to beat. Shouldn't be too difficult to beat, but he does have to survive all the way through. And before this run, he would have had no idea that all he has to do is survive. So we should be seeing some very pacey moves from Gino RS here. Let's jump into the action. Before we continue, guys, can we please get some claps in the chat for Lake? What an incredible performance in that last run. Goes in with no runes in his inventory and still manages to get the kill. Let's have a look at what wave we're up to here. Gino with the runes in his inventory. That is wave 61 we're up to here, guys. Not happy with the spawn, so it seems. Gonna have to take out that melee before he's able to get around the corner and take on the mage. Obviously, the mage minion is the one that you want to kill first because it does have the capability of respawning minions. Here comes a blowpipe spec. It's a 13. That's 62. There is 2 bats. You're right. I only saw 1 bat. The chat has corrected me. It is wave 62. And we have no music again. Let's get that back on. 3,000 viewers in the chat. It is an absolute pleasure to have each and every one of you here today for the grand final of the Speedrun Cup. Currently sitting at a 1-0. Any glances up against Cthulhu Box Theory. $1,200 for first. But more importantly, first place bragging rights for these teams. I would imagine the money doesn't mean too much to them, but the pride definitely will. Going down as the first winners of the Speedrun Cup. We're going to find out. Triple blobs when, there it is. The mistake I made yesterday coming back to haunt me. Coming into wave 63 here, the double blobs. It's a decent XP drop there on the nibblers. Not going to finish them all off. Safe spotted ranger. He's going to off ticket with the major. And that's a pretty decent spawn. Doesn't mind about the hit points he's losing here on the pillar. In fact, he would be happy if the pillar lost a few more hit points so that he can just have it collapse on the mage in the double mage wave. See him take down this major. Pillar still getting beaten up here. Should see a chin come off. No chin. No southwest tile. Doesn't matter if he gets the chin off there. The blobs would not be inside the damage range. Chin comes off for the bloblets. Gets 4 stacked up. Even 5 stacked up there. That is a really nice chin stack. Hits the wrong minion with the chin there for the second hit. LeMayo, this guy needs runes. Once again, guys, I will reiterate, Gino RS, currently the 4th fastest Inferno time in the world. I think there's only about 40 odd seconds between him and the world record for his PB run. One of the best PVMers in the game. We see him take on wave 64 here. Looks like I see a lot of Any Glances fans in the chat asking if this guy needs runes. Can we see a few CBT fans coming in to defend the man on this run? And there they are. I love when me and my girl do some CBT. So do I, mate. I love it when me and your girl do some CBT. Coming into wave 65. And we're going to see him finish off the major here first, off ticking the ranger and the major. Just gamer moves here from Gino RS. Interesting to see the time at the end of this one. Whoo, almost could have taken a mage hit there. I think he thought the mage was dead. To be honest, I thought it was dead as well, but manages to get the prayer on in time. This man knows what he's doing. Once again, guys, I will reiterate, very likely that if he gets the kill here, he is going to beat the time from Lake. Lake just trying to secure the kill at the end there. And fair enough for getting runes. Just playing it safe. Gonna go for the Blood Barrage on the Nibblers here. Interesting to see him go for the Blood Barrage there. How many brews still in the inventory? 3 brews still in the inventory. And he's trying to save as many brews as he can. Ladies and gents, with that amount of brews in the inventory and he's trying to save hit points, I got a funny feeling we might be seeing a healer skip here. Pause champs in the chat. That is actually a disaster right there. Game is bad, he comes in and says, as the Major respawns the Major. A little bit of time lost there. Is it enough time loss to see him go down to Lake here? Lake's time was 67 minutes something. Forgetting to take runes in really cost him on the time, but still managing to get KC. 67.46 was Lake. There it is in the chat. What's the current world record? I believe the current world record is around 47 minutes something. Gino's PB around 48 something. Very quick gamer. 48.23 for the world record. There you go. World record held by Adwam. PB without task. It is with a task. I don't think people really track the world record for not on task Zux. You don't see it happen too often, but a 56.25. There we go. Jolanine coming in and letting us know. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, Gino takes off all his armor, tries to get the blood barrage off on the healers there. And that is a disaster. What in the fuck is this man doing? At this point, this is just a flex. At this point, this is just a flex. 2 restores in the inventory should be plenty to get him through. PogChamps in the chat indeed. That last healer does not want to come off the boss. Down to 63 hit points here on Triple Jads. Getting punched by 2 healers at the same time. He's trying to get them safe spotted. Trying to figure out what square he can want to run to. There it is. He's only got 1 healer left on him. 44 hit points now on Triple Jads. 1 hit from a Jad is going to do him in here. Remember, if you die in the Inferno, doesn't matter what time the other team got, you lose. Obviously, he didn't know coming into this that Lake had a slower time due to not having runes in the inventory, and he goes down to 26 hit points. 3 brews in the inventory. Gonna go down to 2 brews here as the healers come out for the second Jad. Gonna see him hit 4 doses of brew, actually, and then repot up. Not happy with the T-bow hits here. Shaking the screen. A common occurrence here in the Speedrun Cup. The gamers not able to use their voice to express their distaste for the hits. Coming into the last Jad of triples. Decent supplies going into Zuck now that he has eaten an entire brew. Gonna say things are not looking good for that healer skip off task. No more pause champs at the ready. I don't think we will be seeing it. See him run through the boss here. Let's see if he manages to hit the blood barrage at the end of this Jad. Should see a three-way switch, two-way switch with a 4-item takeoff into a blood barrage. Will he hit it? That's a stomp. Here we go. The switch. Hits with a blowpipe to finish it off. Only 3 comes off. Doesn't take the helm. Does hit the blood barrage. Mr. Aegis coming in with the Twitch Prime. Thank you very much, sir. I will reiterate, guys. Any money we make from subs, donations, or bits from this live stream go directly back to the participants of the Speedrun Cup. As a thank you for participating. They've put on quite the show for us here today, and they definitely deserve to be rewarded outside of that prize money. That's a 69 on Zuck. Nice. No dono link? Oh, so I don't. Interesting. I'm not going to bother fixing that because I'm too busy watching this Inferno run. Shawnee stole Gino's bow. Gonna have to agree with you there, Lake. The hit's not been very pog-champ, as the kids say, to start off this kill. Looks like he's going to kill the Major here. Playing it very safe on Zuck. Once again, can't stress enough that if you die in the Inferno, the other team's time does not matter. Playing it very safe, killing off that Major. So look at the RNG on Zuck. Decent T-bow hits coming in now. Once again, once he gets down to 600 hit points, the timer for the mage and range sets will pause, but I don't think that is going to come into play here. Very likely that we'll see Gino go for a Jad skip. 723 left on the boss. We're going to see when he gets down to 480 hit points, that Jad will come out. I think it's pretty safe to say, considering that he remembered his runes here, that if he gets this KC, he's most likely going to beat Lake. One more hit on Zuck. Gonna spawn Jad. No Bastion potions left in the inventory. 3 minutes and 34 seconds left on his last dose. And to be honest with you, I think that's probably going to be enough time. Still hitting Zuck here. Ah, he's going to go for the blowpipe on Jad. Going to save 3 ticks there with the blowpipe. Yad, what are you doing here? We see the Jad skip coming in. Once again, for those that aren't aware, the Jad skip is where he's going to ignore the Jad at the middle of the room there. He's just going to pray the right prayers against Jad's hits, listening out for the in-game sounds for the mage hit, keeping his range prayer on for the range hits. Going to spawn healers. Not only is he going to kill healers, he's also going to skip the Jad at the same time. A couple of chins coming in here because he doesn't want to spawn the healers until he gets to the edge. And he's going to try and spawn them here. I don't think that hit's big enough. One more hit coming in. Still not big enough. Not going to be happy with the RNG here. Be interesting to see if he waits until he gets to the other side with the shield. It looks like he is going to wait. Maybe throw another chin before he spawns the healers. Wants to spawn the healers as the shield is hitting its other rotation so that he can aggro all of the healers as quickly as possible to get as little heal onto Zuck. You can see that 2 of those healers only did 1 hit. 1 of the healers did 2 hits, and 1 of the healers did 3 hits on the heal. And that is just over 100 damage healed back to Zuck. Going to the healers here, still skipping Jad. Remember, really does not want to die here. It will be an automatic win for the Glancers. He is still skipping Jad, and 1 missed Jad hit could spell death for him. Very competent gamer, done quite a few Infernos. And it looks like he's going to get the healers done. And I think we'll be hard-pressed to see him die here. It looks like he's most likely going to get the KC, which very likely means that Cthulhu Box Theory are going to take down this second point here. Pause champs at the ready, chat. He's going to brew all the way up to 115. That means if he does take a hit from Jad, I believe he is going to be able to survive it. $124 hit points left on the boss. Mage hit from Jad. 59 HP to go. That's 1 hit. Wave 69. Nice. 1 more hit. A 43. That should do it there. Doesn't do it. That's a 39. 1 more hit. Let's have a look at the time. That's a 60-31. That's going to be the point for Team CBT. Does he go for the pet? That's the question. That's the question. Does he go for the pet here? No, he does not go for the pet here. Interesting. Maybe stacking up on those Inferno capes. He has 2 pets. Oh, you know what they say, mate? You can always do with 3. That's going to take it to a 1-1 here in the grand final. 1-1. Let me just quickly have a look. I think we have a graphic for this. We'll go ahead and get that one on the screen for you guys. Gonna have to unzip this folder here. Extract, replace file in the destination. Let's have a look at the boss breakdowns. Get the Inferno up on the screen. And a 67-46 for Lake for getting his runes there. And Gino winning by just over 7 minutes with a 60-31 off-task Zuck here in the grand final of the Speedrun Cup. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a 1-1 here in the grand final. Things are heating up once again. $1,200 for first in this tournament. I'm going to quickly go ahead and change... what am I looking for? This one and this one. It's a 1-1. I'm going to change the scoreboard up a little bit. Apologies, guys. Just bear with me here for a moment. Doing all the behind-the-scenes work by myself here. The motherfucker drinks like 10 Pepsi Maxes an hour. I see it in his eyes. He's coming back with another Pepsi. Everyone's going to be like, Pepsi Pog. And then like, everyone wants a Pepsi. Everyone wants a Pepsi. Well, specifically for that man in the chat, everybody in the crowd, quiet down. Shh, 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 shh. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. I saw another Pepsi Pog. Here we go. I saw a bit of spam as I got up from that last one. I saw a bit of spam that said hashtag Gino needed runes. A lot of fans of the Glancers in the chat. I tell you what Gino didn't need for that last run, and that was a point for his team because he's already got it. That's going to tie up the score 1-1 coming into the next boss, which is going to be the Chambers of Xeric. And what a Pepsi it is. Now, for these runs, guys, we're going to be watching the Glances POV every single time. Got word from Hootie Tootie. That's what I need to do. And he is the boss. I'm going to listen to him. We are going to jump into the Any Glances POV here at the Chambers of Xeric. Score is 1-1 in the grand final of the Speedrun Cup. Let's jump into it. Here we see we're going to have Puggin, Lake, and X-Bay all running this Chambers of Xeric. It's a Vasa, Tecton, Vespula, Crope. No Boulder to start it off here for the Glances. Going to see them come into the Vasa room with 121 hit points each. That means the Venge that they all pre-did outside is going to hit 80, 80, 80 on their characters for a 60, 60, 60 Venge back to the boss. 240 damage. Why no challenge mode? The reason we didn't do challenge mode is because I'm very stupid and forgot that it existed when I was organizing the Speedrun Cup. Trust me when I say for the Speedrun Cup 2, which will definitely be happening. The success of this tournament has been absolutely wild. You will see a Speedrun Cup 2. You will see the Chambers of Xeric challenge mode in that. 13% here on Vasa coming into the first crystal. As you can see from Lake's perspective, 93 hit points, going to go up to 123 healing. Ooh, very unlucky there on the crystal. That's a 0 T-bow, 54 hit points left on Vasa in the first room, 1 minute and 15 seconds, 1 hit point on Vasa. Did they all just hit a 0 just then? All 3 of them hit a 0 with 1 hit point left on Vasa. They are not going to be happy about that. All right, coming into Tecton here. Watching Puggin's perspective, he's going to lure the boss over. You're going to see some hammers coming in. Let's have a look at the hammers. That's a 0. That's an 8 BGS and a 0 hammer. 1 hammer. A 46 BGS and a 0 hammer. That is definitely not what they would have been looking for here. Obviously, the ideal is to hit all 4 hammers and massive BGSs. Decent BGS damage. Unfortunately, not the best with the hammer. Are they going to get the Tecton before it goes down? Let's go to Lake's perspective here. It's a 12 HP Tecton. Oh, the RNG to start off this Cox run. You have got to be kidding me. 12 hit points going into the first anvil. They couldn't get the 0 anvil tech. 1 hit point left on Vasa for 2 hits. Not very good RNG coming into the first 2 rooms. Tecton is down. We're going to see the overloads come in. Puggin with a full overload in his inventory. A restore and a prayer enhance. We're going to see for Lake over here 2 of the raid brews. And for X-Bay, if we have a quick look, no brews left in his inventory, but that is okay. Like we said in the past, he has about 300,000 hit points worth of healing in his inventory, so I don't think he's going to run out. Looks like we might be coming into Tightrope here first. Believe X-Bay is the one that's going to be crossing here. As you see, the Arcane and the Sanguinesti staff comes on. Full Armadillo to get himself the absolute maximum mage defensive bonus he can, because Lake is going to aggro the Rangers over here. So he's only going to be getting hit by the mages. And if we go back over to Puggin's perspective, we're going to see a telekinetic grab come in. No bad pathing like there was in the last Chambers from the Glances. Going to be coming into Vespula. Completely overloaded up. For those that have never seen a Vespula done in a fast raid, they don't actually kill the boss here. Instead, they're just going to kill the Abyssal Portal. And once the portal goes down, which is currently on 73%, once it goes down, the boss goes down immediately. Let's have a look at the T-bow hits coming in here from Puggin. Not too great. Let's change perspectives. Lake, a zoomed-in gamer. Once again, not hitting too well. 15 health left on the Abyssal Portal. Noodles. Noodles all around. Look at this. It's 1 hit away from death for like 4 hits. Some bad RNG coming in here for the Glances. Let's see if they can pull it back here in the Crab Room. Crab Rooms for the Glances have been absolute disasters throughout this tournament. I wonder if they put in a bit of practice before the Grand Final to make sure they didn't fuck it up. Looks as though the range one's going to go down pretty quickly. Monka S for the crab room. We're going to see a bang on the second crab there from X-Bay. The melee is going to get done, and it looks as though they're going to play it safe here, smashing the crabs down on the magic crystal, and they're not going to bother pulling up onto the black crystal. They're just going to play it safe, make sure they're guaranteed to hit that black crystal, and it's going to be a 4-go round for the Glances here. A little bit slower than they possibly could have got. No tank on the orb on the way in, and no pulling up on the black crystal, but quicker than all of their runs they've had previously. And that is the last room in the raid. 5 minutes coming out of crabs. Going to be about a 5:30 to 5:40 downtime into Ulm. Going to be interesting to see the RNG on the hammer specs as they come in. As we see Lake, no hammer in the inventory. Coming in with that BGS, we see full Inquisitor on for Puggin. I believe we see full Inquisitor on for X-Bay as well. The man here with the darkest client known to man. This guy likes to play in the dark, and in the dark he shall play. We might have a vampire on our hands. Regardless of how dark the client is, he is a very talented gamer. Let's have a look at the hammer RNG going into Ulm. There's Gert in the chat. I believe that is the inventor of the Super Gert. 1 hammer, 2 hammer. Let's have a look at the 61 BGS. 61 BGS after 2 hammers, ladies and gentlemen. Ulm hand has 175 defense. Take 1 hammer away from that, you're looking at about a 120-ish. And then another hammer away from that, you're looking at about 80 defense and a 61 BGS. That hand is going to have about 20 defense levels left on it. Coming into the melee hand, they should absolutely melt it. Big Beach, 2 hammers. You can't ask for much more. Both the hammers were huge as well. Have a look at these gamers running this mage hand with the solo method. Doing the 4-0, I believe it is called. We're going to X-Bay over here. Full Inquisitor in the inventory. Wonder if we're going to see him slash the hand or crush the hand here with the full Inquisitor on. I'm not actually too sure what he does. I'm sure someone in the chat will be able to tell me. Crush is better, I believe. I'm going to take your word for it. Slash with the Scythe, Crush with the Lance, Crush with Inquisitor. Crush is not better. It looks as though we have a bit of a disparity in the chat. I'm going to let you guys argue it out while we enjoy this Chambers of Xeric run from any Glances. Oh, there's no music. Scythe always on Slash, Lance on Crush with Inquisitor. That is Scotty in the chat. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? I'm sure you're all very good at PVM, but I'm going to take his word for it. Oh my god! 2 hammers and a 68 BGS for the second hand. They've absolutely melted the defense on both of these hands. Going into the second phase, very likely we see a quick melee hand as well. RNG on the side for the defense reduction specs for the Glances here. Once again, if we have a look over at Lake's perspective, it's going to look like he's not on the same square as everyone else, but guess what? As far as the game is concerned, he is. He's not going to miss a tick. Brews up on the overload tick so that he doesn't miss any levels on his mage. 1 brew in the inventory for Lake. We've got 1 brew in the inventory for Puggin, and we have 2 brews in the inventory for X-Bay here. Have a look how cleanly they come out of the mage hands here. They've not finished it off. No clench, luckily for the gamers. As we see, the portals coming out. That's a double burn, sharing the burn with each other there. Look how quickly this hand is going down. I've said it before, and I will say it again, ladies and gentlemen. Going down quicker than a slut on a Saturday night. My word. Right, once again, coming into P3. Let's have a look at the hammer spec RNG. Here we go. They both hit. They definitely both hit. And a 61 BGS! I can't believe my eyes! I can't believe my eyes! 2 hammers on every single melee hand. Look at him. The B's in the chat. Puggin even knows their game. And a 61 BG to back up both hammer hits on every single phase. Oh. I'm getting way too excited watching this. My word. This is some of the most exciting viewing I have seen in a long time. Woohoo! Let's have a look at the mage running here, all on the same tick. Melee hand melted, like cheese on a hot summer's day that you accidentally left on the concrete. Three-man Cox world record is a 10:58, I believe. 10:58, so highly doubtful they're going to get the world record here, but looking like a pretty fast time. What are they popping off like? Hey, listen, we can't overuse sayings here, alright? The best you're going to get is the slot on the Saturday line. Let's have a look coming into the head phase here at around 11 minutes. Will the T-bows be popping off? Let's have a look at the inventories for the players here. 2 brews for Puggin. Looks as though Lake is stuck in the center with the tank. Let's have a look over at X-Bay over here. He does have 2 brews in the inventory as well. Lake pulling right up on Olm. Running the head. The footwork on this man, incredible. Saw a crazy Inferno run from him in the last round. Was unfortunately not good enough to beat Gino. But these boys have pulled off a very handsome time here at the Chambers of Xeric. One more hit and it looks like an 11:43 and a new PB for Lake. That is going to be a tough time to beat for Team Cthulu Box Theory. An 11:43. Woo! We got some quick gamers here, ladies and gents. 1-1 currently in the grand final of the Speedrun Cup. And we are about to spectate Team Cthulu Box Theory and their Chambers of Xeric run. They've got an 11 minute 43 seconds to beat. Let's go ahead and jump on into the action, ladies and gentlemen. Team CBT. They are already in their raid here. We have the wrong logo on the screen. Oh my word, I can't believe it. That's the one we're looking for. Now we have Toy Owner here. We also have Addy and we have Hi Yo. Fingers crossed we won't see Addy get caught underneath Tecton here. And it looks like we're going to see a Vasa Tecton Vespula Crope. The VTV Crope. Teleport's coming in here. Once again, you're going to see 240 damage back to the boss immediately as it starts. Bang, bang, bang. And a big hit for Hi Yo straight after the teleports as well. Vasa on half health as it's approaching the crystal. The accurate T-bow hit. Is it going to go down? Oh, 16.7% there. 73% left on the crystal. The lag lines, you hate to see it. Quick crystal there. And look at that switch. My word. Hi Yo did not come here to fuck around. He's in the grand final. He's in the grand final for a reason. The leader of Team CBT, showing why he's put a team together. Let's get to Addy's perspective here as he comes into Tecton. Step bro, please don't get stuck under Tecton. One hammer there from Toy. No hammer there from Addy. 26 BGS coming in from Hi Yo. An 11 BGS and a 59. Decent looking damage. I think we're going to see... Did Toy Owner do 2 specs there? He didn't. So I think we're going to see some claws here. Unless he doesn't know. Or he's saving his spec for something else. Interesting not to see both specs coming in there. I wonder what he is in fact saving his spec for. I think we will find out soon. He's either forgotten or he's saving it for something. Looks as though we're going to see a tightrope as the next room. We see that Tecton went down with no anvil, so a quick time here for Cthulhu Box Theory. For Vesp's Portal, Pog, he's saving it for the next raid, Pog. 1 million purple sweets in the inventory here for Addy. Once again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. 3 million hit points worth of healing in the inventory. I think that's also 1.1 million dragon arrows in his arrow slot, I see. And he's going to be the one crossing here. Interesting to see the BCP on rather than the Armadillo chest plate. Don't think it's going to matter too much here as we move over and see that there is... Is there a telekinetic grab? There is. Oh, no. And the pathing there for Toy Owner, not the best. And it looks like there was no time save there from telekinetic grabbing the Keystone Crystal. Let's have a look at the Vespular RNG here. Once again, just going to be taking down that Abyssal Portal. Any misclickers in the chat? And there we go. There is the spam for why this man has 1 million purple sweets. Addy's perspective over here. 3 restores in the inventory. Abyssal Portal at 26%. We see a decent sized T-bow come in from him here. Another one, a 69 XP drop. Nice. And it looks as though Addy's was the only T-bow hitting there. What is that switch, man? God, if I couldn't see the man's mouse, I would have thought he was AHK, and that was insane. Coming into crabs, and I think, did they take damage from that orb so they could get it off quicker? Not too sure if they did, but they're going to get the melee crystal here. Let's go back over to Hayo's perspective. They're going to get the mage one here. Addy running over. There's no smashing of the crabs, ladies and gentlemen, which means we are definitely going to see them pull up on the black crystal here. Running up north. Let's see if they can get it done in time. Oh, no. Blocked. The crab by Addy. Are they going to get it? No way! No way did they just save that. And a tick-perfect crab room here from Cthulhu Box Theory. Are they going to get a boulder? No boulder by the looks of things for the second scavenger room. And that's going to be the raid. 4 minutes 30 on the clock. It looks like they're going to have around a 5-minute downtime. Around 40 seconds quicker than the Glancers going into Ulm. These guys game. Absolutely they do. See 1 brew in the inventory for Addy as he uses the potion share on his teammates. 2 brews in the inventory for Hayo and 4 brews in the inventory for Toy. He's a thirsty man. See the pets behind them. These guys, high-tier PVMers, quite a few pets in their arsenal. 5-minute downtime. Let's have a look at the hammers. Who's hammering here? Let's have a look at Toy Owner's perspective. Do we see an XP drop? A 0 and a 37. And what was that on the hand? Oh, I couldn't see. This man's monitor is so fucking large. I couldn't even see what the hit was from that BGS. So 1 hammer. And a relatively decent-sized BGS. It was a 36. So definitely not as good RNG on those specs as we saw for the Glancers. Once again, coming into Ulm around 40 seconds quicker. And the question remains, will the RNG be on their side? 40 seconds is a lot of time to make up. You would have to see things go horribly wrong for them here. You would think for them to lose this round. They've got a time of 11:43 to beat. Let's have a look at them come off the mage hands here. Should see an instant 8-way switch from Addy here. He's not going to put the Inquisitor's plate skirt on, guys. I learnt this from him in yesterday's live stream. The Inquisitor plate skirt gives -slash. He is going to put the Inquisitor plate skirt on. Huh? Swear he told me yesterday. Okay, there it goes. It comes off. Okay. Oh, I was questioning myself for a second there. My word. The melee hand going down a little slower for Cthulhu Box Theory than it did for the Glancers, obviously, due to those specs. All right, let's keep an eye on the RNG for the second hand. I think we're going to see one hammer come in from Toy Owner and a BGS here from Addy or Hi-Yo. I think they were telling me yesterday that they prefer one hammer and one BGS on the second phase and saving that extra spec for the last phase of Ulm. Let's have a look here. We see one hammer and a BGS from Hi-Yo, second hammer, and the BGS was a Doggenstein. They didn't even do enough damage with the specs there for the hand to crimp. 0 Dragon Warhammer from Hi-Yo, a 0 Dragon Warhammer from Toy, and a 16 BGS. The defense level for the hand for the Glancers was 20, and it's going to be 159 for Cthulhu Box Theory. What on earth is this movement I'm seeing from Hi-Yo? What? He's 2 ticks behind the other players and still managing not to miss a hit. Look at the footwork on this man. That is some incredible gaming. And he ruins everything cool he just did by running away from the portals 1 tick too early. Listen, we're going to forget about that and just remember how cool that 2 tick behind Mage was. Incredible scenes from Hi-Yo. The hand going down relatively quickly considering the specs that they hit weren't too great. Another set of portals. Let's have a look at Hi-Yo here. Is he going to nail the timing? No, he doesn't nail the timing. Takes a 5. Not too bothersome to only take a 5 there. Rather take a 5 than a crystal, and he didn't miss a hit on the hand. Can we see some better RNG come in here for Team CBT? I think we're going to see a hammer from Toy and a hammer from Hi-Yo coming into this last phase. Let's have a look. Maybe 2 BGSs, depending if the hammer hits. First hammer is good. Second hammer. We see a BGS for a 71 by the looks of things. And I don't think there's any spec. Wait, did Hi-Yo hit a spec? Oh, I missed it. But a 71 BGS. Both BGSs. They were both BGSs. They've just did 133 damage with a BGS on the last phase. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? After that first hammer, I've just run the numbers. Not only is the defense level of the melee hand 0, they're also going to reduce the mage level of the hand. Not that it matters, by a significant amount as well, because they overdid it with the defense reduction. 0 defense on the melee hand. And they have absolutely smashed it down. It looks as though they're going to be coming into the head phase at about 10:35 here, depending on the RNG, maybe 10:40. Portals now for Hi-Yo and Addy. They meet up at the melee hand, coming in at 10:40 to the head phase. They've got an 11:43 to beat. Will it be a 1-minute head phase? Are they going to get some good RNG on their bows? Only one way to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's watch this unfold. Looks as though Hi-Yo's bow is doing a fair bit of damage. I saw an 81 on the head there. Currently it's 75%. 11 minutes on the clock. They've got 43 seconds to finish this off. 65% left on the head. No noodle bows by the looks of it. That's a 69 on the boss. Nice. I see a 72, almost a 73, and another 69. Oh my god, they're melting it. 11:15 on the clock. They got an 11:43 to beat. 30 seconds remaining. 21% left on the Ulm head. Down to 15. It looks as though they're going to get it done. Are they going to save their RNG here? 82 on the head. They've melted it. That is an 11:29 for Cthulhu Box Theory. And they have taken down the Chambers of Xeric. Oh my god. This is enjoyable. Holy shit. I don't know if you can tell by the smile on my face, but I am having the best fucking time right now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and have a look at the time difference here in the chambers of Xeric. I'm losing my breath casting this because I don't want to breathe. I just want to keep talking. This is insane. Whew. Jumping into the boss card for the chambers of Xeric here, you can see there was only 14 seconds in it at the end there. An 11:43 for the Glances and an 11:29 for Cthulhu Box Theory. They're going to go up 2-1 in the grand final in a best of 7 here in the Speedrun Cup. $1,200 for first. 12 hit points on that Tecton. Exactly, Mr. Pure Ghost in the chat. That definitely came back to haunt them. That might have made up those 14 seconds. Imagine if it was a 0 Anvil Tech. But that being said, insane RNG on the hammer specs on the hand, whereas Team CBT did not. So, RNG works in mysterious ways, ladies and gentlemen. And it is currently a 2-1 going into the 4th boss, and we are going to be seeing the Nightmare as our next boss here in the Speedrun Cup. Oh my god, I'm having the best time right now. I'm so glad that I didn't find out the results for this before I watch them right now. I'm having the best fucking time. I hope you guys in the chat are enjoying yourselves as well. We're going to be jumping into the perspective of any Glances here for the Nightmare. They're currently down 2-1 to Team CBT. Let's have a look if we can get the Nightmare up for the Glances here. Looks as though we are ready to rumble. Let's go ahead and jump on into the action, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be any Glances at the Nightmare, the grand final of the Speedrun Cup. The Glances currently down 2-1 to Cthulhu Box Theory. Let's see if they can bring it back with their Nightmare time. As it wakes up here, who's on the hammers? That is a hammer spec there from X-Bay, we can confirm. He's there in the full Inquisitor and the Mythical Max Cape. The extra accuracy bonus there with the Crush Weapons. We've got a D2H in the inventory for Puggin, so we're going to keep our eyes on him for now. I'm sure you'll all be surprised, ladies and gentlemen, to figure out that Cthulhu Box Theory isn't really the name that they wanted for their team. They wanted the abbreviation CBT and just came up with the most ridiculous thing they could. And I tell you what, they got me. I only found out way after the tournament started what it actually stood for. Very funny from the boys. I rate it. A little bit of banter. Husks coming out here. We saw Flowers first. Good news for the Glances. That is going to be 3 Husks down, and we should see... Yep, there we go. X-Bay turns around with the ham joint, saving that extra tick there. And taking out the last Husk, coming into the pillars for P1. What is CBT? It stands for Cthulhu Box Theory, mate. It's one of the teams here in the Speedrun Cup. Currently up 2-1 against any Glances. And you'll see the boys pull up on the pillars here. Puggin getting as close as he can, but now everyone's going to have to run into the middle. See, both players stood on the same square in the middle there. You can barely see anything on X-Bay's screen. It's so dark. And Lake running into the Flowers. Maybe think it was going down, but it's not. Taking a fair bit of damage here. Having to eat an Angler. Wasting a little bit of time on that last pillar. And every second matters. You see the blowpipes coming out for the Glances here. For 2 of the players, Puggin not having the blowpipe in the inventory. Let's see the RNG on the hammer coming into P2. That is a second hammer. Like I said, the Mythical Max Cape and the Treasonous Ring, I believe it is, in the inventory for the extra crush bonus. And we're going to look at Lake's perspective here. He is the tank, and he is currently luring the boss. Oh no, someone drank a restore. That is Puggin. He's going to take over the tank now. Drank a restore after that Zamorak Brew, and it looks as though he's going to be able to pull the boss over here, get it into that safe spot. One more square. Now, the reason they do this, guys, is because when the parasites come out, if the person that doesn't get a parasite takes the tank, the other players can step underneath the boss. The boss won't move anywhere. The parasites can get stuck. As we said, the parasites come out for Lake and Puggin. Will we see X-Bay take the tank here? Does drink that restore. We should see the Nightmare turn around. Let's have a look at the RNG on the parasites here for the two players. You see the claws come out. The claws come on at the same time. This is synchronization at its best. The double claw spec on both the parasites at the same time, and they both go down instantly for no heal. Look at the synchronization there from any glances. Oh my god. Coming into the pillar phase of P2. What a move! Love to see these two tango. Incredible stuff from a couple of incredible gamers. X-Bay going to be the first to take down his pillar here. Let's see the boys pull up on the southeast. See them get very close to that pillar. No worries, Nate. Take it easy, mate. Thanks for being here. Appreciate everyone that's currently here live. But once again, we will be uploading this to YouTube afterwards. Shout out to everyone that's watching it on YouTube currently. Coming into P3 here. Let's have a look at the hammer. I missed it. I missed it. That's an XP drop. We caught it just at the end. X-Bay hitting that third hammer spec. I don't fucking believe it. The RNG on the hammer specs for Glances has been insane during this grand final matchup. Who has the other hammer in their inventory? I believe it's Lake. We might see it coming in at 1,000 hit points here. Talking like I'm an auctioneer at an auction house so fast right now. I can barely string my words together. Let's see if we see another hammer spec come in. We do. 1,000 hit points. Lake over the second hammer. He does hit it here. Moving over to Puggin's perspective. He does have 60% left on that spec, and he's probably going to use that for a volatile Nightmare Star spec on the pillar. 500 hit points left on P3 at the Nightmare. Looking like a pretty quick time for the Glances currently. Let's have a look here. That is a melee hit. Spores on the ground. Any yawners for the Glances? Doesn't look like there are any yawners. There is a yawner! Oh no, Puggin. That is a yawner. Let's see some yawns in the chat for Puggin there. He's going to be losing a tick on his attacks. Every time he goes for them now, that's going to cost him a few seconds. Lake getting low on hit points here. No food left in his inventory. Let's keep an eye on him. We don't want to see him die here. Lots of resident sleepers in the chat for that yawn. We'll see him pull up on the northwest pillar here. The Nightmare is going to go down. The last 800 damage about to fly in. Let's have a look at the time in the chat for the Glances in the grand final. We're going to see a 5:31. 5:31, definitely a tough time to beat, but not the fastest time we've seen of the Nightmare in the tournament, so definitely not unbeatable. A 5:31 from the Glances. Let's go ahead and have a look at Cthulhu Box Theory's perspective here of the Nightmare. Not going to mess around, ladies and gentlemen. We're just going to get straight into this kill. They've got a 5:31 to beat. They are currently 2-1 up against the Glances. Let's have a look. We did see a hammer there as well from Addy to start the kill. Let's get the right logo on the screen to start off with here. Who has the D2H in their inventory? That's Hi-Yo with the D2H. We're going to keep our eye on him for when the husks come out. But we see some good RNG from CBT. No, they get the husks first, which means they're likely to see another set of husks, and he only kills 2 of them. Not the best RNG on the specs there, and it looks as though it's Addy's job to clean up. We don't see a ham joint coming in from him, just the Inquisitor's Mace taking out those husks. Scotty also going to be running Nightmare here for Cthulhu Box Theory. A second hammer spec coming in here from Scotty on the first phase. Interesting that they've decided to go for the second hammer on P1 here. Guess there's no point having full spec on the first phase. You might as well use it for something. Potentially thinking that a second hammer there is better than a claw. Once again, I'm not a mathematician. I haven't run the numbers, but I'm going to take their word for it. These are some high-tier gamers. We're going to see them stand in the same spot, most likely, for this pillar phase, because the Husks are going to be coming back out. We're going to keep our eyes on Hi-Yo here again, because he is the man with the Dragon two-hander. They're all going to stand on the same square. Let's see that D2H come out when the Husks do. Hopefully a better hit than last time. Goes for the 8-way switch into the Husks, and he only kills 2. He only kills 1. Oh my god, the RNG on the D2H, as well as the fact they've had 2 Husks. This is not looking good in P1 for Cthulhu Box Theory. Unfortunate here for Team CBT. 800 damage coming into the boss. We see the blow pipes coming out here for all of the players. I believe everyone got a blow pipe on. Let's have a look at the RNG for Addy on P2. We're going to see them do the lure as well. Zamorak Brew coming in for Addy, and he misses the hammer. I believe that was a 0 XP drop. We're going to see a backup here from Scotty. He misses the second hammer. This is a disaster here for Team CBT. 2 hammers missed on P2, whereas Glances hit every single hammer and more. Parasites coming out. We're going to need to see Hi-Yo get into the safe spot. We're going to see the aggro switch here. I don't know who doesn't have a Parasite. Oh, they're going to take some damage here. No, they're not. Both Parasites underneath the boss. Scotty taking the tank. And as we saw from the Glances, both claw specking their Parasites and taking them out easy, and Hi-Yo taking 5 hits to kill the Parasite there. And that is 4 scythe hits, so he's not going to be able to do on the boss with its full defense. Currently, things not looking too great for Team CBT here on the Nightmare. Let's hope the RNG turns around on P3. 500 XP, sorry, 500 health points left on the boss. Second lot of Parasites come out. Oh my word, the RNG for these boys. They are, for lack of a better term, having an absolute nightmare here at the Ashihama as we come into the pillar phase. Be interesting to see when the Parasites come out, what happens here. Looks as though they might just leave them. No, Addy is going to be the cleanup crew for the Parasites. They take them out. The prayers switch. The pillars have so much health left for the amount of time they've been in them. Unfortunately, getting that second Parasite on P2. We're going to have to see some seriously good RNG coming in for Cthulhu Box Theory in P3. As the last pillar goes down, we'll see the blowpipes come on for the team, and a bruise sip there for Hi-Yo, the captain of Cthulhu Box Theory, the leader. Trying to set an example for his team here. Let's have a look at the hammer spec from Addy. Drinks his Zamorak Brew for 120 attack. He hits. Will we see Scotty go for the backup here a little bit later in the kill? Most likely, we will see him go for the backup. Probably at around 1,000 hit points. Interesting to see whether he goes for the claw or he goes for the hammer with his 50% spec. Hi-Yo sitting here with 60% spec. Likely to see a volatile spec from him. There is a volatile staff in his inventory. We will see that on the pillar phase. Scotty still with 60% spec. We're going to see him go for the hammer here. After this next hit, he's going to hit the 4-way. One more hit. Here's the 4-way into the hammer. Not missing a tick. And he hits the second hammer. Okay, there we go. See Scott in the chat saying the Nightmare's mum is a hoe. Maybe that is why the Nightmare is so grumpy. 500 hit points left on P3. A pretty quick P3 from the boys. We see the spores come out and a claw from Addy there, using up the last of his spec. Didn't quite see how big it was. Will there be any yawners in the chat for Team CBT? Let's see the move out here. No yawners just yet, and it doesn't look like anyone's going to run into one. Scotty almost got dragged into one there by his staff. Down to the pillars. Only the pillars left for this Nightmare kill. The Harmonized Staff's not really going in too hard. Scotty launching right next to the southeast pillar, pulling up as far as he can, and the northwest isn't dead! And someone just surged the Nightmare instead of the pillar. Let's have a look at the time here for Cthulhu Box Theory. A 5:31 to beat, and they get A 5:59. That's almost a 6-minute kill here in the grand final of the Speedrun Cup. And that is going to take it to a 2-2. Oh my god. The only thing tighter than this matchup is my asshole while I'm watching it. It is so clenched while this is happening. Right. Let's extract the Nightmare folder. Replace the files, and we're going to be able to show you guys the boss breakdown for the Nightmare. Absolutely incredible scenes. Any glances going to be taking out the Nightmare, making it a 2-2. This is such a close matchup going into the grand final. Obviously, two of the best teams of speedrunners in the world, really putting on a show for the nearly 3,000 people we have in the chat. A 5:31 for the glances versus a 5:59 for Cthulhu Box Theory. And that is going to take us on to boss number 5. And ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute utmost pleasure to bring to you the Gauntlet. We're going to be watching the Gauntlet next. Let's have a look at the Glances POV for the Gauntlet. I'm going to quickly change up the score over here. It is currently 2-2 Glances Team CBT. Let's go ahead and change that up. Let's open up Glances Gauntlet run, and ladies and gentlemen, here we are going to be seeing one run at a time. We're going to be able to see all of the runs in all of their glory. Pretty quick Gauntlet runs, you would imagine, so we're going to have enough time to show all of them. Let's just quickly change up the logo again, and ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure to show you the Gauntlet B-roll. The Crystalline Hunleth, the final boss of the Gauntlet, which is what you'll be seeing next. Each team will select 3 players to do a Gauntlet run. We'll average the times out from the players, and the team with the fastest average will take home the point for the Gauntlet boss. Letting your hit points reach 0 is not the ideal thing to do inside the Gauntlet, because each death will incur a 3-minute penalty. I see a lot of no corrupted in the chat. That is correct. We're doing the regular one. As we see a practice run coming in there for Puggin before he goes in for his actual one. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Regular Gauntlet. And believe it or not, I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. We're doing the regular Gauntlet because guess what? Once again, the reason we don't have a challenge mode, it's because I am very, very stupid. I completely forgot that the corrupted Gauntlet existed when I was making this tournament. So we're going to be watching the regular Gauntlet. And we have Puggin here for any glances going into his run. So he picks up 4 fish, going to the next fishing spot. Looks as though he's going to get another 4 fish here. Regardless of the level of this Gauntlet, should be some pretty cool runs to watch. Finally find some monsters that he can hit here. And there's a weapon frame coming in from the first spider. Currently 79 shards in his inventory. I believe he's going to be looking for about 160 shards total. Maybe a bit more than that. So going to kill everything he can with his boot here. And he gets 2 paddlefish as well. Alright, let's have a look. Should be making a staff as he comes up to... Yep, there's the staff, the tier 2 staff. He makes 2 vials as well. Can fill them on fishing spots on his way through. And he's going to go for a tier 3 staff here from the dragon. Pretty good RNG to find the dragon straight away. He's going to open up the next room, see if he can find any monsters. Going to be looking for a few more shards here. Someone in the chat might be able to tell me the exact number of shards he's going to need for a tier 3 here as he picks the Grim Root. No, he doesn't pick the Grim Root. He doesn't need it. 73 shards needed. A little bit of a brain lag there for Puggin. It turns out it is 73 shards that he does need. He's looking for some more monsters. I guess he decides that he does have enough shards here. Okay, and he turns... Oh, you don't need any shards for your tier 3 weapon. Here I am, being a stupid idiot again. He needed those extra 80... Sorry, he needed an extra 60, I believe, or 80 for that tier 2 bow that he's going for. Needs another 20 shards here for his potions. Manages to get them from that rat. No teleport crystal back. Needs 20 for the pots. Has that tier 3 staff. We're going to see him cook his food here. He's going to be smashing down what looks to be 10 fish. Should be plenty going in here. 7 minutes 30 remaining on the clock as he goes into the boss room. And that's going to be about a 2 minute 30 going in for the prep time. You'll see him here. 5 hits with the staff, 1 hit with the bow, 5 hits with the staff, 1 hit with his boot. You see he is venged. Hit that venge before he went in. And you're going to see him try and hit some redemption procs here as well. I have been informed that during this run, that in Discord, the boys were helping each other out, counting the number of hits, telling each other when they need to change attack styles. Great teamwork here from the Glances. Yes, I can, Tommy. 1 second, mates. Will mention here, as I've just been reminded, that the Glances thought it was Corrupted Gauntlet that they were supposed to be doing, which makes sense. Of course, you would assume that, although I did say it was just the Gauntlet. In the rules, they thought it was the Corrupted Gauntlet, so they practiced for that. 3 hit points here for Puggin. We see the tick eat coming in. Scammed. I agree. I agree. Probably should have been smart enough to make the Corrupted Gauntlet the one we do here. And look at the way he's running around this room. He's going to run through straight after the attack, so he avoids the melee. Slick moves here from Puggin. And there we go. He's going to take it down. That is a 5-minute kill time for Puggin there. And now we're going to watch Lake's perspective going into the gauntlet. 5 minutes from Puggin. After practicing for the Corrupted Gauntlet, still manages to pull off a 5-minute gauntlet time. Lake here, first room he finds is going to be one with monsters in it. Picks up the weapon frame, first kill. Decent amount of shards coming in here. You're going to see him kick this rat to death. He's kicking Perp to death here. And he picks up another 16 shards. We'll see him go in. So I'm going to make a bow or a staff here. We'll see what he opts for. He's going to opt to make 2 vials and pick up just a tier 1 staff. Doesn't go for the tier 2. Going to fill up the vials in between fishing ticks. Not losing any moments here. 4 fish in the inventory. They are pre-recorded, Kingaroo. They are pre-recorded, mates. See the harpoon and the pestle and mortar go to the ground. We see him run into the first demi-boss room. It is a dark beast. He is going to be looking for that crystalline dragon. Accidentally takes a hit here. Rip the Venge. That Venge could have been a pretty decent hit on the boss. Picks up a teleport crystal here that he won't need. A weapon frame, a bowstring. Is he going to go for the bow in the end? I think he's going to look around a little bit. Maybe try and find a dragon. And have the bowstring as a backup. No, he's just going to go for the bow here. He's just going to go straight into the boss. He's going to make the tier 3 bow, go with the tier 2 staff. No armor on the man, 2 potions. He's going to cook up what looks to be... Yep, a decent amount of fish. Let's have a look here. Kicks the boss. No, he doesn't kick the boss. Not even a 730 here. Kicks... I've just had a Discord DM from Lake. He said that he doesn't need runes and that he wants to see a live action replay of that gauntlet boss. I can't believe my eyes. He goes to kick the gauntlet boss to change. And look, it's 20, 20, 17, 32 for the mage hit. Bro. I never clicked attack. He never clicked attack? We're going to have to watch that again, guys. Let's have a look here as he takes off his bow, whether or not clicks on the boss. He doesn't! Oh, no! Oh, no! And that is disappointing for Lake there. A death in the gauntlet going to add 3 minutes to his time. Just had to double check. I do have confirmation. Lake forgot to record his rerun. We have the time here. His rerun was a 5:33. Plus the death means that his gauntlet time was an 8:33. We're going to jump back in and have a look at X-Bay. See if he can make up for that here for the glances. Unfortunately, going down to an in-game bug there. We're not going to let him do it live now for the requalify, guys. I can't see. Everyone just get really close to the screen. Right, super jumps 99. Honestly, mate, I'm going to need you to sit in the corner for 10 minutes, okay? You're being a bit naughty. We're not doing a live rerun. Chill. Right. Having a look at the gauntlet here for X-Bay. Coming up to the fishing spot, spamming on it while he's kicking the boss. I think he does lose a couple of ticks while fishing and a couple of ticks while hitting, but it is faster to fish and kick at the same time. X-Bay here does play on the darkest setting. And let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen, we all play the game how we like to play the game. Let's not judge, lest ye be judged. 191 shards coming in. Was that? Yeah, it's a tier 2 staff. He's going to go looking for a dragon here. And there it is. He finds it straight away. The first demi-boss room he looks at does contain a dragon. Very juicy. The next room across does have a bear in it. Interesting to see if he goes for the bear here or just launches straight in. I think it's going to come down to how many shards he gets from this dragon. Looks as though he might be going for it. He is. He's going to go for the bear and he's going to drag it back towards the door. Quick thinking here from Mr. X-Bay. Is he going to be able to pick up those items while he's ranged it from afar? Looks as though he's going to be able to do this without missing a tick. Let's have a look. Picks up the orb, picks up the shards, picks up the weapon frame. Doesn't miss a hit here. Very good moves from a very good gamer. Have a look at the sticks on this man. Picks up another weapon frame, doesn't need it. Could get himself 2 tier 3 weapons here. And he's going to. He's going to take the 2 tier 3s in. He has 8 fish. 119 shards in the inventory. Doesn't need them. Going to fill up the vials here. Only 1 weed here. Can't make his second potion. Don't think we're going to see too many redemption flicks. He has 2 weapons here, so he's not going to be doing 5 to 1 on the gauntlet boss. See the quick prayers come on for range and piety. Changes over to mage now. He's going to need to do a lot of 1-tick flicking here. Someone ban Ujva. He keeps adding me. Say no more. Where is he? I can't find him. We got him. He's out of here. Sit. Back at the gauntlet here. Oh, look at the moves. Pulling off the Wook's walk with the... Oh, I can't be arsed. I can't be arsed. I can't be arsed. Oh. Okay. I think we're going to see X-Bay here go in for another run as he receives a potion after his death. Unfortunate death there for X-Bay. Did not get the mage prayer on in time. Going to take a 38 mage hit to the dome for the death. Picks up the weapon frame from the first monster room. Manages to pick up a staff. Goes to kick the medium-sized monster here. Gonna pick up the bear for the first demi-boss. Once again, he's probably going to be looking for the dragon to get the staff. See a lot of Cthulhu box theories in the chat. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, deaths can happen to any team. Anything can happen here. Picks up 3 fish from the first unicorn. He'll take that. It's 3 fish less that he has to fish himself. Gonna pick up the crystal spike. Okay. Coming into a dark beast. So it looks like he's not going to be able to pick up that tier 3 staff. I think likely here we're going to see him just take that crystalline bowstring. Unless he opens this door and it's a dragon. Not a dragon. Just going to take the bowstring here. Most likely just going to make a tier 3... tier 3 halberd and a tier 3 bow. Did he know the results from his teammates at this point? As far as I'm aware, he did, mate. He is last here, so I reckon he probably watched his teammates in the gauntlet before he went in. Clicks a little shaky. Loses a bit of time coming up to this fishing spot. clicking through the boss again, says someone in the chat. Seems this man has low RAM on his PC. Not enough RAM to register a dead NPC in RuneScape. Gonna pick up the second potion there. Root for the potion, I should say. And he gets 2 tier 3 weapons. Halberd and the bow. Gonna fill up these vials. How many fish is this? This is 6 fish going into the boss. Let's have a look. He's gonna make the potions inside the boss room. Can definitely respect a 2 vengeance. Oh no. Disappointing. 7 fish. Yes, clearly I can't count. You know what they say, ladies and gentlemen. You give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. If you're expected value RuneScape, you don't know how to count how many fish there are. And that is the quote to live by. 11 damage coming in for a 73 XP drop there. I am absolutely crying laughing. Let's have a look and see if he does the Wook's Walk here for... He does. Have a look at this, boys. Have a look at this. The footwork from the man. Absolutely incredible. Let me get the bow on in time for the hit. Doesn't miss one. Gauntlet changes the range. Are we going to see him hit a redemption flick here? We're not going to see him hit a redemption flick. Might see him hit a redemption here. I think the boss can actually hit 11. Unlikely to see him go for a redemption flick when he can get 1 hit. Might see a redemption flick here. Unfortunately not. It does go into the tornado phase. Let's have a look at the footwork again. Is he going to pull it off? He does pull it off. He's going to have to move here, though, because the tiles on the floor have changed. The prayer comes off. Gets it back on in time. 16.7% left on the boss. 10% to go. Is ranging it here. Pulls off a redemption there. As you saw, another 73 XP drop. And another 73 XP drop to finish the kill. And that is a 431! Oh, he's going to be so upset that he died there. Oh, man. Lake dying to a glitch. Xbay there dying to not get his mage prayer on in time. And that is 6 minutes they're going to have to add to their average there. Oh. No, not 6 minutes. Yeah, 6 minutes total timer. 2 minutes to their average in total. Not a great performance from the Glances. I do remember seeing a picture in the Discord coming in from Lake, I guess while they were doing the gauntlet. He sent in a picture of a 406 that he got in the gauntlet, and inside his inventory was raw fish. He went into a gauntlet in his practice without cooking his food, still got the kill, and got a 406 in the practice. It was not a glitch and was not auto-retaliate. What was it then? Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are going... Takeoffs don't... Exactly, like, surely that's a glitch, right? Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to jump into the runs for Cthulhu Box Theory here at the Gauntlets. Once again, the score is currently 2-2. Make sure everything's looking good here. That's the one we need to take off. That's the one we need to put on. It looks as though the first perspective we're going to be looking at here is Addy. Let's get into it. The Gauntlet for Team Cthulhu Box Theory. Alright, let's have a look. First room we see here for Addy. Manages to pick up 3 small monsters. Seems we have a J-mod in the chat. Everybody, get your RAM sticks out. Let's have a look at this. He gets 2 vials, goes for the tier 1 staff. And it looks as though he's going to chop the friend roots here. Looks as though we're going to see him go for some armor. Going into the boss room. Differentiation in the strategies here. For Cthulhu Box Theory. Oh, he picks up the dragon as the first demi-boss as well. Some decent RNG coming in here for Addy in his gauntlet run. Look at those clicks. Quicker than Sonic the Hedgehog with his clicks here. Not hard to be quicker than Sonic the Hedgehog with your clicks, considering I don't think he has opposable thumbs or access to a computer. Decides to use his vengeance on the dragon here. 25 kills the dragon quicker. 73 XP drop is a 22 with the staff. He finds a fishing spot to fish at. Let's have a look how many fish he goes for. He's going for armor. He's going to need to pick himself up some wool. Can't remember what it's called. Linen or some shit. 67 shards from that medium minion. Gonna need a decent amount of shards if he's making the armor here. Looks as though he's gonna go for all tier 1 armors. Wouldn't be surprised to see him kill the bear here for some shards. And let's have a look. Picks up the Grim Root. Makes a second potion. Doesn't go for the bear. Looks as though 352 shards is probably going to be plenty. Wonder what he's looking for here to finish up. He is looking for that wool so he can make the armor. 3 pieces of wool required. There it is. Linum Trinium. And here we go. Coming up to the singing bowl here. Let's see how quick he goes. Goes for the staff, a tier 2 bow, makes all of the armor, and he's going to be going into the boss with 3 food. So we see him going with 3 food here to the boss. Eats one before he goes in. 2 food going into the boss. We saw any glances go in with around 7 to 8 food and no armor. So the question you have to ask yourselves here is, if Addy manages to get the kill here, what do you think is faster, those extra 4 food or looking around for that armor? I couldn't tell you. I have absolutely no idea. Takes the staff off for the kick. I imagine he would have had his friends in Discord telling him what to pray, what to hit. And let's have a look here. That is an 8 coming in, a 53 XP drop. Not dying is fastest. I'm going to have to take your word for it there, girls love toast. An extra 3 minutes going to be added to the time for a death. And there was 2 deaths for the Glancers. He just has perp. No, I don't think that's what he would have been counting. He is using the 5-to-1 method here at the Gauntlet boss, which, for those who are unaware, is when you do 5 hits with your main weapon, and then after the 5th hit, you either hit it with the bow or kick it if you have the staff, so that you can always hit with the staff apart from that 1 hit. 5 hits with your main weapon to 1 hit without it. So I imagine had his teammates in Discord saying to him, hey, that's 5 hits. It's time to change over to the bow, or it's time to change over to the boot. Actually, I learnt to count, says Addy here. Good to see grade 3 mathematics coming in handy here in the Speedrun Cup. Who would have thought something he learnt when he probably first started playing RuneScape would come in handy way down the line here in the Speedrun Cup. And that is a 509 gauntlet here for Addy. Does he get the pet? No, he does not. Let's see how long it takes for us to switch over here. Obviously, I didn't see any of these times while I was putting it together. We're going to see Kirby go in for his run here. Look how full that inventory is with gauntlet drops. This man was practicing. All right. 450 in his PB on ult. No armor, good. And there it is. You hear it from the man himself, thinking that not going in with armor, a lot better than going in with armor. I think most likely these guys just deciding to play it a little bit safer, go for the no death strategy, which, if they get no deaths, is likely to work out for them. Can't imagine either of the remaining 2 players here for the gauntlet will have an 8-minute time. So the deaths may come back to bite the Glancers. Finds a second room with small monsters in it. Using the scepter to hit the monsters rather than kicking. Not too sure which is the best DPS here. I'm sure everybody in the chat who is the best gamer in the world would know. And he drags the last small minion to the room. Doesn't decide to kill it. 6 players in Team CBT. We see a dragon as the first demi-boss again. We've seen some pretty decent RNG so far in the gauntlet for Cthulhu Box Theory. Finds a second demi-boss. It's a bear. And a second bear on the other side. Interesting to see what he does with these bears. May see him kill them for shards. Gonna need a decent amount of shards if he's gonna make all of that armor. Weapon frame being picked up. Just going to go through and kill the medium-sized monsters. Finds 2 Grim Roots in here as well. That's a decent spawn. 2 monsters and some roots. Here at home, usually it's only 1 monster and a root for me. $104 crystal shards coming off that second medium boss. 4 fish in the inventory. Enough shards to make that tier 1 bow, tier 2 bow, tier 3 staff, and enough shards there. Clicks a little shaky here from Kirby. Might have been a little bit nervous going into this run. Definitely doesn't want to be the reason that his team potentially loses this round. And we are in the grand final of the Speedrun Cup, guys. These matter a lot. Four fish in the inventory going into the gauntlet boss. Put a 1 in the chat if you would ever go into the gauntlet boss with only 4 food. It's going to be a swift 2 from me. No chance I could survive that entire boss kill. A lot of 1s in the chat. Guess we got a lot of high tier gamers. RNG on the boss hits, not looking too good here for Kirby. Kicks the boss in the dome to change the melee prayer. Never said we would make it. That is a very good point, my friend. Once again, RNG not looking too good here with the staff for Kirby. Noodling quite a bit. Augury, a useless prayer? It might be. Ranged hit coming in here for the 5th hit, changing the boss's overhead prayer to range. We're going to see Kirby 5 hits with the staff, currently set on 29 hit points, 4 fish still in the inventory. Came into the boss room with 4 fish, currently has 3 fish. You know what they say about 4 fish, 3 fish, 2 fish, 1 fish. I hope you guys do, because I've got absolutely no idea. Something about a red fish and a blue fish. I'm question marking myself at the moment. 24 hit points left on the boss. It's an 11 from the staff. 13 to go. Is he going to get it done? Look at the moves from the man. 5 hit points remain. 3 fish in the inventory. 22 hit points, and he's going to get it done. That is going to be a 453 here for Kirby. for Team Cthulhu Box Theory. And considering that time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to see who's running the last gauntlet here. Here we go. It is Hi-Yo. Considering that time, ladies and gentlemen, I think unless we see Hi-Yo die twice here and still have a bad run, we might see Cthulhu Box Theory taking another point. I'll have to see what happens. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on whether he dies here or not, and not so much the time. Hi-Yo has been known to plank. Yep, the reason his name is Hi-Yo is because people say hi and then they say, yo, what are you doing on the floor? Because of how often he dies. And the jokes are getting worse and worse as the live stream goes on. We see 3 small monsters here for Hi-Yo. 72 shards in the inventory. Decides not to pick up that second leaf. I guess he's only going for 1 potion here. And as he mines these ores, so confused as to what's going on in the chat. A lot of copy pastes. I think there's a lot of inside jokes. Wait, he's already got the ores. Never mind. He's already got the ores. 3 fish in the inventory without him even having to fish. And he's going to go back to the start. Not going to be able to have enough in the inventory to make all of the armor here. But he does get himself the tier 2 staff and another teleport crystal. And that is pretty good. Oh no, that is not good. Loses his vengeance here to a wolf. He definitely wanted to save that one. Definitely wanted to save that one for the boss. We see the crystal pickaxe go to the floor as well as the crystal axe. Fishing spot here. He's going to fish some more fish. Maybe not as confident as his teammates going into the boss. Does only have 1 potion in the inventory, so that extra couple of fish is going to help him out. Extra potion would be for redemption flicks. So if he doesn't have the second potion, those extra 2 fish is going to replace what he would have had in those redemption flicks. Looking around for the dragon demi-boss here and getting some pretty bad RNG on it. We've seen pretty much everyone else in the gauntlet here get a dragon as soon as they go in, or 2 demi-bosses to go for 2 tier 3 weapons. Finds himself a dark beast. Looks as though he is going to kill the dark beast here, so interesting to see if he goes for the bow here or continues looking around for the dragon. That is free fish on the ground. If he'd known he was going to get that, maybe he wouldn't have spent so much time at the pond. No worries, more 100-word essay, mate. That is a lot of words. Make sure you get that done. Going to cook the fish before he goes in here. With the recent update, they have changed the cooking to be 1 tick for everyone. You don't even have to spam click the range anymore. That's a 22 on the way in. Gonna need someone in the chat to get rid of It's Calvin _555. That is not an emote you want to see in any Twitch chat. See, one of my mods has it. That is not what you want to see from a Twitch chat. As Hi-Yo comes into the boss. Boss is going to change over to a mage attack. He missed the flick there. Tanks a 0. Lots of fish in the inventory, though. That's okay, Mr. Super Jumps. Not a problem, mate. Nah, that's okay, Knacker. I was only joking, mate. He can just have the 10. 300 hit points left on the Crystalline Hunlef here for Hi-Yo. Clicks might be a little bit shaky here. Once again, in the grand final of the Speedrun Cup, he's got no idea that all he needs to do here is survive. Down to 184 hit points. Enough fish in the inventory that he doesn't need to risk it, but you will see him risk it here. We are going for the fastest times possible. We know that if he just survives, he is going to win this round for his team, but he does not know that. He's going to try and put in the best effort he can. Running around with the staff on. He accidentally counted wrong there. Did he count wrong? No, he has a tier 2 staff, sorry, and a tier 3 bow. I'm an idiot. He didn't count wrong. This man is a genius, and I am stupid. Apologies to Hi-Yo. 63 hit points. 50 hit points left on the boss. And he's going to take it out. I don't even really think we need... That's a 619 coming in from Hi-Yo as well. Ladies and gents, I don't think we even need to look at the times, but we will look at the times just as a confirmation. I'm pretty sure that Cthulhu Box Theory going to be taking out the point there. Let's quickly have a sniff. And yeah, let's get the transition in here. We see the grand final gauntlet there. Average time for the glances was a 7:01. The average time for Cthulhu Box Theory was a 5:27. 2 deaths coming in for the glances. 2 deaths coming in. And as I said, those 6 minutes that are added to their time added 2 minutes to their average. So, with no deaths, they would have won. With no deaths, they would have won that round. Unfortunate there for the glances, and that is going to make it a 3-2 for Cthulhu Box Theory. One more point. They need one more point, and they're going to take out the grand final. Will we see the glances tie it up here? We are going to be going into Vorkath, ladies and gentlemen. That is right. Let's go ahead and change up the score. Cthulhu Box Theory on 3, glances on 2. And let's press this button and this button. We're going to be taking a look at Vorkath for the glances first, and it's going to be Puggin running Vorkath for the glances. Saw a very good time from Puggin in the semifinals at Vorkath. Let's see if we can back that up here with Vorkath in the granny. Alright, ladies and gents, we are ready to jump in. The score is 3-2 to Cthulhu Box Theory. Glances are gonna need a comeback here. Puggin taking on Vorkath. Let's go ahead and jump on into the action. Any glances in the chat, guys? Who's here to support any glances? Lake, Puggin, and X-Bay. Now, we see the Dragon Hunter Lance coming in here. Now, the reason we see a Dragon Hunter Lance first is because if you just continuously... Oh, he has no anti-fire here. Oh, no. This could be disastrous for Puggin here. No anti-fire to start the kill. He's going to be taking a decent amount of damage here from the boss every time it shoots fire at him. And when he goes into melee, the boss... He's not going to have any anti-fire protection. And that big blue dragon right there can hit upwards of 60. I think. 480 hit points left for the boss. We'll find out when he's going to be coming in here. Very likely we'll see him flick the anti-fire ward on and off while he is meleeing the boss. 437 XP drop. That's an 82 ruby bolt spec coming into the spawn phase here. He is right at the back of the room, of course, so he can get that bolt off. Let's have a look at the run here. Gonna hit the bolt as he comes through. Let's see the claws. Let's see how much damage he's going to take. Oh, it's a range hit, not a Dragonfire. They are two big claws. He's going to be happy with those claws, and he's not going to bother flicking the ward on or off. And he has taken that down so quickly. That's a 122 coming out of Puggin there. That is a high-tier gamer, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go ahead and skip 30 seconds ahead here. Watch him coming in as we see someone doing some rooftop agility there in Artie. .46 kill count for his friend's account that he's borrowed. Artie, yep, you guys heard me. He is doing some rooftop agility in Artie. It just looks like Relica. As I was trying to say in the last... in the last kill, the reason we see a Dragon Hunter Lance there is because if he was to continuously hit with the Dragon Hunter crossbow throughout the kill, as the spawn phase came out right there, he wouldn't have got that last hit off. As you saw, he was one tick early, managed to get the damage off. So you'll always see one melee hit coming in from Puggin. Gets on the Berserker ring for the Dragon Claws. Let's see it here. 0 for the second one. 400 XP drop for the first one. A 56 coming in from the Lance. I don't know about you guys, but this one seems a lot quicker than the last. 132 hit points for the Dragon. .73 hit points left. Second claw never hits. Yeah, absolutely right about that, Rails. 51 to go. He can one hit the boss from here. Let's see the RNG come in. Lance is noodling. And you see him right-clicking the Lance. That's what, 4 zeros on 30? Yep. Very disappointing there. Lost about 16 ticks, and that's a 114 coming in for Puggin. Not too bad considering the noodle Lance at the end there. Let's go ahead and jump on into his next kill here. Once again, going to see that Dragon Hunter Lance to start off the kill into the 9-way switch for the range in 4 ticks. Can he pull it off? All signs point to yes. That's a Ruby Bolt to start the kill off as well. Followed up by a 67 regular Bolt. Oh my god, the Bolt RNG here, guys. 542 hit points on the boss. Look at the Bolt RNG. 462 going into the first spawn phase here. Almost half the hit points of the boss taken before the first phase. That's a big bolt. We're going to see him run in here most likely. Switch into the melee. Not going to miss any ticks. Piety comes on. Let's have a look at the claws. 144 XP drop into a 203. Decent claws. Not the best. Certainly can't complain though. Hitting with both of them. I'm going to see the acid phase come in with one more hit here. There we go. And we see the walk come on. The run energy goes back up to 73. And look at the footwork here from Puggin. 59, 138 to go. Another 59. RNG coming in with the Dragon Hunter Lance this time. Maybe a little bit less of a noodle than last time. Will he get a second spawn phase here? I think he got that one hit early for the spawn phase. He's going to be happy with that. A 117. First 3 kills here for Puggin. A 122, a 114, and a 117. As we know, guys, a lot of RNG here for Vorkath. Not going to bother skipping. I think we'll go into the kill if I skip here. So, wait for him to run up. A lot of RNG at Vorkar. The best that these players can hope for is that they don't miss any ticks. They make sure all of the gear that they need on at the time they need it on is on. And they hit every single moment they can. And then RNG just has to work the rest out for them. And trust me when I say these guys are gamers. Puggin, one of the best PVMers in the world, putting on an absolute spectacle for you guys here. Not even 50k at Vorkar. Puggin obviously borrowing his friend's account for the competition because he is an Iron Man. See the spawn phase coming in here at a 505 again. So once again, decent bolt RNG to start the kill here for Puggin. And another big bolt. This is not the final boss, Mildly Addicted. If Glances win here, we will be going to the tiebreaker, which is the ToB run. If they lose here, Cthulhu Box Theory will take out the grand final of the Speedrun Cup. Coming into the acid phase at 316 health. Once again, you can see the footwork from this man. He knows what he's doing, stepping back and forth. Make sure he's not taking any damage from that acid phase. We know this because of Wooks on day of release. Broke the boss so bad that Jagex had to patch it. You wouldn't believe it. Lance is kind of popping off here. 35 hit points to go. Will he finish it off with one hit? He will. This should be a pretty decent time. It's a 118. Okay. That's the thing with Vorkar. Sometimes I think it's going to be sick. And he is picking up the loot here. I respect it. I respect it. Alright. How many kills have we got there? Last kill's a 118. Looks as though we're going to be coming into his 5th kill at Vorkar. So 3 lands to start off the kill, I believe. Maybe a little bit higher than that. What drop do you guys think he's going to get from his next KC here? If anybody in the chat guesses even one of the items that he's going to get, I'm going to PogChamp IRL. A lot of people guessing that he's going to get the Vorkar head. Interesting. Other people guessing the Superior Dragon Bones, and some people guessing Blue Dragon Hide. Interesting calls from the chat here. They are big specs. A 400 into a 518. Those claws went nuclear. Let's see if the lance pops off here to finish it off. Will he get himself a spawn? He will, but this is going to be a quick kill regardless. Let's have a look here. Relax, the guy's probably sleeping drunk, says Gander, and he's not wrong there. Lance kind of noodled there. 50 kill count coming in for a 115, and have a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. That's a Vorkar head. Who guessed that in the chat? Whoever guessed that in the chat, you are a genius. Good guess, good guess. I'm hoping tomorrow night, when I go visit my girlfriend, there will be a 50th kill count at Vorkar coming in for me. Coming into the 6th kill here? Maybe the 5th. No, it is going to be the 6th kill. What's the question marks about, guys? That's me saying I'm hoping I get some head when I go see my girlfriend tomorrow. Come on. 4 IQ chat. As we see the spawn come out, 596 hit points left on the boss and a 0 bolt coming out of the phase. I'm 11. What is head? That's the thing just above your shoulders, mate. And If you can take any advice from this live stream, it's to make sure you stay in school and use that head as long as you can, my friend. .305 left on Vorkar. We're going to see Puggin come in for the melee here. Let's have a look at the claws. 475 popped off like a frog in a foreskin, and a 453. That's going to take about 160 damage off the boss in 2 hits. Is he going to finish it off before he goes into the acid phase here? He is. Oh, it was a spawn phase, and he got it right at the end. What's the timer? 125. Seemed like it was going to be quick. Didn't end up being too quick there for Puggin. $713 Chaos Runes, 11 diamonds from the last kill. I believe that kill was his 6th. So we're going to see 4 more kills here from Puggin. Smiley face going into the boss. Don't think Puggin has ever had candor and clicks. Kind of pog. Don't think you're going to see too many nerves from Puggin. An exclamation mark. He did hit a ruby bolt going in there and backs it up with 2 of the smallest bolts you can possibly get. That was 2 ones in a row. Make that 3. Did hit a ruby bolt, but not good RNG afterwards. 515 hit points on the boss going into the acid phase. Not the best RNG here. We see the run energy come back on. There's a clip in the chat for anyone wondering what a candor and click is. Anybody seen the solo mission shakes from Dead Man mode? And also seen... Oh, he's got the wrong ring on here. There goes the brimstone. He gets it on. Anybody seen the solo mission shakes from Dead Man mode? And also seen the guy that had an earthquake hit his house at Gelvec on his hardcore Iron Man. Think about both of those things and mix them together and you have a candor and click. The nerves really getting to the man in his round 1 matchup. 51 to go. Is he going to hit it? He hits a 51, but it turns out he had a bit more. Oh! Should have healed the boss for a 9 there, but killed it just in time. And a 127 coming in for Puggin in his... I want to say 7th kill. And I'll say it. It was his 7th kill. Alright. First hit from the Dragon Hunter Lance. The boss that was decided upon by both teams to skip in the final was the Fight Cave, so we won't be seeing any Fight Caves from the teams. There's a 100 bolt there right before the acid phase. Let's see Puggin rolling here with the melee. Gets all the switches this time, including the ring. Let's have a look at the claws. An 11 XP drop. That's a 2 and a 0. Oh, no. Oh, no. And that's a sad face in the chat for Puggin. Both claws hitting a 0 there. Currently... 2 points for the Glancers in this grand final matchup and 3 points for Cthulhu Box Theory. Puggin really going to have to pull out all the stops for his team here if we are going to see a tiebreaker. Dragon Battle Axe coming in and a 122. Don't think he's going to be too happy with the 120s coming in. So far in these 10 kills, not seen a sub 1 minute yet. Lance only hitting 50 plus, not 60 plus. Bad RNG for Puggin. Decent first couple of hits here on this, the 8th Vorkath kill for the Glancers. Double checking that he has Ruby bolts on. Always got to make sure. We see the spawn come out. And as you see, differentiation between the Glancers and ToB and Veric Inters. You see that Puggin here not having a staff on, and also using the manual cast on the Crumble Undead there. Decent claws this time. Can you make the slut on a Saturday joke? It's been a while. Going down faster than a slut on a Saturday, as my dad used to say. Used to also say things like there's plenty more sluts in the sea, and chlamydia's not too bad. Wise man was Papa EVscape. RNG not on the side of Puggin on this. The 9th kill, and he's going to get a second spawn phase. We're looking at a really slow kill here, guys. I had to hazard a guess, probably around a 140 even. That's a 134 coming in for Puggin on his second last kill. So disappointed, he even leaves the bones on the ground. $36 to start off the kill in the last kill for Puggin, and a 66 coming in from the bolt straight afterwards. Is this going to be the RNG he needs? 73 run energy left. Turns off the run. Back up to 80 now. Guthix restore. Getting some of that run energy back. 542 hit points left on the boss going into the first special. We're seeing perfectly timed the end of the spawn there. 357 XP drop for a 67 bolt. And that is a Ruby spec. Doesn't lose any ticks there. It looks like he was about to. I think he missed getting the piety on though. See the Dragon Claws come out for a 0 into a 165. Definitely not the hits he would have been looking for there. Acid Phase comes out. The run comes off. 251 hit points left on the boss. Not expecting this one to be too fast of a time. We've just seen him go into Vorkath's second special there. 73 hit points left on the boss. So 43 about to go into the second. Okay. And he takes it down. The last kill here being a 121. Gets himself a couple of Rune Kite shields. Not sure if the Glancers are going to be too happy with the times there. Don't have the average handy, but we are going to go over and see Cthulu box theories. Vorkath run. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this one is... Yes, it is going to be run by Scotty, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Okay. Currently 3-2. This could potentially be for the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. This could potentially be for the tournament if he manages to get some decent times here. Let's go ahead and jump on over into the action. We are watching Scotty take on a Vorkath for Team Cthulu Box Theory. They're currently up 3-2. And if he manages to get fast enough times here for his team, we're going to see him take it out. Interesting to see no Lance at the start here. Very likely we're going to see 2 blowpipes instead. 2 blowpipes being 4 ticks And you know what else is 4 ticks? 1 Dragon Hunter Lance. So he's stepping back here for the spawn. Any Team Cthulhu box theories in the chat, make your voice known now. They need your energy now more than ever. They could take out the grand final here. Depending on the times. Interesting to see what health he's going to go in here. Doesn't turn the run off, doesn't bother. Seems he pre-sipped a stamina potion before he went in. Look at these clicks. Look at the footwork from this man. And I tell you what, that bow is going nuclear. Comes in at around 200 hit points for the claws. That's 81 damage from the first one. Looks about 70-ish damage from the second one. And he's going to take it out here on a Slayer task. Not using a Slayer helm. That's a 111 first kill there for Scotty. A 111. And that is faster than any time that Puggin got during his 10 kills. So if there's one thing I know for sure, it is that Scotty is currently in the lead for sure. 40-second PB here for Scotty. .56 bolt to start off the kill. We don't see a Brimstone ring in the inventory for Scotty. Interesting that we did see a Brimstone for Puggin. Let's have a look at the spawn go down here. Instantly straight out. And he has a Twisted Buckler on here, guys. Doesn't have a Dragon Fire Ward, going for the maximum range bonus possible. I've only just noticed that. Will that make a difference here? Firstborn comes out. The boss is about to go down to about half health as the acid comes out. Have a look at the footwork here. Will we see him take any damage? Likely not. This man knows where to click, knows where to hit the boss. He knows what he is doing. Spam this body to help Scotty. The poll just ended on who do we have winning this Vorkath. And 58% of people saying Scotty as the claws go in there. Decent couple of claw specs. Slowing down a fair bit here at the end. The RNG not coming in. Is he going to get it? Yeah, he is going to get another spawn. This is not going to be a quick kill here for Scotty. Once again, if I had to hazard a guess, probably around a 135, maybe even a 140. A death here at Vorkath does count as an extra minute. Not sure if we're going to see a death from Scott. Oh my god, look at this RNG. What is going on here? He might even go into an acid phase here. Oh my word, the noodle lance at the end there. And a 148! Oh, he is not going to be happy to see a 148 coming in there. And that, the second kill from Scotty is slower than the slowest kill from Puggin. And already, after 2 kills, I've got no idea who's in the lead. He's so upset about the last one. He says, fuck that market guard. Stupid motherfucker. He's the reason my RNG was so bad there. Wow, oh wow. Right click on a man called EVscape there. What a handsome gamer. Let's have a look at the RNG to start here. $63 coming in from the Dragon Hunter crossbow. Obviously the crossbow giving a bonus against dragons, and last time I checked, Vorkath is a dragon. 0 for the second blowpipe there. Spawn comes out. Boss currently on 510 hit points going into the first special attack. freeze here from Scotty. Once again, spliced run from Scotty. Obviously putting his best times together, cutting it in and out. Goes into the acid phase at 170 hit points. And we're hard pressed to find a third special here from Vorkov. Most likely, here he is on 73 hit points. Most likely, look at the footwork on the man to see him take it out straight after this acid phase. 62 into a 40. One more hit and the boss is going down. Let's have a look at the time. That's a 107! Oh my god! A 107 coming in here from Scotty, and he does know that that is a quick time. He's insane, ladies and gentlemen. He is insane. Interesting not to see the Fremennik Sea Boots coming in here. I guess he just wants the extra T's in his inventory. Faster than a what on a Saturday? Nothing on a Saturday. Seems we have EVscape there. Potentially a fan. Interesting. Wonder what he said to him. Been a while since I grabbed a fresh Pepsi, guys. Might have to do it before. If we go to the next round. Might have to do it before then. If not, gonna be able to grab one right after the stream. That is 2 Ruby Bolt specs. 400 hit points going into the first. Oh my god, the Bolt RNG is going insane! See the Zamorak Brew coming in for the extra 2 attack levels. Let's have a look at the Lance RNG after that Bolt. We are going to go into the acid phase here. Potentially, depending on the RNG coming out of here, we might see a low 1-minute kill again. With decent RNG after this acid phase. Might see a 105, maybe a 106. Let's have a look at the hits coming out here. Gets 3 hits coming out of this phase. It's going to be a 107. First hit misses. Second hit a 30. Third hit a 38. So it's going to be a little bit slower than the last kill here. A 0. A 30. And he's going to take it down. My guess is a 115. It's a 116 there for Scotty. So a decent time. I think we've got a pretty close average coming in here from both these gamers. Scotty here to take down the point for Cthulhu Box Theory and give them the win in the grand final of the Speedrun Cup. The question is, can he do it? If we don't make it to the last round, can you still show ToB times? Let me just say, if Cthulhu Box Theory win here, we'll crown them the winners, and then we will still show the ToB. If Glances win here, we're going to see the ToB anyway, so regardless, we will see the ToB run. The question is, will it be for the tiebreaker, or will it just be for fun? We're going to find out here. 2 blowpipes. We see a nice little spam in the chat there from EVscape's girlfriend. Hey babe, I haven't replied to your text all day. Been hanging out at Hootie Tootie's house. Let me tell you, not only can he make amazing graphics, but he also knows how to fuck good. I'll see you tomorrow, babe. Fair enough. Can understand why she would be attracted to the man. Not only is he a very attractive gamer, he is also very good at what he does, and that is making graphics. Would love to see a clap in the chat for Hootie here, the man behind the amazing graphics you're seeing. This is a fucking quick kill. How have I missed this entire kill? This could be sub 1 minute. Unless I've accidentally missed one of the phases here, this could be sub 1. Let's have a look at the time here. Yep, I did miss a phase. It is a 115. Let's just forget I said anything. Moving forward into the next kill. Just having a look at the kill count here for Scotty. 5,133. Quite the large number. If I had to hazard a guess at how much money he's probably made from those kills, I would say at least 73 mil. So America coming in with the 40-second PB POG, and you are not wrong there, my friend. Two blowpipe hits, a 36 and a 26. I think he's going to be very happy with those two hits there. Coming into the acid phase, 451 hit points left on the boss. I believe its defense level goes up as it comes into this acid phase, and also you only do half damage to it. What's the uptime on the stream? It is 7 hours and 30 minutes as he hits a 73. It's everywhere. 81 claw into the 2 claw. 7 hours, 30 minutes uptime. I don't believe it. And once again, really good RNG here for Scotty. Coming out of this one, if he one hits it here, this is going to be a sub 1. Let's see the RNG. Doesn't one hit it. Could be looking at a 101. Now probably looking at about a 104. My guess is a 104 here for this kill. Not too sure how... Oh my god. I'm so far off. It's a 110. Let's pump into the next kill. Anybody else have any idea how many kills we've seen here? Because I tell you what, I've got no clue. Hootie Tootie in the chat. If you're there, mate, you obviously have access to the times. We've seen a 110 just then. Can you please tell me what kill we're up to? He's on task. Why no Slayer Helm on the melee phase? He's dropped a restore outside here. Interesting. No Slayer Helm on the melee phase, my friend, because guess what? He's wearing a Salve Amulet EI, and that gives a 20% damage and accuracy buff, whereas the Slayer Helm only gives a 16.67% buff to damage and accuracy. So you're much better off using the Salve Amulet for that extra 3.37%. 100 Ruby Bolt coming in. See him step back for the spawn here. Melee is better on task. We're seeing from the chat. Not too sure about that, ladies and gentlemen, but that's a 73 coming in on the boss. If that does happen to be the case and Melee is better on task, just have to remind you all, there is no tasks allowed here in the Speedrun Cup. You have to do everything off task. So even though he does have a task, he's not allowed to use that Slayer Helm bonus. Let's have a look at the claws here. 100 HP left on the boss. Will he kill him with the claws here? Almost kills it with the claws. 30 hit points left. 2080 hits. Let's have a look at the time here. Probably about a 112. Yep, there it is. I called it. You heard me call it. Didn't actually see the message from Hootie Tootie in the chat there. This will be kill 7. So it looks as though we've got 3. And look at the dance party we have here for Scotty. This is going to be kill number 7. Wait, that's kill 7, so this is kill 8. Kill 8 here for Scotty. Once again, no idea what the average is looking like here. But if I had to hazard a guess, I would say he's probably currently in the lead. Let's see if the RNG can stay together at Vorkarth. Music has turned off. We're going to start that bad boy again. Oops, he says. Not too sure what happened there. Someone in the chat can probably let me know what happened. I was too busy looking at it. Let's have a look when he goes in for the melee. 478 hit points left on the boss. Oh my god, 0, 0, 0, 0. There we go. A bit of bolt RNG coming in. 60 from the Dragon Hunter crossbow. He hit it a tick early, so it nulled. I see what's going on here. Not going to be happy with himself there is Scotty. 316 health left on the boss coming into the melee. That claw is a 65, followed up by a 2. Still 240 health left on the boss, and he's already gone through 2 of Vorkar's special attacks. The next one is going to be another spawn, so he will be paused for a moment, and here it is. Let's have a look here. Very slow time. Going to be at least in the 130s. Potentially even in the 140s. 0. 25. Boss still on 68 hit points. He can hit that with 1 hit. 0. 0. 0. Oh no, ladies and gentlemen. Is this going to be the RNG throw? There's no way. Oh, went into a 4th phase here. This could be 2 minutes. 151. A 151 on the second last kill here for Scotty. And that is really going to bring his average up. Wow, oh wow. You're going to have to wonder if it's going to be enough here coming into the last kill to take out the glances. Once again, I have no idea what the average was from Puggin. Pretty decent. If I had to hazard a guess, I'd probably say around maybe a 125 for Puggin. Is Scotty going to be able to beat the 125? We see the Gobby salute and the Gobby bow. Once again, hopefully we see a few Gobby things going on at my girlfriend's tomorrow night. 2 kills, this one and 1 more. Thank you, Hootie Tootie. Lots of question marks from the chat again. Truly hope my girlfriend's not watching right now, because if she is, the chances are 0. 2 blowpipes coming in at the start. That is to save a tick. We see the spawn coming out. 2 more kills left here at Vorkarth, and then we're going to find out if we are going to go to the ToB tiebreaker. That is a Ruby Bolt, a 94 coming in for Scotty. Gonna see him switch into the melee, maybe after the acid phase here. Yeah, he's gonna switch after the acid phase. Let's have a look at the footwork here. Once again, a very, very talented gamer is Scotty. I'm gonna gas this man up as much as I can. Not only a very talented gamer, but such a nice guy. Really enjoyed the little time I got to spend with him over the last couple of weeks. Think I might be in love. Don't know. Decent RNG coming in here for the second phase. Spawn goes down. Is that the second or third phase? Not too sure. Haven't been counting. Let's have a look at the time in the chat. A 134! Oh, guys, I am no mathematician, but let me tell you, if I've got to hazard a guess here, I'm telling you right now, I think we're going to a tiebreaker. I think we're going to a tiebreaker, man. Oh, the RNG not coming in for Scotty here on Vorkarth. Let's have a look at this last kill coming in here. Yisni says, I wanted to go to fucking bed, man. Fuck off. Not happy that he's going to have to stay out for the tiebreaker if CBT goes down here. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, don't actually know what the averages are. I might be completely off base, and this man might be absolutely gaming. We could see a 4-2 victory for CBT after this, but if my math serves me correctly, we're going to need to see a very fast kill from Scotty for that to be a possibility. Let's have a look. $537 going into the first special here. 70 bolts, gonna be happy with that one. Spam these dancers to help out Glancers. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Who you got in the chat? Let me know, guys. Are you here for Cthulhu Box Theory, or are you here for any Glancers? Use the emotes, Team CBT, and any Glancers in the chat. Who you here for? This looks like a really fast kill for Scotty as well for the last one. He might have actually managed to pull it back here for CBT. If they were behind, this kill is definitely going to help them out. A 1 coming out of the phase. A 0. No! This is not what we need to see from Scotty here. A 30. We're going to need to see him kill it here. He does take it down. Let's have a look at the time in the chat. It's a 1:13, so a decent time for Scotty to finish off here. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to find out. We are about to find out if we are going to the tiebreaker. 3-2 currently for Team CBT. Let's find out if we're going to be going to the tiebreaker. Oh my fucking god, I don't believe my eyes. There's 0.2 of a second in it! Glance is getting up by 0.2 of a second. And we are 3-3 in the grand final of the first Speedrun Cup. We're going to a tiebreaker. Holy shit! Oh! My mouth has not closed since I opened that document. Oh my god. We really could not have asked for more from this tournament, guys. What the fuck? In the first ever Speedrun Cup in the grand final, we are going to a tiebreaker. This is absolutely insane scenes. We're going to take a look at the mid-match scores here. Just going to quickly extract this file I got from Hootie. Replace the file in the destination. Having a look at the mid-match scorecard, and we can see it is currently 3-3 in the grand final. Best of 7. We see a 103.7 Zulrah from the Glancers to take it out in the first boss. A 60-31 Inferno for CBT in the second to take it out. At 11:29 versus an 11:43 in the chambers of Xeric. A 5:31 for the Glancers. A 5:27 gauntlet average for Cthulhu Box Theory. And a 121.5 up against the 121.7 Vorkath. Oh my god. This has been some of the closest matchups we've seen in the entire cup. We have been absolutely spoiled for content here in the grand final. And we are going to be going to the tiebreaker, the ToB for the tiebreaker. And ladies and gentlemen, I really hope you in the chat don't mind. It's been a long weekend here casting the Speedrun Cup. We've seen some amazing content. I've got no idea who wins. The only person in the world that knows who wins the cup right now is Hootie Tootie in the chat. And I want to sit back here with the chat and enjoy the content just the same. If you don't mind, I'm going to crack myself a beer. In the chat, feel free to crack yourself a beer, sit back, enjoy the content, and we are about to jump into, you better believe it, baby, the Theater of Blood in the grand final of the Speedrun Cup. Look at the smile on my face. You have no idea how happy it's made me that we're going to a tiebreaker here. Ah! I accidentally went to the wrong thing. Don't worry, I didn't leak anything. It's okay. 1 second, guys. Just going to double check. Accidentally clicked on my mouse there. We're going to change the scoreboard up before we go across. Spoiler's correct. We saw the spoiler of these guys running into their ToB. Change the score up there. We are going to be watching any glances first. Once again, Puggin, Lake, and XBay. Ladies and gentlemen, Speedrun Cup tiebreaker in the grand final. Let's go ahead and jump on into the action. Okay, we're going to see all three boys here running in with their twisted bows out. I'll double check I'm in full screen here. 1 sec, boys. I am in full screen. Must have messed up the aspect ratio here. Unfortunate. We're going to keep an eye on the major here at Maiden. That is going to be XBay. Super zoomed out here. Super dark screen, but has the most important job in this room. It's going to blood barrage the last crab and just let it through. Interesting. Interesting not to freeze it there. Not sure what the tactic is. You see him come in with a regular max cape on here, guys. The reason he's got a regular max cape is because he would have missed fours. That makes sense. He's got a regular max cape on here because after the Nihilocast room, when he no longer needs ancient magics, he's going to go ahead and drop the runes he has in his rune pouch, replace them with Venge runes, and spellbook swap onto the Lunar Spellbook so he can venge himself. Let's have a look at the Chinner here for the glances. Puggin coming in. 30% on the boss. It looks as though we're going to see 30s come out just as 50s are dying. They're going to be pretty happy with the pace going into 30s here. Are they going to catch all the freezes? Is XBay going to have time? Looks like he will, and it means they're going to try for the skip here. The question is, will they get it? Doesn't quite get his melee gear on in time. Misses a few ticks here, and Puggin's dead! Puggin's dead! In the tiebreaker at Maiden! No way! They can't go for the skip here. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Lake has died as well. Not like this. Not in the grand final. Please, please, please. Not like this. XBay, the last person alive here. In the Maiden room. 22% left on the boss. Has 1 brew in his inventory. 2 anglerfish. Is he going to be able to get through? The question is, was there any glancing from Puggin and Lake there? Is that the reason why they took a tumble? 22 hit points left for XBay. Most likely to see him only eat his food when he's about to die. Pots up. A 32 redemption coming in. Hits. That is very nice for him right there. The 32 redemption. See a 28 from Maiden here. See the claws coming in. Blood's at the end. And he does. He clutches it up for the team. He clutches it up for the team. They're going to continue through a 250 Maiden. They will not be happy with that. The best Maiden time we've seen so far in this tournament was a 142. So if they were looking for the best time, losing about a minute there. We see the carry coming in from XBay at ToB. I don't believe we're going to see any Phoenix necklaces in the inventory going into this ToB. This bloat here. No ToB strategies. Are the salves on? Seems as though everyone must have their salve on at this point. We see XBay going through first. Claws come out. We're going to see a BGS. We are going to see a BGS from Puggin here. Let's keep an eye on what he hits. Let's have a look. Was that a 0? I'm pretty sure that was a 0. Is anyone going to back him up? It doesn't look like anyone's going to back him up here. Looks as though Lake was copping a bit of flame from someone in the chat and rightly says to the man, listen up, you dog shit noob. If you want to talk some shit about players in the Speedrun Cup, maybe you should have signed up yourself and participated. Obviously, Lake, a very nice guy, not using words like that. I may have translated it to Australian for him. %2 left on the boss. The Chelly coming in, going to finish it off. They get a 2 down here at Bloat. Decent time there, a 124. That Bloat there was actually quicker than what we saw from ToB when they did their P-neck run. So a 126 from there. And as you see right here, Puggin is going to be taking the runes out of his inventory so that X-Bay can pick them up after this Nilocast room. We're going to keep our eye on Puggin here in the Nilocast room and see all of the little things that he does in order to save time and get the waves out quicker. Puggin comes in with the flame, tells the man to go back to killing chickens, and he is in the gulag. Not a happy gamer in the chat. Probably hoping that Team CBT wins here, but I don't think they're going to claim him. Not the kind of gamer you want to see around. Spam these dancers to help out glances, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man. What a tournament it has been. What a tournament it has been. We see a lot of dancers coming in to help out the glances. Remember, guys, the cap of crabs in the Nilocast room in the early waves, as we see a chin coming in there from Puggin. The cap of Nilocast in the early waves is actually 11. So you won't see any new waves come out until there's less than 11 crabs in the room. Later on, that goes up to 23. See a mage hit coming in for a ranged crab. The imbued heart gets used and dropped on the ground. See these guys passing the imbued heart around in the crab room, doing everything they can to boost their stats, save some time. See a barrage coming in there from X-Bay. Couple of chins from Puggin. Oh my god, did you see that? Hits the big range crab with a blowpipe and then turns around, hits a scythe as it changes. Gets 3 damage splats off with a scythe. Oh, this man never ceases to amaze me. What a gamer. Puggin, the captain of any glances, the leader, showing why he has taken that position. Absolutely incredible moves here in the Nilocast room. A lot of Pog champs in the chat. Well deserved. I honestly was not watching, he said. So good he doesn't even need to look. And what a humble man he is. The chin coming in 1 tick too late there to knock out 2 of the ranged crabs. And this is going to be the last wave. Let's see how quickly they clean it up. No waves coming out. Not the fastest cleanup coming in here from the glances. We see a claw scratch on a melee. Scythe swipe on a melee. And just a mage minion to go. I'm going to pay attention to the BGS hit here. I'm going to imagine that Puggin is the one that's going to be BGSing. Am I wrong? Do I see a BGS out for any of the players? No BGS here on the Nilocast boss. Now the BGS comes out. 182 XP drop. Gonna need someone to calculate how much that is. We see a pot share here on the Bastion. Doesn't actually get X-Bay in that pot share. Maybe got him a little bit before. He is on 112 range. Seems like a 73. I'm gonna have to agree with you there. See a chally come in from all the boys. Not the biggest challies. 73 with the T-bow. Not getting the best rotation here on the Nilacast boss. You see the zoom in and out from Puggin here. He's not a happy chappy that he's seeing so many mage rotations. Will we see another one here? Back into the melee. 14%. They could potentially kill it here with some decent chally and Avengers. They do take it down. Now, let's have a look here. There's a lot of stuff on the ground. X-Bay got to pick up the runes, got to put them in the pouch. Are they going to lose any time coming here up to the door? They won't lose any time. He's going to come through the door just as Puggin's about to go in. He's going to wait for Lake to rock up. They're all going to wait at the door. Interesting to see them wait there. Potentially could have just gone in, thrown those T-bow hits in, saved a little bit of time. That is a 1 hammer from Puggin. Did we see a hammer from Lake? That is the question. We did see a hammer. So that is a 2 hammer first phase here on Sodaseg. He won. Vengeance coming in. 73% left on the boss. We're going to watch Lake here. We've seen a lot of Puggin in this tournament. Sodaseg chooses Lake for the maze. He's going to call it out here mid. A couple of ticks lost on the maze, but he's going to launch it straight through. Look at this. 0 tick in the maze. Beautiful footwork here on the outside. Everyone going to get across. Getting a little rag square there from X-Bay. Coming down to 68 hit points. 63 over here for Puggin. And back over to Lake. 78 HP. He is venged at the moment, so we might see if any balls come towards him. We might see him tank one for a vengeance. 1 hammer. 2 hammers over there for Puggin. Not sure how many. Let's have a look here again. Lake, once again, in the maze. And he's just going to punch through. Barely losing a tick on this maze here. These guys are quick. They want to get out as quick as possible. Straight back on the boss. Looking out here at Puggin. Come out of the maze pretty quickly. Avenge coming in. 63 hit points here. 2 doses of brew in the inventory. No restores. Did Lake hit that hammer there? He missed that hammer, I believe. And let's have a look at X-Bay's perspective. Seems as though he got 1 hammer. Not sure if that was on this phase or the last phase. Could potentially be just a 1 hammer soat. He did hit. There it is. You hear it. Okay, someone needs to ban Hootie Tootie in the chat. We don't need to be seeing that. We see a Vengeance coming in over here from X-Bay. We're going to get the right perspective up. Currently on 30 hit points, not venged. 11 seconds left on the timer. 2 doses of brew in the inventory. Decides to eat up, even though the room's about to finish. Just playing it safe here. They definitely do not want to die. The Maiden almost wipe potentially could cost them the entire tournament here, guys. Here in the tiebreaker, there's an imbued heart on the ground. Guys, glances. There's an imbued heart on the ground. Oh, and he has to go back to pick it up. His teammate's still at the door, and that's going to lose them some time in between the rooms. Oh, disastrous ToB here for the Glances. After such an incredible performance they put on during this tournament, it would be a shame to see them go down to a few minor mistakes here in the ToB run. Puggin coming in the chat saying, we just wanted to make it close, man. And he's not wrong. We haven't seen the perspective of Team Cthulhu box theory yet. Anything could happen. They might even wipe at Maiden. I certainly hope they don't, because that would be sad. But we'll have to see. I want that imbued heart for Verzik. That what they will. One more spawn here, most likely, for the Trio Zarpus. Let's see the hammer spec come in here. 2 hammers. Let's have a look at the BGSs. So a 76 and a 41. Not too sure if that was the hammer spec or the BGS that hit a 76 there. but Zarpus' defense nonetheless will be very low. You're going to see the 5-tick scythe coming in from every single gamer in this room. These guys know what they're doing when it comes to a 5-tick scythe walk on Zarpus. Not going to see them miss a hit. All of them. Look at them. All of them attacking on the exact same tick every single time. You lose a tick at Zarpus. What are you even doing gaming? There's a 71 hammer, sadly, says Puggin. 40% left on Zarpus. Barely ragging any squares here. Gonna like a nice, clean area right next to the boss. That was, I believe, Lake there hitting his redemption. And I tell you what, he's just saying, fuck it, we're going for this. Redemption's going to proc anytime he takes poison damage here, and he's just going to restore back up. Doesn't need 3 restores for a speedrun Verzik. He's risking the hit points here. Another redemption going to go off. Still not missing a hit, guys. Still not missing a hit. They get 2 swipes in here. 1 swipe in, sorry. Before Zarpus turns. Are we going to see any swipers from the Glancers? No one wants to look away from their screen here. Who's that underneath the boss? It is X-Base. 17, 18 hit points. There's no redemption up. Looks as though we're going to see a nice clean Zarpus. The Chelly coming in at the end there for Lake. And he finishes off Zarpus. And they're about to go through to Verzik. He has an inventory space open. Doesn't grab the staff. Looks as though X-Bay is going to get it. He'll be the last one into the room. Be interesting to see if they just start the boss as soon as he walks in. Because he's the one with the staff. If they start early, he can just stand back, bang in an attack. And here we go. They've started the boss. No one has their mage prayer up yet. Now everyone has their mage prayer up. Pick up the staff for the second hit. Are we going to see them pull up on Verzik here, or are we going to see them go behind the pillar? Yeah, no ToB strategies here in the grand final. Deciding to opt to play it safe. That's right, deciding to opt to. Apologies, guys. It's been a long 3 days here casting the Speedrun Cup. And what an incredible 3 days it has been. Certainly do hope you guys have enjoyed yourself. See one more spec coming in here from, I believe that is gonna be X-Bay there. Should see Puggin pick it up in just a second. Lake going for a spec. That's a 480 XP drop. He's gonna be happy with that. The Dawnbringer comes up. They're gonna stay here right next to the boss. And they're gonna take it down. No question about that. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Coming into P2 at Verzik. Got a lot of time to make up after that disastrous maiden at the start. 2 deaths just after the 30s crabs. Who's just taken a lot of damage there? Is that Lake? No, it's not. Wait, maybe it was. It was Lake. Down to 43 hit points. As Puggin said there in the chat, if you're unaware, in the Speedrun Cup, you only get 1 run at each boss. If they wipe, they basically lose. You're not going to be able to get the best RNG every single time. Let's have a look coming into the red crabs here. Are they going to get a second crab phase and be able to use that purple crab to deal some damage back to the boss? I think they're going to get a second crabs here. Unless they proc now. Maybe 1 more hit for the second crabs. And there it is. That is perfect timing there. We see the boss down to 35, 32%. And they're going to be able to kill that purple crab. Let's have a look at the damage back on the boss. As the crab goes down. 75 damage. That's an extra 75 that they didn't have before. 24% on the first down. Still quite a few hits left. 2 or 3 left on the first red crabs, and the boss is already on 16%. If they don't get a 2 down here, I will eat my own dick. 13% coming into the second lot of red crabs. There is no way they don't get this. And a heal coming in from the Sanguinesti staff on the crab as well. For Puggin, 3.2%. 0.9, and that's a 2 down Veric on P2. They've made up a lot of time there, guys. A lot of time. Probably 30 seconds or so made up right there from getting the 2 down. Potentially even if the other team gets a 4 down, maybe even saving that minute that they lost on Maiden. They have made up a lot of time. Who is tanking here? It's going to be Lake. Let's have a look at the steps on the man. Will there be any melees? We're going to hope not. 1 brew left in the inventory. We see a 12 Vengeance coming in. Should expect to see him go with another one. We see a Chally coming in from Puggin there. Actually, 1 hit too early. The webs come up. Seems as though X-Bay is 1 too far ahead. And he misses 1 tick, so everyone else can catch up. Oh, and now he's behind. No, he's not. He's on the same tick. What? Incredible steps there from X-Bay. I don't believe it. Coming out of webs at 27.5%. Lake still on the tank. We're going to see the purples come out here on this swipe. Probably going to be looking at about 10% coming into yellows. Are we going to see them tank? Or are we going to see them step on the platforms? Not going to see a tick eat. Looks as though we're going to see a tank from everyone here. Couple of tick eats coming in from the boys. The Chally's going in. 1.7% after the Chally. So unlucky not to kill the boss there. And the Glances going to finish off with a 2106 ToB. And let's just have a look. Did they get a purple? No purple there. Ladies and gentlemen, a 2106. Very, very decent time considering the fact that they only had 1 person on Maiden from 30% onwards. And this is going to be a close match. Oh my god, it all comes down to this, ladies and gentlemen. The grand final of the Speedrun Cup. The first old school RuneScape tournament made for PVM with a prize pool. $1,200 for first, $600 for second place. Are you here for Team CBT or are you here for the Glances? Let me know in the chat right now because we are about to spectate the final run of the Speedrun Cup. Team Cthulu Box Theory 3-3 against any Glances. Toy owner here for CBT. Couple of hammers coming in on Maiden. Let's have a look at this BGS. That's a 0. They're not going to be happy with that one. Kirby, see a 15 coming in from High Yo on the Beej. And a 58 or a 68. You'll see by the plugin, the damage he managed to get with his BGS there is 73. I don't believe it. Let's have a look at Toy Owner's perspective over here. Once again, the gamer with the largest aspect ratio in the world. This man, for some reason, plays RuneScape on a 1080p monitor and takes up the entire thing. I think he's lying when he says a 1080p monitor as well. I'm pretty sure his monitor takes up an entire room in his house. Can watch some serious HD stuff on that TV. Not a monitor, it's a television. Let's have a look who's chinning over here. So Kirby's chinning. They take down the 50s crabs so quickly. My word, let's have a look here. Oh, not good hits on the first crabs there. Will they go for the skip is the question. Toy is going to manage to catch the last one here. Sugadinti here, the maiden of Sugadinti on 16%. They might even get a crab skip here. I'll be surprised if they don't. Let's see the Challies come in. Any Challies? Are they going to get it? The crab goes in. They don't get the skip. Oh my god. Another Chally comes in. Oh. Wow. Oh, wow. They get a 149 maiden regardless. That is an entire minute and 1 second faster than any Glances. They are already a minute and 1 second ahead. Coming into bloat here. Let's double check the inventories. Yep, no P-necks from Cthulhu Box Theory. Playing it safe here at bloat. Those P-necks only going to save you a little bit of time, and it looks as though they're going with the double BGS spec. Something that we didn't see from ToB. We didn't see from any glances there, and I don't think we've seen it from any other team in the tournament. Cthulhu Box Theory going for the double BGS here. Bloat has 100 defense. Let's have a look at the specs. A 47 from Hi-Yo and a 24 from Kirby. A little bit of quick math there is going to tell you that's 71 damage with the BGS. The defense level going down to 29. Let's have a look at the first down here. The Shelly specs coming in. Can we see anyone's perspective? What the percentage says, it's a 46.7% first down. That is not the best first down. Are they going to get the 2 down here is the question. 48%. A lot of bloat's health they need to take here. A little bit slow from Hi-Yo coming around the corner there. Their leader, the captain of Cthulhu Box Theory, really needs to step up and show the team what they need to do in this, the last match of the grand final. The Chellies coming in. Are they going to get it? They don't. Oh my god, they almost died there. Kirby coming in with a tick eat with the T. Hi-Yo coming in with a tick eat there. They managed to get the last Chelly off, and they take it down in 2. It was very close there. Once again, interesting to see Team CBT stopping at that chest. Something that we didn't see from the glances before. We always saw one person at least going into the room quickly. What is going on there? Did you see the time waste? That was 2 whole seconds that were stuck at the door. We're going to watch the perspective of Kirby here, the man with the ranged weapons out here at the Nilokas. Only 59 more seconds to waste, says Mildly Addicted. Not wrong there. Didn't actually manage to catch that bloat time. Be interesting to compare them after this, depending on who wins. Is it overall time? It is overall time, not the wave times. They need to go between these rooms as fast as they can here in the Speedrun Cup. Someone in the chat says a 128 bloat. That's 4 seconds slower than the glances. So 57 seconds left to make up in the wave times. See a lot of CBT spam in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. These guys have got a lot of fans. High-tier gamers, and potentially going down as the winners of the first Speedrun Cup, depending on the results of this Theatre of Blood. Should see a chin come in here from Kirby. We do. Not the biggest hit, but he's going to be able to take it out there with the blowpipe. Should see him start to take out some of these big crabs. I do believe the cap for the Nilokas in the room has increased. And you see him take out 2 crabs that aren't range crabs because he hit them before they switched. Kirby knows where they're going to spawn, and he knows what he needs to hit at what times. Not just a talented gamer, a very good memory on the man. Oh, he misses the big ranger there. I believe he accidentally ragged it with a, when it was a major. Gonna have to get someone else in the team to finish it off there. Crab room absolutely stacked out at the moment. We see a chin come in again, an 8 and a 1. Unfortunate not to finish both of those off there. Another chin coming in, an 8 and a 5. Being very unfortunate with these chins has Kirby here. Not using a swift blade, says Exy. think you'll notice that Hi-Yo here is in full Inquisitor. These guys are gamers. I imagine he knows something we don't about that ham joint, which uses the Crush weapon. Crush style. See a BGS from Toy Owner. Not too sure how much he hit there, and I don't think even if we looked at his screen we'd be able to tell. Let me put my glasses on because I got a read from way downtown. I believe that said it was a 27 BGS there on his tracker. So a nice big 72 ToB coming in there from Hi-Yo. Once again, the captain of his team really stepping up to the plate here in the tiebreaker for the grand final. See the Venge coming off. Look at the clicks! Look at the clicks! This man is a demon on the mouse. What the fucking fuck did I just see? Might be one of the best PVMers in the game, but let me tell you, with those switches, I do not want to see him out at 44s. That'll be a swift log out if I see Hi-Yo log in a max Infernal cape. Just kidding, he's not maxed. Maybe spending a little bit too much time PVMing and a little less time skilling. Respectable gaming. Have a look at Kirby's perspective over here. He did hit one hammer, and so did Hi-Yo. So that's going to be a 2-hammer soat. How big were Toy's files? Let's just say I've got a 1 terabyte hard drive, and every single time I rendered out his perspective, it was full. Look at this maze here. Not a single tick lost. Not a single tick lost here on this maze. Incredible scenes out here from Cthulhu Box Theory. Obviously, that death at Maiden costing the Glancers a lot of time. Question is, did they make up enough time throughout the rest of the raid? As we see a large ball being hurled in Hi-Yo's direction. The total time for the Nilo, 7:37. That is a very funny number. Who is it on the maze here? Kirby, and he's just going to go straight for it. Have a look at this. Not a question about whether or not this man works in seconds or ticks, and I'm telling you right now, he works in ticks. Last phase, did Kirby hit that hammer? It looks as though he did. Toy Owner over here hitting a hammer as well. That's a 2-hammer P3 on Soat. $47 Venge coming in from Kirby. No way. He's died. That is a death at Soat. That's going to cost him a little bit of time here. Oh my god, and they can't hit. Maybe only costing them 10 or so seconds there. And Kirby getting to the chest faster. It is nice that he gets to the chest faster, but also remember, guys, has to wait for the rest of his team to come through. And Hi-Yo, quicker through to the next room than him. That man has a lot of quick clicks. See the full Inquisitor coming on here for Hi-Yo. Kirby also sat there in the full Inquisitor. I believe we're going to see Toy Owner not have the Inquisitor on. We should see a nice hammer spec from him. Should see 3 hammers and potentially 3 BGSs depending on how they hit. Quite the slow room is the beginning of Zarpus. $22 seconds left on his Divine Super Combat here for Kirby. should be the last exhumed coming out of the ground. Never mind. Turns out I don't know how to count. And this will be the last one. We see a Redefined Super Combat. There's a Zamorak Brew. Up to 120 attack. The extra accuracy coming in here. Let's have a look. Do we see 3 hammers? That's 2 hammers. Let's have a look at the BGSs here. Holy fuck! I'm no mathematician, but that looked like it was over 150 damage. And last time I checked, after 2 hammers, Zarpus has less than 150 defense. And that is going to be a 0 defense Zarpus. See the 5 tick scythe coming in here from all the boys. Maybe a couple of ticks lost here and there. Kirby with the boots on. Looking over here at Hi Yo. Health getting a little low. Toy owner from way downtown. They're on 69 hit points. Nice. Everyone here with their redemption up except for Toy. I imagine he'll get that up as his hit points come lower. They have absolutely melted this Zarpus, which is what you would expect. And it has 0 defense. We should see the Screech come in any moment now. There it is, the Screech on Zarp. Couple of slashes before it turns, and it's not going to turn. And there was a few hits, well, I say a few, I mean 1 hit lost there from Kirby, not realizing that it hadn't turned and it was going to stay there. Don't think that 1 hit is going to come too much into play, considering the fact it is on 0 defense. Chelly's coming in from the whole team, and Zarpus goes down. We see the run into Verzik. Hi Yo, the captain, the leader of Cthulhu Box Theory, the first man into the Verzik room, setting an example for his team, getting the hype up, saying, listen boys, this is it. This is the tiebreaker for the Speedrun Cup. If there's any time we need to pull all of the heart we have out, now is the time. We see him put on that Chelly, so he gets a spec bar for picking up the Dawnbringer. Smart moves from the gamer. Let's move over to Toy Owner here. Is he the one? No, he's not the one with the staff. Who's got the staff? It's Kirby here. Hits a 108. What's going on there? What was that? Moving on. He's just turned the hacks on. Interesting. He might have just been changing a song there. I genuinely don't know what that was. We're going to have to investigate after this. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, just like to reiterate, Hootie Tootie in the chat. I wanted a good song. Come on, brug. There it is. Heard it here first from Toy Owner. Higher with a little bit of lag there, and he's going to cop a ranged hit. Nice little cabbage straight up down to 67 hit points. Who are the crabs on here? Looks like we've got 2 of them on Toy Owner. One of them's changed their mind. 53 hit points here for Hi Yo. The last thing he wants to do here in the grand final tiebreaker is die, especially the captain of his team. Really needs to set an example for his team here, and interesting not to see him eat that brew. He has 5 doses of Super Combat in his inventory. In between the scythe hit, you can get a brew and a Super Combat, so you stay fully potted. Sitting on 43 hit points, and we really don't want to see a cold one here from Hi Yo. Those unaware, a cold one dying on P2 Verzik in his round 1 matchup in the tiebreaker. 44 hit points. 37. Really dangerous moves here from Hi Yo. In the grand final, tiebreaker deciding not to eat up, and we should see him eat here. Please eat. I don't want to see another cold one. This is stressing me the fuck out. Hi Yo, please just eat. You've got 2 yellow drinks in your inventory that heal you. Deciding to maximize his DPS here and risk it for the biscuit. Question is, will he obtain Here the Challies. Are they going to get a 2 down here? Let's have a look at the percentage. 15% going into the second Crabs, and they're going for it. They're launching for the 2 down here. Will they get it? 15% less. Oh my god. The first 2 scythe hits take it down to 9. 4.5%. They're definitely going to get the 2 down here. Wristed at 15%, and they're definitely going to get it. A 2 down for Cthulhu Box Theory. Oh my word. Who we got on the tank here? We got Kirby. Let's get over to his perspective. We see that Zammy Brew coming in here to get the extra 2 attack levels. Gonna see the Crabs come out. Who are they on? We're gonna see one walk towards Kirby here. How's he gonna go with it? 0 damage, perfectly timed. He's got Veric right next to the web, sitting on 33 health. Sitting on 19 health. Sitting on 13 health. Eats a shark right before the web phase. And here we go for the webs. We see a stamina pot share coming in from Kirby. Perfectly timed. Everyone's venged here. Don't think there's enough hit points between the team to tank a melee after the webs in order to get big Avengers. Looks as though they're going to proc Purple straight after webs. One more hit here. Purples are going to come out. Question is, are they going to get it down before yellows or straight afterwards? Just the same as the glances. It's going to be really, really close here, guys. I don't think they're going to get it down before yellows. 8 hit points left. Eat your bruise. Oh my god. They're going to give me a heart attack. 2.8% left here on Veric. We're going to see a 1 hit straight after the yellows. And let's have a look. Hi-Yo goes down. Doesn't get the ticky. She's not dead. What's the time in the chat? Got a 21:06 to beat. And the time is going to be a 19:23. Cthulhu Box Theory, your Speedrun Cup champions. No purple to finish it off. Sad game. Ladies and gentlemen, claps in the chat. Team CBT taking out the first Speedrun Cup. And by the looks of that time there, guys, the 1953, I don't think that death, the 2 deaths at Maiden, mattered at all. Too good, too dominant. Team Cthulhu Box Theory, your Speedrun Cup champions, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I need a moment to compose myself after that. Holy shit. We're going to take a look at the final stats here for the Theater of Blood. Let's have a look at the room breakdown, and there it is. 1 minute on that maiden time. They made up for it with 4 seconds on bloat, but the Nylacas, every other room absolutely dominated by Cthulhu Box Theory. Don't know what to say. I don't know what to say, ladies and gentlemen. What a tournament it has been. In just a moment, we are going to get the captain for Team CBT on the stream. Just need to quickly open up this last file. Chuck the bracket in. The last look at the bracket for the Speedrun Cup. Let's get that one in here. And there it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Cthulhu Box Theory taking out Nerds with Attitude in round 1 and a 2-0. Cthulhu Box Theory taking out ToB 3-0 in the semi-final. And taking out Any Glances 4-3 in the grand final. Cthulhu Box Theory, your champions, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and get Hi-Yo on the line. ask him a few questions about the tournament. I'll be honest, guys. Casting, I can say I'm probably okay at. Interviews, I'm going to suck at. I don't even have any questions prepared for this man because I didn't know who was going to win. So I couldn't prepare any questions. We're just going to wing it here. Probably going to be super awkward from me. So let's jump into it. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, the captain of Cthulhu Box Theory, the winners of the Speedrun Cup. How do you feel, mate?
Well, I have been watching since, the 8 hours or so that this started ago, so it's good for the nerves to cool down a little bit.
That's good.
Like all the way to the tiebreaker, that was, it was exhausting. I have never been so exhausted watching something.
That's the thing. Even the participants had no idea who won coming into this. So in the Twitch chat, how were you feeling going into that ToB? Obviously, you guys knew what your time was, so you knew you'd won straight after you saw the glances.
Can I tell you something? Something that happened just before the ToB that I think has to... So here's what happened. We were going into Vorkath, and by this point we knew we were 3-2 with the gauntlet win, right?
Yep.
And for some reason, a few days ago, we were discussing the results of our rounds and what we had gotten. So I was looking at our time for the Vorkath, and something went wrong here or other, and we actually calculated to be 121.1.
Oh, no.
Which means by the time that any glancers finished their Vorkath, we actually thought we had won.
You thought you'd already won
and it wasn't until the results screen I remember, it was literally a kill before the results screen. We decided to go back and recalculate. I'm like, this isn't looking too good for Scotty. Are we sure he got that time? And then we went back, and instead of winning by 0.4, we lost by 0.2.
Oh.
We were shitting ourselves.
What a close matchup it was. So back and forth there. You have to give it to any glances there. What a performance they put in. And I tell you what, some of the best content I've ever seen in my life. That was so enjoyable to watch and to cast. I tell you what, Hi-Yo, I'm going to give you the stage here, mate. Anything you want to say, anything you want to plug, go for it. The stage is yours.
Okay, sure. Shout out Weeder Raids. Shout out Megascale. Love him, Weeder Raids, huge team. And that's how they got me into raids and speedrunning by proxy. Love my boys over on the staff team. Big hug for the homies at home, that's how they say. And Megascale, huge project also going on where we're trying to beat the first 100 Deathless challenge mode. Super fun. We've been going at it for like 6 months, still haven't beat it, but it's honestly been such a blast to do those runs. And if you type !CBT in the chat, you'll actually find a link to the Megascale Discord. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, do check that out. This has to come huge shout out to my team. This was literally I have not had this much fun raiding with other people in such a long time. It was we were just people from most of them I've already met before, and we did a couple stuff together, but I think this was it was just really great. We had it was a real camaraderie, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was just really fun to practice with them and doing all the strats and whatnot. Love my boys, so big shout out to my team for being with me on this journey.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Hi-Yo, the captain of Cthulhu Box Theory, Team CBT. Your winners of the Speedrun Cup. Thank you very much, mate, and I'll talk to you later.
All right, see ya.
Cheers. Guys, what a tournament. What a tournament. Not only can we get some claps in the chat for Team CBT, please, a round of applause for every single team that participated in the Speedrun Cup. Everybody that took the time out of their day, out of their weeks to practice and perform. They've put on an incredible show for you guys. And I cannot wait to do the next one. It's going to be so good. Big shout out from myself to Hootie Tootie. He is, since the Battle Royale, he's become my right-hand man. So a big clap for him, working on the graphics. Not only working on the graphics, but really helping me out behind the scenes. What a guy. And there it is, twitter.com/Hootie OSRS. If you want to see him, I've got to say a big shout out to my manager over at Mason, over at Crusader Talent. He has organized a couple of sponsors for the videos that are going up on YouTube so that we can afford to pay the prize pools for this. Ladies and gentlemen, one last thing I want to say is we managed to pull this tournament off in 3 weeks with no Jagex support. None whatsoever. Imagine what we could do with some more time and with Jagex support. If you guys want to see some more awesome content in the future, you really need to let them know that they need to get involved in things like this. Because imagine how good this could be. If we had a private world, we could do it live, things would be sick. So, I said one last thing, but I do have one last thing to say. It's been an absolute pleasure over the last 3 weeks getting to know every single person that's involved in the Speedrun Cup. Every person that I spoke to has been absolutely lovely. Some of the best people I've met in my entire life. And I know last time you guys saw me on a live stream and I was wearing a beanie and I'd had a beer. There was a couple of these ones. But I've got to say, after the last 3 weeks, I love the high-level community. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the Speedrun Cup. Thank you all for viewing. Thank you all for participating. And I'll see you guys in the next tournament, hopefully very, very soon.